When Asla opened his eyes from death, he saw firearms, potions, the church, eldritch gods, angels, extraordinaries, armies, agents, mercenaries, hunters, gangs, monsters. This was free Amarilka, a land where chaos and order coexist. Death and capital harvested lives equally from everyone. It was the best of times, and it was the worst of times. Pollution, corruption, molting, evolution, sublimation. Fiery heat and raging waves forged an alliance of offense and defense within the military-industrial complex. In the deep mountains of Appalachia, the moon was tainted by the howls of werewolves. Mysteries hid in the narrow gaps of every forbidden book, peering into the dreams of all seekers of knowledge. Blood dripped onto the scales of capital, oaths were torn apart, and history erased its own traces in endless cycles. An outer god from the stars was stretching its tendrils, quietly entwining the torch of freedom, and those ancient stars simply watched in silence. This was a boiling age in which the old gods had not yet died and new gods had already been born. One swallowed potions and stepped onto the long stairway toward godhood. Seated upon a throne, I would become the master of bygone days. 24 original divine paths, 240 sequences, and 1,600 skills or abilities. Welcome to the world of bygone days. The outsider. Primordial chaos was watching you. This was a cramped room, its walls built from plywood. The damp weather filled the space with a moist, decaying odor. The bed occupied most of the room. In the narrow remaining passage, a worn desk was the only other piece of furniture. A desk lamp cast dim yellow light that pushed back the darkness, and a black-haired young man lay on the desktop. Closer inspection revealed a small patch of dark red viscous blood on the desktop. His breathing had stopped, the death had descended upon him. On the desk lay an open notebook, its pages filled with characters. At his feet, a fallen glass bottle lay shattered, releasing a strange, unsettling smell. A long breath escaped his throat, and he jerked his head up, confusion filling his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? Disbelief filled the young man's eyes. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? In the last second of his memory, he distinctly recalled colliding with a heavily loaded truck. Agonizing pain struck, his mind felt as if two red-hot iron spikes had been driven into it. The tearing pain made him pound his own head uncontrollably. Within the torment, he gradually accepted shattered memories. I am Asla, he realized. As the memories merged, he kept reading and learned more about this body and the world around it. This was Amarilka, a nation full of freedom, shootings, drugs, powerful capitalists, the military-industrial complex, and vagrants wandering every street. Asla held his head, recalling his memories while examining his surroundings. He reached out and touched the dark red viscous patch on the desktop. It is blood. The puddle of blood on the desktop seemed almost corrosive, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Asla stared at his fingertips, feeling a slight burning sensation. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking. This is my blood. How can it be corrosive? How is that even possible? His gaze fell on the notebook that had previously been beneath his head. After accepting the memories, he could now easily read the characters on the notebook. I do not have much time left. If I still cannot become a sequencer, I will be erased. I cannot lose Iways. The Grey Alley Gang demands that I kill Quike Brother. I had no choice. Will the Blood Path sequence, 9 potion blood servant succeed? It will succeed. Seeing the final line, the letters nearly carved through the paper, Asla could feel the original owner's desperate resolve. What does it mean? Asla pressed his head, trying to recall. Soon he could no longer spare a hand for his head. From his abdomen came waves of tearing pain like a rising tide. He lowered his head and saw the broken glass on the floor. His memories flashed through his mind like electricity. I remember now. I remember everything. Asla had already swallowed the potion. The violent pain made his body almost convulsed. It hurt so much he could not even scream, only draw in cold breaths through clenched teeth. In his memory, that bottle of murky red liquid was the Blood Path Sequence 9 potion. It was thick and turbid, even mixed with fragments of scaly flesh. The memory still carried the foul stench he had sensed when swallowing it. According to the information Asla had found, this potion was one of the lowest tier. After taking it, the chances of pollution, mutation, and distortion of the body were even higher than the chance of success. Yet Asla still drank it. Pollution, mutation, and tearing pain in his organs had led to the original owner's death. And now not only had the original owner died, the newly revived Asla was about to be killed by the same agony. He slipped from the chair, his body bent by pain and convulsing, the muscles at the corners of his vision trembling. It felt as if small creatures were darting beneath his skin. His blood vessels darkened and rose against the surface. Am I about to mutate? No, I refuse. Asla could no longer make a sound from the pain, but his consciousness grew steadily clearer. At that moment, a crisp chime sounded. Life Planning System Unit 0 requesting local deployment. Asla's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Deploy. Unit 0 deploying. The Life Planning System Unit 0 was a simple program Asla had written in his previous life using AI. Its main purpose had been to remind Asla to stay disciplined. As he aged, excessive weight gradually accumulated on his body, and he could only rely on external help to pursue self-discipline. Once completed, Unit Zero's first task had been to urge Asla to start jogging. He had barely run 500 meters before his whole body weakened with fatigue. When the truck came, he had no strength to escape and was brought here. The pain made Asla shiver uncontrollably. Unit Zero deployment successful. Scanning local environment, attempting network connection, unable to connect. Retrying, connection to source C successful. Local environment abnormal, attempting analysis. Analysis complete. Chaotic potion blood path sequence 9 blood servant detected currently destroying bodily functions. Proceed with network harmonization. The voice sounded like celestial music in Asla's ears. He forced himself to shout inwardly, "Harmonize, help me now." Instruction accepted. Processing. Potion extremely chaotic, unable to appoint sequence 9 blood servant. Shall a new sequence be edited using the potion's environment? Asla's consciousness was on the brink of fading. With his last bit of reason he responded, edit a new sequence. Editing. Drawing on chaotic magic. Connecting source C. Energy insufficient. Absorbing chaotic magic from potion to recharge. Editing successful. Chaotic magic harmonized. New path established, formless chaos. Appoint sequence 9 sacrificial offering. Acknowledge your smallness. Do not be greedy. Do not gaze directly. Core abilities spiritual scent offering enhancement whisper, listening sacrificial vision minor petitions pollution resistance theft of service flesh tracking. The tearing pain in Asla's abdomen continued to strike. He gritted his teeth and gave the order, appoint me. Sequence 9 sacrificial offering appointment in progress. Asla felt the tide-like waves of pain within him begin to lessen. He could sense his body being reshaped by magic. He was becoming a sequencer. Asla struggled up from the floor, brushing shards of glass from his clothes, and slowly clenched his fist. Sequence 9 sacrificial offering appointment successful. Asra sat back down on the chair. He closed his eyes, quietly sensing the power brought by the offering, while recalling everything he knew about the various pathways and sequences. America was a world suffused with the extraordinary. In Asra's fragmented memories, sequence holders did not hide in the shadows. Instead, they stood openly at the forefront of society. Churches, politicians, the military, the police, tax offices, conglomerates, corporations, gangs, celebrities. Most of them were sequence holders. Yet Asra was only a 17-year-old student from a private high school. His understanding of pathways and sequences barely scratched the surface. Even with his limited knowledge, he still knew of several pathways. Those belonging to the church included the thrones, the pure flame, and the temple knights. Most of the military served on the red heat and raging tide pathways. Official positions followed the observer oath, arcane, and capital pathways. Civilian vocations were often tied to blood, beast, void cycle, and sun. And this was only a portion of all the pathways in America. Rumor had it that when counted together they exceeded 20. Yet the original Asra seemed to have never heard of the chaos pathway. A thought stirred in his heart. This seemed to be a pathway edited into existence by Zero. A new pathway. He felt the abilities granted by the offering stirring within him: spiritual scent, offering enhancement whisper, listening sacrificial sight, minor supplication, corruption resistance, servant theft, and flesh tracking. He frowned inwardly. The powers of sequence 9, the offering, did not seem to be of much direct help to his own body. From the remnants of memory, he vaguely knew that the original Asra was facing grave trouble and desperately needed to strengthen his body. As he carefully recalled the former owner's predicament, his expression grew increasingly grim. He let out a low curse under his breath. Wiping the blood from the tabletop, he spread his notebook open again and began to write in Chinese characters, listing out every aspect of his current predicament. 17 years old, still in high school, and without a legal guardian. He had obtained a murky potion from the Grey Alley gang, but in return, he had to kill a man for them. If he refused, they would kill him instead. He was on the school's mixed martial arts team, the key that allowed him to stay in this high school. Yet his physical condition was too poor, and he was on the verge of being dismissed. Expulsion would mean losing his scholarship and financial aid. Leaving the team would also mean leaving Ivis. A thought he grudgingly crossed off his list. Ivis Hill came from the Hill family, who sat on the school's board of directors. With her fair skin and striking beauty, she was the dream goddess of nearly every boy at the high school. Asra was among them. Frowning, he realized from the shattered memories he had inherited that there were many unusual details in Ivis's behavior. She was far from simple. Those who adored her could line up from the classroom door to the school gate, and Asra was merely one fish in her vast pond. Asra thought back, and could only conclude that she was exquisitely calculating, while the original Asra had held almost no dignity in her eyes. Looking again at the 3 problems laid out before him, he felt a sharp headache. The first issue was his lack of a guardian. In America, human rights organizations required that all minors under 18 have a legal guardian. Without a guardian, or if a guardian could not fulfill their duties, the child would be sent to a welfare institution or assigned to a family deemed capable of taking them in. On the surface, this sounded like good news, but in truth, it was a serious problem. Children taken in by welfare institutions might be sent out to toil in harsh, unregistered jobs if they were older or be adopted by other families if they... In most cases, the fate of these small children was hardly better. Many would be treated little better than Livian servants. Bullying and everyday cruelty were commonplace. Asra had once belonged to a middle-class family, but his parents had died in a car accident. Only his grandmother could serve as his guardian. Yet the high taxes in America and the precise way each social class was drained weighed heavily upon them. Property tax, inheritance tax, medical expenses, insurance. Under their weight, Asra's family fell from middle class to poverty in just 2 years, moving from a detached house to an apartment in a working-class district and then again to a cramped cheap room. But hardship was not finished with Asra. 3 months ago, his grandmother had passed away. To him, it was as if the sky had collapsed. Without a guardian, he was meant to be taken away by the welfare system, even though he was only half a year from turning 18. Fortunately for him, his landlord was greedy enough. The landlord helped Asra bury his grandmother's body in the outskirts and hid the news of her death not out of kindness, but because he did not want to lose Asra's rent. Asra's rent rose from 200 gold pounds a week to 250, while his room was downgraded from a small single to a cluttered storeroom in another building. 1,000 gold pounds a month in rent happened to match the subsidy that the welfare institution paid his grandmother each month for taking care of him. Asra muttered a quiet curse. If things had ended there, he could have endured it. But he had concealed his grandmother's death and continued to use her bank card to withdraw the monthly welfare payments. This amounted to fraud. If discovered, it would mean a massive fine in gold pounds and a prison sentence ranging from 3 to 20 years. At 17, he could not legally live without a guardian, yet in America 17 was old enough to be sent to prison. If Asra's fraud was exposed, his life would be ruined. The other two problems were no less dire. The mixed martial arts club was the key to his staying in this high school. Being dismissed would mean losing his scholarship and the ability to pay tuition. So he needed to drink the potion. A single potion cost at least 5,000 gold pounds, so he had accepted the Grey Alley Gang's deadly assignment. He was to kill Quake, a high school student ordered to take a life. How could that be reasonable? Asra clutched his head. Who was Quake? Wasn't Quake his close brother in all but blood? They were like brothers, dearer than many relatives. How could such a bond be traded away for a bottle of inferior potion? Asra slumped back into the chair, tightened his fists, and realized that the offering's powers barely enhanced his physical strength. Asra whispered that after drinking a potion and becoming a sequence holder, his body was supposed to grow stronger. Zero's reminder chimed. The strengthening of the body through potions was also gradual and required a training plan to be drawn up. Another reminder from Zero stated that because of the murky blood servant potion, his offering sequence power of servant theft could grant him the strength of a blood servant. It urged him to steal more servitude and embrace greater power as soon as possible. Asra paused, stunned. He sensed the power inherent in the sacrifice path and discovered an ability, Steel Devotion, capable of perceiving a mighty entity one serves and secretly drawing strength from it. Asra understood at last why the sacrifice's words had warned: exchange risk for faint resonance. You do not covet, do not gaze directly. So it's stealing power from others. In no wonder greed and direct sight are forbidden. Surely even a second glance would draw its wrath. Asra immersed himself in Steel Devotion, and gradually his eyes blazed with intensifying light. Through this ability, he could siphon the powers of other Sequence 9 adepts. Ordinarily, this required synergy with another ability, Minor Invocation, performed through precise ritual rites to petition or beseech aid from a formidable entity. This time, however, was different. Asra had first consumed the Sequence 9 elixir of the Blood Path, Blood Thrall. Though Zero ultimately harmonized the elixir, propelling Asra onto an entirely new path, transforming him into a... He retained residual traces of the Blood Thrall's essence, enough to leverage both Minor Invocation and Sacrifice Augmentation in his power theft. He recalled fragmented knowledge, hastily flipped open his notebook, and turned to several marked pages. The Blood Path indeed served potent entities, and among gangs and wanderers alike, whispered incantations for prayer endured, though by Asra's hand such invocations had grown exceedingly rare. But this is enough. Ravenously, Asra absorbed every syllable of the incantations into his mind, then closed his eyes and rehearsed them once more. His gaze fell upon the congealing blood pooled on the desk. In this blood, surely qualifies as sacrificial blood. And no time for hesitation. You'll do. Dipping his fingers into the near solidified blood, Asra traced upon the floor the sigils recorded in his notebook, symbols representing the Blood Path's sovereign entity. Like the maddening drone of insects hovering at the edge of sleep, irritating, insistent. Even his nostrils filled with the faint metallic. O Lord of the Crimson Seas, slumbering in depths unmeasured. Accept this humble offering, partake of blood. Nas, Asra murmured the invocation. Faint whispering voices brushed against his ears. Like the maddening drone of insects hovering at the edge of sleep, irritating, insistent. Even his nostrils filled with the faint metallic tang of blood. His pulse quickened, the lingering discomfort from the elixir's residue now dissolved, washed away within the ritual's flow. Then, activating sacrifice augmentation, Asra artificially intensified the scent and resonance of his offering, while simultaneously unleashing steel devotion. Inwardly, he repeated the vow, do not covet, you do not gaze directly. Nas steel devotion took hold, thin threads of arcane energy began weaving into his being. The crimson sigils beneath his feet dimmed, fading until they vanished entirely. When the minute-long minor invocation concluded, Asra exhaled, a slow, heavy release of turbid air. Taut muscles slackened, he sank back into his chair. Beneath the dim glow of the desk lamp, his eyes shimmered, not with fatigue, but with fierce electric exhilaration. Steel devotion had succeeded. Asra contemplated the stolen abilities now resonating within him. This time leveraging the residual essence of the blood thrall elixir, his own sacrificial blood, and the amplifying effect of sacrifice augmentation, he had drawn two abilities from the blood path sequence 9, enhanced physique and night vision. Both were exceptionally practical, cornerstones of the blood thrall lineage. Enhanced physique, granting holistic bodily augmentation, greater strength, speed, and endurance, and night vision, enabling flawless sight, in absolute darkness rivaling daylight clarity. Asra felt his physical vitality ascending, slow, steady, undeniable. He clenched his fist, tendons coiled, sinews thrummed with burgeoning power. Enhanced physique refined every facet of corporeal excellence, strength, velocity, stamina, each attribute surging beyond his former limits. And this was merely the beginning. With time, disciplined training, and the gradual assimilation of the elixir's essence, his body would continue its quiet, relentless ascent. Night vision, as its name implied, granted vision rooted in blood itself. In deepest night, his sight remained unwavering, precise, unblinking, equal to noonday clarity. At that moment, Zero's voice chimed. Zero congratulates you, successful partial acquisition of blood thrall abilities. Note the blood thrall tenets: restrain desire, gather intelligence, comprehend blood, serve blood. Asra listened silently to the proclamation. Then he unclenched his fists, relaxed his shoulders, and for the first time in days released the weight pressing upon his spirit. With both blood thrall and sacrifice abilities, the threat of expulsion from the mixed martial arts club should significantly diminish. Only the welfare fraud case and the Gray Alley gang assignment remain. His brow furrowed slightly. Whether Zero's newly authored path, the unfixed chaos path, or the Gray Alley gang's blood path, neither bore auspicious names. Fragments of Asra's shattered memory echoed with the blood path's resonance. Yet most who walked it were no paragons of virtue. Gangsters, mercenaries, assassins, those skirting moral gray zones, or plunging headlong into shadow, flocked to the blood path. Even cultists steeped in blood rites followed this path. And the unfixed chaos path, entirely unknown to Asra's former self, Zero's own creation. If others learn I've acquired a new path, my peril multiplies exponentially. And the dangers here in Americana dwarf those of my previous world. Should word spread, a swift, painless death may well be the kindest fate. And I must conceal my true path. If the unfixed chaos path must remain hidden, then the blood path becomes my necessary masquerade. Yet the thought alone made his temples throb. For in Americana the blood path carried no honorable reputation. Rubbing his brow, Asra found no ready solution. After a long silence, he addressed 00. Since the unfixed chaos path must remain secret, I require a credible public-facing path. What do you recommend? 0 replied, toneless, processing locally, and suggested supplementary elixirs, oath, capital, mystery, cycle, crimson heat. Nusra's eyes widened. I can ingest a second elixir. 0's voice remained devoid of inflection. Unfixed chaos is inherently inclusive, provided the vessel permits further elixirs may be assimilated. Local environmental analysis confirms your body can safely absorb a second elixir. Asra sat in front of the desk, arms crossed over his chest, eyes closed in contemplation. Being able to consume the second potion significantly increased his safety factor, preventing exposure of the new information he had acquired. The immediate priority now is to obtain a potion, one that can be used openly without causing others disdain. Which route should I choose? Asra pondered, but soon chuckled. Now that I'm broke, the choice of route depends solely on which one I can access. He looked around the shabby room, sweeping away the shattered glass of the bottle that once contained the potion. Opening his eyes again, it was already the next day. It was Monday, and Asra left for school. Upon arriving at the high school, he felt a twitch of his eyelid as he looked at the building. In his previous life at Dawn University, he had never seen a school like this. This was a private high school named Ashford High, located in the capital of Detenning State, Detenning City. What astonished Asra was not anything else but the school's walls. The walls were at least 4 meters high, thick, and imposing, topped with sharp iron spikes that seemed more like decorations. Clearly no one would feel safe from being pierced by such spikes. This was hardly a school, it resembled the outer wall of a fortress. Students disembarked from the school bus, passing through security at the school gate. In Free America, guns were not banned, and shootings occurred frequently. In public high school, students had killed classmates after being bullied, which was not considered big news in America. Ashford High was different. It was a private institution requiring hefty tuition fees to attend. The campus was secured and the entrance had security checks, making it impossible for firearms to enter through normal means. Private high schools had substantial tuition fees, and given Asra's current family circumstances, attending this school was simply impossible. When he entered his freshman year, his parents were alive and his father, a doctor, had a decent income to fund his attendance at this high school. However, after his family's situation began to decline, he managed to stay in school with a scholarship. American high schools lasted 4 years from 9th to 12th grade. Asra's scholarship had been secure until the 12th grade. But since entering the 12th grade, things had taken a turn for the worse. Asra's scholarship was primarily divided into two parts, one for academic subjects and the other from the Mixed Martial Arts Club. In fact, the scholarship from the Mixed Martial Arts Club was slightly higher, covering various school expenses. After the 11th grade, many members of the Martial Arts Club quickly enhanced their physical abilities. Some consumed potions while others injected substances such as certain steroids and stronger agents. In 9th and 10th grades, as most students had yet to fully develop, conditional students typically only began consuming potions in the 11th and 12th grades. As for Asra, he had no money to buy the agents, let alone potions. Even a basic level 9 potion cost at least 5,000 pounds. This was within the acceptable range for Asra's previous household, but now he couldn't even gather enough by selling blood. While others took drugs and injected themselves, Asra could only train naturally. This was also the reason why he was unable to catch up with other members of the Mixed Martial Arts Club and was on the verge of being expelled. Entering the classroom, Asra looked at the textbooks and gradually relaxed his previously furrowed brow. Initially, he worried that his transition to this world might ruin his studies. However, now looking at these books, he found that the original owner's memories of learning were still intact. This meant that Asra was still an academic overachiever. Being an overachiever is great. I want to be an overachiever. In America, educational inequality was severe. Ordinary public schools implemented a carefree education approach, with casual courses, low teacher standards, and lax management. Most students' knowledge reserves were even inferior to that of a gorilla. In contrast, private schools had the highest quality teachers, strictest management and education, and the most earnest students who understood what they relied upon. Here, students were more competitive, studying relentlessly. As soon as he sat down, Asra noticed someone taking out an exquisite pillbox. Upon opening it, he found colorful pills, capsules, and even potions inside. He took out several pills and capsules and swallowed them with water. These were beneficial supplements and medicines, some enhancing physical attributes, while others restored energy and stamina. This was Class A, the elite class of Ashford, where more than 30 students aimed for America's Ivy League universities. Each one was an academic overachiever, and they were all taking drugs to study. A brown-haired student turned around, casting a glance at Asra's black hair and face with a hint of inexplicable jealousy in his eyes. He then raised the pillbox in his hand and scoffed. "Asra, are you staring at my supplements, thinking of stealing them? You poor fool who can't even afford supplements should just go back to Class B. No, perhaps you won't even need to go to Class B. You're about to be expelled from the Mixed Martial Arts Club, and by then you won't have much time left at school. Ha ha. Poor beggar. You should just get lost." As his words fell, a few scattered laughs erupted around. Some looked at Asra with mocking gazes. Everyone knew about Asra's poor family circumstances. He certainly couldn't pay the tuition in one go, which was why his tuition was paid monthly. If there were issues with the scholarship and he couldn't cover the monthly tuition installment in a month, Asra would indeed have a significant chance of being expelled. Looking at the brown-haired student, Asra recalled his name, Wally. Wally was of Dutch descent, and his parents owned 2 electronics stores. He ranked 4 places higher than Asra in class, and Wally, being robust, was also a member of the Mixed Martial Arts Club. This was evident from his developed muscles, though his ranking didn't surpass Asra significantly thanks to Asra's diligent training and skills. Moreover, Asra's hair color and looks far exceeded Wallace, which made Wally frequently envious. In this situation, if Asra did not retaliate, he might be treated as an easy target. If this continued, it could likely escalate into bullying. This was also the reason why the original Asra was willing to accept deadly gang tasks to quickly obtain a potion. Asra calmly said, "I'm watching a brown bear gnawing at fish roe. Could that be you?" Wallace's ancestors were fishermen, and his sturdy physique resembled that of a bear. Asra's words instantly enraged Wally, who sprang up. "Bullshit, you're asking for death. Wally himself might not even be able to defeat Asura, and now that Asura has gained enhanced physical attributes from the sequence, he feels even less concerned." Wally lunged at Asura like a brown bear. In the classroom, the other students watched the battle as if it were a performance. Asura recalled the information about Wally, who was also a sequenator, a Sequence 9 exile from the Path of Oath. A simple piece of information about exiles flashed through Asura's mind: the enhancement to the body from the Path of Oath at Sequence 9 is not significant. Wally's physical attributes are more a result of genetic inheritance, and you think you can fight me with just dead muscle? Wally roared, "You fool. I'm going to stuff your head up your backside. A red-haired female classmate watched the imminent classroom battle with excitement. She stared at Asra, exuding a mix of unspeakable thrill and excitement akin to watching exquisite porcelain about to shatter. She whispered to a classmate beside her, I really want to see Asra's handsome face get torn apart. Damn it, his skin is even better than mine. Another classmate maliciously remarked, Wooly just became a sequinator, his strength is inherently greater. This time Asra is finished, he'll at least end up as a pig's head, ha. I really want to see how he looks as a pig's head when Ivy returns today, and whether he dares to approach her. Asra fixed his gaze on Wooly, whose arms were nearly twice as thick as his. From the rolled-up sleeves, one could see the fine needle marks from his training. Asra inherited the fighting skills of the original owner completely, and his physical abilities were now even stronger. With skills and strength, how could he possibly lose? Wooly suddenly threw a left hook aimed at Asra's head, creating a gust of wind. This speed was faster than before. If it had been the old Asra, he would have had a hard time blocking it. But the past is the past, and now is now. Asra slightly leaned to the right, evading Wooly's punch with a slight movement, and swiftly grabbed his left arm. Asra's left hand clawed down on Wooly's left arm, his fingertips seemingly sinking directly into the connective tissue of his muscles. Hiss! The excruciating pain made Wooly's eyes turn red as his right fist swung upward toward Asra's chin. But Asra, holding onto Wooly's left arm, yanked it sharply, causing Wooly's body to sway, and his right fist lost its target as his upper body tilted downward. At the same time, Asra's right hand drew a large arc, directly striking Wooly's shoulder blade. Using the force of pulling down on Wooly's left arm, he continued to press Wooly's upper body downward. Wooly's eyes turned red, unable to land a hit with his right fist, immediately converted the punch into an elbow strike. However, Asra was faster, pushing Wooly's upper body down. His knee suddenly shot upward. Law! Wooly quickly pulled in his elbow to shield himself. His eyes widened as Asra's knee drew closer and closer. Bang! With a muffled sound, Asra's knee connected with Wooly's right arm, crashing into his head. One strike left Wooly seeing stars, dizzy with a ringing in his ears. Hiss! Hiss! Several sympathetic gasps came from the nearby classmates. And this was just the beginning. Asra locked Wooly's neck with both hands and delivered 3 consecutive knee strikes, knocking him out. Asra held Wooly by the neck, lifting him up and casting a glance around, focusing particularly on the red-haired girl who had just spoken. He said flatly, it seems your wish won't be fulfilled. The excitement and thrill in the red-haired girl's eyes showed no signs of fading as she stared at Asra's face, her eyes almost brimming with tears. She extended her slender tongue and licked her lips. Asra, you've really changed today. Asra's expression stiffened, feeling as though he was being eyed by a pervert. He tossed Wooly back and turned to return to his seat. It took a while for Wooly to wake up from his dazed state. Asra! Wooly shouted, angrily glaring at Asra. However, the anticipated new battle did not erupt. As the teacher entered the classroom, while Wooly stood up, Mrs. Tracy, the teacher for this class, placed the textbook on the desk, adjusted her glasses with one hand, lowered her gaze to Wooly, and said nothing. But this atmosphere made Wooly feel a prickling sensation on his back. He glared at Asra, fiercely muttering, fool, I underestimated you this time. I won't make these mistakes again when I go to the mixed martial arts club. At that time, no one will be able to save you. Asra smiled slightly, sizing up Wooly, and replied quietly, with that swollen-headed brown bear of yours. But this atmosphere made Wooly feel a prickling sensation on his back. He glared at Asra, fiercely muttering, fool, I underestimated you. Asra knew the reason for this as well. As an established private high school, many teachers at Ashford High School were sequinators. Mrs. Tracy is said to be a Sequence 8 analyzer of the Path of Mysteries. This path mostly consists of scholars, teachers, and researchers, and the abilities of this path greatly aid in learning and research. It is rumored that she can cast some peculiar minor spells, but unfortunately Asra does not know much about the specifics. However, everyone in the class shows exceptional respect towards Mrs. Tracy. Mrs. Tracy gently said, all right children, let's begin our lesson today. Although America is a country with various paths and sequences, ordinary subjects remain the cornerstone of the entire nation. Asra's studies at Ashford High School included 3 categories: required courses, elective courses, and advanced courses. Required courses include general English, mathematics, natural sciences, social sciences, foreign languages, and physical education. Elective courses cover a wide range from arts to technology, from vocational life to media and sports. They even include woodworking, automotive repair, and more. Advanced courses consist of honors courses and AP courses. Among them, AP courses are university-level elective courses offered in high school, allowing students to demonstrate their academic ability through standardized AP courses. These can count for college credits, saving time and tuition fees. Ashford High School offers 14 AP courses, including AP Calculus, AP Physics, AP American History, and more. In Class A, where Asra was most of the time was spent on studying AP courses. Asra listened to Mrs. Tracy's lecture, aligning it with his own knowledge, feeling more at ease. In some subjects, Asra had more knowledge than the original owner had learned, like calculus, physics, and chemistry. In his past life, Asra was also a science student and had completed university courses which now proved useful. Combined with the original owner's memories, this ensured that Asra could significantly improve his grades in the next exam. The results in AP subjects were crucial for Asra. This was key to entering an Ivy League university. Good grades would allow him to choose better prestigious schools and save more tuition. His current family conditions only allowed him to apply for student loans, which typically have high interest rates. If he could borrow a little less, it would help him pay off the debt sooner. After completing the lesson, Miss Tracy said, "All right, children, you need to be more diligent this coming week. I hope to see improvement in your scores on the exam next week." While saying this, Miss Tracy subtly glanced at Asra. Clearly in her eyes, Asra needed to improve his grades significantly. The day's classes were completed. After the morning courses, it was time for the elective classes in the afternoon. Asra organized his gear and with his equipment bag in hand arrived at the Mixed Martial Arts Club. Although it is called a club, it is also part of the physical education and advanced courses that Asra has chosen, which is why he can obtain more scholarships from here. In America, sports competitions are exceptionally developed. Basketball, soccer, football, and a series of sports have not been suppressed by the emergence of the sequence. On the contrary, they have experienced even more vigorous development. Mixed martial arts is also an important sporting activity. It began to emerge in high school and became frequently visible to the public upon entering university. After graduating from university, there are even professional leagues. Ordinary Americans can see the sequence fighting and battling in the arena on their televisions. However, generally speaking, the mixed martial arts matches that can be viewed by the general public are limited to those below sequence 6. When higher sequence fighters battle, there often appear more bizarre and polluting phenomena that are inconvenient for ordinary people to observe. He arrived at the Mixed Martial Arts Club. At this time, many students had already arrived one after another. The Mixed Martial Arts Club has students from 9th to 12th grade. However, before 12th grade, students mostly focus on training fighting techniques, and the physical strain is not excessive. This is not a public high school. The students here are at least from middle-class families. They do not need to rely on frenzied exercise to stimulate or even damage their bodily functions to improve their physical fitness before their bodies have fully grown, unlike students in public high schools. In the mixed martial arts competitions of 9th and 10th grades, about half of public high school students still win due to their stronger physical fitness. But this is because they are draining their future and vitality. Starting from 11th grade, the winning percentage of public high school students gradually decreases. By 12th grade, only a small portion of students from public high schools can achieve victory. This is because from 11th grade onwards, students from private high schools gradually develop to a point where they can endure higher intensity training. They take various supplements, medications, and even use potions. At this time, only a few exceptionally gifted individuals can rely on draining their vitality and lifespan to keep up with them. These individuals are often scouted from public high schools by agents from private high schools using scholarships and various means to attract them. They extract the last bit of value from them. Asra's situation is slightly better than that of public high school geniuses. However, his situation is also deteriorating due to the continuous weakening of his family's conditions. He did not receive the corresponding resources, and having been influenced since childhood, he understands that he cannot drain his vitality too soon. Starting from 11th grade, he intentionally increased his exercise time and intensity, but he still could not compare to his classmates who consumed various supplements and medications. Thus, in the second semester of 12th grade, he took the risk of consuming inferior potions. Now Asra walked slowly into the training ground, looking at the rankings on the large screen ahead. It won't be long before him above you. As Asra quietly watched the rankings on the large screen, he felt a malicious gaze upon him. Following his instincts, he looked over and saw Wooly glaring at him from several meters away. In the classroom, Wooly had already been left with a head as swollen as a pig's head from Asra's 3 knee strikes. Had it not been for the timely defense of his right arm, his nasal bone would have been broken. Now his head had already deflated, leaving only faint traces. Asra glanced at a corner of the training ground where the infirmary was located with potions and doctors responsible for treatment. However, the cost of treatment is steep, not something that ordinary people can afford. Even if they have medical insurance, it often comes down to either reluctance to use it or inability to claim. Asra's eyelids twitched as he recalled some fragmented memories of the original owner. During a fight in 9th grade, he had a bone broken, and the treatment in the infirmary cost him more than 30,000 gold pounds. Because it did not pass the medical insurance review, only a small portion of that expense was reimbursed. Medical costs had become one of the significant reasons for the deterioration of his and his grandmother's financial situation. Especially in the mixed martial arts club, injuries from battles are extremely common. Moreover, the medical expenses are a huge expenditure which often leads Asra to avoid fighting. Wooly glared at Asra, fiercely leaning in to say, "You miser, just wait. When it's time for combat practice, it'll definitely break your bones." As Wooly said this, he felt his heart bleeding. The recent treatment had cost him 8,000 gold pounds. This treatment cost, even for him, was a considerable expense. And he could not avoid spending this money as today was the day Iris returned. He certainly didn't want to show up with a pig's head for the goddess Iris to see. Moreover, he had just been hit in the head by Asra, who knows if there would be any issues with his brain. Asra twisted his wrist bone and said nonchalantly, "Then you'd better prepare your medical insurance quickly, I hope it won't be denied." Wooly snorted coldly, "Bring your weapon, you won't be my opponent." "I hope your bones are as tough as your mouth," he retorted. At that moment, a long limousine was slowly driving into the school gate. The security guards at the entrance were respectfully waiting on both sides, and there were no security checks at all. Inside the car, a bespectacled lady was quietly saying, "Jas' AP class grades are improving rapidly. He can already achieve a 5, which is clearly related to his potion digestion." Across from her, a delicate girl was gazing out the window, her makeup exquisite, as if cut from the cover of a fashion magazine. Her skin gleamed with a fine satin sheen in the dim light, her eyeshadow, a trendy peach color, gently blended across her eyelids, yet slightly elongated at the outer corners, forming an almost imperceptible smoky look. Her slightly upturned lips were painted with a light rose color, her pursed lips resembling a delicate shell. She appeared indifferent, and said lightly, "It seems Jas' accountant potion is digesting well." The bespectacled lady continued her report. In Class A3, Wooly, who consumed the Exila potion, was easily knocked out by Asra today. Asra's fighting skills seem to have improved again. However, his situation is not looking good. Defeating Wooly won't change his predicament. With less than half a month left, if his physical fitness fails to pass the assessment, his scholarship will be stopped. The exquisite girl Iris smiled faintly. "It seems the poor Asra's days are getting tougher. It's time for me to rescue him, and he has held on longer than I expected. What a troublesome guy. Why didn't he submit to my skirt sooner?" The bespectacled lady said quietly, "Hasn't he already submitted to your skirt?" "Not enough, far from enough. I want to descend like an angel when he is most desperate, so I can gain the most loyal servant." "Hey bro, you were absolutely amazing today." A low voice came through. Asra turned his gaze toward the sound. It was Senna, Asra's good friend from school. Senna was also in the mixed martial arts club, ranked slightly higher than Asra, but not by much. He was a bit shorter than Asra, but sturdier with more developed muscles. In terms of strength, he was considerably stronger than the previous Asra, but his skills were lacking. Senna had not yet consumed any potions, but he had mentioned that his family had already found suitable methods and potions for him. Once his body was properly adjusted, he would be able to take them. Moreover, Senna's regular supplements and potion allocations were far superior to Asra's. Senna leaned closer, chuckling, "I thought you would endure quietly like before. I didn't expect you to actually beat up Wally today. 3 knee strikes, that must have felt great, bro. If you had done this sooner, I bet those girls would have already been lining up to get into your bed." Senna laughed lewdly, his gaze drifting to the other side of the training ground. That area was where the cheerleaders of the mixed martial arts club trained. Unlike the predominantly male club, there were mostly girls there, and many of them had attractive figures. Asra chuckled at this, saying, "But my physical fitness isn't up to par. I probably won't be able to stay in the mixed martial arts club for much longer." Senna put his arm around Asra's shoulders and comforted him. "Come on, don't say that. Look at your face, look at your physique. Heaven, as long as you loosen up a bit, I'm sure there would be girls queuing up to find you. Damn, if I had your looks, I'd already need a kidney transplant." Asra shook his head at this. Senna laughed, saying, all right, I know your heart belongs only to Avis, and of course, everyone likes Avis. But we all know that Avis won't give us a chance. She doesn't belong to us." Senna and Asra were shoulder to shoulder, and Senna's lewd voice continued, "Bro, we're about to graduate. Are you really going to keep your virginity until high school ends? Goodness, when you get to college, you'll be the laughingstock. Listen, we can keep Avis in our hearts and find a temporary place for our little brothers. You know, it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? Of course, once you hook up with those cheerleader girls, you must introduce me to their friends. We're brothers, right?" Just as Senna was imparting his wisdom to Asra, a commotion and noise came from the entrance behind them. The two turned their heads to look. At the entrance, Avis had changed into her training outfit and walked into the mixed martial arts club with a gentle smile on her face. She wore a deep gray training outfit that had no excessive designs, and the fabric did not appear soft. Instead, it had a subtle stiffness, fitting snugly, yet not tightly, subtly outlining her shoulder blades and latissimus dorsi with her movements. On her left shoulder, she carried a vertical sports bag filled with equipment used by Avis. This ordinary training outfit almost resembled some sort of armor. The thin layer of makeup under the lights of the mixed martial arts training area still looked delicate, showcasing her beauty in its entirety. Asra's gaze drifted towards Avis in the distance, and his heart began to race. At that moment, he finally understood why the original owner was willing to be a spare tire in Avis Pond. Even in the ordinary light of the training ground, Avis seemed to walk at the center of a stage. She was so bright and dazzling, her demeanor elegant, as if a princess had descended. Compared to her, the cheerleaders in the distance seemed like the stark contrast between ordinary earthenware and exquisite porcelain. Avis wore a smile, gently gesturing and greeting some people. It was evident that most of those she interacted with were female students from the mixed martial arts club. With the boys, she maintained the perfect social distance, neither getting too close nor distant. Every boy who chatted with Avis felt delighted, as if bathed in spring sunshine, their smiles creating wrinkles on their faces. She seemed to give everyone the illusion, Avis favors me, but I am unworthy of her. I need to work harder to get closer to this treasure. Asra stole a few glances, only to be noticed by Avis. Her gaze turned towards him, her eyes like stars in the night, clean and distant, yet seemingly reflecting only him. From a distance, Avis broke into a sweet smile at Asra, gently nodding before turning her head to chat with a 12th grade girl. They seemed to be discussing beauty products and celebrities, whispering softly. Just a glance made Asra's heart race. He recalled various memories the original owner had regarding Avis. She's not a green tea, she's clearly a sophisticated a top-tier hunter. No wonder the original owner couldn't withstand this. Who could withstand her? Asra withdrew his gaze after a moment. After a while, Senna whispered, that jerk is bothering Avis again. I really want to shove him into the bathroom. Asra looked up. A very handsome 12th grade student was walking towards Avis, dressed in an appropriate training outfit with the outline of muscles subtly visible beneath. The lines of his muscles resembled carefully sculpted marble. It was Gray. Asra turned his head to look at the ranking screen of the Mixed Martial Arts Club, where Gray's name was currently hanging at the top. Gray had already consumed potions last semester. In the original owner's memories, the potion Gray took was from the Sequence 9 fighter of the Red Heat pathway. The Red Heat pathway was favored by the American military police system. In the mixed martial arts competitions, the fighter sequence often emerged as the ultimate victor. The abilities of the fighter sequence were almost entirely designed for combat. Asra glanced a couple of times, but was not as enraged as Senna. Since he knew Avis was a top-tier hunter who was not to be trifled with, why not keep his distance? Beep beep. The coach's whistle blew, and students from various grades quickly began to gather in the training area. The entire 12th grade had more than 30 members. The head coach, Mr. Carmen, approached the students with 4 assistants. Mr. Carmen was a seasoned coach of mixed martial arts competitions. He had also been a member of professional mixed martial arts competitions and had achieved good results in his youth. After briefly assigning some training plans, he instructed the assistants to begin. He then came to stand in front of Asra. Carmen's build was imposing, muscles stacked like blocks of marble. Standing in front of Asra, he was like a rock mountain. His deep voice echoed in Asra's ear. Listen up, kid, I've advised you many times to withdraw from the Mixed Martial Arts Club. You don't take supplements and have no potions. The upcoming training will be mutual combat. Are you waiting for someone to break your bones before I can kick you out? Carmen's voice was like the grinding of stones, akin to the rumble of thunder. This guy's voice possessed a penetrating power that felt almost lethal. Asra looked up at the head coach, Carmen, and said, Coach, I want to continue learning. Carmen snorted coldly. Learning? Is this your attitude towards learning? If you can't afford potions, can you not afford supplements? If you can't even provide supplements, how can you build muscle? Without muscle, how can you compete with others? I am naturally refining my body. Carmen angrily interrupted. Enough. I don't want to hear the words natural refining from you. You are my student, and I do not wish for you to go down this wrong path. Asra wanted to say something more. Nearby, Gray spoke up. Coach, don't waste valuable time on this poor guy. I need your assistance for today's training. Carmen immediately turned around, responding joyfully and loudly, Gray, am on my way. Then he whispered to Asra, I've already warned you. Maybe when your bones are broken and your medical bills pile up on the table, you'll understand who truly cares for you. Fool. Carmen turned and jogged towards Gray, his sycophantic laughter echoing in the distance. The sound was like gravel sliding down his back, slightly hunched to ensure he didn't appear taller than Gray. Asra exhaled a breath of frustration. This was not the first time he had been targeted by Carmen. Carmen had long been in cahoots with pharmaceutical salespeople, and many students from the Mixed Martial Arts Society would purchase supplements and drugs from him. If one was willing to spend money, potions could be easily obtained. However, Asra had initially managed to buy some cheap supplements, but since the last few months of the previous semester, he had stopped spending altogether. Carmen had targeted Asra numerous times, such as arranging for a certain student to brutally defeat and injure Asra during combat training, even humiliating him. But Asra had managed to fend off these attempts with his own skills. Even in defeat, he had not sustained serious injuries. For Carmen, there were many talented prodigies with strong combat abilities, even among public high schools. However, those who were willing to take supplements and consume potions were the true geniuses. Asra's so-called talent was of no use at all. There were no coaches or assistants to arrange a training plan for Asra. Asra had long since grown accustomed to this. By the halfway point of the last semester, he had already begun to face this kind of treatment. Previously, Asra's training was either carried out with past methods or focused on exercising his physique without excessively taxing his body. But today, Asra decided to try something different. He commanded Zero, help me gather information and compile a training regimen and combat techniques suitable for me. Ding. Command accepted. Processing. Connecting to the source. Insufficient energy. Switching to local data retrieval. Gathering surrounding information. A progress bar was slowly advancing. Asra opened his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. The insufficient energy of Zero was a problem. If there were adequate energy, the speed would be faster and the collected data more comprehensive. However, Zero's energy clearly could not rely on ordinary electricity. What Zero needed was spiritual substance, which was found in potion materials. A part of the chaotic spiritual substance from the Blood Servant potion was absorbed by Zero, ultimately assisting Asra in obtaining the title of offering before the energy ran out. Asra was still unable to find a way to replenish Zero's energy. Until he obtained a second bottle of potion, he dared not reveal that he had already consumed a potion and become a sequence user. Otherwise, his future development would be severely limited. He headed to the equipment area, preparing to exercise his body after a brief warm-up. Once his body was warmed up, he began exercising with the equipment. In this state, he could easily feel the extent of his physical improvement. To avoid exposure, the weights he used were only 10 kilograms heavier than usual. Previously, he could only manage a few repetitions with such a weight before becoming fatigued. But today that weight had become remarkably easy for Asra. He thought to himself, it seems the effect of stealing the physical enhancement ability from the Blood Servant is stronger than I imagined. My current strength has likely increased by at least a quarter, and it seems this is just the beginning. It's a pity there are too many people in the training ground, otherwise I could test the exact data on my growth. Beep beep. A sharp whistle sounded again. Several assistants whistled to gather the 12th grade students. Only about 20 students gathered. The others, including Gray and Avis, were engaged in more specialized and private training. Carmen slowly walked in front of the group, scrutinizing the students like a fierce beast. His gaze lingered on Asra for several seconds before moving away. But just those few seconds made Asra feel as though he was being watched by a top predator. Carmen spoke slowly, his voice sounding like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. You all know that to apply to Ivy League schools, aside from AP course grades, honors courses and athletics are equally important. The regular season of the school team's Mixed Martial Arts League will officially begin next month. This is your chance. If you perform well in this event, you will attract the attention of agents from prestigious schools. Our Ashford High School team has 8 spots available, and only those who achieve victory within the school can join this league. Those without spots need not be discouraged. I will also prepare recommendation letters for those who perform well. Carmen's gaze turned to Asra, and he coldly said, I will only prepare recommendation letters for those who perform well, while those who have already given up on their studies hum. You can figure it out yourself. Perhaps you can find someone better than me to prepare a recommendation letter for you. Ha ha ha. Laughter that was not concealed rang out among the lined-up students. In the societal system of America, recommendation letters were a crucial aspect. With a recommendation letter, it meant he could enter prestigious schools at a lower cost, while the opposite was true without one. Carmen withdrew his gaze from Asra and said lightly, prepare for the league assessment, and to ensure you perform better on the field. Starting today, the frequency of combat practice will be increased and cold weapon combat training will begin. You must familiarize yourselves with fighting to perform better. Now start finding opponents for cold weapon practice. Upon hearing this, a cruel smile of excitement appeared on Wallace's face from the side of the line. He turned to Asra and raised his hand, saying, Coach, I request to battle Asra. The following will be updated at the regular time, with another update tomorrow morning. Kamen looked at Wallace's expression, then turned to Asla, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, which quickly faded. He feigned concern and asked Asla, are you willing to accept this battle? Wally looked at Asla and shouted, Asla, weren't you quite brave in the classroom? I believe you won't be a coward this time. Senna stood beside Asla, looking at him with worry, signaling him to refuse. Asla reached out to press down Senna, who was about to speak. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Asla said. He understood well that it was better to strike first than to be struck 100 times. In the unique society of America, there was no concept of hiding one's power. If you hold back, it means a whole crowd will step on your head to rise above you. In the face of Wallace's provocation, if Asla took a step back, more and more troubles would come his way. In this world, only victory, only the relentless pursuit of advancement can leave danger behind. Asla shot a glance at Wally, and then calmly said, Coach, I am willing to spar with him. Seeing this, Kamen nodded slightly, and said, then you too will practice combat. Be careful, I don't want anyone getting seriously hurt. Upon hearing this, Wally revealed a cruel smile. He glanced at Asla and loudly declared, don't worry, Coach. Afterward, the two headed to the changing room to get their gear. Wally followed closely behind Asla, not hiding his malice. Asla, I hope you can take a beating, so I can enjoy myself today, otherwise I will definitely break your legs. Asla kept walking, saying lightly, just rely on yourself. With your strength, you can only lick the soles of my shoes. Wally snorted coldly, I hope you can still say those words later. Clang. Wally angrily opened the locker, making a loud noise. He glared at Asla, putting on his protective gear. This was a sturdy set of protective gear, and just one glance reminded Asla of his past memories. The sound was dull, akin to striking a bundle of rubber. Ovor's leg did not bend, but his body swayed slightly. His reverse-held battle axe was thrust towards Asra like a long spear. Asla recalled Wally boasting about this training armor, which although lacking spiritual materials, still cost over 10,000 gold pounds. This gear nearly armed Wally to the teeth. As Asla opened his own locker and looked at his gear, his eyelids twitched. Compared to Wallace's full set of defenses, Asla's gear was much simpler. He only had armor, a helmet arm, and knee pads and combat boots. Moreover, both in terms of protection capability and quality, it was far inferior to Wallace's gear. Even the weight of this set was not significantly lighter than Wallace. This was also because Iron Anchor Sports gear used lightweight materials that were of a much higher grade than Asla's set. His gear was distributed by the Mixed Martial Arts Club, and aside from him, no other student used it. The others all bought their own protective gear. Seeing this scene, Wally sneered, "This gear can only ensure you won't be killed by me, but guarantees nothing else." Huh. Poor fool, I will make you realize the gap between us. Asla weighed his armor, indifferent to Wallace barking. The two put on their gear and headed to the combat arena in the training ground. At this moment, a crowd had gathered around. There were 12th grade students as well as younger students and cheerleaders. The lower grade combat training was lighter and focused more on technique, which left many filled with pent-up energy. Moreover, having heard about the feud between Wally and Asla from others, they were even more eager for this battle. When Wally, whose build resembled that of a brown bear, walked out of the changing room, holding a training axe. His robust figure, donned in Iron Anchor Sports gear, appeared even more imposing, and seeing so many people gathered in the combat arena made him very excited. Wally raised the training axe with one hand and roared. Then he looked back, smirking coldly as he walked toward the combat platform. A 12th grader introduced to the younger students around this is Wally. He has recently ingested a potion and is now a Sequence 9 outcast. Look at this guy's physique. His bench press weight is almost more than twice yours. Hiss, some younger students gasped. Some younger girls gazed at Wally with shining eyes. A stir went through the crowd along with whistles and cheers. In America, everyone has different tastes. Some prefer handsome, well-proportioned figures. But many also like the stocky, muscular builds resembling bears. Not only the younger girls, but also younger boys appreciated this type. Wally enjoyed the attention he received. He couldn't wait to brutally beat Asla in front of so many people, venting all his anger from this morning. The next moment, Asla stepped out of the changing room, slowly holding his training sword, instantly drawing everyone's attention. In stark contrast to Wallace's bear-like physique, Asla was his opposite. His tall and well-proportioned figure, broad shoulders, thick back, and a slim waist made him resemble a classical statue. Strands of black hair peeked out from under his helmet, yet it looked perfectly neat. Asla's features were strikingly handsome, with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and lips that appeared slightly serious, with the corners of his mouth subtly raised, adding a hint of youthful softness. Even wearing the simplest armor, his figure remained unbulky. His attractiveness made many younger girls overlook the fact that Asla was wearing such cheap, standard protective gear. Oh my god, how come I've never noticed such a handsome 12th grader before? He's looking at me. Hiss, I feel like my heart is being electrified. Quick, let him give me CPR. Who is he? Several 10th and 11th graders along with cheerleaders gazed at Asla's face, nearly unable to tear their eyes away. Senna was equally dazed at that moment, his mouth unconsciously agape, mumbling, "Fuck crap. Why does Asla look so much more handsome today?" Previously, Asla was also handsome, but due to his personality, he seemed more shadowed. Both Cayman and other classmates' bullying had made his aura poor and filled with insecurity. His complexion was grim and his expression was dark. Even his considerable attractiveness was not fully displayed. But now Asla was no longer insecure, filled with confidence and sunshine, transforming his demeanor. His face remained the same, but the effect was completely different. Hearing the discussions of several attractive younger girls and cheerleaders not far away, Senna could no longer hold back. He quickly approached them with a gentle smile. "This is my best buddy Asla. We have a party coming up. Of course Asla will definitely come, and then he'll introduce him to you. Do you want to join our party for a wonderful evening with him? His first time is still available." Hee hee. Asra walked forward slowly, training sword in hand. His gaze did not linger on the crowd on either side, but focused instead on the prompt from 0. As the progress bar in front of him continued to advance, just before Asra was about to step onto the stage, the task's progress finally reached its endpoint. Ding. 0 reminds you, local search completed. Combined with local data, a personalized plan has been created for you. Basic Training Program 1. 0 Basic Unarmed Combat Skills 1. 0 Basic Cold Weapon Combat Skills 1. 0 Please select a loading direction. Asra's breath hitched slightly, and a subtle guess formed in his mind. From his prior understanding, Asra had already grasped that the local environment described by 0 referred to his own body, memories, and cognition. In the absence of energy and connection to the network, the content compiled and created by 0 relied entirely on the knowledge and skills he had acquired. These 3 basic training programs, unarmed combat and cold weapon combat, were clearly a comprehensive reflection of the original owner's memories. Asra silently issued the command, "Load basic cold weapon combat skills 1. 0. Ding loading." In the next moment Asra tightened his grip on the training sword, feeling a more intimate sensation in his hand. Although he inherited the original memories and sensations, there remained a hazy feeling, as if separated by frosted glass. However, at this moment, after loading basic cold weapon combat skills 1. 0, that sense of haze and discomfort completely vanished. In its place was a newfound familiarity with the training sword. It felt as if he and the unsharpened sword were intimate comrades. They do not need to rely on frenzied exercise to stimulate or even damage their bodily functions to improve their physical fitness before their bodies have fully grown, unlike students in public high school. Originally, I needed to utilize the power stolen from the Blood Servant to enhance my physical abilities to defeat Wally. Now it seems I won't need to expose that. He ascended the stage with sword in hand, while Wally had already been waiting for a while. Asra wore simple armor lacking even a face guard, and the training sword in his hand had not been sharpened, resembling merely an iron rod. This was a half-handed sword with a blade length of 1.3 meters. The grip was longer than that of a single-handed sword, but shorter than a pure two-handed sword. The length of the grip was just right for a single hand to hold, suitable for both single and double-handed use. The blade of this sword was relatively wide, and the area near the guard was quite thick, designed for blocking. In comparison, Wally's equipment was much better. His full-body armor, made from lightweight materials, was not overly heavy, though it slightly affected his agility and movement. His weapon was a composite alloy battle axe, also not sharpened, but even an unsharpened axe was an excellent blunt weapon. This long-handled battle axe resembled an enlarged version of a fire axe. The weight was nothing to Wally. He could even wield the axe with one hand. Unlike Wally, Asra did not underestimate his opponent. He did not think that he could rely on his agility to quickly defeat an opponent wielding an axe. Wally stared coldly at Asra, gripping the axe with both hands, raising it in front of him, and revealing a vicious grin. "Penny pincher, this isn't a classroom, nor unarmed combat. They'll show you the gap between us. You can kneel now, and lick my boots clean, and they'll let you off this time." Talking trash before a fight to affect the opponent's mentality was something Wally was good at. However, Asra was not affected in the slightest. He retorted without reservation, "When your parents find out that you were defeated by me today, they'll surely regret giving birth to you. They should have thrown you in the trash bin at that time." Wally's eyes turned red with anger, revealing a malicious smile. An assistant climbed onto the duel platform and explained some important rules to the two. Essentially, they must not intentionally injure each other, and once an opponent loses the ability to resist, they must not continue to attack, among other similar rules. More people gradually gathered below the stage. Some were watching Asra, and at this moment a few began to shift their attention from his face to Asra's shabby armor. Compared to Wally's full armor, Asra's armor was indeed too shabby. "I can't believe someone is really using this armor to fight. Isn't that asking for a beating? It's heavy and offers no real defense. I heard Asra's family went bankrupt, so he didn't have gold pounds to replace it with better equipment. What a pitiful guy. Look, that guy across really is strong. I suspect that with one swing of his axe this pretty boy's bones will break." Someone shouted at Wally, whistling loudly, "Break his bones for me." Senna on the opposite side immediately shouted angrily, "Who said that?" Yet the group of students across enjoying the spectacle remained silent, responding instead with a cacophony of mocking laughter. After Senna shouted, he looked at Asra with some concern. Beside him stood a female classmate who also looked worried and nervously asked from the sidelines, "Hey handsome, how about I borrow you a set of protective gear?" Asra lowered his head upon hearing this, and shook his head in refusal. "No need. I don't need better gear to fight this weakling Wally." The earlier trash talk had not provoked Wally, but this remark from Asra, along with the female classmate's comment, turned Wally's eyes red with fury as he breathed heavily. Wally's face was obscured by a black mask, making it impossible to see his expression from the outside. However, his tightly clenched hands and the segmented structure of his armor rising and falling slightly with his heavy breathing conveyed his agitation. As the assistant finished the last of the rules, the battle began. "Asra!" Wally roared angrily, charging at Asra like a rampaging brown bear with his battle axe raised. He lifted the battle axe to the right side, and using his charge swung it down towards Asra with one hand. Wally's speed was faster than expected. The lightweight armor hardly impeded his movements. Asra gripped the sword with one hand, and also took his first step. His movement was small, only producing a slight sound as his shoe soles met the ground. Whoosh! The battle axe descended with a wicked wind. Asra sidestepped to avoid it, the axe blade sweeping past his chest and stirring up a gust of wind. He seized the opportunity and thrust the sword towards Wally's armpit with his right hand. That spot was the seam between the armor and the arm guard, where a small area of soft, cut-resistant material was exposed. Thud! It hit, but it felt as if he had stabbed into thick leather. The protective capability of this armor was even stronger than he had anticipated. Wally's arm only paused slightly, and then the battle axe rose from below, aiming straight for Asra's jaw. Asra leaned back, the axe blade barely grazing his jaw. In that instant, Asra's training sword also slid in his hand, changing direction. He thrust the sword's grip forward, striking down fiercely onto Wally's black mask. Bang! Oh! The sword hilt measures 15 centimeters in length with a square counterweight at the end. In some respects, this is an excellent armor-piercing weapon. With such a violent strike landing on Vor's eye socket, even with the protection of a mask, he momentarily saw darkness. His brow bone and eye socket instantly turned blue, and the intense pain elicited a terrible scream. The crowd watching from below gasped in unison at the ferocity of the strike. After landing the hit, Asra did not linger. He began to maneuver. His footsteps were quick and light, circling around Vori. Of course, Vor's lightweight armor allowed him to turn quickly as well, but there is always a limit to speed, especially since his right eye had just been hit, causing him intense pain. As Asra moved to the right, Vori had to tilt his head just a bit more to catch sight of him. Seizing that fleeting gap, Asra struck with the sword like a steel whip against the back of Vor's knee. The sound was dull, akin to striking a bundle of rubber. Vor's leg did not bend, but his body swayed slightly. His reverse-held battle axe was thrust towards Asra like a long spear without a tip. However, Asra's reaction was swifter than he anticipated. He sidestepped to evade while gripping the axe's handle tightly, pulling Vori towards him as his right foot stepped forward. Using this brief charge, he reversed the training sword and swung it towards Vor's mask. Bang! Ow! Another dull thud echoed as the sword hilt struck Vor's right eyebrow bone. This time Asra exerted more force, moving faster and accelerating with the charge. Even with the mask's protection, Vor's brow bone was fractured, the skin torn, and blood surged from the wound. As Asra's attack showed no signs of stopping at the moment the sword hilt struck, he drove his left knee up sharply, using the brief charge to knee Vori in the abdomen. Hiss! The onlooking juniors gasped simultaneously, some even instinctively clutching their own abdomens. Although Asra's knee strike did not hit Vor's lower vital area, the illusion of being struck in the abdomen still made many tighten up below. Are you a damned rat just spinning around? Vor's right eye, stained red with blood, saw only crimson through the haze of pain, intensifying his anger. With both hands on the axe like a raging bear, Vori finally seized an opportunity to swing fiercely at Asra. At this distance, Asra had no time to evade. But he did not need to evade. In an instant, he found a suitable countermeasure. With both hands on the sword, he angled the blade near the guard to block. Boom! Vor's strength was far greater than Asra had anticipated. The battle axe struck the sword, the tremendous force instantaneously pressing Asra's hands and the sword downward. Asra's heart sank. The exile sequence does not significantly enhance combat and physical growth. Vor's immense strength must be tied to his regular training and supplements. Yet no matter how powerful Vori was, Asra was still capable of coping with it. He even refrained from using more strength, instead tilting the sword to the right. At the same time, he lowered his body, releasing the force, causing Vor's battle axe to slide to the right. Seizing this brief opportunity, he reversed the grip on the training sword, using the hilt like a heavy hammer to strike towards Vor's face. No. Beneath the black mask, Vor's right eye, clouded with blood and pain, could barely see his remaining left eye. In the dim view, only saw the square hilt's counterweight approaching rapidly. Bang! This was a counterattack of even greater force and weight. Vori managed to protect his left eye, but his nose took the brunt of Asra's heavy strike. With both hands on the sword, the hilt slammed directly onto Vor's nose, breaking it and causing his entire nose to cave in. This time Vori did not scream. He didn't have time to scream before the overwhelming force knocked him unconscious. His robust body fell backward like a tree being felled. Stop! The assistant, who had been closely observing the fight, shouted. The recent battle had been too swift, with Asra and Vori too close for the assistant to intervene. Unexpectedly, in just the next exchange, Vori, whom the assistant had believed to have the upper hand, was knocked down. Asra slowly stepped back, showing no intention of delivering a finishing blow. Although America is free, the crime rate remains high, and visible crimes will still be punished. Asra currently did not have enough pounds to pay his own bail. Below, some who had initially supported Vori now looked at his fallen body in a state of uproar. Waste! Fool! What a worthless piece of trash! The assistant hurried to Vori's side, crouched down, and tapped him. Wake up, wake up! But Vori remained motionless. Asra stood not far away, planting the training sword in the ground, and asked casually, "Coach, does this count as my win?" Carmen's expression darkened as he said quietly, "Such a waste." He glared at Asra and sternly said, "Asra, I told you not to harm others. How could you be so heavy-handed with classmate Vori?" Asra raised the training sword and replied nonchalantly, "Coach, you can't blame me for this. Classmate Vori was wearing a mask, and I couldn't see anything. Perhaps he isn't even injured. But Vori is knocked out by you." Asra chuckled lightly. "Coach, perhaps Vori isn't actually unconscious. Maybe he's perfectly awake, but too ashamed to stand up." Carmen snorted coldly. He gave Asra a deep look, and then instructed the assistant to take classmate Vori to the infirmary. Carmen knew Asra was right, as Vori had already regained consciousness 3 to 4 seconds after falling. However, he still felt a bit dazed. Moreover, being so easily defeated by Asra without even touching his clothing was a tremendous humiliation, compounded by the noisy discussions of some classmates in the audience. This unbearable humiliation made Vori nearly choke on his breath and faint again. In this state, how could he dare to stand up, let alone admit he lost to Asra while fully conscious? This humiliating situation could make Vori so ashamed he might vomit blood. It would be better to let the assistant carry him directly to the infirmary. Asra stepped down from the platform, and Senna hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to approach him. "Well done, brother. So cool. Vori looks like a silly bear under your hands." Vori, being carried away, was infuriated by these words, thinking, "Don't give me a chance, I will definitely take my revenge." As Vori was taken to the infirmary, he heard the doctor say, "Record this brow bone fracture, nasal bone fracture, cartilage contusion. Treatment requires 25,000 pounds. Oh, still in a dazed state, at 5,000 pounds. Hearing this, Vori nearly fainted again, quickly sitting up. "Am not dazed, am not dazed." The doctor, seeing this, sighed with regret. "Alright. Lucky kid, just scratch out the last line." Pounds are equivalent to dollars for easier understanding of currency value. As Asra and Wooly battled in a nearby training room, Avis was in a private training session, her body bent low, stretching her muscles and bones, creating a beautiful curve along her spine. Her voice rang out like a lark. "Susan, who do you think will win that big oaf, Wooly or Asra?" The woman wearing glasses was Susan, Avis' assistant bodyguard and part-time personal trainer. Susan adjusted her glasses and glanced towards the one-way glass wall. From the outside, one could not see inside, but those within could observe every movement outside. She spoke lightly. "Wooly will win, but Asra shouldn't be defeated too badly." Avis lifted one leg from behind, resembling a scorpion's tail, which seemed to be a yoga pose. She slightly raised her head and asked why. Susan placed her hand on Avis' waist, gently pressing it down as she continued, "I've witnessed the training and fighting styles of both Wooly and Asra in the training arena. Wooly possesses much greater strength, and with his weapon being a battle axe, it means that a single hit could render Asra incapable of resistance. Moreover, his armor offers decent protection. Asra's weapon is a training sword, which is dull and lacks the ability to penetrate armor. Even if Asra's skills are superior, he has a deficiency in strength. A dull training sword cannot inflict any significant damage, and this is not a competition. There are no points to be counted. If it were in a larger arena relying on Asra's skills and agility, he might be able to wear Wooly down. But in this confined combat space, his maneuvering room is too limited." Avis listened to Susan's analysis and nodded slightly. "Asra has decent potential. If he is defeated by Wooly this time, it would be best if he is injured and sent to the infirmary, as that would be my best opportunity to step in. When his medical bills become unmanageable and he faces expulsion from the Mixed Martial Arts Society, that will be the moment of my angelic arrival." Susan remained silent, adjusting Avis' stance while casting a glance towards the combat platform, her expression revealing an inscrutable emotion. Avis completed her previous training pose and readjusted for the next. However, before Susan could adjust her details, Avis raised her head in confusion. She saw Susan staring in shock at the combat platform. A sense of unease flickered in Avis' heart. As she looked towards the combat platform, she asked what happened. At that moment, Asra was smashing the sword handle against Wooly's right eye for the second time, causing his brow bone to crack. Susan exclaimed with a hint of surprise. "Asra seems to have found a way to defeat Wooly." Avis supported herself with her hands on the ground, lifting her upper body as if a mermaid rising from the sea. She watched the battle between Asra and Wooly. Susan stood up, holding a folder in her left arm, flipping to the page that contained information about Asra. After glancing at it, she looked back at the battlefield. Susan whispered, "Asra is about to win." On the battlefield, Asra dragged Wooly's battle axe and then struck Wooly's nose with both hands. The heavy blow made Avis, who was fixated on the battlefield, feel a pang in her nose. She turned to Susan, chuckling lightly. "Susan, it seems you miscalculated this time." Susan watched Wooly fall to the ground, then lowered her gaze to Avis calmly, saying, "Avis, Asra has won. What about your angelic dream?" Avis' smile faltered for a moment, pausing for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "Susan, you're so wicked paying attention to that." She turned her gaze towards Asra, who was stepping down from the platform. From a distance, looking at Asra's face, Avis let out a barely audible sigh. "Only now do I realize that throughout the battle Asra's expression didn't change at all. I can't shake the feeling that he seems to look even better. I really want to see that face twisted beneath my skirt." Susan closed the folder, turned, and crouched beside Avis, gently pressing her soft waist down, while softly saying, "What about your next plan? The effect of the angel's arrival will obviously be diminished." Avis readjusted her posture, accepting Susan's subtle adjustments. She narrowed her eyes, her slightly elongated eyelashes and smoky makeup appearing even more alluring at that moment. Avis' voice softened. "It's only slightly worse. It won't improve by dragging it out any longer. I believe Mr. Kamen's cruel and candid words will soon plunge Asra from the joy of victory back into fear and anxiety." In the training arena, Asra removed his helmet, and before him appeared what seemed like a stone wall. The massive muscular figure appeared before the voice of Cayman. Cayman looked down at Asra. Mr. Cayman, is there something you need? Cayman's deep voice echoed, Kid, come with me for a moment. He then turned and walked out of the crowd. Asra raised an eyebrow, patting Senna's shoulder as he followed Cayman outside the throng. Once they broke free from the crowd, Cayman stopped in a corner of the training arena, crossing his arms and waiting for Asra. This time Cayman's voice wasn't loud, nor did it carry malice. He focused on Asra and slowly said, Kid, how does victory feel? Having defeated Wooly, you must be very happy now. Asra shook his head slightly. Wooly isn't strong. Defeating him doesn't bring me much happiness. Cayman's lips twisted into a rigid and unsightly smile as he remarked, I've encountered many people like you throughout my life. You can achieve short-term victory, but a single loss is enough to send you plunging into the abyss. Your medical bills will pile up on your desk, your insurance will increase, and without money you might even lose your home and end up on the streets. Becoming a homeless person means you'll lose your steady job, numbing yourself with alcohol and drugs in the cold weather. In America, a homeless person's lifespan doesn't exceed 2 years, and a homeless person with your looks may encounter even more grim and sordid experiences. Don't think that what awaits you is a good outcome. Asra looked at Cayman and asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Cayman slowly replied, you are unwilling to accept the school's contract, and you lack the funds to support your supplements and potions. Staying in the Mixed Martial Arts Society will only harm. Quitting now means leaving Ashford, but your body is healthy. You can attend a public high school and still have a chance to go to a regular university. With your looks and talent, you might even secure a decent future. Staying at Ashford's Mixed Martial Arts Society means constant battles. How many fights can you win? Once you're injured, the vicious cycle will continue. Your life could end abruptly like this. Think carefully about it. Asra. And also, be careful of that guy Wooly. After Carmen finished speaking, he turned and left. Asra's impression of Carmen had changed somewhat. Although Carmen colluded with the pharmaceutical company, flattering the wealthy youths like Gray and continually suppressing Asra. But at least at this moment, perhaps he had good intentions. Human nature is truly complex. Mr. Carmen returned to the arena whistling as his loud voice like the grinding of gravel resonated once more. His large hand waved assigning battles and training plans to the other students. Move it, boys. You fool, your muscles nodded. Look at your weak movements. Did you exhaust all your strength yesterday playing with yourself? Do you want me to send you to the cheerleading squad to dance? Asra entered the training ground and Senna approached with a sly grin. He reached out and stuffed something under Asra's armor. Asra was a bit puzzled. What is this? He reached out to touch it, feeling a soft texture. Senna grinned lewdly, pulling out a small stack of notes. Bro, your performance today was amazing. Look, these are the contact information of the hot girls I got for you. Suddenly a bad feeling flashed through Asra's mind as he grabbed the soft fabric and pulled it out. It was a black lace thong. Damn. Senna laughed, putting his arm around Asra's shoulder, leaning down to say, I've checked this out for you. This girl's figure is really top-notch. Her chest is like 2 footballs and her legs are simply stunning. Look at how much I care for you. As long as you agree, she can climb into your bed tonight. Asra shoved the item into Senna's arms and said, maybe next time. Senna immediately asked, when's the next time? I'm still waiting for her friend. Her friend is not bad either. Asra replied, you should go sleep with her friend first. Senna quickly held up the stack of notes with contact information. What about these? Asra turned towards the training ground, waving his hand. Throw them in the trash, or you can keep them yourself. Watching Asra walk away, Senna chuckled as he stuffed the black fabric into his own pocket while whistling and checking the contact information one by one. It delicately set boundaries while inviting Asra to stay, throwing out a vague promise. If this were the original owner, he would ding executing command. Please proceed to the training area to start training. Zero organized the memories Asra had of previous training, even recalling the training techniques Carmen had taught to other students. A new training plan was devised for Asra. He followed the training plan step by step. After just half a round, Asra felt his body heating up with sweat dripping down his back. Zero not only devised the training plan, but also enforced it rigorously, constantly reminding Asra of his incorrect movements. Asra excitedly thought, Zero is simply the best personal trainer. It doesn't matter if Carmen doesn't help, I have Zero to assist me. After the afternoon training, Asra exhaled a breath of turbid air. Even becoming a sequence does not mean one should stop training their body. At the lower sequences, the enhancements brought by each pathway are not particularly obvious. Even for sequence 9 of the pathway with the largest enhancement to combat effectiveness, the red heat pathway, the fighter sequence. This sequence's abilities include muscle control, combat mastery, intuitive evasion, willpower support, blood boiling, and force release technique. Each ability greatly aids in combat, but even so a bullet could easily kill them. Let alone sequence 9, even sequence 8 and 7 cannot withstand a bullet's attack and can only evade. Each pathway and sequence has unique abilities, but each ability also requires a combination of spirituality and physicality to maximize its effect. Asra packed his things and, following the crowd, prepared to leave the school and return home. Tending City is not safe at night. If the days here are orderly, then the nights are chaotic. The streets are filled with homeless people, gangsters, drug dealers wandering and fighting. At this time, no one cares whether you are a high school student or whatever. Just as Asra was about to leave, a woman in a business suit with gold-rimmed glasses approached him. It was Susan. She wore a faint smile and extended her hand. Asra, do you have a moment? Ivy has returned to school today and wants to invite you to meet her. Asra's heart raced violently, a reaction stemming from his botus instincts. He suppressed his instincts, trying to control his voice to avoid any change. Ma'am. Where is Ivy? Just call me Susan. You know Ivy has too many friends at school. If she meets you outside, she will definitely be surrounded. Asra's heart raced violently, a reaction stemming from his botus instincts. He suppressed his instincts, trying to control his voice to avoid any change. Ma'am. Where is Ivy? Susan's hand wasn't particularly soft. Asra even felt that her knuckles had a layer of callus. He followed her closely, observing Susan's professional dress. Susan wore a white shirt on her upper body paired with a black pencil skirt and at least 7-centimeter high heels. She wasn't very old, at most around 23 or 24, but her figure was excellent. Her waist was slender and her hips were curvy. The skirt showcased her figure perfectly, swaying enticingly as she walked ahead of Asra. Even though Asra tried his best to raise his gaze, his eyes inevitably slipped down uncontrollably. Seeing he couldn't control it, he simply stared at her round form for a few moments, feeling satisfied before shifting his gaze away. Now he no longer needed to sneak glances. Swaying ahead, Susan had a slight curve at the corners of her mouth, vaguely sensing a burning gaze upon her. However, such things were commonplace for her, and she paid no mind. Asra's intense gaze only lingered for a brief moment before shifting away completely, making Susan regard him with a higher opinion. After walking for a while, Susan led Asra to a stretched limousine. At a glance, Asra recognized this luxury car. It was a stretched vehicle produced by Rod Power. Priced with multiple zeros after the one, this vehicle could solve over 90% of Asra's problems if it were given to him. Susan opened the car door and gestured for Asra to get in. Inside, on the opposite sofa, sat a refreshing young girl. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail, and she had already changed out of her training attire into a more casual t-shirt. Asra felt as if he saw nothing else, only perceiving Ivy's graceful figure. Ivy chuckled softly. Asra. Long time no see. Hearing Avis' words, Asra came back to his senses. He gazed deeply at Avis, as if wanting to imprint her image directly into his mind. He then averted his gaze and said, Yes, it's been a full 5 days. Avis was somewhat surprised by Asra's earlier intense gaze. In the past, Asra had been self-conscious and never dared to look directly at her from close range. Each time his gaze would dodge and change direction. But now he was showing a completely different demeanor. Avis softly said, Asra, I feel that you have changed a lot since you came back. Asra's heart tightened, and he restrained his demeanor, sighing softly. People always change. I've experienced a lot during this time. Asra lowered his gaze, no longer looking at Avis to prevent revealing more information. In Asra's heart, Avis was a top-tier hunter, and he needed to be cautious, hiding the fact that this body had changed its soul. Avis keenly caught the evasion in Asra's gaze, and a subtle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This familiar dodge made Avis feel a sense of nostalgia for Asra's past. He was still the same self-conscious youth, not having changed much. Her gaze softened as she looked at Asra's face, stirring something within her heart. Avis' voice was gentle like a breeze, carrying just the right amount of concern. If you are willing to share with me, I would be glad to be a listener. Asra fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. It's just some trivial matters. Asra. Avis suddenly called his name, her tone more serious. Do you know? You would never say no to me before. Asra's back stiffened slightly, his heart tightening. Inside, he was almost screaming, Damn, Asra, could you not act like a dog before? Why did you have to be so submissive? Avis slightly leaned forward, taking a few small steps closer to Asra's side. In the car, without anyone else around, the distance had grown somewhat ambiguous. She slightly tilted her head, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with complex emotions. Asra noticed the movement and looked up to meet Avis' gaze. From Avis' face, he saw nostalgia, heartache, and a hint of indescribable emotions. You used to watch me from afar cautiously. Even when I got closer, you were afraid of saying the wrong thing or doing something wrong. Avis' voice was soft, as if reminiscing about a beautiful past, but now you, clearly sitting in front of me, seem to be intentionally keeping your distance. Avis had sat too close, and her fresh fragrance wafted towards Asra. Asra stammered, Avis, Avis touched Asra's cheek with her delicate fingertips, gently interrupting his words. I know. Avis' lips curled into a gentle smile. You are stronger than me now. You have grown up, and this time I can sense a different aura about you, as if you have gained composure after weathering storms. At this moment, Asra had to admit it. No wonder the original owner had been so infatuated with Avis that he wanted to give his all, even if it was just to guard her from afar. Avis was indeed skilled. Her words were perfectly timed, affirming Asra's changes without pressing him on any embarrassing details, instead attributing the change to growth. Avis shifted her tone, a hint of worry in her voice. During this time, have you encountered any difficulties? I saw Mr. Carmen seemed to be talking to you about something today. She paused at the right moment, giving Asra enough space. Asra's heart stirred. No matter how strong Avis was, she was still just a 17-year-old girl. Having lived 2 lives, Asra had picked up a lot of information from this conversation. After a moment of silence, he organized his thoughts, sighed, and said, Indeed, Mr. Carmen did ask to talk to me. Or rather, Mr. Carmen had spoken to me last semester. My family has gone bankrupt, and I cannot afford potions and training supplements. This means my physical fitness is significantly lagging behind my classmates, and he is now planning to expel me. Without leaving the Mixed Martial Arts Society and the scholarship, I probably won't be able to stay at Ashford High for long. As he said this, a hint of melancholy appeared on Asra's face. In the future, I might not appear in your sight anymore. Upon hearing this, Avis pretended to relax, letting out a breath. She smiled gently and said, Asra, you finally wish to open your heart to me. I know you are a proud person, so after hearing about your situation I have wanted to help you, but I was worried my actions would offend you. She gently raised her hand as if wanting to touch Asra's arm, but stopped midair, finally letting it slowly fall. This hesitant action was perfectly measured. Avis lifted her head. Do you know what I was doing for these 5 days away from Ashford? Asra looked at Avis' expression and shook his head slightly. Avis' lips curled into a smile as she said, I went to gather materials for you, preparing a potion that suits you. She looked at Susan and softly said, Sister Susan, please take out the gift I prepared for Asra. Asra looked up. Although his heart was filled with joy, he knew he absolutely could not act out of character at this moment. He remained silent for a moment, then said this. This is not appropriate, I can't accept. Avis' hand reached up, her slender fingers warm to the touch, finally resting on Asra's shoulder. Her voice was very soft. I know you once had some special feelings for me. Although I cannot give you the response you desire now in my heart, you have always been an important person. I want to ask you to stay, we can be like we used to be, or even better than before. This statement made Asra want to applaud internally. It was perfectly articulated. It delicately set boundaries while inviting Asra to stay, throwing out a vague promise. If this were the original owner, he would have already knelt down and become Avis' dog. At this moment, Asra found himself unable to refuse Avis. He desperately needed a potion that he could openly use. Susan took out a beautifully packaged potion, and Asra remained silent, his gaze seemingly evading. Avis' fingertips pressed slightly, her gaze and voice filled with earnestness. Asra, I need you. Will you accept this potion from me and become my light chaser? Upon hearing the name of the sequence light chaser, Asra was somewhat taken aback, and this surprise was clearly reflected on his face. Sitting on the other side, Susan seemed to notice Asra's confusion and smiled slightly, explaining the light chaser is sequence 9 of the solar path. Chasing light, relying on light, sensing light. These are the imagery of this sequence. Although the solar path is an ancient path, it has remained powerful throughout the long ages. Compared to the modern emerging paths, each sequence of the solar path possesses noteworthy strengths in certain abilities. If you can become the light chaser of sequence 9, a top 50 university in America is almost already beckoning you. Asra listened to Susan's account, his face displaying a hesitant expression. In his gaze towards Ivy there was a facade of obsession and inferiority, yet it also bore the last remnants of his pride. Ivy tightened her grip on Asra's shoulder slightly, and said, Asra, do you not wish to stay and help me? In the upcoming school team comprehensive fighting competition, I will face many challengers. I want to achieve a good result with you, and even go to a good university together. Please accept it, for our future. At this point a slight blush appeared on Ivy's cheeks, as if she had spoken her heart's desire, making her seem bashful. Asra knew the moment was ripe. He no longer wished to continue feigning. If he overplayed his hand, he might not know when he would obtain the potion again. His Adam's apple bobbed, as if making a difficult decision due to Ivy's words. He slowly reached out, taking the curved glass vial into his hand, saying, Ivy, I am willing to become your light chaser. Ivy raised her hand, her slender finger with a gentle touch pressed against Asra's lips, interrupting his words. Asra, you don't need to say more, I understand. Hurry, and take the potion. It won't be long before the school team comprehensive fighting competition begins, and you need to seize the time to strengthen your physique. I am not worried about your fighting skills, but your physique is a weak point, and I hope you can catch up quickly. Feeling the warmth and fragrance of Ivy's fingertip, Asra's eyes widened slightly. He seemed to feel a surge of excitement arising from deep within him, his heart pounding like a 12-cylinder engine revving. This was the first time in Asra's life he had such intimate physical contact with Ivy, a top-tier hunter. If it were the original owner, he would likely be ecstatic. And after Ivy finished her sentence, she seemed startled by her own action, quickly withdrawing her hand. She lowered her gaze and softly said, Asra, hurry, and take the potion now. Moreover, Sister Susan is a capable sequence holder. Ivy nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. It's in the car. Don't worry, this vehicle has a very high security level, even surpassing the private training rooms at school. Moreover, Sister Susan is a capable sequence holder. With her watching over you, you have nothing to be concerned about. Upon hearing Ivis' words, although Asra felt somewhat hesitant, he still nodded slightly. For him the sky was darkening, and he could no longer enter the private training rooms at school. Although Asra felt somewhat hesitant, he still nodded slightly. For him the sky was darkening, and he could no longer enter the private training rooms. This vial of light chaser potion emanated a gentle glow warm to the touch. The pale yellow potion deepened in color towards the center, as if glowing from within. Asra looked at Susan and inquired, Miss Susan, are there any precautions for taking this potion? Susan nodded slightly, saying this vial of light chaser potion has a very high purity. After consuming it you will feel your body temperature rise, but there's no need to be anxious. This is a normal reaction. I suggest that after taking it you enter a meditative state, as this will help mitigate any negative effects brought by the potion. Asra asked meditation. How should I meditate? Susan explained in detail how Asra should meditate. Close your eyes, imagine yourself basking in sunlight while gathering your thoughts. After taking the potion, you will find the spiritual essence. Collect this essence. Asra earnestly noted everything down. He gently removed the seal and immediately smelled the scent of sunlight. It was like the aroma of air warmed by bright spring sunshine, not hot, but only warm. At this moment Asra no longer hesitated and raised the potion to drink it all in one go. In that instant of drinking, the scent of sunlight intensified, and he felt as if he had swallowed a beam of sunlight, a sun-kissed sunflower. A warm current flowed down his throat into Asra's abdomen. He felt as if a small sun had been stuffed into his belly with warmth blooming from the inside out. The flow of blood quickened and his pores slightly opened, seemingly expelling excess heat from Asra. Following Susan's guidance, Asra also entered a meditative state. He tried to focus his mind, and gradually both his body and spirit calmed down. He could sense the surrounding void like a faint gray mist. The spiritual essence brought by the potion seemed to be active within his body, extending outward. In this tranquil state, Asra quietly observed the spiritual essences radiating a gentle glow. He began to slowly gather these essences, attaching them to himself. After collecting the spiritual essence from the potion, he sensed that within the gray mist there seemed to be other essences hidden. With the willpower he had concentrated in meditation, he slowly pushed aside the pervasive gray mist, attempting to gather the essences at the periphery. During this process, he felt his mental energy slowly depleting. Perhaps Asra was inexperienced, or perhaps the difficulty of absorbing and collecting the essences was inherently high. Asra had only managed to gather a few wisps of essence before he felt his soul growing weary. He abandoned the idea of collecting the peripheral essences and instead focused on comprehending the essence brought by the light chaser potion. He gathered, absorbed, and understood these essences. Accompanied by a wave of gentle radiance, he felt an inner warmth. A thought flashed through his mind: the light chaser has succeeded in activation. In the meditative state, as Asra comprehended these essences, he gradually understood the abilities brought by the light chaser: dim, light vision; heat source, perception, light source; tracking, light memory; darkness, warning, light source; ignition, dim, light shelter; and light of hope. After Asra swallowed the potion and entered a meditative state, the two women in the car sat on either side of the sofa, each lost in their own thoughts. Ivis' gaze dropped, having just brushed against Asra's fingertips, unconsciously kneading them. She couldn't help but feel surprised and regretful about her recent actions. What just happened? How could I be so impulsive, even touching his fingers? It's all Asra's fault. Why must he be so pretentious? I give you the potion, just accept it, and work hard for me in the future. That's what you should do, not waste my time and energy. Her fingertips seemed to still savor the lingering sensation, her gaze lifting inadvertently to Asra's pursed lips. Ivis' fingers tightened slightly, her gaze lingering here for a second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Suddenly, she seemed to come to her senses and quickly averted her eyes. She then feigned nonchalance and looked at Susan, wanting to see if her moment of distraction had been noticed. When her gaze turned to Susan, she found Susan was indeed looking at her, as if she could see through Ivis' actions. Ivy casually brought her gaze back, her heart already surging like a tide. Damn it. Damn it. What kind of look was that from Susan? Did she see? Did she see it? It's fine, Ivy, even if Susan saw it, it's nothing. I'm just concerned about the absorption effect of the potion for a servant who is about to bow at my feet. Oh, damn, Asra. Ivis' face remained expressionless at first, trying hard to cultivate a nonchalant demeanor. But soon her heart was screaming like a groundhog. Susan had withdrawn her gaze from Ivis' face. Susan had taken in the expression of Ivis' distraction completely. How interesting. Then Susan's gaze fell upon Asra. At this moment Asra was sitting upright on the sofa, his upper body straight, hands resting on his knees. In ordinary clothes, he seemed to exude the illusion of high fashion. His black hair tousled from today's training and combat exercises, while wearing a helmet, had a chaotic beauty. With tightly shut eyes and slightly pursed lips, his serious expression made him appear like a prince who had fallen into the mundane world. Unintentionally, Susan gazed at him for quite a while. "Susan, it seems you've been staring at him for a long time," came Ivy's casual inquiry. Susan's heart stirred slightly, then she calmly turned her gaze towards Ivy, saying his talent is quite good. The potion of the Light Chaser brings minimal pollution to his body, and his meditation has begun to gather external spirituality. So soon. Susan nodded slightly. "It seems his soul strength is quite good. You'll have a capable assistant in the future." Ivy's lips curled into a beautiful smile. "I certainly have an eye for talent. It was worth my effort." Ivy looked at Asra, whose eyelashes trembled, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from meditation. She paused and did not continue. The car fell silent once again. The two women, each lost in their own thoughts, looked towards Asra, waiting for his awakening. After Asra gathered, concentrated, and organized the spirituality brought by the Light Chaser potion, he was very satisfied with the abilities this sequence offered. Sun is an ancient pathway that has existed since the old continent still lingered in feudal times. Asra originally knew little about this sequence. In America, there are not many who truly take the potion of this sequence. Some young people capable of taking this potion, if given a choice, would prefer modern or even contemporary potion pathways. For instance, capital cycle oath or joining the church to become a clergyman, taking the church's holy seat pathway potion. In America, the church is an important component of the national system. Many priests and clergymen take potions after undergoing the church's baptism, offering more to God. Sun pathway is good, but the holy seat pathway is better. It may not necessarily be stronger, but one can achieve better development within the church system. As for Ivy, not giving Asra a potion from the red-hot pathway to make him a fighter was not surprising to him. The Sequence 9 fighter is indeed one of the stronger combat sequences among the lower ranks. But now it is a society where even the strongest fighter can be taken down with a single bullet. Now is an era of superficial peace, and the abilities of other sequences have more practical uses. To only fight is seen as barbaric in the eyes of these great families. So even among the many students in a mixed martial arts club that requires cold weapon combat, there are very few who truly choose the red-hot pathway. Unless one aspires to apply to military academies, entering the National Guard of America after graduation, or the Army, the Marine Corps, or other violent organizations. Clearly, Ivy's family had no aspirations for development within the military. Asra secretly thought, moreover, while I may not know much about the sun pathway, the name of this pathway is so dominating, and the sun is a powerful symbol in any country, in any civilization. I must gather more information about the sun pathway, or perhaps its mid to high sequences will exhibit even stronger combat capabilities. Feeling the meditation gradually wear him out, Asra ended his meditative state. At that moment, a prompt from Zero also sounded in his ears. "Ding. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new milestone." "Congratulations, Asra." A gentle voice of Ivy's congratulated him from beside. Asra opened his eyes and saw Ivy's beaming smile and sparkling eyes. Even though they had spent quite some time together, seeing this scene again made Asra's heart flutter. He hurriedly averted his gaze. Upon witnessing this, Ivy's smile grew wider. Susan commented from the side, "Asra, your absorption of the potion is quite good, and your application of meditation is also excellent. From now on, you should meditate more and channel more spirituality into your body. This will help you continue to grow stronger and allow you to eventually consume the 8th order potions." Asra nodded slightly and said thank you. Susan continued, "I don't know much about the sun pathway, but Ivy will help you gather information about it." At this moment, Ivy also nodded slightly. Asra looked at Ivy and said, "Ivy, thank you for the potion this time. I don't know how to repay you." Ivy smiled gently and said, "Asra, we are friends, aren't we?" Asra pondered for a moment and responded, "This potion is too precious and important to me, but I don't want our relationship to change. Let's consider this potion a loan." Ivy was taken aback. Asra said, "I want to sign a loan contract with you. I will ensure to repay this debt as soon as possible. Please give me some time." Ivy shook her head with a smile. "Asra, we don't need to be this formal. This is a gift for a good friend. If I were to ask you for money, what would that be?" However, this time Asra raised his head, looking directly into her eyes with a faint smile. "Ivy, I accept your kindness, but I don't want it to be like this. I want to get closer to you, but I don't want to accept your charity. As a good friend, can you grant me this request?" Ivy looked into Asra's eyes, which had once always evaded hers. At this moment, they were calmly gazing at her, clear and deep, yet for the first time, she felt as if she could not see through them. Ivy felt things were getting out of control. Her grasp on Asra seemed to be veering far from the trajectory she had anticipated. Asra shifted his gaze to Susan and requested, "Miss Susan, Ivy is wonderful, but I cannot take advantage of her like this. I will always stand by Ivy's side. But please accept my audacious request and prepare a loan contract for me. Give me some time, and I will repay everything." After taking the second potion, Asra's risks were greatly reduced. He could gradually demonstrate a stronger physique, remain at Ashford, and even achieve better results in the school's mixed martial arts league. With the help of Zero, he was confident he could get into a decent university. In this world, free things are always the most expensive. Compared to carrying a dead, Asra felt that taking the potion for free would come at a much larger cost. He thought to himself, since Ivy is willing to trouble herself to give me a bottle of the Sun Pathway potion, it means I still have some value to her. Actively requesting to bear alone is somewhat reckless, but it aligns with Asra's ridiculous pride and self-respect. It's not too out of line. I guess this request, though it might upset Ivy, shouldn't completely change the direction of her strategy towards me. At this moment, Ivy's smile remained, but Susan, who was familiar enough with her, sensed that the smile was becoming stiff. Ivy still remained silent, but her fingers unconsciously tightened the knuckles of her index finger, beginning to turn white. Seeing this, Susan smiled slightly and slowly stood up, saying, "No problem, Asra. There's a printer in the car. Thank you for trusting me. I will draft a loan contract for you." Upon hearing this, Ivy looked at Susan, her expression becoming stern, as if a bit. Susan, however, maintained her calm gaze. Beneath that calm gaze, Ivy slightly parted her lips, exhaling a faint breath, quickly recovering from the unusual feeling she had just experienced. She subtly nodded at Susan. She raised her hand as if to touch Asra, but then, like a frightened little rabbit, she withdrew, smiling gently at Asra, her voice like a breeze. "Asra, you're still the same. Although you can't accept my gift, I'm still happy for you." Asra chuckled lightly, and this time he reached out his hand, taking her delicate fingers in surprise. "No, Ivy. I have already received your gift." Ivy's palm was fair and tender, her fingers slender and soft, showing no signs of calluses from training. The mixed martial arts training seemed to leave no traces of torment on her hands. So soft, so smooth, so tender. Ivy was taken aback, suddenly forgetting to pull her hand back from Asra's. However, Asra did not linger. Their hands touched for a brief moment, leaving only a short creak. After the sound of the small printer in the car paused, Susan returned with several pages of the loan contract that still retained warmth and the smell of ink. She handed the contract to Asra and Ivy. "Asra, take a look at this contract." Asra took the contract and carefully examined the terms at the top. His gaze fell on one particular section, which listed the price of the light bearer potion set at 15,000 gold pounds. Susan also added, "The materials used for this potion are excellent, with high purity, containing more spirituality and less contamination, so the price is slightly higher." Susan also added, "The materials used for this potion are excellent, with high purity, containing more spirituality." The various terms of the contract always require careful verification. This was something to take seriously in his past life, let alone in this extraordinary world. Seeing Asra's earnest inspection coupled with the deviation from her expected plan, Ivy felt a surge of inexplicable anger rising within her. Unable to control her emotions, she gritted her teeth and said, "Are you still worried that I would deceive you?" Asra looked up at Ivy with a slight start. In his memory, Ivy had always been that gentle, fresh, and sweet figure, never showing anger in front of others. However, as soon as Ivy's words were spoken, she immediately regretted them. Then her excellent acting skills kicked in, her eyes turned red, and her beautiful eyes filled with tears on the verge of overflowing. Susan chimed in, "Asra, Ivy cares too much about you." Asra lowered his head, finishing the last few terms, confirming everything was correct, and after signing his name, he looked up and met Ivy's gaze. "I know. I just want to stay by your side long." As Asra stepped down from Ivy's luxury car holding the contract, he gazed at the dim sky, then turned to Ivy and Susan, giving them a slight nod before turning away. Ivy, who had also gotten out of the car, stood still for a long time. The wind brushed through her hair, and her expression gradually became complex. There was a hint of frustration along with a newfound deeper interest. Susan stood half a step behind her. Ivy watched Asra's departing figure and said softly, "Susan, why did you prepare this contract for him?" Susan replied calmly, "In this situation, preparing a contract is the most appropriate thing to do, isn't it?" Ivy frowned slightly, and then nodded. "Asra, truly capable of surprising me. It seems we were mistaken about him before." Susan agreed. Ivy continued to watch Asra's figure disappear from view, turning back to the car, her voice carried away by the wind. "Mistaken? No, it wasn't a mistake. Conquering someone like Asra is even more interesting." She watched as Asra turned the corner and noticed Ivy getting back into the car. A smile appeared on Susan's face, but it quickly faded. As Asra departed, he pondered the abilities of the Light Seeker. Among the abilities of Sequence 9-4 were passive effects, while the other 4 could be actively released. To use these abilities, one needed to consume spiritual energy within. The passive effects were Glimmer Vision, Heat Source Perception, and Darkness Warning. The active spell abilities were Light Source, Tracking, Light Memory, Light Ignition, and Light of Hope. Glimmer Protection could be both active and passive. Glimmer Vision is similar to the Night Vision ability of Blood Servant, but slightly inferior. Heat Source Perception allows Asra to keenly sense temperature differences nearby, especially sensitive to the body temperature of living beings and warm objects like fire, enabling him to judge direction and distance. Darkness Warning enables him to receive spiritual alerts when approaching unclean things like filth, vengeful spirits, or the undead. Glimmer protection allows Asra to feel at ease under any light source, providing decent resistance to fear for lower-level soul entities. The active release consumes light sources, and the effects can be enhanced, also benefiting companions. Light source tracking allows one to see the residual light trails in the air. Light memory lets Asra perceive the brief image left on an object after it has been illuminated by a light source when he touches it. Light ignition consumes spiritual energy to ignite small flames nearby, but requires a light source to be present. Light of Hope is a supportive spell that can alleviate others' fears, sadness, and other negative emotions. Overall, the abilities of Sequence 9 Lightseeker are more inclined towards support at this stage. However, there are special offensive effects such as igniting certain things. Absorbing spiritual energy can also gradually enhance the body, which is better than merely taking supplements or drugs. Asra thought to himself, with the endorsement of the Lightseeker, my bonus enhancement can finally start to show. But as he walked out of the school gates, his initial excitement gradually subsided. Ashford School is located within the urban area of Dethian City, while Asra's current residence is quite far from here. The housing prices and even rents around the school are beyond what a poor boy like Asra can consider. The school bus had long left, so now he could only think about taking the bus back. Asra adjusted his clothes and walked towards the nearest bus stop. The environment around the school was pleasant with bright streetlights, and occasionally he could see police cars patrolling. Asra quickly reached the bus stop and boarded the return bus. With the roar of the bus engine, the vehicle, carrying over a dozen people, began to move forward, swaying slightly. Asra sat in the back row by the window, quietly watching the world outside. The bus moved steadily forward, and the scenery outside receded. Gradually, the brightly lit and bustling city vanished in the blink of an eye. He turned back, looking at the boundary he had just crossed. Here was merely a street, yet it seemed to divide the outside world in two. Behind was brightness, prosperity, and the vibrant atmosphere of civilization. In contrast, ahead lay a dim, dilapidated area permeated with a sense of decay. The brightness of the streetlights began to decline, with some lights flickering or completely out. On either side of the road, tents began to appear, leaning against the sidewalks or in corners sheltered by buildings. These tents were colorful, often surrounded by a jumble of items. Cardboard boxes, plastic bottles, some bagged belongings, and a few tattered clothes hanging aside. Some homeless people dressed in heavy clothing sat at the tent entrances, watching the bus pass by, or in small groups, speaking softly, occasionally looking up as if sensing their own fatigue. The bus continued forward. The further south it went, the dimmer the roadside lights became. The lights of residential areas grew denser, and on some buildings it seemed that every room had a faint light on. The tents on the sides of the road or in open spaces appeared to be of poorer quality. The accumulated garbage and clutter increased. The clothing hanging aside diminished, and even from a distance one could sense a foul odor. The homeless here moved like the living dead. Some, having taken drugs, were hunched over like zombies, slowly shuffling along. Some of the homeless, due to nerve damage, bent over so far that their heads almost touched the ground. These individuals had their nerves numbed by drugs, toxins, or even alcohol. In Deshan, the number of such homeless people was not small. In the memories of the original owner, these homeless individuals had lives that could almost be counted in days. Some, who were even more unfortunate, had lives measurable in hours. These living homeless people were of no concern to anyone, as some couldn't even scrape together 20 gold pounds. Yet after their death, some people's worth could rapidly soar. These living homeless people were of no concern to anyone, as some couldn't even scrape together 20 gold pounds. A portion would be taken by certain companies, with some corpses suffering from complex ailments and toxin accumulation, even fetching prices in the thousands of gold pounds. Even somewhat ordinary corpses could sell for 1,000 or 2,000 gold pounds. These bodies would often be provided to those who discovered them and called in. Asra withdrew his gaze. He needed to keep moving upward, otherwise the future of the homeless, as depicted by Carmen, would not seem far from him. With the sound of the bus door opening, Asra stepped off the vehicle. He had arrived. After the death of Asra's original parents, the financial situation of their family continued to deteriorate. When his grandmother was still alive, Asra lived 2 blocks north. However, after his grandmother's passing, the greedy landlord tightened his grip on Asra's neck, moving his residence 2 blocks further south. A worse living environment with higher rent. Asra clenched his fists. If I get the chance, I will deal with this landlord who dares to exploit me. Now Asra's residence was in an 11-story building. He lived in a room converted from a storage space on the 6th floor. The residents of this building were a mixed crowd, including discontented white individuals, but mostly black residents. There was no elevator, and the stairs were cluttered with debris and garbage. Walking up the stairs felt slightly sticky, with layers of graffiti plastered on the walls. In some areas, dark stains were visible. These were the colors of blood that had dried after being absorbed. Asra put on his hood, a habit of his. Living in such a place, having high looks wasn't necessarily a good thing regardless of gender. Among the black residents in this building, at least half used or injected enhancers, with more than half using leaves as a common pastime. A small portion used drugs with stronger hallucinogenic effects, and a small group were gang members. A group of about 10 small black children rushed through the hallway, bringing with them a cacophony of noise. This noise would make a first-time visitor's head feel heavy. These small black children, the oldest being only 7 or 8, seemed young, yet some had already been working illegally for 2 or 3 years. This noise would make a first-time visitor's head feel heavy. These small black children, the oldest being only 7 or 8, seemed young, yet some. In this building, 50% of the children would not survive to adulthood, but it didn't matter, their parents would leave them a few younger siblings before they passed away. There were few adults, but as long as the numbers were sufficient, it was not a problem. As for adult black residents, very few lived beyond 35. The older they got, the scarcer they became. Like a black pyramid, those who lived beyond 45 were already the small few at the top. Bang! A small black child ran too fast, and was nearly about to bump into Asra, but he reached out to stop him. Asra's large hand spun him around like a basketball. He lowered his head, and said fiercely, "Watch where you're going. If it happens again, I'll kick you like a ball." The small black child was frightened, and opened his mouth to scream. The next moment, a black man in his 30s, but at most 21 or 22, burst through the door. "Motherfucker, what did you do to my son?" Behind him was another, even more robust black man. Damn, these blacks clearly couldn't afford to eat, yet they were all built like bulls. Is this the selection of free trade at sea? This black man didn't care at all, lunging at Asra with outstretched hands. This is the underlying tone of America. Here everyone seemed like a ticking time bomb, where even a gentle touch could ignite their emotions. Especially the black residents, as most of them lived in harsh conditions and relied on enhancers, leaves, and drugs to survive. Gradually, this also caused problems with their nerves. Most of the time, they resolved issues with violence. If Asra or anyone else showed even a hint of retreat, what would follow would not be kindness. Instead, it would be more malice. As Asra reached out to grab the hand extended by the black man, he twisted it, while simultaneously raising a foot to kick him directly in the knee. Ow! The black man let out a cry of agony, his knee in severe pain, and he was thrown to the ground with a dull thud. Just the sound of it hurts. "F you, damn white skin, I'll kill you." The robust black man behind him turned crimson with rage and pulled out a knife from behind him, charging at Asra. Even before Asra became a sequence, he did not take the fighting strength of these blacks seriously. However, the self-conscious yet proud original Asra looked down on these black folks, even unwilling to lay a hand on them. But the current Asra had no such scruples. He reached out and grabbed the black man's hand, holding the knife, tightening his grip like a steel cable. Ow! The intense pain made the black man loosen his grip on the knife. Asra deftly caught the knife, while simultaneously kicking the black man in the chest. Boom! The black man was thrown out with a speed faster than he had charged in. Crack! Asra held the knife in one hand and stabbed it into the door he had pushed open. He glared at the black man, who had just shouted, coldly asking, "Who do you want to kill?" The black man felt a spasm in his stomach, as if his gut was about to explode. He kept gasping for breath, unable to utter a single word. The first black man, grimacing in pain, hurriedly pleaded, "We were wrong. Boss, spare us." Asra snorted coldly and continued to walk up. After Asra had ascended for a while, the robust black man on the ground finally got up, clutching his stomach. F, this guy's kick is really brutal. He rubbed his stomach and approached the knife embedded in the door, gasping in shock. His door was not ordinary, it was wrapped in a thin layer of iron on both sides of the wooden door. Now this knife had actually pierced through the wooden door in 2 layers of iron. Recalling Asra's relaxed demeanor, the black man shuddered and exchanged glances with his brother. The sturdier black man started to pull the knife out, exerting effort, as if using all his strength, finally managing to extract it. After pulling it out, he felt a chill on his back. This guy cannot be messed with. The two instantly reached a consensus. The first black man kicked his still-crying son back home, like he was kicking a ball, hurriedly closing the door. Asra climbed up and finally arrived at his front door. But today it seemed completely different from usual. On one side stood a black man wearing a cap with tattoos visible on his arms and neck. He was waiting there. Seeing Asra return, he dropped his cigarette and extinguished it with his foot. "Damn it, you idiot, why are you only coming back now? Do you know how long I've been waiting here?" Asra recognized him the moment he saw him. This was a little brother from the Grey Alley gang. He asked, "What are you doing here?" The gang member sneered, "I came to see if you're dead. If you're alive, I'll take you to meet Boss Boyer." Asra remained silent, his gaze fixed on the young subordinate, contemplating how to respond. Beneath his coat, a metallic gun handle was even visible. The young subordinate stared at Asra and coldly stated, "My gun is loaded." Asra's eyes instantly cleared. A gun is fast at 7 steps, and within 7 steps it is both quick and accurate. He certainly did not want to suffer from acute embedded copper poisoning. Asra hurriedly asked, "Where's Boss Boyer?" At the same time, his memories of Boyer began to resurface. The Grey Alley Gang is a criminal organization located within the 2 blocks near where Asra resides. Boyer is one of its cadres, likely overseeing dozens of subordinates. Asra wasn't too clear on the exact numbers. The Grey Alley Gang is involved in various illicit activities, including gambling, drug trafficking, and extortion. They operate casinos, run businesses, control a group of workers, and exploit their wages. They sell enhancers, drugs, and organize prostitution, while also collecting protection fees from certain shops. Of course, Asra thought of the homeless people on the streets who might also be selling the corpses of other homeless individuals to medical companies or bone companies. In such a gang, the turnover of members is very high. Aside from the cadres and elites, the lower-level subordinates change rapidly. However, this doesn't prevent these lower-level subordinates from being lethal. As long as a bullet hits, it makes no difference whether it was fired from a sequencer's hand or from a bug's hand. The young subordinate sniffled irritably, holding a handgun concealed within his coat and pointing it at Asra. He tilted his head and said to Asra, "You walk in front downstairs, and he'll take you to meet Boss Boyer." Asra raised an eyebrow. The young subordinate instantly shouted angrily, "Don't make any sudden moves, or he'll kill you. Fuck, turn around, or don't blame my bullet for being blind." Seeing this, Asra had no choice but to turn his back. He wasn't particularly worried at the moment. Clearly Boyer wanted something from him. It was about making Asra take a potion to kill his good brother Quek. Even a bottle of murky potion is worth a pretty penny, and as long as Asra hasn't completed the task or completely lost the ability to execute the task, Boyer wouldn't rush to act against him. Asra turned towards the stairs, inwardly pondering, should a good person be threatened with a gun? Having just received the potion today, he sends a subordinate to check on the effects. How should I respond? Should I say I didn't take it, or that I took the light chaser? The two made their way down, and in the end Asra still hadn't decided what to say, opting to wait until he saw Boyer to gauge his attitude. The two quickly descended from the upper floor. After they came down, a somewhat dilapidated sedan creaked to a stop before them. "Get in." To the passenger seat, the young subordinate coldly commanded. Asra got into the car, and only then did the subordinate get in, still pointing his gun at Asra. Asra quickly said, "Don't worry, I won't run, or just put the gun away in case it goes off." The young subordinate sneered, "Buddy, if it goes off, that's just your bad luck." Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the car sped forward. After about 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at a warehouse district. This warehouse district hadn't been used for quite some time, and many of the buildings appeared somewhat dilapidated. "Get out." Asra followed the two young subordinates into one of the warehouses. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground, and the warehouse roof had sustained considerable damage. Asra surveyed his surroundings, silently estimating, it seems Boyer and his crew don't come here often. Even the homeless in the nearby area had to choose good spots to wander. Setting up tents or finding places to stay is crucial. Close to the city center, although crowded and lacking good spots, this is where one can receive aid and find garbage. Only in this way can one fill their stomach. While these dilapidated warehouses near the suburbs might seem like warm shelters, the homeless have no money and no cars. If they stay here, they might be sheltered from the wind and rain, but they can't receive aid. They can't rely entirely on rummaging through garbage. Moreover, there's hardly any garbage to find nearby. The warehouse was dimly lit, and they walked under the faint light. Asra looked around the environment, nodding inwardly. Since becoming a sequencer, the abilities of Blood Servant and Light Chaser allowed him to see in the dark. If the situation went awry, he could directly leap into the shadows. Even if these gangsters had guns, his chances of dodging successfully were quite high. Finally, he advanced to a corner of the warehouse. This seemed to be the former office of the warehouse. Although abandoned now, there was still some light. Pushing the door open, the office was empty, cluttered with some garbage. Inside the office, there were 3 people waiting. One was sitting backwards in a chair while the other 2 stood behind him. The one in the chair was Boyer. "Boss, I've brought him." The young subordinate who escorted Asra stood at the corners of the room, also warily watching Asra. Boyer's 4 subordinates in the room all had weapons in hand, openly displaying them. They were likely already loaded. Clearly these were Boyer's elite subordinates. Boyer stared at Asra, his gaze making Asra feel as if he were being eyed by a wild beast. Asra's heart sank. Boyer must also be a sequencer. But what kind of sequencer is he? He's probably in blood type. Boyer fixed his gaze on Asra, his voice cold and hoarse. "Asra, it seems your luck is good. That potion made you a sequencer." Asra's mind raced, contemplating how to respond. Ultimately, he said, "Thank you, Boss Boyer." He neither denied nor confirmed. Boyer squinted slightly and said, "Since you've survived, let's talk about the task. When will you take action against Quek? I can't wait to hear the news of Quek's demise." Quirk, Asra's childhood friend and closest confidant, a kindred spirit whose life once mirrored his own, yet who diverged onto an entirely different path just last year. Quirk's father had also been a physician, until he was fatally shot in a violent gun assault. His mother, though determined to raise Quirk alone, found herself overwhelmed after losing both her husband's respectable profession and steady income. Desperate for stability, she remarried. That decision plunged her and Quirk into utter ruin. Her new husband proved a con artist who absconded with nearly all her savings before vanishing without a trace. Consequently, Quirk and his mother descended into destitution far more rapidly than Asra. A year and a half ago, Quirk dropped out of Ashford College. His mother fell gravely ill, rendering her unable to work and requiring costly ongoing medication. With no alternatives left, Quirk abandoned school to take on illicit labor. Yet even those meager wages soon failed to sustain them both. At last he succumbed to despair, to necessity, and joined a criminal syndicate. Quirk entered the underworld a year ago, swiftly carving out a niche for himself. 6 months later, he became a black physician, a clandestine healer operating beyond law and ethics. He inherited none of his father's medical expertise, but that hardly mattered. To the syndicate, mere perception sufficed. They believed he possessed the skill, and so it was deemed real. Still a minor, Quirk thus assumed the role of a black physician for another gang. Ironically, his life improved. When Asra's grandmother fell ill, Quirk, hearing of it, even prescribed medicine. Though ultimately futile, her condition worsened after several days of treatment. Whether the medicine hastened her demise remains unknown, and now unknowable. It was then, at his most desperate hour, that Boyle approached Asra. Through cunning manipulation and relentless psychological pressure, he steered Asra toward blaming Quirk for much of his suffering. Thus Asra accepted the vial of alchemical poison, and with it Boyle's assassination mandate. Yet Quirk would not be easily slain. He operated deep within the territory of the Bloodhand gang. Thus Asra accepted the vial of alchemical poison, and with it Boyle's assassination mandate. Yet Quirk would not be easily slain. He operated deep within the territory of the Bloodhand gang. As Asra recalled Quirk's visage, subtle anomalies surfaced, details he'd overlooked before attaining sequence status. Now certainty settled upon him like frost. Quirk had undoubtedly ascended along some arcane path, becoming a sequence adept. Upon completing this recollection, Asra sighed inwardly, long heavy, resigned. Poor Asra. If only you'd held on 2 more days, this crisis would have resolved itself. Serving Evies is infinitely preferable to groveling before Boyle. A fool, deserving death, truly. The foolish original host had already accepted the mission, dying swiftly, leaving behind only chaos. Asra knew well these gangs showed no mercy. Offending them meant death, if one were lucky. After a moment's quiet contemplation, he spoke. Boss Boyle, I beg you, grant me more time. Boyle slowly stroked his fingers, eyes locked on Asra, voice cool and measured. Time I will grant, but swiftly. I expect action within days, not idle delay. Asra nodded fervently. I will kill Quirk, but he is no easy target. He dwells securely within Bloodhand territory, guarded by loyal subordinates. And he himself is a sequence adept. The task is formidable. Boyle's lips curled into a glacial smile. Of course it is, lad. Were Quirk simple to eliminate, why would I waste a vial of alchemical poison on you? I could simply hire a dozen addicts with firearms, pay a few hundred gold sovereigns on the street, and have him dead before dusk. Lately Quirk's craft has sharpened. He saved numerous Bloodhand members. It vexes me deeply, especially when he revived my arch-rival. You have no more than half a month. Kill Quirk, or suffer consequences you'll wish you'd never imagined. Boyle's crimson-rimmed gaze pinned Asra down, tightening his chest like iron bands. Asra said, Boss Boyle, I require assistance. I need a firearm. A sniper rifle, or at least a precision rifle. A sharp, derisive snort escaped Boyle. Then laughter erupted, loud and mocking. He doubled over his lieutenants, joining in roaring with amusement. Gradually regaining composure, he fixed Asra with a withering stare. Idiot. Shall I next outfit you with explosives? A suicide vest, perhaps? Do you even know how to wield a sniper rifle? Asra's expression remained impassive. Calmly he replied, Quirk is surrounded by too many men, and he is a sequence adept. Without a firearm, breaching their ranks to reach him is impossible. But with one, success becomes plausible. You wouldn't want that vial of alchemy wasted, would you? Give me the weapon. I'll ensure Quirk dies swiftly. Boyle's mirth vanished. Each word fell like a hammer. Humph. Even if you fail to kill Quirk, nothing prevents me from reclaiming my investment from your corpse. Yet yes, you're right. Quirk's death is my sole priority. Pity you lack his strength. Else I might have kept you as my physician. Hand him a pistol and send him back. Boy, hurry. Kill Quirk, or die trying. At Boyle's command, one lieutenant stepped forward, withdrew a handgun from his coat, and placed it into Asra's palm, alongside 2 loaded magazines. The magazines were detached, cartridges emptied into Asra's hand. He gripped the cold, dense weight of the pistol, its metal surface stirring something primal within him. A sudden visceral impulse surged. Load the magazine chamber around and fire, obliterating all 5 men in this warehouse right then and there. His fingertips traced the gun's steel grip as a silent thought arose. So this is what they mean. When one wields a blade, the heart turns towards slaughter. Yet he suppressed it instantly. Neither he nor the original host had ever fired a real firearm. In his prior life, he'd only handled toy guns as a child, never touched a live weapon. Asra himself had been a diligent student, no shooting experience whatsoever. The seconds required to reload and cock the weapon would leave him utterly exposed, more than enough time for the others to riddle him with bullets. And Boyle, clearly a sequence adept of the blood path, commanded formidable combat prowess as a syndicate captain. At such proximity, any attempt would yield zero advantage. One lieutenant shoved Asra a hard voice icy move. Don't just stand there, boy. Once again they got back in the car, this time with two people accompanying Asra for his return. He had already stashed the magazine in his pocket with the gun secured at his waist. The journey was silent, and they quickly retraced their way back to the... After returning to the residence, Asra closed the door and examined the weapon in his hand. Although the original owner had never fired a gun in the free America, his understanding of firearms was still greater than his own. This was a handgun produced by Occam Firearms Company, the Defender D7. This model of handgun was introduced to the military 50 years ago and was mass-produced. It is a reliable close-range defense handgun that has participated in wars. Meanwhile, in civilian life, this handgun had a decent ownership rate. Although the model was old, new guns were still being produced every year. Of course, this does not mean that this handgun was new. Following the appearance of the underling from today, Asra retracted the slide to confirm that there were no bullets in the chamber. He then focused his gaze on the muzzle, observing the condition of the barrel. It was evident that this gun was old, as indicated by the various stains on its surface. The gangster underling had clearly not maintained this gun. The barrel was somewhat aged. Asra set the gun down. He had not yet learned how to maintain firearms. Now he could only find a tattered towel to clean the dirt off the handgun's exterior. While cleaning, Asra pondered in his heart, clearly this handgun is not clean in any aspect. The maintenance of the firearm is a mess, the rifling is aged, and there may even be a murder case associated with this gun. If the police find this gun on me or at my residence, it is highly likely that some of the crimes this gun has committed will be pinned on me. Asra held the gun with the towel, wiping the exterior while also erasing any fingerprints that might be on it. He took the magazine. Both magazines had a capacity of 11 rounds, and each was currently loaded with 10 bullets. He grasped one of the magazines and pushed from the rear of the bullet. Clink! The brass-colored bullet fell onto the table. He picked up the bullet. It was a 9x19mm handgun round with limited armor-piercing capability. However, against flesh it creates a hole with each shot. Asra wiped the bullet and reloaded it into the magazine along with the handgun, placing them in a shoebox. Opening the shoebox, he saw a roll of dark green banknotes. These notes were bundled with rubber bands stacked neatly within the shoebox. This money was Asra's entire fortune at present. He set the handgun down and extracted all the gold pounds from it. After counting the rolls of gold pounds, Asra let out a slow breath. In total, there were over 2,200 gold pounds. Some of this money was the last inheritance left by Asra's grandmother, while some was earned by Asra from occasional side jobs. The original plan was for Asra to save up 5,000 to purchase a potion. However, the figure of 5,000 gold pounds, while it could be earned, proved to be difficult. Asra took at least half a year and still could not exceed 3,000 gold pounds. In America, he truly could not save money. Not to mention, he had to anxiously withdraw the 1,000 gold pounds welfare funds from his grandmother's card every month to pay the rent. However, in order to forge evidence that his grandmother was still alive, he needed to have an income, which was the most important task for Asra to take on odd jobs recently. The money earned from odd jobs did not need to be taxed as it was all cash, but in order to forge evidence, Asra needed to pay taxes. With daily expenses as well, the income from odd jobs barely kept him afloat. Moreover, his small treasury was continuously dwindling. Asra focused on the cash in the shoebox, placing it back carefully, and thought lightly, but that tragic situation in the past will pass. I have become Sequence 9, and a bright future awaits me. Yet before embracing a beautiful future, there is still a problem to solve. In the room, Asra's gaze was profound. He hid the shoebox, and then sat on the bed, entering a meditative state. Having just taken the potion, the benefits of meditation would be greater. Sitting on the bed, he kept his body still, relaxing his mind. He exhaled through his breath, dispelling distractions to calm his heartbeat. By centering his mind, he focused his thoughts on his brow and felt the pulse of his body. The meditation of the Light Chaser sequence involved visualizing sunlight or the sun itself to anchor one's spirit. Soon as Asra became aware, he sensed the surrounding gray mist. This was the spiritual realm. The sun he visualized stabilized his spirit, allowing him to perceive the spiritual realm without being overwhelmed by its vast information flow and spirituality. In the meditative state, Asra began to gather the surrounding spiritual energy. He only returned from the meditative state when his mind grew weary. He rubbed his brow and a voice echoed in his head, ding. Congratulations, you have completed a medium quality meditation and you have gained some spirituality. Asra looked at this prompt and nodded slightly. Having just learned meditation, achieving medium quality results should not be too bad. The spirituality within him also increased a little. For a sequence, spirituality is as important as the body. Only by possessing spirituality could one utilize the extraordinary abilities. Asra concentrated, channeling his spirituality to touch the table in front of him. He closed his eyes and activated light memory, consuming spirituality. In the next moment, a brief scene emerged in his mind. In the scene, Asla revealed half of his body meditating with his eyes closed. This fragment of the scene lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. After stopping, Asla withdrew his hand from the table. This ability seemed quite useful for viewing and tracking certain clues. Next, Asla tried some other abilities using light source ignition. Spirituality began to deplete, and after a brief focus of a few seconds, the crumpled paper he had thrown on the windowsill ignited. As his spirituality was consumed, Asla could even manipulate this small flame. Under his control, the flame transformed into a dancing entity in the room, extinguishing only when he ceased the consumption of. As his spirituality was consumed, Asla could even manipulate this small flame. Under his control, the flame transformed into. It seems this little spell will be the most suitable ability for Sequence 9 Light Chaser to use in combat. The Light Chaser is indeed impressive. He experimented with the ability of the Light Chaser. Next came the main event regarding the indeterminate chaos pathway and the various abilities of the Sequence 9 sacrifice. Yesterday, when he first traversed here, Asra had already stolen some of the abilities of the Blood Servant, which greatly benefited him. Asra closed his eyes, concentrating on the abilities of the Sequence 9 sacrifice. Not all of the abilities were beneficial. For instance, the passive ability Whisper Listening heightened Asra's inspiration, allowing him to occasionally hear the murmurs of unknown entities. This was not good news for a sequence holder who was already walking on a tightrope, as a single misstep could lead to contamination or corruption. Asra thought, however, at that moment Zero was rushed and managed to edit the sacrifice under such urgent circumstances, which was already a lifesaver. Despite this drawback of the sacrifice, it also had its advantages. It meant that Asra would accumulate spiritual energy at a faster pace. He also possessed pollution resistance, granting him a slight resistance to diseases and toxins. Additionally, there was ominous omen, allowing him to sense vague dangers and ill omens. The flesh and blood positioning ability was rather bloody. Consuming a small piece of the target's flesh or blood would enable him to vaguely sense their location within a certain range. Spiritual smell allowed him to detect the aura of various powerful beings, sensing their preferences, which aided in serving the sacrifice accordingly. Lastly, sacrificial vision enabled him to see the spiritual light on objects and beings. For instance, when Asra looked at himself, he could see part of the spiritual light, a sign of having consumed. Spirituality emerged within him, and in the future, he might even develop spiritual organs. The importance of spirituality for sequence holders is self-evident, especially for Asra. He could preside over sacrifices to exchange for power from certain hidden entities. He could also pass these things to Zero for absorption to recharge. The energetic Zero and the current non-energetic Zero were like two different versions. Asra adjusted his state, stood up, and consumed spiritual energy to activate the abilities of the sacrifice. First was spiritual smell, followed by minor effect prayer. He began to recite the incantation from the last time, praying towards the powerful unknown entities of the blood pathway. He also released Steel Service to see if this time he could draw something good. As Asra recited the incantation, he once again caught the scent of blood. The first time Asra knew nothing and couldn't distinguish anything. But this time he could feel that the aura came from the spirit realm through spiritual smell. Moreover, the effects of the recited incantations seemed varied, some incantation phrases that entity favored, while others were just average. Asra silently noted down some well-performing incantations to enhance their usage frequency next time. As minor effect prayer was activated, Asra felt waves of spirituality being absorbed by himself. However, the arrival of this spirituality also brought faint yet noisy murmurs. As the brief prayer concluded, this time the Steel Service did not yield results. Asra did not gain any new abilities of the Blood Servant from the blood pathway. This left Asra somewhat disappointed, but he could accept it. However, he couldn't be too greedy. After all, he had just stolen 2 yesterday. After the prayer ended, Asra was pleasantly surprised to find his spirituality was abundant. But this benefit came at a cost. He felt a slight cacophony of murmurs in his head, which was somewhat irritating. He had no choice but to sit down again, trying to consolidate his scattered thoughts through meditation to adjust this state. Unexpectedly, this effect turned out to be even better. Entering the solar visualization meditation, Asra felt the noisy murmurs dissipate quickly, like shadows gradually disappearing when illuminated by sunlight. As the noisy murmurs ended, Asra opened his eyes and thought to himself, if every time the spirituality from minor effect prayer along with the invoked murmurs can be eliminated through solar visualization meditation, then my spirituality growth could indeed accelerate significantly, but unfortunately minor effect prayer can only be performed once a day. The next moment, Asra's heart sank as he recalled the rules of the sacrifice. Do not be greedy, do not look directly. Asra quickly muttered, do not be greedy, do not be greedy. Now I can fill my spirituality in a minute with minor effect prayer, which has saved a lot of time. The subsequent increase of spirituality within me can be achieved through the Light Chaser meditation. Such a speed of spirituality growth has surpassed many people. In the early morning, Asra awakened once again and headed to school. Upon entering the classroom today, many people looked at Asra with different expressions. This was especially true after Valley entered with bandages on his face. Valley had received treatment in the infirmary, but fractures and breaks were not as easily healed as a swollen face. Unless he was willing to spend more money to go to the church and receive healing from the priests and clerics. Indeed, in the church's holy seat pathway, some sequences possessed healing abilities. However, the priests and clerics who had these abilities held considerable status, making it difficult for them to heal Valley's facial injuries. This meant that Valley's family would have to donate a significant amount of pounds to the church. And given that Valley had just spent a large sum in the school's infirmary yesterday, his family could hardly afford such a hefty expenditure. Thus, Valley's facial injuries were not completely healed. Even though he was a sequence holder with spirituality, which could accelerate his recovery speed, it would still take at least half a month, if not longer, to fully recover. Valley glared at Asra, gritting his teeth, his voice squeezed out between his teeth. Don't be too happy. Asra, in a few days there will be a physical fitness test for the Mixed Martial Arts Club. With your physical condition, I don't believe you can pass the assessment. Just wait to be expelled by Mr. Carmen. When you become a homeless person, I will treat you well. Valley's voice was cold and filled with resentment. It was not hard to imagine what he would do if Asra truly became a homeless person. Asra glanced at him and chuckled, asking, does your nose hurt? How about we have another match today? This time he'll let you use one hand. Upon hearing this, Valley's eyes filled with rage. He coldly snorted and turned back to his seat. I don't need to fight with a pauper like you. You don't have much time left. The morning AP class concluded and Asra began to organize and summarize some knowledge. In this regard, Zero played a significant role. Some things that Asra couldn't remember, Zero could scan and record through his visual capabilities, transferring most of the knowledge directly into the local database. He took an ordinary test paper and completed it at a speed faster than usual. After grading, his score was even higher. Asra let out a sigh of relief. This meant he had a greater advantage in the AP course. During the afternoon sports training in the Mixed Martial Arts Club, Asra began to gradually showcase his enhanced strength. Those who paid attention to Asra would notice that the weight of the equipment he used had increased compared to yesterday. Senna, who was absent-mindedly swaying, approached Asra after a round of training to chat. Soon he noticed the difference this time. Senna's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Asra, did you take some drugs? Why has the weight of the equipment increased so much today? Asra raised the equipment in his hands and only put it down after holding it for a while. After setting down the equipment, Asra pondered for a moment. I have indeed taken the potion, but revealing this information myself is not as suitable as having Senna reveal it for me. So he said, I took the potion yesterday and became a sequence holder. Senna's face immediately lit up with excitement. Really? Asra nodded slightly. Senna clapped his hands in joy, saying, Bro, I knew you could do it. Which path's potion did you take? Hiss, bro, you weren't even a sequence holder yesterday and already attracted these girls. If you tell these girls that you've become a sequence holder, there will probably be even more girls crazily wanting to get your contact information. Asra didn't expect Senna's focus to be on this. He chuckled and said, I took the potion from the sun path, but please don't spread it around. Upon hearing Asra's words, Senna nodded repeatedly. Bro, don't worry, I definitely won't spread it around. You know me, I'm the best at keeping secrets. Asra chuckled lightly, not committing to a response. When he resumed his equipment training, Senna had quietly left his mind spinning with thoughts. He staggered over to some girls he had exchanged contact information with yesterday. Sometimes he also swayed over to the cheerleaders. When Asra looked over, he could see this guy whispering something to those girls. Looking at Senna's somewhat lewd smile, Asra could easily guess what he was up to. Senna was saying, Asra took the potion from the sun path. Did you know? What? You don't know what the sun path is? Your knowledge is too lacking. This is a powerful ancient path. This is the sun. Don't you want to experience the scorching sensation of having the sun enter your body? If Asra heard how Senna was promoting himself, he would surely regret telling Senna about becoming a sequence holder. But now it was too late for regrets. The news of Asra taking the potion and becoming a sequence holder quickly spread within the Mixed Martial Arts Club. Thanks to Senna's help, this news first spread among the junior girls and cheerleaders. But it wasn't long before it reached the ears of the 12th grade students. Upon hearing this news, Wally instantly became furious, feeling a surge of anger rising in his mind. However, seeing the gradually increasing weight of Asra's equipment quickly calmed him down. He coldly snorted at Asra from a distance. Eventually, this news reached Carmen's ears. Carmen, who was already instructing others, frowned slightly upon hearing it, but quickly relaxed. After guiding a few more people, he then walked heavily towards Asra. When Asra was pushing the equipment up, he saw a muscular figure approaching him from a distance. Carmen stared at Asra's training for a while before saying, It seems your luck is good. Where did you buy the potion? Asra didn't rush to respond. After practicing a few more times, he slowly exhaled a breath, saying, It was given by someone else. What a lucky kid. But you took the potion too late. Even if you train like this crazily, you won't improve your physical quality in a short time. I still recommend taking supplements or drugs to enhance your training efficiency. Asra shook his head saying, Coach, I'm training naturally, I don't need supplements or drugs. Carmen snorted coldly, fool. Almost all high school students in the school team's comprehensive league are taking drugs. If you don't take them, you'll lose at the starting line. Don't worry, there are no drug tests in the school's mixed martial arts league, you won't get caught. Asra still shook his head saying, Coach, I want my eggs to develop naturally, I don't want them to shrink like peanuts. Hearing this, Mr. Carmen's face instantly turned cold as he stared at Asra. Humph. Without money, even if your eggs are as big as a bull's, they are still useless. And after stopping the drugs, everything will recover. Asra still shook his head. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Asra, Mr. Carmen said coldly, Then I hope your potion proves to be more effective. Train hard, there's only a week left until the physical test, and then you'll start selecting members for the school team's mixed martial arts league. I want to see how far your natural training can take you. After throwing this cold remark, Mr. Carmen turned to leave. Asra remained unfazed to, at least for now, the value of Mr. Carmen in terms of coaching and training methods had already been entirely replaced by Zero. Zero's effects were even stronger than Mr. Carmen's. After Mr. Carmen left, Senna returned with a peculiar lewd smile. Asra thanked me. You have no idea how much the cheerleaders and junior girls' interest in you has increased this time. Now as long as you beckon with your finger, someone among these girls will follow you home. What a beautiful thing. Asra couldn't help but laugh. He said, I don't want to waste my energy on such matters before I pass the physical test. Senna looked regretful, saying, All right. Asra pondered for a moment and then asked, Do you know of any cheap and good shooting ranges that have private instructors to teach gun usage? Senna smiled upon hearing this, saying, Of course I do. Do you want to practice shooting? Asra slightly nodded. A day at school quickly came to an end. This time Asra also did not take the school bus, but followed Senna. They took the bus, spending 40 minutes, and finally arrived at a suitable location under Senna's guidance. This place was already considered out of the city, not too far from Asra's residence located near the southern district. It was also a warehouse area, but slightly better than the place where Asra met Boyer. There were still people around, and the surrounding warehouses were in use, resembling a small to medium-sized logistics park. At the entrance to the park, there was security guarding the entrance. Asra focused his gaze on the security personnel. They wore black uniforms with bulletproof vests and tactical gear on their upper bodies. Magazines and tactical equipment were all stored in the gear. The firearms they carried were prominently displayed, placed in the most convenient positions for use. Several security personnel appeared relaxed as they entered the park, making it seem quite ordinary. After passing through several intersections, Senna finally brought Asra to their destination. The Old Port Weapons Club. Senna pointed to it and said, This club is nice, it has an indoor shooting range, and one of the instructors is a friend of my father. I've been here a few times to shoot. Asra nodded slightly and followed Senna inside. Once in the club, Senna quickly gathered some information from the front desk and led Asra through the club until they soon found a man with a big beard. Leaving Asra in place, Senna talked to the bearded man occasionally, pointing at Asra. Then Senna brought the bearded man over to Asra. The bearded man was a typical redneck with a beard that could be braided and a thick reddened neck. He looked Asra up and down and asked, Kid, do you want to practice shooting? Asra nodded and said, Yes, I'm a beginner and want to learn. The bearded man extended his hand, saying, Welcome, I'm Kirk from the Old Port Weapons Club. Since you came with Senna, you are our friend, and I will give you a discount. He continued, What do you want to try first? Asra thought for a moment and said, I want to try shooting a handgun first. Kirk smiled knowingly and said, Everyone who comes to the club wants to shoot handguns, follow me. Kirk led Asra toward the back. Inside the club, Asra saw a dozen or so people along the way. There were gangsters with tattoos and well-dressed individuals. On one side, there were several boxing rings and a training area. People wearing protective gear were training and boxing, and there were even 2 individuals engaged in a boxing match in the ring. The punches landed with a heavy thud, and Asra felt that even his sequence 9 blood servant was not as strong as they were. However, seeing their massive muscles and obvious injection sites, Asra thought it was normal. Many of these individuals had gained their strength through supplements and drugs, which had a significant impact on their bodies. Asra thought to himself, no need to be discouraged. With my sequence abilities, I should be able to strengthen myself faster. Soon Kirk led Asra and Senna to a shooting range at the back. As they walked, Kirk asked, Have you played with guns before? Asra shook his head and replied, No. Kirk then said, Since you're a friend of Senna, I'll teach you a basic shooting lesson for free today. Senna added, Asra, Kirk is a great instructor, so make sure to learn well. Asra nodded, saying, Thanks, bro. In the shooting range, there were more than 10 shooting stations, and at the back, there was a gun stand with a staff member in charge. A few people were currently practicing shooting. Kirk walked to the front and told Asra, I can teach you a shooting lesson for free, but you'll need to buy your own bullets. What kind of gun do you want to use? Asra pointed at the Defender series and said, I'd like to try a Defender handgun. Kirk responded, Good choice, The Defender series is quite common and the 9mm bullets are not expensive. What kind of gun do you want to use? Asra pointed at the Defender series and said, I'd like to try a Defender handgun. Kirk responded, good choice, the Defender. Alright. Asra's heart raced a little. Shooting was really happening. Kirk knocked on the table, signaling the staff to get to work, bring out a Defender D14 and a box of training rounds. Soon a handgun and bullets were brought out. The Defender D14 was much better than the handgun Asra currently had under his shoebox, but they were from the same manufacturer. Kirk brought Asra to the shooting station, holding the handgun in one hand and pointing to Asra with the other, saying, from now on listen carefully. Asra and Senna stood nearby with Asra paying close attention. Kirk held the Defender D14 and said, there are 3 key points you need to focus on with a handgun: safety, trigger, and loading. Once the safety is engaged, the trigger cannot be pulled and the gun cannot be loaded. As long as the safety is on, the handgun cannot be fired. He pushed the safety up. This is different from domestic practices where it is common to say that the safety is off when the gun can fire. Click. With a light sound regardless of whether Kirk loaded the gun or pulled the trigger, the handgun. He then pulled the trigger down, loaded the gun several times to ensure there were no bullets inside, and handed it to Asra. Alright, you give it a try. Asra took the Defender D14, and a cool sensation spread from his hand upwards. This handgun was noticeably heavier than the one he currently owned. He tried to engage the safety and then load the gun, but found that he could only pull it a little before it got stuck, and could not load. He attempted to pull the trigger with his index finger, but could not press it down. After disengaging the safety and trying again, he successfully loaded the gun and the trigger could be pulled. Then Kirk came to Asra's side and said, to shoot successfully, checking your firearm is important, but your stance is equally crucial. Your body posture is the foundation of your gun stance. If the foundation is unstable, the bullets will go haywire. He lightly tapped Asra's slightly inward turned right heel with his toe and asked, you're not left-hander? Asra shook his head and replied, no. Very good, now your weak side foot is forward, strong side foot is back about shoulder width apart, knees slightly bent. Don't just stand there stiff like a stick. Imagine someone is pushing you from the side or front, and you need to be as steady as a nail driven into the ground. Kirk adjusted Asra's stance by correcting his steps, tapping or lightly touching with the tip of his foot. That's it, move your upper body, naturally turning towards the target. Asra resembled a puppet, continuously adjusting his posture under Kirk's direction. Finally, after a series of adjustments, Asra felt his body forming a slightly tense, yet indeed sturdy framework, allowing him to stand for a longer time without fatigue. Kirk patted Asra on the back, changed angles, gently pushed him, and then asked, how does it feel? Remember that feeling? Asra noted the sensation while the voice of Zero echoed in his mind. The local database is updating basic shooting skills. The basic shooting stance has been recorded. Asra focused and said, got it. Kirk replied, good, relax. Once Asra relaxed, Kirk added, now recall that feeling and pose for me again. Asra relaxed and resumed his stance. Fortunately, this position was not too difficult, and he could easily strike a semblance of it. Meanwhile, Zero's voice reminded him, adjust your center of gravity, lower it, raise your left hand, relax your shoulders, relax. Zero had clearly recorded the previous stance and assisted Asra as he repeated it, resembling a rigid coach. Moreover, Zero's adjustments were more suited to Asra than Kirk's. Kirk's stance was basic and applicable to everyone. Zero fully understood Asra's body structure, every bone and every muscle, naturally finding a more appropriate method for applying force and standing. Once Asra struck the pose, both Kirk and Senna were taken aback. Especially Senna, who felt that although Asra's pose seemed similar to before, it appeared much more comfortable. Kirk also tried pushing Asra, finding it indeed stable, and exclaimed, good job, kid, you're learning well, your stance is solid. Now, let's learn to hold the handgun. Next is aiming. To shoot, breathing is crucial to enter breath control. The final step, load the magazine, chamber the round, pull the trigger. The muzzle of Defender D14 erupted with a burst of bright flame. The bullet spiraled out of the chamber. The crisp sound of the gunfire, muffled by the ear protection, felt somewhat dull. Asra felt a jolt throughout his body. The muzzle jumped noticeably, but he gripped tightly, absorbing most of the recoil. The gun did not slip from his hands, and almost instantly the muzzle returned to its original position. A hint of gunpowder smoke infiltrated Asra's nostrils, and on the half-human target 15 meters away, a bullet hole appeared far from the bullseye. Kirk placed his hand on Asra's and spoke calmly without praise or blame. Shooting is not that simple. It's normal to miss on your first shot. Luckily, the bullet didn't go where it shouldn't have. Your recoil management is passing because you grip tightly, but the reason for missing is that in the final moment before shooting, your brain anticipated the loud bang and vibration after pulling the trigger, causing your finger to instinctively speed up and yank. This caused the barrel to dip and rise at the moment of firing, leading the bullet to veer off. It seems you have considerable strength and a strong sense of caution. This is both good and bad news. Now remove the magazine and eject the bullet. Following Kirk's instructions, Asra removed the magazine and ejected a bullet from the chamber. Kirk picked up the bullet shell, still bearing burn marks, saying, "Hold it with the base facing up, place it on your front sight, maintain your grip and aiming stance, breathe, find the shooting window, and then complete a dry fire. If the trigger and arm are steady enough, the shell won't fall off. After several attempts for sufficient stability, you can proceed with shooting practice." Asra took a deep breath of the smoky gun oil-scented air, and said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." He placed the shell properly, and then following Kirk's guidance attempted to fire again. This time he held his breath, gripped the handgun firmly, and searched for the opportunity to shoot. Click. The sound of the hammer striking empty was crisp. The shell wobbled on the sight, but did not fall off. Kirk, with his arms crossed, remarked, "This is getting interesting. Ooh, remember that feeling, do it a few more times." After Asra tried a few more times, he said, "Not bad, now throw away the shell, reload with live rounds, and let's continue. Etch everything I've taught you today deep into your bones. I remember as much as you can." Asra nodded, "Yes, coach." He retrieved the magazine, chambered a round, struck a pose with his weight, slightly forward, hands gripping the handgun, aligning with the target, adjusting his breath, and finding the shooting window. Bang! When the roar echoed again, the vibrations in his body seemed to lessen slightly. On the target 15 meters away, a new bullet hole appeared in the firing. Hit! A glimmer of joy flashed through Asra's heart. "Continue." Kirk's voice rang out behind him, still calm. "There are 8 bullets left. Remember that feeling. Take it slow. Don't rush. Aim before firing." "Yes," Asra replied briefly. He reamed and adjusted his breathing. Bang! Bang! The roar of gunfire erupted, and the subsequent bullets all hit the target, gradually getting closer. Clap! Kirk clapped from the side, a smile on his face. He said, "Not bad, you have a good talent, and have initially grasped the shooting techniques with a handgun. Next comes long-term practice. To hit the bullseye consistently, aside from talent, you also need to feed it with bullets. Next, it depends on you. There are still 40 bullets here. Take your time to shoot, and remember, in the training ground, under no circumstances should you point the gun at anyone, whether it's yourself or others." Asra nodded. "Yes, I understand." As Kirk left, he signaled the staff at the training ground to keep an eye on Asra. At this moment, Senna approached, smiling. "Asra, I didn't see it coming. You have quite a talent for shooting. At that time, I fired many rounds to reach your current level." He winked. "You really shot well with the handgun." Asra relaxed his arms, and at that moment Senna also bid farewell, stating it was time for him to go home. After seeing Senna off, Asra returned to the training ground. Today's task was to finish the remaining 40 bullets. He approached the shooting platform, readjusting his stance. In his mind, Zero was also making fine adjustments based on Asra's body. Ding! Basic shooting skills have been recorded locally and reprogrammed. Do you want to load basic firearm training 1? Asra silently thought. Load. A small screen unfolded at the corner of his eye, continuously adjusting a series of Asra's movements, postures, and even techniques for exerting force. If there were experienced shooters and coaches watching Asra at this moment, they would feel that his shooting posture was becoming increasingly natural, resembling that of a seasoned marksman. He set up his stance, aligning his sights, and adjusted his breathing. Bang! A 10 ring. Bang! Another 10 ring. Bang! A 10 ring. Then Asra began adjusting his aiming point, no longer focusing on the center of the 10 ring. Bang! Asra fired again. The staff member behind, holding a binocular, glanced at the target when Asra shot. When the first 10 ring appeared, the staff member raised his eyebrows. What a lucky rookie. The second shot was also a 10 ring, and he straightened up. Another 10 ring. The third shot was still a 10 ring, and he unconsciously stood up. Is it luck? Then Asra's aiming position began to shift. He no longer aimed for the bullseye. The subsequent shots were 6 ring, 5 ring, 8 ring, and finally, a miss, hitting the target's lower abdomen. At this point, the staff member relaxed again, holding the binocular. Indeed, it's just luck. But what he didn't know was that every shot Asra hit was precisely where he aimed. He simply stopped aiming at the 10 ring's bullseye. It took Asra an hour to fire off all 30 rounds. The last 10 bullets were carefully loaded into the magazine and reinserted into the gun. Standing before the shooting platform, he first found a reference point on the target. Click! The bullets were chambered. With a firm grip, he repeatedly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The roar of gunfire erupted from Asra's handgun, each bullet firing out. They landed accurately on the target, leaving 10 bullet holes, with only the last round in the center, while the others were scattered around. Nice, hitting the target at this speed is impressive. The staff member praised from behind Asra. Asra lowered his gun and looked at the target, thinking, no, it's not just hitting the target, they're all in the bullseye. At 15 meters, the half-body target posed no difficulty for Asra. If this distance were extended to 20 or 30 meters, the shooting accuracy would likely decline. However, this decline could be attributed to various factors. The effective combat range for handguns is inherently close, and further improvement of Asra's shooting feel was still necessary. After finishing the bullets, Asra pulled the slide back, checked the chamber for any remaining rounds, and then handed the firearm to the staff. The staff member smiled, saying, "Would you like to learn how to maintain firearms?" Upon hearing this, Asra's eyes lit up. Sure. The staff member laughed, and the two exchanged what they needed. He was too lazy to clean the gun while Asra needed to learn how to disassemble, assemble, and maintain the handgun. The two hit it off, and under the staff's guidance, Asra easily disassembled the firearm and cleaned the gunpowder residue. Click! With a crisp sound, the last handgun component was assembled. There were no extra parts on the table, just a spring that fell out. The staff member smiled, clearly pleased with Asra's maintenance skills. Buddy, you really don't seem like a rookie disassembling a gun for the first time. You did well. Back at his residence, Asra took the handgun out of the shoebox, disassembled it, and began to maintain this handgun. Compared to the one he shot today, this handgun, while made by the same company, had differences in performance. After cleaning the stains off the parts, Asra reassembled it. He pulled the slide and could hear the crisp sound of the chambering. Holding the handgun, Asra pondered quietly. I've initially grasped the handgun, but that's not enough. The original owner wanted to go after Quake. For various reasons, that seems a bit excessive. Killing such a good brother would be a waste, but if I don't kill Quake, how can I get past Boyer's risk? Asra's thoughts raced, and soon he had a flash of inspiration. The difficulty of killing Quake is high, and he is a good brother, so why not kill Boyer instead? First, Quake is also a sequence user, and the path is unknown, while Boyer is also a sequence user, and his path is almost certainly blood. Quake operates as a black medic protected by the Bloodhand Gang's guards. As a black medic, he must be earning money, and in terms of personal protection, he is likely not weak, plus he seems to avoid drugs. Boyer is a cadre of the Grey Alley Gang with dozens of subordinates, but not many elite ones. From his appearance yesterday, he doesn't seem well protected. Recalling how he saw Boyer yesterday, Asra closed his eyes, remembering details from his complexion, expressions, and physical condition. Boyer likely used something. Well, I'm not sure if it's drugs or enhancers, but this means his weaknesses are greater than Quake's. The more Asra thought about it, the more he felt that the success rate of killing Boyer was higher than that of killing Quake. Asra pondered, but soon realized a problem. I know where Quake lies, but I don't know Boyer's residence or base, and if it's close range, I might not be able to take him on. Damn, Boyer, if only I had a sniper or a marksman rifle, I could find an opportunity to take him out from a distance, and that would solve a lot of problems. After thinking for 2 hours, Asra still couldn't make up his mind. So he first used the Offerings Minor Prayer, then meditated with the Light Chaser to restore his state and dispel the ramblings. After meditation enhanced his clarity, Asra made a decision. Boyer gave me half a month. Do I still have time to prepare? Tomorrow I'll take some time to check on Quake. No matter who I kill, I need to gather more intelligence, whether it's Quake or Boyer. Thus, after the class ended the next day, Asra got off the school bus and took a public transport to the place where Quake lived, as recalled in his memory. The distance between the two was not too far, just a few adjacent blocks. After getting off, Asra walked for a while and soon arrived near Quake's workplace. This area also belonged to the Southern District, where Quake's workplace was a shop. However, most of the time this shop was closed and even lacked any visible disguise. On the automatically rising and lowering roller shutter, a small door was opened, which was currently ajar. Outside the door, several gang members were either squatting or standing. On the automatically rising and lowering roller shutter, a small door was opened, which was currently ajar. Outside the door, several gang members were either squatting or standing. Asra's gaze swept over their bulging waistlines. Each of these individuals was armed, suggesting that they were likely responsible for Quake's protection. In a gang like the Bloodhand Gang, black gang members of this age were usually considered experienced. They had likely been involved for several years and might have gone through numerous gunfights. In a gang like the Bloodhand Gang, black gang members of this age were usually considered experienced. They had likely been involved for several years and might have— Hey, white boy, don't come any closer. His words drew the attention of the others. One of the black men casually placed his hand behind his back. There was probably a handgun behind him. Asra quickly raised his hands to indicate he posed no threat, saying, Hey, brother, don't be nervous, we've met before. I'm Quake's good brother. Forgotten. You're Dr. Quake. Asra shouted. The black man hesitated for a moment, but upon hearing Asra's shout, he became angry again. Swish. The man drew his gun directly, saying, Kid, stop shouting. Asra immediately raised his hands higher and lowered his voice. Look, him not moving. Asra's shout finally had an effect. Inside the shop, footsteps were heard, followed by the sound of a door being pushed open. What happened? In the next moment, a surprised voice exclaimed, Asra. Asra looked toward the door. It was Quake. Quake's current state had already changed somewhat from Asra's memory. He had acquired some tattoos bearing the symbols of the Bloodhand Gang. At the same time, his skin appeared duller, and his eyes seemed to have a faint green hue, as if he were wearing colored contacts. Asra felt a chill in his heart. This was clearly the influence of certain channels, and it seemed to have a significant impact, leaving marks on Quake's body. In Asra's memory, there was no channel that would exhibit such effects. Of course, this could also be due to Asra's limited understanding of extraordinary channels and knowledge. Quake stepped out, pushing aside the black subordinate at the door, saying, This is my brother, what are you doing? The several black men silently put away their guns and cleared the way. Quake came forward and embraced Asra. Asra, I thought you would never come looking for me again. Asra replied, We are brothers, aren't we? Quake appeared very happy to hear this. He patted Asra on the shoulder and led him inside his shop. Once inside, the environment was hardly clean. The air carried a faint stench mixed with the smell of disinfectant. Near the entrance some clutter was piled up, but the further inside one went the slightly cleaner it became. There was also a black girl with dreadlocks. Asra remembered her. She was Quake's assistant, essentially a half-hearted nurse. As they walked further, there were several surgical beds that looked somewhat dirty, surrounded by some lower half of dark blue curtains used for blocking. In such an environment, performing surgery without a sterile environment was out of the question. One could only consider a fully contaminated environment. Asra's eyes caught a glimpse of a pile of medical instruments haphazardly placed on a stainless steel tray, including scalpels, tweezers, pliers, and more. There was also alcohol and several bottles of medicine, their caps casually twisted on. The two sat on a sofa at the back. Quake hesitated for a moment before finally uttering, "Asra, I'm sorry about Grandma." Asra waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "I don't blame you. Grandma is already very old, and her health has been poor. Without your medicine, she might have been gone long ago. For Grandma to hold on this long, you have already helped her." Quake opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He just opened the fridge, took out 2 ice cubes, poured 2 glasses of cheap whiskey, and pushed 1 glass in front of Asra. The liquor was murky and had a pungent smell of industrial alcohol. Asra took the glass, sipped it lightly, and then set it down, rubbing his finger over the condensation on the glass. At that moment, the black girl walked by with an iron tray on which were several blood-stained bandages and a syringe with a needle. She nodded at Asra as a greeting, and then lifted a curtain to slip inside. From behind the curtain came a low, muffled groan. Asra looked in that direction and asked, "Are there patients in there?" Quake took a sip of his drink and chuckled bitterly, saying, "What patients? This is a wounded member of the Bloodhand gang. His luck ran out. His forearm was chopped off, and I can't reattach it. I can only stop the bleeding and prescribe some medicine to see if he can pull through. He's a tough one. Aside from the arm injury, he has wounds elsewhere. The boss told me to find a way to save him. What can I do? I can only prescribe some medicine and leave the rest to luck." Asra nodded slightly. He sighed, "I didn't expect you to be doing so well on the path of being a Dr. Quake." Quake tipped his head back, finishing half of his drink. "Doing well. You could do it too, bro. There's nothing difficult about it." Asra replied in confusion, "Not difficult." Quake nodded, leaning closer to Asra's ear, whispering, "What difficulty is there? They're either gunshot wounds or stab wounds. Just inject a painkiller, dig out the bullets, stitch up the wounds. It's like sewing pants. Maybe my stitching skills aren't as good as my mom's pants sewing skills. After treating the wounds, just prescribe some anti-inflammatory and pain medication, and the rest depends on them." Asra couldn't help but gulp down 2 mouthfuls of whiskey upon hearing this. He said, "Although I know it might be a bit rough, I didn't expect it to be this rough." Upon hearing Asura's words, Quake chuckled softly as well. In that moment it felt as if they had rediscovered a sense of nostalgia. He paused for a moment and asked, "Asura, what brings you here this time?" He continued, "Have you resolved your potion issues? I heard that your days in Ashford haven't been easy." Asura took a sip of his drink and replied, "Yes, it's been solved. Someone sponsored me and provided me with a potion." Quake laughed at that. "What kind of route is it from?" Asura pondered for a moment without hiding the truth, saying, "It's the potion from the Sun route." Quake was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, laughing, "The ancient route. Still, that route is quite good." Asura could sense that Quake was genuinely happy for him. Then Quake said, "You haven't been to my home in a while. My mother misses you. Come back with me today." Asura did not refuse. Soon after finishing their drinks, Quake left the Black Clinic. Among the small group waiting outside, 2 stayed behind, while another drove over in a dilapidated. Quake's residence was not far from there. After dropping off Quake and Asura, the small brother confirmed they had entered before driving away. Quake's place was significantly better than Asura's, seeming like a residence for the families of the Bloodhand gang. There were even people from the Bloodhand gang guarding downstairs. It was a 7 or 8-story building, and after reaching the 5th floor they arrived at Quake's home. Pushing the door open, Quake's cheerful voice rang out, "Mom, look who has come." A pale-faced, middle-aged woman walked out from within. She was Lady Pearl, Quake's mother. Lady Pearl was also suffering from a serious illness, otherwise Quake wouldn't have left Ashford and joined the gang to become a black doctor before Asura. Lady Pearl stood at the doorway, one hand resting on the frame. She had lost a lot of weight, and the formerly fitted house dress now hung loosely on her. The contours of her cheekbones were sharper than Asura remembered, but she smiled, a faint blush appearing on her pale face. "Asura, come in. What are you standing at the door for?" Lady Pearl's voice was weak, but it carried genuine joy. Asura stepped inside. The room was very tidy, with old oak furniture polished to a shine, and a white lace tablecloth spread across the coffee table. On a cabinet in the corner there were several photographs. Asura spotted one that was also in his home. It featured 2 men standing side by side in white coats with a hospital corridor in the background. It was Asura's father and Quake's father. Unfortunately, both had passed away soon after this photo was taken for various reasons. The home's cleanliness and warmth stood in stark contrast to the chaos of Quake's Black Clinic. Quake squeezed past Asura, helping his mother sit on the sofa, then busied himself pouring water. Lady Pearl then patted the space beside her, beckoning Asra over. Let me have a look at you. She studied Asra's face, her fingers gently brushing against his cheek. Lady Pearl smiled, saying, Asra looks even better than before. Quake placed the cup of water on the coffee table, smiling as he said, Asra's looks make me envious. If I could look that handsome, I'd surely attract many girls. Lady Pearl interrupted him, her tone carrying a gentle reprimand only a mother could possess. Quake shrank his neck. Asra glanced at the coffee table, where several papers were partially exposed. They were hospital bills, and upon seeing the numbers on them, Asra quickly averted his gaze. Although Quake worked as a black doctor and faced danger, his income was decent, yet he couldn't save any money. A significant reason for this was Lady Pearl's ailments. Lady Pearl discreetly collected the bills, placing them beneath the coffee table. She softly asked, How is Grandma's health? Asra was taken aback and looked up at Quake. A hint of regret flashed across Quake's face as he wanted to speak, but Asra instantly understood. He subtly shook his head and replied, Grandma is still the same. She often mentions you. She says that once you recover, and when Quake and I earn some money, we should go back to the old place for tea. Lady Pearl laughed, fine lines appearing at the corners of her eyes. All right, I will definitely go when I have the chance. After chatting a bit more, Lady Pearl asked Asra to sit down while she went to prepare a meal. Asra pressed her down gently, saying, Let Quake and me handle it. Lady Pearl was too weak to argue. He and Quake entered the kitchen, where Quake whispered, Asra, I haven't told Mom about Grandma. You know her health isn't good. I worry. Asra nodded slightly. I understand. It's better not to tell her for now. She should focus on getting better. After quickly preparing a simple meal and finishing it, Lady Pearl went back to rest. Asra and Quake sat on the sofa. Asra exhaled deeply. After meeting Quake, he finally understood why Boyer wanted him to kill Quake. Quake was completely unguarded around Asra and even invited him to his home. If Asra had wanted to strike, there would have been countless opportunities to kill Quake. But with their relationship, the original host had been brainwashed and felt cornered. However, how could Asra choose now? Quake seemed to sense that Asra had something on his mind and said, Asra, have you encountered any problems? Asra hesitated for a moment and replied, There is something I need to discuss. Originally, Asra wanted to mention his issues with Boyer, but it felt inappropriate. So he changed his words and asked, What is your status in the Bloodhand Gang? Quake paused for a moment after hearing the question and said, What status could I have? I'm just a black doctor. Any cadre in the Bloodhand Gang has a higher status than me. But I still know some people. Do you need my help with something? Asra pondered for a moment and said, I do have something I need your help with. Can you get me a gun? Preferably a sniper rifle or a precision shooting rifle. A carbine will do, but it must come with a scope and a silencer. Quake's eyes widened the more he listened, and finally he stared at Asra. You. Asra looked at Quake and said, I can only trust you now, brother. After handing over the gun task to Quake, Asra temporarily suppressed his thoughts. Acquiring a gun in America is not particularly difficult, but finding a suitable one poses a bit of a challenge. If Asra wishes to buy a sniper rifle, the difficulty is immense. First and foremost, he cannot purchase one from various gun shops. He must wait until he is at least 18 years old, and any gun bought from a shop is registered. For instance, prior to sale, details such as the rifling marks are recorded. If a registered gun is used for shooting or murder, once discovered by the police, Asra would have no escape. Thus, acquiring a gun through official means is not a viable path unless he can modify or replace the unregistered barrel. However, this is evidently a difficult task for Asra, who is only over 2,000 pounds. In the next 2 days, although Asra felt a sense of urgency, he displayed no outward changes. He thought to himself, I still have a backup plan. If it comes down to it, and I still can't kill Boyer to resolve the issue, then I can simply run away and become a drifter. I now have 2 paths available, and I can leverage the power of the blood pathway. Even as a drifter, I would be among the best. If I can't fight, can I not run? Just leaving this city would mean giving up a bright future. At the same time, Asra thought, alternatively, I could seek out Ivy and confess everything, serving her as a dog. This too would be a solution. Don't mention the cadre of the Grey Alley Gang. Even the leader of the Grey Alley Gang wouldn't dare to provoke the Hill family. Don't mention the cadre of the Grey Alley Gang. Even the leader of the Grey Alley Gang wouldn't dare. They control the economy, the government, factories, and land. They even possess private soldiers, or what could be termed private security forces. To anger these families means that the gangs would first face the violent forces of the government, the FBI, the CIA, the police, and even the National Guard. In America, the most powerful gangs are these entities. The Grey Alley Gang is merely a minor player in the grand scheme. On the 6th day since Asra arrived in this world, Asra's old phone finally received a message from Quake, come find me after school. Asra felt a stir of anticipation. What man does not look forward to handling a gun? Even if it is just a worn-out pistol, Asra would still take it out to play with and clean every day after returning home. If that pistol were replaced with a rifle, Asra could hardly imagine how thrilling it would be. After school, Asra wasted no time and hurried to Quake's shop. The black attendant at the entrance recognized Asra, or perhaps had been informed of Quake's arrangements in advance, and did not exhibit the same wariness as before. Instead, he actively led Asra into the black clinic. As soon as he entered the black clinic, Asra was hit by a wave of the scent of blood. He immediately felt somewhat anxious. At the same time, the ability of the blood servant stolen from the sacrifice made Asra sensitive to the scent of blood. Walking further ahead, the light became significantly brighter. Through the curtain, Asra saw a figure lying on the operating table. Under the illumination of the light, there were two figures standing behind the curtain. It was Quake and his assistant Black Girl. It seemed that they were in the midst of surgery. The black guard spoke up. "Quake, your brother is here to see you." Upon hearing this, Quake yanked aside the curtain and poked his head out. "Asra, wait for me a moment, or I'll finish this surgery." Asra nodded. Watching Quake's bloodied hands pull the curtain aside, blood stained the curtain, while revealing a half-person width gap. Through the gap, Asra saw the scene inside. A black man lay on the bed, nearly in a state of unconsciousness. His abdomen was already opened, and Quake was reaching inside to feel around. The abdomen wasn't entirely cut open with a scalpel, as there were parts of flesh with obvious tearing marks. Quake seemed to have noticed Asra's gaze, and explained, "This guy got shot. His stomach was almost blown apart, but luckily it seems like no internal organs were harmed. I'm going to stabilize him now, I hope to save his life." Asra felt a bit nauseated, and asked, "Is there still a chance?" Quake shook his head. "Who knows? It all depends on his luck." Blood plasma hung on the operating table, currently being infused. Then, Quake dropped a bullet onto the iron tray. Lucky for him, finally got it out. Next came the adjustment of internal organs and intestines, followed by the gruesome suturing. Asra watched Quake's suturing process with his eyelids twitching. It was too grotesque, too brutal. After the stitching, it felt as if that man's abdomen had sprouted two hideous, twisted black centipedes. After a flurry of activity, Quake finally let out a sigh of relief. He instructed the nurse Black Girl wait for him to wake up, then give him a shot. Understood. Afterward, Quake quickly cleaned himself up and led Asra to the back. Quake still smelled of blood, and he whispered to Asra, "I've got the thing you wanted me to get for you." "How much is it?" "I'll bring the money tomorrow." Quake chuckled softly. "Given our relationship, how could I take your money? I didn't spend much to get this gun, but it's not a good one, and I hope you can make use of it. And rest assured, this gun has been modified. It should not be on record." Quake paused before lowering his voice, "But honestly, I don't know if this gun has any background elsewhere. If you decide to use it, just be careful, and remember to clean up any traces afterward." Asra nodded upon hearing this, taking a deep breath laced with the scent of blood. He thought to himself, "Old Asra, you really are a fool. Ooh, just look at Quake." He patted Quake on the shoulder, and then said, "Quake, thank you. I will handle it properly after using it." Quake nodded, then handed Asra a black backpack, saying, "The items are packed in here. I've also prepared a box of bullets for you. Use them sparingly." Asra took the heavy backpack. This bag was not particularly large, just slightly longer than a typical laptop backpack. Held in his hand, it weighed about 6 or 7 kilograms. After handing the items to Asra, Quake said, "It's not safe here lately. You should take the items and leave quickly." Asra thought about the condition of that gang member on the operating table and felt that it indeed wasn't safe. He said to Quake, "You be careful too. If you need my help, send me a message." Quake nodded, "No problem." Asra did not stay long at Quake's place. After picking up the gun, he quickly left. The area was not safe at night, and Asra trudged forward. Thanks to the abilities of the blood servant and the light chaser, his vision under the night sky was as clear as day with little hindrance. There were many homeless people on both sides of the road, along with hurried passersby and groups of gang members. After a long trek, Asra finally returned to his residence. As soon as he got home, Asra eagerly opened the backpack that Quake had given him. Inside, a black gun emerged, instantly capturing Asra's attention. He took out the firearm as if cradling a treasure. It was a semi-automatic rifle, the KR-13, a model that was at least 20 years old and favored by hunters and outdoor enthusiasts. The magazine capacity was 15 rounds using 300 caliber bullets, and it came with a standard 14 variable magnification scope. He unfolded the stock, resting it against his shoulder, feeling the grip. The KR-13's forend could also be fitted with rails for various attachments, offering numerous customization options. He unfolded the stock, resting it against his shoulder, feeling the grip. The KR-13's forend could also be fitted with rails for various attachments, offering numerous customization options. This rifle had an effective range of 200 to 450 meters. The heavy bullets transferred energy well, and the short barrel had minimal performance loss, making it suitable for both jungle and urban environments. Although the range was a bit short, it was generally sufficient. The backpack also contained a suppressor which Asra attached to the muzzle, slightly increasing the gun's length. KR series firearms were quite famous in America, with various carbines, semi-automatics, and fully automatic rifles selling well. The KR-13 had a significant number in circulation. Even with the suppressor, it maintained a moderate sound reduction effect, even when using full-power rounds. If using subsonic rounds, the effective range would decrease to 200 meters, and the bullet drop would be noticeable, but the sound would be minimal. The gun Quick provided did not have any rails or additional attachments besides the suppressor, and it was maintained quite poorly. Nevertheless, Asra treasured it dearly. With this gun, he could truly solve problems. Asra then opened the box of ammunition. It contained 300 full-power bullets known for their high initial velocity and lethality. There were 40 rounds in a box. This type of ammunition was not cheap, with each bullet probably costing several gold pounds. Asra picked up a bullet, rubbed it thoughtfully, then wiped off his fingerprints and returned it to the box. He used a towel to wipe away the grime on the gun. This firearm might have come from the Bloodhand gang, showing signs of poor maintenance and even appearing somewhat dirty. Asra had not yet learned how to disassemble and maintain the internal components, so he decided to leave that for later. For now, he focused on cleaning the exterior. After a busy session, Asra sighed in regret. If this gun came from the Bloodhand gang, it could indeed be tied to a murder. If I use it to kill Boyer, I will need to destroy this gun as quickly as possible. What a waste. Yet Asra knew that even if it was a waste, there was no other choice. This was a realm where technology and the extraordinary coexisted. Keeping a murder weapon could easily lead to future complications. Even Asra could, through the ability of the Light Chaser, glimpse the past scenes of various objects whose other paths and abilities might possess similar capabilities. Thus, when killing Boyer, Asra had to hide all his information and ultimately erase any traces of this gun. Armed with a lethal weapon, murderous intent arose within him. However, Asra still decided to hide the gun. A rifle was not like a handgun. Rifles were subject to stricter regulations and were more difficult to operate. Especially with a semi-automatic rifle equipped with a scope, knowing how to use the scope was a significant issue. For example, adjusting the zeroing. Asra only knew the term, but had no idea how to execute it. Lying in bed, Asra was already contemplating how to learn to use this semi-automatic rifle. Fortunately, tomorrow was Saturday, and he did not need to go to school, giving him at least 2 days to learn how to use this gun. Early the next morning, Asra did not hesitate. He took a ride to the Old Harbor Weapons Club. Asra found the bearded Kirk. "Asra, do you want to sign up for my private lessons?" Kirk greeted him enthusiastically. Asra nodded and said, "I want to sign up for private lessons. This time, I want to learn precision shooting with a semi-automatic rifle." "Oh, that's not an ordinary playstyle. Are you planning to go hunting?" Asra nodded, something like that. "If you want to learn this, it is significantly more expensive than handguns, and we can't practice in the club. We'll have to go to an outdoor shooting range." "How much does that cost?" Asra cautiously inquired. Kirk smiled and said, "A session costs 400 gold pounds, and the bullets are extra." Hiss. Asra inhaled sharply. He did not expect it to be so expensive. "Is there any way it can be cheaper?" Kirk sighed. "You know, practicing precision shooting skills at this price is quite normal. Using a rifle for precision shooting requires a lot more instruction than a handgun private lesson. For a private lesson with a handgun and a regular rifle shooting class, I would only charge you 100 gold pounds for the handgun and 200 for the rifle." After some thought, Kirk said, "But since you were brought by Sarah today, he'll give you 30 training rounds for free. How about that? Sounds like a good deal, right?" Asra exhaled a breath of frustration. He didn't have much preparation time left, so he said, "All right, give me 1 session." Kirk looked a bit disappointed. "Just 1 session? 1 session? Let me see your teaching ability first." Kirk shrugged and said, "You're quite a cautious guy, but 1 session it is. I'll show you my teaching skills." "So, handsome young man, are you ready to set off? Let's go." The outdoor shooting range. It is entirely different from the underground range within the city. The range outside the city is open and breezy, with the pleasant morning sun shining down. Occasionally, a gust of wind carries the scent of wild grass. A few individuals are practicing shooting at the range. The practice fee at the range is 50 gold pounds, which is included in the private lesson cost, making it one of the good news. Kirk brought Asra to the shooting position where one could shoot in standing, kneeling, and prone positions. The targets range from 100 to 400 meters, with one target every 50 meters. Kirk approached Asra and said, "As a friend, I will give you a lesson on disassembling and maintaining firearms today. How about it, Asra? Am I a good friend?" Asra smiled gratefully and replied, "Kirk, from today on you are my best friend." Kirk laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he said, "I hope you take plenty of private lessons with your best friend here." He picked up the gun and placed it on the table, saying, "This is the KR-13 rifle you wanted. To be honest, it's a fine semi-automatic rifle and a great choice for hunting." This was also what Asra requested. Kirk placed the gun on the table and said, "A semi-automatic rifle with a scope requires learning more techniques while shooting. The basic scope of this gun has a variable magnification from 1 to 4. When shooting, besides adjusting the magnification, you also need to adjust the zeroing distance. You should understand what zeroing is, right?" Asra nodded. Fortunately, he had learned a bit about it from shooting games in his previous life. Kirk handed the gun to Asra and said, "First, the safety rules. This is something to remember. Always assume the gun is loaded. Keep the muzzle pointed in a safe direction. Keep your finger off the trigger until ready to shoot, and confirm your target and what is behind it." Asra nodded. Then Kirk had Asra hold the gun while he began to introduce all the parts of the firearm to him. "This is the safety. Now let's load the gun. Eject the magazine." And now this is the empty chamber flag. Next we will try to adjust the sight switch between the sights and zeroing and calibrating. Asra diligently followed Kirk's instructions and continued to learn. Zero was also recording Kirk's teachings. Every time Kirk asked Asra to repeat, Asra was always able to complete everything Kirk taught at lightning speed. After going through it again, Kirk chuckled, "Damn, I always feel like I can't get a few lessons out of you. Have you really never learned before? Your learning speed is just too fast." Asra replied with a smile, "I've watched it on TV, just never practiced it before." Kirk shook his head repeatedly. "Bullshit, at this rate, it'll be drained dry by you." Then Kirk took Asra to the shooting position and said the shooting posture for a semi-automatic rifle is also very important. Standing, kneeling, sitting, and prone positions all have significant impacts on shooting. The core point is to rely on skeletal support and keep your muscles relaxed. Under appropriate conditions, the more stable your body is with the ground, the more accurate your shooting will be. Now let's start with the standing position, then the kneeling, sitting, and prone positions. I will guide you through it first. Asra absorbed the knowledge like a dry sponge, constantly soaking up the nutrients. Soon Asra had learned all 4 positions, and the speed of his learning made Kirk scratch his head in disbelief. Kirk said to Asra, "All right, monster, now let's learn the most important aspect of shooting. Do you see the target ahead? How will you shoot it?" Asra thought for a moment and replied, "First aim." Kirk nodded. Aiming is a technical skill. Each gun's barrel, bullet type, and scope differ, so hitting the target isn't as simple as aligning 3 points like with a pistol. Kirk had Asra assume a standing position with the rifle and said the KR-13's scope has a simple crosshair. The vertical line is for elevation adjustments, the horizontal line for windage, and the center point is the aiming point. The small dot below is the density point used for estimating distance and corrections. Kirk pulled out a chart and handed it to Asra, which contained handwritten tables and ballistic trajectory graphs. Kirk said to shoot accurately, you need to establish a good zeroing. You must know the initial speed of the bullet. For example, the one you are using now, the 300 training bullet, has an initial speed of 640 meters per second. At a distance of 100 meters, the bullet will hardly drop, but at 200, 300, or even 400 meters, the bullet will drop significantly. So you need to use this chart to calculate how to adjust your gun's zeroing distance accordingly. This is a technical skill. Asra took the chart, and the string of numbers made him feel a bit dizzy. However, with Zero's assistance, Asra quickly derived various data answers and adjusted his scope accordingly. When Kirk took the gun and looked at it, he gazed at Asra as if he were a freak, exclaiming, "Bullshit, you calculated this so quickly." Asra smiled. "Of course, my AP math is an A." Kirk shook his head repeatedly. "All right, next is wind speed, which also needs to be calculated. Let's first do a simple measurement of wind speed and calculate its effect on bullet deviation. If you are shooting at a target within 100 meters, then the wind speed's influence isn't that significant, but for targets 200, 300, or even further away, calculating the wind speed becomes increasingly important. You wouldn't want your bullet to deviate to who knows where, right?" Asra nodded, and then Kirk began to teach Asra how to measure wind speed and how to calculate its effect on the bullet. After a series of calculations, they were finally ready to begin the formal shooting practice. Kirk mumbled, too fast, these lessons should ideally take 3 to 5 classes to complete." Despite saying this, Kirk continued to teach Asra earnestly. "All right, adjust the scope, stand as I taught you, calculate the wind speed, the bullet drop, and stabilize your breath to make your body more steady. Good, very good, aim. Between 2 heartbeats is your golden moment to shoot. Breathe deeply, exhale most of it, then take a slight breath in and stabilize. Good, very good, aim. Between 2 heartbeats is your golden moment to shoot. Breathe deeply, exhale most of it, then take a slight breath in." Asra focused on the scope, pulling the world into that bright circle, slowing his breath and feeling his heartbeat resonating in his ears. He captured the stillness of his breath, the intervals of his heartbeat. His index finger began to steadily pull back, and the crosshairs in the scope slightly floated. Squeeze the trigger. Bang. Boom. The recoil traveled through the stock, more stable and brief than that of a handgun, as the image in the scope jolted up and then fell back down. Ding. A crisp sound echoed from the steel target at least 200 meters. Kirk, holding the binoculars, said, "Not bad, the first shot hit the target probably around a 6-ring. Good job, kid." "Is a 6-ring really that great?" Asra sighed. "Of course. The effects of long-range shooting are not just influenced by wind speed. If we go deeper, we have to calculate humidity, temperature, altitude, and a series of other factors. Today we'll keep it simple, just focusing on wind speed and basic bullet drop. The rest requires advanced learning." Clearly, Kirk believed that the other calculations were advanced knowledge not to be imparted to Asra so quickly. This isn't a simple private lesson where everything can be learned. Kirk said, "All right, let's continue shooting. Hurry up, you still have 29 rounds left to fire." Asra nodded, stabilizing his posture, adjusting his breath, calculating bullet drop and wind speed, aiming, shooting, observing the impact points, and making corrections and estimates on the firearm. Ding, ding, puff, puff. One by one the bullets were fired, some hit the target, while others missed, landing in the sandy soil beside it. With each shot, Asra was making fine adjustments. The Zero in his mind was also adjusting Asra's shooting. Compared to others, Asra was exceptionally quick in calculating these factors. Zero was able to compute the necessary wind speed, bullet drop, and other related factors in the shortest time. This even included advanced data such as temperature, humidity, altitude, and rotation. After Kirk's reminder, Zero had already incorporated these into the calculations. At first, Asra did have some misses, those were genuine misses. Regardless, he was still a novice. However, starting from the 15th bullet, Asra was able to shoot accurately within a 300-meter range. Every bullet hit the intended target. Even the misses were, because Asra aimed for that position. He tried standing, kneeling, sitting, and lying down, testing each position. After firing all 30 rounds, he finally felt a bit fatigued. During a simple midday break, relaxing his tense muscles, Kirk said, "All right, buddy, to be honest, you really don't seem like a novice. You picked up the semi-automatic so quickly. But this private lesson ends here. Are you planning to take another session or head back?" Asra replied, "Weren't you supposed to give me a private lesson on firearm maintenance?" Kirk, upon hearing this, immediately whispered a complaint. "Oh, damn it, do you really want to drain me dry in one day?" Asra chuckled lightly, saying, "Of course not. I know you surely have many techniques you haven't shared yet. They'll definitely come back to learn more when I have time." Kirk shook his head, saying, "All right, it's getting late. They'll demonstrate how to disassemble and maintain the firearm, then you can practice it yourself while I guide you." Asra nodded, "No problem." Then Kirk cleaned the table, removed the scope, disassembled the entire gun, and pointed out the areas that needed cleaning and maintenance, saying to Asra, "These firearms need maintenance after every shot, so that these old buddies can accompany you longer rather than drifting off target during a shot. Maintaining firearms is as important as shooting them. You wouldn't want to blow the chamber after pulling the trigger one day, right?" Asra nodded, "Of course he'll take good care of it." While Kirk was disassembling the firearm, Asra had already used his eyes to have Zero record the entire process of disassembling and assembling the gun. Then Kirk had Asra give it a try. After starting, Asra realized that although every step had been recorded, it was still quite challenging in practice. Fortunately, he managed to reassemble the entire gun without leaving out any parts. Seeing this, Kirk continued to banter, "Damn it, you really are a genius. Looks like I won't be able to make much money off you." Asra smiled. "Well, Kirk, but you've gained my friendship, which is a good thing." Kirk waved his hand. "All right, I hope your friendship will be worth more in the future, otherwise my mortgage will come knocking before your friendship does." After assembling it the first time, Kirk didn't let Asra stop, but disassembled the gun again and began maintenance. Finally, he reassembled it once more. After several rounds, Kirk finally confirmed, feeling both happy and a bit disappointed. "What a monster. You should sign up for the army. You might quickly enter some elite units." Asra smiled noncommittally. Then Kirk looked at Asra expectantly, saying, "So how about another private lesson today? I can teach you some advanced knowledge." Asra thought for a moment and declined, Kirk saying, "No, I've learned enough for today. Let's wait for the next time." Kirk didn't suspect anything and asked, "Shall we go?" "He'll take you back to the club," Asra replied. "I've already paid, so we'll play here for a while longer." Seeing this, Kirk shrugged and said, "Just be careful, don't stay out too late. This is the outskirts." After bidding farewell to Kirk, Asra returned to the shooting range. He once again bought some training rounds from the training ground. Although he had initially mastered the technique of precise shooting, mastering it without being affected by emotions and other factors still required a long time of practice. The entire afternoon, Asra was immersed in this shooting range, constantly alternating his aiming targets from the steel targets at 100 to 400 meters. Some aimed for the head, while others aimed for the chest area. Some targeted the sandbags and mud clumps beside the targets to hide his shooting skills. Throughout the entire afternoon, Asra fired at least 200 rounds. Even though the training rounds were slightly cheaper, it still cost him a considerable amount. However, this extensive shooting allowed Asra to achieve unprecedented improvement in the feel and accuracy of the KR-13. He had almost become a seasoned expert in precise shooting. As for moving shots, he could only be classified as an ordinary beginner with a certain level of accuracy. As he departed, the sky had already begun to darken slightly. This caused Asra to frown. Thanks to the services at the shooting range, he was driven by staff to the nearest bus stop. Otherwise, he would have to walk for at least 40 minutes in the increasingly dim environment to reach this place. Asra checked the bus routes and couldn't help but sigh while holding his forehead. This place was too far from his residence. It was already on the outskirts of the southern district. At this time, even the buses were running slower. Finally, after a period of waiting, Asra returned to the city. However, there was still quite a distance between him and his home. He advanced under the night sky, crossing streets where homeless people lingered. Just as he thought he was about to safely reach home, an unusual sound of footsteps came from behind him. The person seemed to be about 10 meters behind Asra. This made Asra's heart stir. "No way, I'm just walking home at night for once, and someone wants to rob me." Although the footsteps behind him were heavier than Asra's, they sounded somewhat unsteady. This was clearly a robber, or perhaps just a homeless person. But even if it were a robber or a homeless person, Asra could not let his guard down. In free America, one could not be sure if this guy was armed. Even a pistol at this distance could be troublesome. Pretending not to notice, Asra quickly spotted a dimly lit alley. He swiftly turned into it, quietly pressing himself against the corner of the wall, waiting for the person following him. Asra activated his spiritual sense, relying on the passive ability of the light chaser to sense heat sources. In the realm of spiritual energy, Asra could feel a humanoid heat source steadily approaching him. The stalker behind Asra, seeing him turn into the alley, cursed under his breath, "Damn it. Did he notice me?" He quickened his pace, hastily closing and fearing that Asra might escape from the dark alley. Just as he dashed into the alley, a right hook struck him squarely on the jaw from the darkness. Crack! Under the limited streetlight, several teeth flew out, reflecting the light. Then Asra's right fist struck, landing a devastating blow that knocked the stalker to the ground, making him gasp and tremble. Asra looked at the fallen stalker before him, his nose catching the foul scent of leaves on the man. The stalker lay on the ground, convulsing in pain. To ensure he completely lost his ability to resist, Asra delivered 2 hard kicks to the diaphragm of the man. When the man hunched over, resembling a cooked shrimp, Asra asked, "Why were you following me?" In pain, the man gasped and trembled, saying, "Damn it. Asra, you're done for." Upon hearing this, Asra's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of killing intent flashing within. Since arriving in America, Asra had yet to feel any sense of security. If this guy could also pose a threat to him, he would truly dare to kill under the cover of night. The man on the ground angrily said, "I'm from the Gray Alley Gang. You actually dared to hit me. When I get back, I will definitely have Boss Bo kill you." Asra felt a surge of excitement instead of fear because he finally had a chance to make contact with someone from the Gray Alley Gang. Asra felt a surge of excitement instead of fear because he finally had a chance to make contact with someone from the Gray Alley Gang. "What are you doing?" The guy was now somewhat panicked. Asra drew the dagger and pressed it against his face, squatting down as he said, "Now I ask you, answer. Answer one question wrong, and you'll get a stab. Tell me what's your name." The man lying on the ground spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to say, "I'm your father." Hearing this soft attack, Asra was not the least bit angry. The low-level thugs in America, due to their happy education, had no finesse even in cursing. If it were Asra cursing, he could make them spit blood. Asra reversed his grip on the dagger and thrust it down sharply into the thug's shoulder. Ow! The thug let out a wail, his body shaking violently from the pain. Asra tightened his grip on his throat and whispered, "I'll ask you one more time, what's your name?" Now the thug was completely panicked. He hurriedly shouted him, "Jimmy, Jimmy. Boss Bo told me to keep an eye on you in case you tried to escape." Asra furrowed his brow and asked, "He told you to keep an eye on me? You followed me on just 2 legs." Jimmy shook his head repeatedly, his teeth chattering, "I was driving." "Then how did you get out of the car to follow me?" Jimmy was momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes darting in the darkness. His mind raced as he was extremely frightened, looking for a way out. He thought his darting eyes would keep him hidden in the darkness from Asra. But under the influence of his night vision ability, Asra could see clearly. Seeing this, Asra pressed the dagger back against Jimmy's face, saying, "I hope you're not lying. You have 3 seconds. Okay, brother, I confess. I just wanted to rob you. Since you had money to practice shooting at the range outside the city today, I figured you must have more money on you." This made Asra laugh. He waved the dagger in front of Jimmy's face to intimidate him. This scared Jimmy into screaming repeatedly, "Ah. No, I'm telling the truth." Asra asked, "Is there anyone else following me?" Jimmy's eyes darted, "There's another brother. You know, I couldn't come out alone." Asra gripped the dagger and stabbed Jimmy again. "Ow, you dare to lie to me. If there was someone else, he would have come out by now." Jimmy quickly shouted, "No, I'm really not lying to you. He's in the car." Asra frowned. If it was true that Jimmy had someone else, that would be a big trouble. However, he temporarily suppressed this thought and continued to question Jimmy, asking, "Tell me, what rank is Boss Bo?" Jimmy was taken aback and asked, "You don't know?" Asra pressed the dagger against his face. "You need to answer." Due to the wounds on his body, Jimmy gasped, fearfully stating, "He's rank 8, the blood letter." Asra's eyes narrowed slightly. "The blood path." Jimmy repeatedly said, "Yes, it's from the blood path. When Boss Boyer was high with us, he bragged about his sequence." Asra focused and asked, "What abilities do the blood givers possess?" Jimmy shook his head and replied, "How would I know? Boss Boyer never mentioned it." Jimmy hesitated, but looking at Asra's dagger, he finally said, "I only know that sometimes Boss Boyer gets injured and can heal himself by drinking blood." Asra noted this, feeling fortunate to learn some of Boyer's abilities from Jimmy. Asra asked, "Does Boss Boyer have any other special abilities?" Jimmy shook his head again. "I don't know either. Boss Boyer never said. Besides, even if he did, I might have been high at the time and wouldn't remember." Asra nodded slightly, which seemed plausible. These gangsters often used alcohol, drugs, and enhancements, so it was normal for their minds to be unclear. Asra asked, "Do you know where Boss Boyer lives and how many guards he has?" Jimmy instantly became alert and nervously asked, What do you want to do?" Asra did not answer but said, "You're injured and I knocked out your teeth. It must hurt a lot. Tell me, and he'll give you a box of enhancements and another 1,000 pounds. The mention of enhancements and pounds shattered Jimmy's psychological defenses. However, he still insisted, "No way. He's Boss Boyer. If you want to know, £1,000 isn't enough, it has to be at least 2,000. At the same time he asked suspiciously, can you, a poor kid, really have that much money? Asra sneered. I can afford private lessons at the shooting range. Do you think I wouldn't have money? Upon hearing this, Jimmy found it reasonable, so after a brief thought, he provided the correct answer. Boss Boyer lives at. And he usually has 2 people with him, a driver and a guard, who wait in the car downstairs at his house. For money and enhancements, Jimmy unhesitatingly revealed Boyer's address and security details. At the same time he pleaded, all right brother, please stop the bleeding and give me some enhancements. You know being stabbed hurts a lot, you're going to kill me with the pain. Asra said, don't rush, Bill, get you to the car first. He checked Jimmy's wallet, confirming there were no enhancements, and then tossed it back onto him. All right, hey, race your wallet, don't lose it. At this point Jimmy hadn't even struggled to get up. Asra stepped forward and pulled him up. Jimmy spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his shoulders, saying, damn it, you hit too hard. You knocked out my teeth, you owe me medical expenses. Asra casually replied, don't worry, I will pay you. Just drive me back, and he'll get the money for you. Jimmy clutched his shoulder wound, mumbling, you better be honest about it. He staggered forward with Asra following behind. He shouted, you idiot, why aren't you supporting me? Asra sneered from behind, are you sure you want me to support you? Jimmy recalled what had just happened, and shivered, lowering his head and daring not to speak. In his heart he thought, once I get the money it'll be over for you, you idiot, daring to inquire about Boss Boyer's affairs. The two walked down the dimly lit street until they finally arrived in front of a rundown car. Jimmy took out the keys, shaking as he opened the door. Asra looked inside the empty car, and then around. Using his night vision ability, he found no surveillance in the vicinity. He then asked behind Jimmy, Jimmy, it seems your companions are not around. Jimmy laughed, what companions? Boss Boyer only called me to follow you, I was just scaring you. A dagger pierced through his heart from behind. Jimmy, in disbelief, looked down and stared at the dagger tip protruding from his chest. Jimmy's body quickly went limp, blood frothing from his mouth. He staggered back, giving Asra one last glance, his finger wanting to lift. You. Asra stood not far away, saying, you shouldn't have lied to me. I hate it when others deceive me. In early spring, a gust of wind blew along the street. Thud! The wind knocked Jimmy down as his legs buckled. Asra hurried forward, leaving the dagger in place. He dragged Jimmy and opened the trunk to toss him inside. He stripped off his pants and searched the trunk, finding some clutter to pad under Jimmy's wound. He quickly climbed into the car, glancing at the steering wheel that was opposite to his driving habits, muttering a curse, damn. Fortunately, Asra was also an experienced driver. Although he was initially a bit unaccustomed, he soon adapted to this driving style. He dared not linger, taking Jimmy's body out towards the outskirts. After interrogating Jimmy, Asra certainly wouldn't let him go. This drugged fool had already leaked the information of the boss. What else could he possibly hold back? If he was let go, he could spill everything he knew the next day. If Jimmy had companions, Asra would have to put in some effort. Without companions, it would be much easier to handle. Asra drove quickly through the main road of the Southern District and eventually found a secluded wilderness in the outskirts to stop. He opened the trunk, and at this point Jimmy was already completely dead. The dagger still pierced through his back, preventing major bleeding. He took out Jimmy's wallet and his phone. In free America, dumping Jimmy's body here would absolutely not draw any police attention. Moreover, there were plenty of wild beasts in the wilderness. It wouldn't be long before Jimmy's body would be taken away by coyotes or something. But before leaving, Asra paused again. He possessed the sequence of the sacrifice, but had never actually performed a sacrifice other than on the first day. Asra got out of the car, staring at Jimmy's body, and pulled out the dagger from his back. With the dagger removed, blood began to pour from his back. He possessed the sequence of the sacrifice, but had never actually performed a sacrifice other than on the first day. Asra got out of the car, staring at Jimmy's body, and pulled out the dagger from his back. He pinched the wound, waiting for it to stop bleeding. He then stood before Jimmy's corpse, channeling his spirit, and began a new round of minor effect prayer. Calling upon spiritual energy, he activated the sacrificial enhancement once more. Asra offered the blood before him as a sacrifice to the unknown powerful entity within the realm of spirits. As the spiritual energy gradually waned, the blood of Jimmy on the ground seemed to be rapidly disappearing, as if being absorbed. Jimmy's corpse was visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. At this moment, Asra timely employed steal service. His boldness went unnoticed by the powerful entity, and he could sense a hint of joy from the minor request. A surge of spiritual power materialized within Asra's body. He involuntarily tensed as this power stolen from the strong entity through the blood pathway of the spirit realm infused into him. He could distinctly feel his body becoming slightly stronger. The fatigue vanished and faint whispers echoed in his ears, persistent and far more intense than the usual murmurs after a prayer. Buzzing, the fragmented chaotic whispers continually surfaced around Asra's ears. Asra exhaled a breath of frustration. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, it was evident that borrowing power from other evil gods always came at a price. He clenched his fists, sensing a boost in his strength, speed, and even reflexes. Simultaneously, he grasped the essence of spiritual energy, a hint of joy gracing his face. Steel's service had bestowed upon him a new ability. Sequence 9 Blood Servant, the power of rapid blood. This was a dual ability, both passive and active, enhancing the healing speed of his injuries. If he consumed his own blood, minor wounds could stop bleeding and scab over within minutes. Asra contemplated this ability and couldn't help but whistle in delight. With this power, it meant he could recover faster when injured. However, recovery could only be achieved through his own blood. Would he risk anemia in the future? He then glanced at Jimmy's corpse on the ground, which had now turned into a desiccated husk. Asra fetched some gasoline from the car and poured it over the corpse, discarding all unnecessary items from the vehicle onto it. Asra utilized light source ignition, harnessing the moonlight and starlight above. Spiritual energy flowed quietly, and a flame was silently birthed atop Jimmy's corpse. Whoosh! The flame ignited the gasoline, and a fire surged upwards dramatically. The already desiccated corpse was scorched and set ablaze. Once assured that the flames would consume the body, leaving only a pile of ashes, he returned to the car and accelerated away from the scene. With Jimmy, who had been tracking him, now dead, the incident would inevitably come to light, and Bouye would certainly inquire about it. At that time, Asra would need to concoct a plausible excuse. The only question now was when Bouye would discover this matter. Would it be tomorrow, or would it take a few days for him to realize? As such, Asra first drove the car back to his residence to retrieve the KR-13 and a box of bullets. He then drove to the residence of Bouye as revealed by Jimmy, and by the time Asra arrived it was already quite late. From a distance, Asra parked the car and used the scope to look towards Bouye's residence. Bouye lived in a 5-story building, and according to Jimmy, he resided in an apartment on the 4th floor. Unfortunately, it was now nighttime, and everything was shrouded in darkness. Nothing was visible. Unfortunately, it was now nighttime, and everything was shrouded in darkness. Nothing was visible. Could not locate Bouye. Asra lamented, what a pity, if only Bouye would open a window to smoke at this moment. After watching for a while, Bouye showed no signs of turning on the lights. Thus Asra began to search for Bouye's car and security through the scope. Soon he spotted the vehicle, and through the scope the interior remained dark. Asra thought to himself, these two guards are most likely asleep. However, even if they are, I cannot approach and investigate today. Getting close to investigate was too dangerous. Bouye's driver had certainly seen Asra, and his security might also be a former subordinate who had encountered Asra before. Inside the car, he took out Jimmy's phone to check its contents. The current era in America was roughly equivalent to around 2,000 years in Asra's previous life. Jimmy's phone lacked the extensive features of a smartphone. He opened the call log and carefully searched, finding Bouye's call records. Seeing the timestamps, Asra felt a sense of relief. The last call occurred over 10 days ago. This indicated that Bouye rarely spoke on the phone with his subordinates. Jimmy's call records were sparse and brief, while he had more frequent contact with several women. His communication with the outside world was primarily through text messages. This was not surprising. During this time, call costs were still quite high. Asra checked the inbox and found messages between him and Bouye. Jimmy's call records were sparse and brief, while he had more frequent contact with several women. His communication with the outside world was primarily through text messages. It even included the details of Asra's visit to the shooting range in the suburbs today. In one of the messages, Bouye responded 2 hours after receiving it, keep an eye on him, go in and see what kind of gun he's shooting. Going in costs 50 gold, pounds no money. Bouye replied, fool, just say you're going in to take a look, you don't need to practice. Jimmy did not respond. Asra pondered for a moment and edited a message. Asra is practicing with a pistol. He set the phone down and raised the gun once more, aiming at Bouye's residence. Unfortunately, there were still no signs of lights being turned on there. After a while, Asra completely abandoned the night's operation. He stowed the gun back into his backpack and drove around the vicinity of Bouye's residence for 2 laps, getting a general understanding of the surroundings. He even found a building across the street that could serve as a vantage point for sniping Bouye. After that, he drove off, leaving the car outside the influence zone of the Grey Alley gang, locking it securely before departing. This vehicle could still be used before Jimmy's death was revealed. If things truly escalated, having a car was certainly better than relying on his legs. Asra hurriedly returned home with the gun, hiding it away. He silently calculated how he would respond next. Lying on the bed, Asra silently made a decision. If Jimmy was only communicating with Poyer via text messages, then he could delay for a few more days. He thought to himself, if Poyer tries to call, I simply won't answer and see how long I can stall. But when Jimmy isn't texting, could he be with Poyer like when I'm at school? Asra considered this issue, but set it aside for the time being. This question had no answer. He couldn't disguise himself as Jimmy and return to assist Poyer's subordinates. Asra considered this issue, but set it aside for the time being. This question had no answer. He couldn't disguise himself as Jimmy. Asra considered this issue, but set it aside for the time being. This question had no answer. He couldn't disguise himself as Jimmy and return to assist Poyer's subordinates. This put Asra at ease. When he arrived at school, the morning classes passed quickly, With the help of memory and zero, his grades surpassed those of classmates on drugs. Senna found Asra during the break and said, Asra, have you been secretly using drugs? Which kind? Recommend me. Asra looked at Senna with a face full of black lines. Senna appeared pale, a combination of staying up late and exhaustion. He asked, what have you been up to? Why do you look so pale? What have you taken? Senna smirked slyly and said, I didn't take anything. Didn't I message you to come join the party? What a pity you didn't come otherwise. Those girls were so enthusiastic. If you had come, I can't even imagine how great it would have been. Asra scrutinized Senna and asked, how many did you sleep with? Senna grinned and extended 5 fingers. Hiss. Asra gasped, in 2 days you slept with 5. Senna nonchalantly replied, just 5. Don't worry, I saved plenty for you. I didn't even touch the ones who are interested in you. When will you join my party? Asra shook his head repeatedly. I don't have time recently. I need to work on my body. I can join after graduation. Senna looked regretful and asked, what kind of drugs did you take? How did you improve so quickly in AP class? Asra replied, it might be because I took a magic potion. Senna, hearing this excitedly, said, I'm going to take a magic potion soon. Asra became interested and asked, what kind of magic potion are you going to take? Senna smiled mysteriously, leaned into Asra's ear, and whispered, the cleansers from the void pathway. The materials for this pathway are hard to find, but I should be able to synthesize it by tomorrow, and I'll take it by Wednesday. Asra congratulated him. Brother, congratulations. Your strength is already formidable. This will surely help you achieve great results in the league. Hearing this, Senna was also very happy. Asra was pleased as well, having learned about a new pathway and sequence. A few days passed. Senna had already consumed the magic potion and found Asra to show off on Wednesday. On Friday, he finished the morning classes. After a brief lunch break, Asra and Senna went to the mixed martial arts club. Upon arriving, Asra felt the atmosphere around them becoming more intense. In the mixed martial arts club, Asra felt almost disconnected from everyone because Mr. Carmen did not favor him. He was somewhat puzzled about what was happening. After asking Senna, he learned the situation. Senna said the school's mixed martial arts league is about to start, so Mr. Carmen is conducting assessments early to select participants. Today there will be physical fitness assessments and combat skills evaluations, while only the top 8 in the school can participate in the school team's mixed martial arts league. Senna said, Asra, you took the magic potion, you'll definitely be fine this time. Asra nodded and said, I'll do my best. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The lower grade students had lost their focus on training and were constantly glancing this way. Accompanied by a noisy sound at the entrance, Avis arrived. She had already changed into a black training outfit, her face adorned with a light smile, greeting those she knew as she entered. Upon reaching the training area for the 12th grade, Avis walked straight towards Asra. Asra and Senna were chatting when Senna's eyes widened as Avis approached. He whispered to Asra, quick, look who's coming. My God, is she here to see me? Does she know I've become a cleansed one? Asra, who had originally been facing away from the entrance, turned around in confusion upon hearing Senna's words. He immediately saw Avis approaching, his gaze landing on her delicate face. Fair-skinned, rosy, with a gentle smile at the corner of her lips. Senna whispered behind him, she's coming, she's coming. Oh my heart. Finally Avis drew near. Her eyes met Asra's, her beautiful gaze seemingly sparkling with starlight. Asra, are you ready for this assessment? I look forward to your good results. Avis had her hands behind her back, standing on tiptoe, leaning slightly forward, her smile dazzling. Even Asra felt a bit dazed by her beauty, but his mind quickly cleared, and he said, thank you, Avis. I wish you a good result today as well. Avis nodded lightly. Come find me in the car after the assessment today, or I asked Sister Susan to gather some cultivation techniques regarding the sun pathway, which should help you. Asra felt even more delighted than if Avis had come to him first, sincerely saying, thank you, Avis. Avis chuckled lightly, there's no need to be so polite between us. After saying this, she left with a lingering smile. Behind Asra, Senna's eyes widened as he watched Avis actively greet Asra. His eyes were so wide it seemed like he could pop them out with a little effort. His mouth opened, but he couldn't utter a single word. It wasn't until Avis walked away that Senna lunged at Asra, throwing his arms around his shoulders and wailing, Asra. What on earth did you do? Damn it, what did you do to Avis behind my back? Why is she saying those things to you? Ah, damn. Seeing you two chatting so happily, you might as well just kill me. After a long while, Senna finally released Asla with a hint of lingering resentment in his eyes, as if Asla had done something to wrong him. He kept mumbling. Betrayal. This is betrayal. Asla, you betrayed me. Have you forgotten the bond between us? Unless you take me along next time you attend a party with Avis and introduce me to her friends. Asla comforted him for a moment. Don't worry, it's not as you think. However, seeing the resentful look in Senna's eyes, Asla's heart softened as he said, all right. If there's an opportunity for a gathering, I'll ask if I can bring you along. But my relationship with Avis is not what you think. We are just ordinary classmates. Senna threw an arm around Asla's shoulders, nearly hugging him with excitement. Good brother. I knew our bond was unbreakable. Yes, you are all just ordinary classmates. I am also a classmate. Why doesn't Avis tell me these things? He whispered sharply. Asla, come to my car later. Heavens. If someone else hears this, you'll be thrown off the roof. So good, brother, you must keep this a secret for me. Don't spill anything like last time. Senna smiled. Don't worry, brother, I know exactly what should and shouldn't be said. Beep, beep, beep. Ahead, a sharp whistle rang out. Mr. Carmen, a burly figure, approached for assistance. Along with the piercing whistle, the 12th graders gathered around. Look at you. The school team's mixed martial arts competition is about to begin, and you all are still so lax. A student who arrived the latest was caught by Mr. Carmen. Damn it. Mr. Carmen pulled the whistle from his mouth and walked to the front of the line, grabbing the boy by the collar with his rough hand. You idiot, how dare you be late at such a critical moment? Look at you gasping for breath like an 80-year-old man. Let me go, you bastard. Tell me, did the holiday rest make you digest all the muscle in your brain into fat? Don't you know there's a test today? Tell me, if you get pinned down in a fight and someone elbow strikes your face, can the stuff in your stomach help you withstand it? This boy wanted to step back, but was yanked by Carmen, lifting him by the wrist. Look at this arm. God, do you even have the strength to jerk off anymore? Look at those triceps, soft as the bread I had yesterday. Mr. Carmen's roar echoed continuously in the training ground. However, he skillfully avoided targeting students from better-off families like Gray or Avis. He chose only those from relatively ordinary backgrounds. The assistants began distributing number tags while Carmen continued to roar loudly among the crowd, spittle flying. He approached Asla, lowering his head to face Asla, his loud voice ringing in Asla's ear. Look, my handsome Asla, I heard you took some magic potion. A look at your arm, look at the arms of others. Lying on the bed, Asra silently made a decision. If Jimmy was only communicating with Poyer via text messages, then he could delay for a few more days. I hope your arms won't end up like noodles. Otherwise, I'll kick you out of the mixed martial arts club like a football. Do you understand, you idiot? Without waiting for Asla to respond, Carmen moved on, starting to roar at the next student. Overall, Mr. Carmen's attitude was harshly equal towards all non-wealthy students. It wasn't particularly targeted at Asla. The assistants finished distributing the number tags. At this moment, Mr. Carmen returned to the front row, surveying everyone, suddenly lowering his voice, no longer roaring. However, this low voice sent chills down many spines. I know what you're thinking, that Carmen is going mad again. It's just a school team assessment. What's the big deal? Carmen slowly paced, his boots thudding on the floor. Let me tell you, this year scouts and agents from all over America University will come to watch the Southern School Team mixed martial arts competition. Not just one person, but all Ivy League schools and D1 universities will come. They will sit in the audience taking notes, watching every one of your movements. He walked up to a short girl. Do you want to go to an Ivy League school? Do you want a full scholarship? Then he turned to Senna. What about you? Do you want to turn professional? Do you want to stand in the spotlight, be the center of attention, and become a powerful contender? No one answered, but everyone's emotions were stirred. Scouts, agents, prestigious schools, full scholarships. These were deadly temptations for all private high school students. Carmen surveyed the crowd. Listen up, I will judge you all with the strictest standards in today's assessment. Anyone who can't lift 2.5 times their body weight, or who can't complete 6 sets of 400 meters in under 50 seconds, or can't bench press twice their body weight, all of you can get the hell out. No need to participate in the combat assessment. Carmen's gaze lingered pointedly on Asla for a moment. Asla met his gaze without flinching. His current physical condition was no longer what it used to be, and having taken the magic potion, he had ample reason to prove the increase in his strength. He could absorb the magic potion better, taking in more spiritual essence, which greatly helped his body, and so forth. Asla closed his eyes, waiting for the assessment to begin. This time I will make a stunning impact. No one can stop me. Inside the school, during the assessment of basic physical fitness, it was divided into deadlifts, bench presses, 6 sets of 400-meter interval runs, and functional movement screenings, such as squats, hurdle steps, straight lunges, shoulder flexibility, and more. This is quite important for combat. After all, fighting is not merely a contest of physical strength and constitution. Flexibility is crucial too. There's also the final light reaction punching target, which tests reaction and nerve sensitivity. Today's assessment includes not only a basic fitness test, but also a combat assessment. At Ashford High School, the assessment typically begins with the basic fitness test to select the top 9 members. Among these members, 5 are official members and 4 are alternates. The ranking is determined according to the results of the physical fitness assessment. However, the selection is not the end. Other students who are not among the official or alternate members can challenge those ranked higher. As long as they can win, they can take over the rank. This method seems relatively rudimentary, but for the 12th graders at Ashford High School, it is sufficient. Because the members of the 12th grade Mixed Martial Arts Club have gone through several rounds of selection, only a little over 30 remain. At the same time, Asra sensed a strong malice directed at him from the standards set by Cayman. According to past standards, Asra's performance was completely insufficient for the basic conditions mentioned by Mr. Cayman. He could deadlift 5 times his weight, and bench press twice his weight, with the only exception being his speed in the 6 sets of 400-meter interval runs. If one cannot even meet the basic conditions, they cannot participate in subsequent combat challenges. But now things are different. Asra's body possesses much greater strength. As the assistant finished distributing the number tags, Cayman bellowed, "I will remember all your names and scores. Your performance today will determine how much effort I put into your recommendation letters." This caused an immediate stir among the students. Cayman's gaze swept over everyone, and his oppressive eyes made many lower their heads, instinctively avoiding eye contact. Cayman roared, "Now get your asses moving. Change your clothes, warm up, and I want to see all of you standing in the fitness testing area in 10 minutes. Anyone who is late will be eliminated. Use the strength you have to fight, you wimps." The training ground erupted into chaos, with the sounds of running footsteps and lockers being opened echoing around. Mr. Cayman looked at this scene and let out a malicious laugh. However, the smile froze the next moment when he saw Ivy starting to warm up in place, and Susan not far away holding a folder, seemingly recording something. Cayman suddenly felt he might have been too arrogant today. In his roar, he had forgotten about Ivy's presence. This sent a chill down Cayman's spine. He cautiously approached Susan and asked, "Miss Susan, everything I've said today is to motivate the students. I'm usually not like this." Susan closed the folder, preventing Cayman's gaze from lingering. She smiled faintly. "Of course I know, Mr. Cayman is only doing this for their good." Cayman's tense heart finally eased a bit, but it wasn't fully relaxed. The first step of the fitness test is not a test, but a weigh-in. Students of different heights and weights have different assessment standards, and even the standards differ between genders. Of course, during the Mixed Martial Arts League, there will be no distinction between genders. The combat opponents are random, but fighting competitions rely not only on physical fitness, but also on combat skills and sequential ability. When one possesses a sequence, the importance of physical fitness diminishes somewhat. Asra shed his unnecessary clothing, wearing only a thin training outfit that showcased his physique. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has the physique of a muscular ape, with muscle lines on his body resembling a sculpted statue. He is tall, nearly 1.9 meters at just 17, with a body full of muscles and a low body fat percentage. This also means that his weight will not be too light. While the 12th graders are undergoing their fitness tests, the lower grade students were unable to observe. However, the cheerleaders all came without exception. Ashford's cheerleader squad is quite large, with 46 official members, and including alternates from various grades, the total number exceeds 100. At this moment, these cheerleaders all gathered around to join in the excitement. When they saw certain members of the combat club, they would even let out small gasps. Finally, it was Asra's turn to weigh in. Dressed in black training gear, he walked onto the scale bare feet. "Hiss!" A cheerleader watching Asra gasped in surprise. This physique is even more pronounced than when he was wearing protective gear that day. "I heard he is from the sun path. I really want to try it. The flavor of the sun. Oh my God, I feel like I can't breathe." The whispers of the girls, with each voice unreserved, caught the attention of many. On the other side, Ivy had just finished weighing in, and her gaze unintentionally fell on Asra. After glancing a few times, hearing the cheers, she suddenly felt a bit irritated. Turning her head, she found Susan also watching Asra. She snorted softly, "Susan, what are you looking at?" Susan smiled slightly. "I'm curious about Asra's weight. It helps to estimate his physical fitness." Ivy felt a surge of irritation and glared at Asra's back, grinding her teeth slightly. Asra finally stepped onto the weighing platform. Mr. Cayman stood in front of the scale, arms crossed, not giving Asra any favorable expression. Stepping on the platform, the red numbers in front quickly fluctuated. Swish. After a few jumps, the numbers finally settled. 95. 78 kilograms. Asra looked at this number and nodded slightly. Oh, with his height, close to 1.9 meters, his weight also reached nearly 190 pounds. This weight is at least 10 pounds heavier than when he first crossed over, and with little increase in body fat, it indicates that most of his growth is muscle. Cayman glanced at the number and compared it to Asra's height and physique, and surprisingly nodded. "Looks like your potion was worth it, hum." Weight reflects a person's combat power in certain aspects. In the Comprehensive Fighting League of America, there is no concept of lightweight, only age matters. High school students aged 19 and below can participate in the High School Team Comprehensive Fighting League. In the region of Detenning, where Asra and the others are located in the south, the School Team Comprehensive Fighting League gathers all the outstanding high school students from 12 states for competition. If two individuals have the same skills and rankings, then the one with 20 more pounds of muscle and the one with 20 less will be ranked almost entirely differently. Carmen compared Asra's weight, noting that he was more than 10 pounds lighter than his last recorded weight. Carmen glanced deeply at Asra's departing figure and thought, he absorbs the potion so well, how could he gain so much weight? But soon his gaze returned to the new member. "Look. You fool, what did you do over the holiday? Put your muscles on the barbecue grill. Where the hell are your muscles? If you weigh 10 pounds less, you don't even need to participate in the fitness test. Just get the hell out." Asra raised an eyebrow at Carmen's booming voice. Once the weighing was completed, there was a standard. The fitness test served to filter out unsuitable individuals while giving everyone a preliminary ranking. The first test was the deadlift. The first to take the stage was Greg, a fighter on the fighter path. He was about the same height as Asra and had a proportionate build, though his looks were slightly inferior. However, his status and family background compensated well for that. As Greg took the stage, a wave of screams and cheers erupted. He approached the deadlift equipment, warmed up slightly, and then got into position. An assistant held a clipboard recording Greg's physical data, weight, height, etc. The assistant gently asked Greg, "How many kilograms will you start with?" Greg weighed at least 10 kilograms more than Asra, around 110 kilograms, with a significant portion being muscle. He rubbed his wrist and said, "Let's try 350 kilograms first." The assistant showed no surprise. Mr. Carmen also approached and suggested, "Greg, why not go for 380 kilograms? I believe this weight poses no pressure for your physical abilities." Greg did not refuse and nodded slightly. The assistant then began to add weight to the equipment. Asra, who was waiting in line and observing, remained calm. In his previous life, a deadlift of around 300 kilograms was an exercise only world-class powerlifters could perform. Yet in this country of America, a 17-year-old high school student could achieve this and might even do it with ease. This was due to the development of pharmaceutical technology and the enhancement brought by potions. Given some time, these high school students' strength would only grow stronger. Members of the Ashford High School Comprehensive Fighting Club typically began using drugs and supplements for enhancement training around the age of 16 or 17. Combined with potion use, this meant their physical fitness was still often at a low point with plenty of room for improvement. Greg grabbed some magnesium powder to prevent slipping, then took his position, gripping the bar tightly. His muscles began to exert force, and with a muffled grunt, he slowly lifted the barbell weighing 380 kilograms. Throughout the entire process, his muscles swelled, and his complexion rapidly turned red, indicating that this weight was indeed a challenge for Greg. Throughout the entire process, his muscles swelled, and his complexion rapidly turned red. Carmen clapped repeatedly. "Well done." Relying solely on physical strength, and without using vitality, Greg was able to pull this weight. "I believe you can even challenge a higher weight." His gaze held anticipation, but Greg shook his head, slightly rejecting the suggestion. He turned to the others behind him and smiled, saying, "I think this number is enough to pass this assessment." Clearly, Greg did not regard the strength of others, even though he was not the strongest among them. His words evoked some discontent among his classmates, but none dared to speak up. For many, this weight was indeed a significant challenge. The following members of the fighting club took turns to undergo their tests. When it was Ivy's turn, almost everyone fixed their gaze on her regardless of gender. Ivy wore a gentle smile, yet the weight she chose was no less formidable. Her weight was around 75 kilograms, which was not apparent given her figure. If placed among ordinary cheerleaders, she would barely weigh 50 kilograms. Yet Ivy weighed almost 1.5 times more than them. She chose a weight of 240 kilograms, which was also more than 3 times her own weight. Ivy didn't even bother with magnesium powder. She gripped the barbell tightly and with a powerful effort lifted it up. Her effortless attitude caught everyone's attention. Mr. Carmen was already ready to congratulate her. Another more than 3 times. Ivy did brilliantly. The surrounding cheers and celebrations were quite evident. Everyone loves beauty regardless of gender. Mr. Carmen also asked Ivy, "Do you want to challenge a higher weight? How about 300 kilograms? Ivy shook her head slightly. "This weight is sufficient." Clearly, Ivy did not want to reveal more details about herself. Next, one by one, classmates stepped up for testing. Most began their deadlift with numbers twice their body weight. For instance, Senna, although shorter than Asra, weighed more, reaching 100 kilograms, so his minimum deadlift standard had to start at 200 kilograms. Ultimately, his final score reached 280 kilograms. Next up was Wally. By this time, Wallace's facial injuries had mostly healed, leaving only some traces indicating he had received additional treatment. Before stepping up, Wally stared at Asra with a cold expression and asked Asra, "I heard you took a potion. Looking at your scrawny arms, could it be you used a low-quality potion?" "Huh. We've all taken potions. Do you dare to bet with me on whose deadlift multiplier is higher?" Asra was not surprised by Wallace's provocation. Asra's treatment at school had improved. Those who used to occasionally harass him had now turned to bother Wally instead. This change naturally stemmed from his victory over Wally, so it was no surprise that Wally wanted to reclaim his face. Asra looked at the eager classmates around him and grinned. Bet on what?" Wally sneered. "The loser strips and runs around the school." Before Asra could respond, the nearby classmates erupted in excitement. The cheerleaders cheered and shouted, "Ah, agree to it." Asra laughed. "Ha ha ha, I accept your bet. Prepare to strip." Wally looked at the excited expressions of the cheerleaders and other members of the fighting club around him, knowing they were anticipating Asra to run around the campus in the nude. However, this did not dampen Wally's spirits. He was determined not to lose. Approaching the barbell, Wally fixed his gaze on Asra and said in a deep voice, "Load 260 kilograms for me." Wally was not light. he stood at less than 6 feet tall, but weighed 100 kilograms. This made his physique appear quite robust with large muscle mass all over. For him, lifting 260 kilograms was merely a bit more than double his weight. Grabbing a handful of magnesium powder, Wooly stared at Asriel, igniting the rage within him. Huh. With a low roar from Wooly, the barbell was yanked up effortlessly. His muscles swelled with blood, his complexion flushed, and his eyes were fixed fiercely on Asriel. For him, 260 kilograms seemed to present little challenge. Bang. Oh. Wooly roared, venting the emotions inside. As the barbell fell, Wooly looked at the assistant coach and said, add another 10 kilograms. The assistant coach raised an eyebrow and added another weight plate. Wooly prepared once more, attempting again with an even more pronounced flush on his face. Yet he still managed to pull the barbell up slowly. Wooly's gaze was locked onto Asriel, his eyes turning red from the blood rush, but the hatred he felt for Asriel fueled him with boundless energy. 270 kilograms was not enough for him. Wooly decided to increase the weight to 280 kilograms. This weight posed a significant challenge as it was nearly 3 times his own weight. Bang! With a dull thud, the barbell was dropped. Roar! Wooly let out an excited shout, raising his hands and expressing his emotions to the surrounding cheerleaders. Finally, he fixed a fierce gaze on Asriel and declared, Asriel, it's your turn now. Look at your arms as thin as noodles. Get ready to run around the entire school in the nude. Wooly shouted to the cheerleaders, who do you want to win? Do you want to see Asriel stripped bare? Yes. Many cheerleaders' eyes lit up at the mention of Asriel, almost shouting in unison. Hearing such a synchronized cheer, Wooly couldn't feel happy. Clearly, Asriel running in the nude would mean he had won, but why did it feel as though he was the one who lost? He glanced at Asriel and muttered under his breath, fuck. Many cheerleaders' eyes lit up at the mention of Asriel, almost shouting in unison. Hearing such a synchronized cheer, thus Asriel continued his stride, rudely bumping into Wooly and causing him to stagger. Wooly snorted coldly and angrily stepped off the stage. Asriel grabbed a handful of magnesium powder. The assistant coach asked Asriel, how much weight do you want on the barbell? Asriel shook his neck, his weight being 95 kilograms and double, that was 190 kilograms, which would suffice. Although Asriel had been training during this period, he had never tested his maximum strength. He flexed his wrist and said, let's start with 240 kilograms. This number was one he calculated, a weight that was relatively simple and achievable. The assistant coach began to remove the weight plates. Upon hearing this number, Wooly quickly calculated the ratio of Asriel's lifting weight to his body weight. After a quick estimation, a victorious smile appeared on Wooly's face. Asriel's weight was about 2.5 times, and his own final performance was 2.8 times. Wooly said to Asriel, looks like you're bound to lose this time. Nearby Sina heard this and immediately frowned, saying, don't get too cocky too soon. Wooly turned to look at Sina unfazed. Although Sina said this, she was still somewhat worried. The last time Asriel's deadlift data was only 180 kilograms. Indeed, that was the number, and it was nearly Asriel's limit. At that time, he hadn't taken any potions or supplements for extra training. All of this was achieved through natural body refinement, and possessing such strength was already quite difficult. Sina thought to herself, Asriel, you must give it your all. Though I want to see you run naked so that more cheerleading girls would want to climb into your bed, but I also want you to win. Gaining 10 pounds in such a short time shows the potion's absorption effect is great. Asriel, you can do it. Carmen stood at the front, arms crossed, watching Asriel's preparation and warm-up. His gaze swept over Asriel's muscular physique. The potion has indeed helped Asriel considerably, but 240 kilograms should be his limit. On the other side, Avis had already separated from the crowd. Susan took out a bottle of energy-replenishing water and handed it to Avis. Avis took a light sip before setting it aside, her attention already focused on the competition between Asriel and Wooly. Watching Asriel from a distance, Avis asked Susan, how much do you think Asriel can deadlift? Susan held a folder which she rarely parted with. Without opening the folder, Susan replied directly, 240 kilograms won't be Asriel's limit. In previous training, I saw Asriel's barbell exceed 240 kilograms, though it seemed nobody noticed that. Based on his physical condition plus the enhancement from the Lightbringer spirit to his physical attributes, I believe Asriel's strength should reach around 280 kilograms. Is Asriel's absorption of the potion really that effective? The solar pathway seems to have little effect on physical attributes at lower ranks. Susan nodded. According to the records, the solar pathway's growth in physical attributes at lower ranks is moderate, but Asriel's innate talent is not weak. At 17, being able to deadlift 180 kilograms through natural body refinement is impressive, and don't forget, he has been limited by his family's conditions, and the nutritional intake he received was far inferior to yours. It can only be said that the potion and spirit made up for what he missed during his growth. So does this mean Asriel is bound to win this time? Avis asked. Susan slightly nodded. Avis expressed some regret, saying, then I won't get to see Asriel running naked around the school. Susan smirked, looking at Avis. If you want to see Asriel stripped, isn't that just a matter of a little nudge? Avis picked up her cup, took a sip, and said with a light laugh, what's the point of that? I have no interest in things that lack challenge. Preparations for recommendations are starting. I need to give the algorithm some time. For the next few days I will post 2 updates a day, and I will make up for it in a few days. Many people began to pay attention to Asra. Even Gray, who had just completed his deadlift, noticed Asra at this moment. After a moment of thought, he recalled who Asra was. In his past memories, he had never paid any attention to him, not even when Asra took magic potions. Gray's recollection dated back to before the 10th grade. It seemed that he had once trained in combat with Asra, whose fighting skills had put considerable pressure on him. Unfortunately, Asra quickly faded into obscurity due to Gray's growth and a lack of resources. Gray chuckled lightly, saying, I never expected so many people to pay attention to a clown. Clearly he was indifferent to Asra's achievements. On the stage, Asra had already approached the barbell. He positioned himself, gripping tightly, and began to slowly lift the barbell with effort. The 240-kilogram barbell behaved quite obediently in his hands, not becoming a burden at all for Asra. After a few seconds of lifting, Asra gained a clearer understanding of his strength. Clearly, 240 kilograms was far from his limit. Bang! He casually dropped the barbell. Wally, who was watching Asra, had a slightly serious expression. He could tell that Asra felt no pressure with the weight of 240 kilograms. Mr. Carmen's expression also improved slightly. If Asra couldn't lift it, he would have to start complaining. The assistant looked at Asra with a questioning gaze. Asra rotated his wrist and said, add 10 kilograms. The assistant raised an eyebrow and then picked up the weight plates to add to Asra's barbell. Now it was 250 kilograms. This number relieved Wally, who thought to himself, at 250 kilograms, I still win, or generally adding weight means only a couple of times Asra can't beat me. Wally continued to comfort himself on a technical level. Meanwhile, Senna placed his hands near his mouth and shouted, Asra, go for it. Make Wally run naked. Asra waved slightly and smiled at him. The barbell was quickly loaded. In the distance, Avis looked at Susan in confusion and asked, wasn't it said that Asra's deadlift data should reach around 280 kilograms? Why did he only add 10 kilograms? Susan chuckled lightly and replied, don't worry, he definitely won't end up running naked. Avis looked at the enigmatic Susan, grinding her teeth. Meanwhile, Asra had effortlessly lifted the 250-kilogram barbell once again. Seeing Asra's ease, Mr. Carmen's expression started to grow more serious. He pulled out Asra's previous test results, the last of which was from the end of the last semester. This semester had just begun, and Carmen and the assistant team were too lazy to waste time on Asra. Comparing the previous data, Mr. Carmen was astonished, muttering, no way is this guy really drinking magic potions, not stimulants. Wally's expression had turned somewhat grim. He began to feel nervous, his back slightly sweating. Impossible, impossible. Asra then dropped the barbell and looked at the assistant. The assistant raised an eyebrow. Add 10 kilograms again. The assistant curiously asked, why not just add 20 kilograms to try? Asra looked at Wally below and said something that made Wally's expression even worse. I want to take it step by step so I can see the changes in Wally's expression. Hearing this, the assistant shot a strange glance at Wally. He quietly complained, damn, this guy really holds grudges. But soon the assistant added 10 kilograms for Asra. Now it was 260 kilograms. Wally's final deadlift was 8 times his weight. Asra's 260 kilograms was over 7 times his weight, already very close to Wally's performance. Asra gripped the barbell, testing the weight. It still seemed to pose no pressure. He then suddenly exerted strength, lifting the barbell. Bang! Add 10 kilograms. Upon hearing this, the assistant began to look at Wally with an amused expression. Meanwhile, the competition between Asra and Wally was about to reach a conclusion. More cheerleaders gathered around, and the chatter began. The vast majority of people had normal aesthetics, which meant that in terms of looks, Asra completely overshadowed Wally. So handsome. I really want his contact information. It's such a pity that I can't see Asra naked. Will there be another chance? Others looked at Wally, whispering and laughing. Look, he looks like a brown bear. Will he run naked around the school? With a look like that, I wouldn't dare to look. Wally was getting angrier as he listened and suddenly shouted, enough? What are you bitches talking about? Wally's eyes turned red with anger, and after his furious roar, his gaze fiercely fixed on those cheerleaders. But he quickly regretted it. His shout successfully angered many cheerleaders. This meant that Wally had lost the courtship rights for the semester among most of the cheerleaders. This was worse than losing to Asra and having to run naked around the school. While Wally was shouting, Asra had already approached the barbell. He gripped the barbell tightly, positioned himself, exerted force slowly, and lifted the 270-kilogram barbell once more. This weight was somewhat challenging for Asra, but still within his capacity. At the moment he lifted it, Senna shouted from below, you won. Asra, you won. Wally, be ready to run naked. In an instant, many cheerleader girls cheered, congratulating Asra, with quite a few throwing flirtatious glances at him. Asra looked at Wally and said, Wally, you lost, be ready to run naked. Wally's eyes were red and he snorted coldly. Running naked is nothing new, I can do it. The assistant on the side looked at Asra and asked, "Do you want to add more?" Since he had already won and his deadlift was 283 times his weight. Before Asra could respond, Mr. Carmen crossed his arms and said, "Add 30 kilograms." Upon hearing this, both Asra and the assistant looked at Carmen. Carmen then walked slowly in front of Asra and said, "I admit I underestimated you. 270 kilograms is not your limit. Let me see where your limit lies. Don't think about refusing. I know 300 kilograms is difficult for you, but let me see if you can succeed. Don't be a coward. Only the victor can enjoy everything. If you succeed, I will treat you with respect. If you want to participate in the school team competition, you can't do it without my help. All right, then let's go for 300 kilograms. More weight plates were added simultaneously, attracting the attention of more onlookers. In the distance, Iway fixed her gaze on the barbell in front of Asra, asking without turning her head, "Can Asra lift it?" Susan's expression grew serious. She had estimated that Asra could only lift a maximum of 280 kilograms. After pondering for a moment, she said, "It's challenging, but perhaps possible." Iway rolled her eyes upon hearing this. 300 kilograms was also a challenge for Iway, whose limit for deadlifts was 310 kilograms. Although she weighed less, her earlier use of potions and more nutrition and supplements had her growth in nearly perfect condition. But how long had it been since Asra took the potion? Iway said calmly, "It's time to re-evaluate Asra." This time Susan did not refuse but nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I will." In front of the barbell, Asra took a deep breath, gripped it tightly, and held his breath as he exerted force. Thanks to the pathways of sacrifice and light chaser, along with half the power gain from the blood servant pathway, Asra's physical abilities had surpassed everyone's expectations in these past few days. The weight of 300 kilograms caused Asra's face to flush, every muscle straining. The heavy barbell was lifted directly by him, as if this weight was not his limit. Asra estimated the strength he had used and roughly calculated that his limit strength should be around 340 kilograms. This was mainly due to his previous poor foundation. After taking the potion and becoming a sequence user, if calculated by 340 kilograms, Asra's deadlift data had increased by at least 160 kilograms. Such significant results in such a short time were thanks to sacrifice stealing the blood servant pathway's ability of physical enhancement. Additionally, the last sacrifice had also stolen some power. "Wow. Oh my god." Senna shouted from below, 300 kilograms. More than 3 times. "Look, that's my good brother. Do you want his contact information? Hurry." The cheerleaders below gazed at Asra with sparkling eyes. His physique was well-proportioned and tall, possessing such immense strength. Some cheerleaders' eyes were so heated it seemed they wanted to devour him, and some had already begun to fantasize. A girl with a baby face looked at Asra, her eyes almost brimming with water. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured with such strength, "If Asra were to lift me up in midair, hiss." Other girls also displayed great enthusiasm. Bang! Asra dropped the barbell, and a heavy sound echoed. Mr. Carmen couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm his astonishment. 300 kilograms. Really? The assistant instructor was still shouting from behind Asra, "Do you want to add more weight?" Asra waved his hand, saying, "No, this weight is already my limit." The assistant instructor glanced at him, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. Carmen asked, "How about adding a bit more so I can see your limit?" Asra looked at Carmen and said, "Mr. Carmen, I believe this weight is sufficient. You should fulfill your promise now." Upon hearing this, Carmen's expression changed slightly, but he nodded. "All right. You can step down as starting today. I will keep my promise, but you must ensure you don't get eliminated in the subsequent tests." Asra chuckled lightly and did not speak further. The deadlift had already proven his strength, and the bench press was no challenge for him. As for the 6 sets of 400 meters running, it was simply his strong suit. His build was well-proportioned, not overly muscular like others, making him agile while running. As for the light reaction punching target, that was even more his specialty. Asra walked up to Wooly, looking down at him, and asked, "Wooly, when will you start running naked?" Wooly gritted his teeth and replied after a long pause, "Don't worry, after today's test I will do it." Asra laughed heartily in response. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly sensed that the surrounding environment was off. Ahead, Senna had a lewd smile, and the cheerleaders beside him looked like wolves ready to pounce. The appearances of the cheerleaders were all above average, many with fiery figures and dressed quite revealingly. After a few glances, the spirited Asra felt a stirring in his heart. In the next moment, his intuition from sacrifice and the ability Ominous Omen provided him with a sudden insight. Asra followed the direction of the feeling and saw Iway. Iway had originally been watching Asra get closer to those flamboyant cheerleaders, but her gaze gradually turned cold. Muttering under her breath, "These bitches, dressed like this. Bitches, if you dare to get close, you're finished, Asra." Iway quietly ground her teeth, glaring at Asra. Suddenly Asra stopped in his tracks and looked at her. In an instant, the two locked eyes across a considerable distance. The jealous expression on Iway's face had not yet faded. Under their gaze, she hurriedly adjusted her expression. This action in turn caused her face to blush with genuine embarrassment. Seeing this, Asra chuckled lightly and deliberately did not shift his gaze, leisurely observing Iwace's expression. As a result, Iwace became flustered, glaring fiercely at Asra before retreating and voluntarily shifting her gaze. Asra glanced at her a couple more times before finally shifting his gaze away. Next, the 12th grade students continued with the bench press and 6 sets of interval running. Asra also attempted a bench press with 300 kilograms and successfully lifted it. This made Mr. Carmen, who was beside him with a clipboard, continue to write and tease Asra, "Add some more weight. Let me see what your limit weight really is." Asra replied to Mr. Carmen, "What's the point? Why don't you ask Gray and Iwace instead?" Students lined up one by one. Asra closed his eyes to rest. The grading for the light reaction punching target ranged from 1 to 9. Finally, the physical test arrived at its final item, the light reaction punching target. This was an advanced device capable of measuring the student's nerve reaction speed. Students lined up one by one. Asra closed his eyes to rest. The grading for the light reaction punching target ranged from 1 to 9, with Ashford's device able to measure up to level 6. Each level further divided into grades from C to S. Before taking the potion, Asra's level was 2A, already among the top in his age group. Even some students who had taken potions could not surpass him because the speed of nerve reaction was difficult to enhance even with potions. However, this time Asra was confident in achieving a better level. The light reaction punching target is a circular device. Once the students enter, various targets of different sizes will appear on the surrounding light screen. The testers need to hit the targets with the fastest speed. This light screen projects 180 degrees in front of the testers, resembling a projection screen. This device serves not only as a testing tool, but also as a training device. It is said that superior devices are fully enclosed with light targets popping up from all angles of a 360-degree. The training for visual and neural responses is significantly more effective. However, having a 180-degree light screen is already the most expensive training equipment purchased by the Ashford High School Comprehensive Combat Club. Many high schools can only train using manually thrown targets. The first to test is still Gray, who stands inside the machine. Gray's testing level is 3B, which is nearly equivalent to the reaction speed of a college student. Typically, the sequences who enter universities achieve no better than this in the college-level comprehensive. Most of them are at 3B or 3A levels. Gray's impressive performance is closely related to his sequence fighter and its various capabilities. The core abilities of a fighter enhance their physical attributes and reaction capabilities, particularly excelling in neural responses. During the light reaction punching target test, things were different from before. All the cheerleaders were cleared out, and even other students were not allowed to watch the testers' scores. They could only watch the blurred scenes within the light screen from a distance. Buzz, accompanied by the buzzing sound of the machine, light targets quickly emerged inside the screen. Although the details were unclear, it was evident that Gray was continuously punching, shattering one light target after another. One round of testing lasted 3 minutes. After the test ended, one could see the rising heat from Gray's body after intense exercise. Gray tilted his head and looked at Carmen, who was recording the data, saying, "Coach Carmen, let me try the 3A. Carmen suppressed the excitement in his heart, as the 3A light reaction punching target is considered exceptional even among college students. "Alright, I'll upgrade it right away." Buzz. A new round of testing began, and Gray continued to punch, but soon he began to lose track of the targets. And the number of missed targets gradually increased until the light screen emitted a glaring red light. Gray failed. However, this did not surprise him, and there was little disappointment on his face. "Mr. Carmen immediately comforted him, saying, "You did very well. The difficulty of the 3A level is still a bit high. Based on your current reaction speed, I guess with another month or 2 of training, you'll be able to pass the 3A test." Gray nodded slightly, and then stepped down. Following that, one after another, others came up to test. From here, one could see many people's reaction speeds were far inferior to Gray's. For example, Wally, whose light reaction punching target was only a pitiful 2B level. The larger the muscle mass, the slower their reaction speed tends to be. This trend is traceable, as most of them take supplements and injections, and the supplements and drugs they consume are not as good as those of the wealthy like Gray and Avis. While boosting physical attributes, these substances also slightly damage their neural pathways. The next moment, Mr. Carmen's roar erupted. "Bullshit. Did you take enhancers, you fool? Get out of here." The light screen in front was glaring red, indicating the student's test had failed, and his test level was a miserable 2C. The key point is that he failed at the 2C level. The student's face turned red, and he dared not speak a word, lowering his head as he exited. Asra's gaze swept over him, and Senna chuckled softly beside him, saying, "Haha. This guy has some guts. I heard he didn't use enhancers, he secretly smoked leaves. From a distance I could smell the stench of leaves on him. Enhancers, leaves, and toxins all harm the user's nervous system, and such damage is irreversible. Unless one spends a fortune to seek high-ranking clergy, and the church recovery is unlikely." Soon it was Ava's turn to test. Carmen's voice was almost flattering. Avis, will you also test at the 3B level? Avis, however, had a detached expression, and in the absence of anyone seeing her face, she felt no need to disguise her disdain. He'll go for the 3A level. Upon hearing this, a flash of delight crossed Carmen's face, and he quickly adjusted the machine. Buzz. On the light screen, targets appeared one after another, and Ava's fists moved rapidly, almost leaving after images. Beep. But she still failed, and the glaring red light appeared on the screen. Avis stopped, exhaled a breath of stale air, and murmured, still not good enough. Mr. Carmen's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly comforted her, saying, you did very well, Avis. How about we test at the 3B level? Avis replied indifferently, no need. Just record me at the 3B level. I won't test anymore. All right, no problem. Mr. Carmen nodded repeatedly. Avis exited the machine, her expression quickly returning to the gentle demeanor as she walked towards Susan. She slightly turned her gaze, sweeping over Asra, pausing briefly before leaving. Finally, the testing cue reached Asra. He adjusted his state, preparing his body for optimal performance. Next to the machine, Coach Carmen asked calmly, Asra, what level do you choose? Originally, Asra's level was 2A, though, but that was from last semester's test. Now his physical capabilities have improved. Mr. Carmen estimated in his heart Asra should be at the 2A level. Before Asra could speak, he had already adjusted the machine. 2A level, Asra said calmly. The light screen lit up and targets emerged one by one. Asra's fists moved like the wind, striking with direct punches, jabs, and hooks. Each target that appeared was directly hit by him. The 3-minute testing time passed swiftly, with Asra missing not a single target, hitting them all in the quickest time possible. Simple, quick, and without any misses. The difficulty of the 2A level posed no challenge for Asra. Mr. Carmen couldn't help but straighten his back and asked, would you like to try for example, 2S? Asra twisted his neck and said, bring it on, 2S. Mr. Carmen immediately adjusted the machine, quickly setting it to 2S level. The light screen lit up again, and Asra's punching speed was like the wind, his focus intense, as he swiftly delivered punch after punch. As the test concluded, he looked at Asra with a probing gaze. Asra nodded slightly. 3C level. Mr. Carmen's eyes sparkled. Good. Buzz. The light curtain lit up and then shut down again. The students outside could only see Asra continuously throwing punches within the light curtain. It lit up and shut down, lit up and shut down again. What does this mean? Is it a repeated test, or is it constantly upgrading? Some whispered among themselves. Mr. Carmen's gaze shifted from calm to astonished, then to delighted. Buzz. The light curtain extinguished, and the machine came to a stop. Mr. Carmen's eyes became fervent as he looked at Asra, who was slightly out of breath, wisps of white smoke rising from his head. This fervent gaze reminded Asra of a time before he entered the 10th grade, when he had seen such intensity. At that time, Asra had relied on his skills and was Carmen's favorite disciple. In the 2 years since the 11th grade began, he had not seen such a gaze again. Mr. Carmen fetched a bottle of supplement and handed it to Asra, his gaze shifting to the machine, which clearly read level 3B. Asra took the bottle and asked with a smile, Mr. Carmen, this is free, right? Mr. Carmen gave a forced laugh. Of course it's free. Do you want to try level 3A? Asra drank the supplement in one go, nourishing his body that was on the verge of exhaustion. He said, give me 5 minutes. Carmen clapped his hands and said, no problem. Outside the machine, everyone watched Asra and Carmen's actions, some feeling puzzled. Senna scratched his head. What are Mr. Carmen and Asra doing? Next to Senna was Wally, whose eyes were blank. During the previous test, Wally was only at level 2B and had barely maintained that level. This was because he had taken too many potions and supplements, leaving his body somewhat stiff and bloated. Thinking about how he would soon have to strip and run around the school, Wally felt a shiver run down his spine. This was incredibly embarrassing. It was hard to imagine how disappointed his parents would be if this news reached home. In the distance, Gray's gaze was concentrated. He felt the pressure emanating from Asra. Others had difficulty discerning the level of the light reaction punching target, but Gray had already figured out that Asra was challenging level 3B. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, did I underestimate Asra? Elsewhere, Ivy leaned against the railing, one hand gripping it tightly, unintentionally applying pressure. She murmured, was that just level 3B? Did Asra pass? Susan nodded gently, her gaze fixed on Asra's direction with a different look in her eyes. It seems Mr. Carmen wants him to try level 3A. Ivy's expression was somewhat unnatural as she said, if I can't pass, how can Asra? Susan calmly replied, maybe he can, or at least he achieved level 3B. Ivy turned to shoot Susan a glance, gritting her teeth in frustration. On the other side, Asra rested for 5 minutes and no longer emitted heat from his head. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, allowing his spiritual energy to become more active. He extended his finger, channeling his spiritual energy to release the ability of light of hope. His index and middle fingers aligned, gathering a faint glow. Just looking at it felt like being bathed in warm sunlight. Asra gently touched the light of hope to his forehead. Hiss! He inhaled deeply, feeling the cluttered thoughts and negative emotions in his mind being swept away. Then he looked at Mr. Kamen, signaling to begin. Kamen nodded slightly and activated the machine. As he turned on the machine, Mr. Kamen also held his breath, afraid that he would affect Asra. Buzz. The light curtain rose once more. Many people turned their gazes toward it. Senna scratched his head and asked Wally beside him, "What level is this now?" Wally replied irritably, "Bullshit, I guess it's level 2C. Senna looked at him suspiciously. "You can't be at level 2C, right?" Upon hearing this, Carmen's expression changed slightly, but he nodded. "All right. You can step down as starting today. I will keep my promise, but you must ensure you don't get eliminated in the subsequent." Just as the two were about to quarrel, in the light curtain, Asra made his move. One by one, light targets appeared from the 180-degree semicircular light curtain. Asra had to react within 0.2 seconds and immediately strike. The standard for level 3A required 3 light targets every second, each only staying for 2 seconds. The standard for completing the test was not to lose more than 10 light targets, otherwise it would be a failure. Asra's gaze sharpened, his fists moving like lightning as he continuously struck the light targets. Swish! In a moment of carelessness, a light target in the corner exceeded the time and disappeared. This was the first lost light target, and its appearance made Mr. Kamen's heart race. After a few seconds, the second light target was lost. Asra pressed his lips together, his spirit tightening, and he accelerated the speed of his punches. Third, fifth, seventh, ninth. Only the last light target remained. If lost, Asra's test would also fail. At this moment, Mr. Kamen's hands were clenched, uncontrollably afraid to even breathe. Asra took a deep breath, increasing the oxygen supply to his blood, activating his spiritual energy to the most vigorous state. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches echoed sharply, the sound of fists slicing through the air. Although it was the most dangerous moment, Asra remained exceptionally calm. One by one, the light targets were hit and dissipated. As the time reached the final second, 3 light targets flew out, scattering into the corners. Asra continuously struck, shattering the last light target in the final moments. Clap. Kamen applauded, his face expressing surprise. Level 3A. After the applause, Kamen's expression suddenly froze as he remembered something. Asra's current achievement had nothing to do with him. From the latter half of last semester to this new semester, Kamen had not given Asra any guidance. But soon Kamen adjusted his mindset, thinking proudly, "If Asra can achieve results, who would think it wasn't my guidance? After all, I am his coach." Kamen extended his hand to Asra and said, "Congratulations on your level 3A light reaction punching target score. A D1 level prestigious school won't be too difficult. I take back what I said before. You're not a fool. You're a genius who has been delayed, and I will write a solid recommendation letter for you." Asra looked at Mr. Kamen's outstretched hand, wanting to shake it, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "I still prefer the rebellious demeanor you had before, Mr. Kamen. I hope you can return to." However, Asra didn't voice this thought. He didn't want to make enemies over such matters. So he extended his hand, gave a brief shake, and asked, "Can I participate in the school team's comprehensive league?" Of course. Soon, all the physical tests were completed. Mr. Carmen selected 5 official members and 4 reserve members from all the students who participated in the tests. Gray ranked first, Ivy ranked second, and Asra ranked 5th, just making it in as the last official member. Except for Gray and Ivy, the physical data of the others were quite similar with Asra's, even. However, Mr. Carmen did not strictly follow the data for the rankings. In many cases, such rankings were meaningless. If Asra suddenly surged into the top 3, how would the others feel? The selection of the team members was completed. Mr. Carmen walked past them with heavy steps, his towering height of 2 meters allowing him to look down on most students. "Very well, the official and reserve members have been selected." He turned to the others who were not chosen and roared, "You soft weaklings, does anyone want a challenge? Speak up, tell me who you want to challenge. If you defeat them in combat, their ranking will be yours." Mr. Carmen's gaze swept across the faces of everyone. Below Asra in ranking was the reserve member list, with Senna as the first reserve and Wally following. Senna whispered to Asra, "I wonder if anyone will challenge me. I haven't officially fought anyone since I took the potion." Asra crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "If there's going to be a challenge, it will start with Wally." Wally, who was nearby, let out a cold snort, his expression quite unpleasant. In fact, this was true. If Asra had not consumed the potion, he would likely have received challenges. However, his performance after taking the Light Chaser potion caused the other students to view him in a new light. Especially since Asra had previously beaten Wally, who had superior physical attributes. Today's physical test had also compensated for his original shortcomings. Who would dare challenge Asra now? After Mr. Carmen called out twice, someone finally stepped up to challenge, and the chosen opponent was Wally. Since Wally was automatically categorized as a waste after being defeated by Asra, he was considered a valid target for challenges. This challenge filled Wally with rage, so on the fighting stage. He let out an angry roar, and in the heat of battle defeated his opponent with overwhelming force. "Who else dares to challenge me?" More weight plates were added simultaneously, attracting the attention of more onlookers. In the distance, IWC fixed her gaze on the other members below, looked at Wally with renewed respect. Wally also turned his eager gaze towards Asra, but upon seeing Asra's indifferent expression, he felt a chill in his heart. Wally thought to himself, for now, I can't beat him. The most important thing is to protect my body. When the school team's mixed martial arts tournament comes, if Asra gets defeated and injured, that's when I can make a bigger impact. Wally glared at Asra, snorted coldly, and seeing that no one else dared to challenge him, he walked down. When he reached Senna, he deliberately stared at him and snorted. Senna, however, ignored him and leaned closer to Asra, whispering, "Bro, I'm serious. I've already received more than 10 party invitations from cheerleader hotties today. Come on, let's flip them over together." Senna reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of cards filled with contact information, some even decorated with hearts. "Look, you have no idea how crazy they are to want to work out with you. Oh my god. As long as you agree, you won't have time to get out of bed at the party." Asra replied helplessly, "Senna, the competition is about to start. We should rest well, instead of wasting energy on this stuff." "What do you mean wasting energy? During the party, and while sleeping, I can still train my core and limbs. I often do strength training while hugging them. Don't underestimate me." Asra looked down at Senna, who was demonstrating a lewd gesture beside him, his expression turning black. "Mr. Carmen" turned back and saw Senna's actions. He instantly roared, "Senna, what the hell are you doing? Are you air humping? Did your brain get knocked out while you were at it? Drop down right now, do 200 push-ups, and don't get up until you're done." "Yes, Mr. Carmen." Senna did not dare to argue and immediately dropped to the ground to start exercising. Mr. Carmen then turned his gaze to Asra. However, seeing nothing unusual from Asra, he decided to move on. After that, 2 more challenges occurred. One was successful while the other failed. After no one else dared to challenge, Mr. Carmen ordered everyone to dismiss. He then turned to face all the team members and said, "The preliminary round of the school team's mixed martial arts tournament will start in a week. I hope you all maintain stable training during this week and avoid injuring yourselves. Additionally, the light reaction punching bag will be exclusively available to you for this week. Anyone wanting to train their reflexes can come to me to make an appointment, and I will arrange a schedule for you." "Yes, Mr. Carmen," the team members shouted in unison. Asra's heart stirred. There would obviously not be much change in physical growth in the coming days, but his nerve reactions could see significant improvement. In the past, Asra could only touch this thing before each assessment. This time he would have more chances to play with it. After Senna finished his 200 push-ups, Mr. Carmen announced the disbandment of the team. Wally sulked as he walked out, only to see the other 12th grade students and many younger students who had already dispersed waiting at the door. Wally's face immediately darkened. Clearly they were all waiting to see the spectacle of Wally running naked. Some had already raised their phones ready to take pictures and videos. Wally glared at Asra with resentment. Senna laughed loudly. "Wally, you haven't forgotten the bet, right? It's time to run naked. Strip down, run naked." More people cheered, eager for the spectacle. Wally, gritting his teeth, shouted at Senna, "Don't worry, I will keep my word." Now even Asra was no longer in a hurry to leave. Wally rushed into the changing room, and soon a howl echoed from the entrance. "Oh, the brown bear has started running naked. So blinding. God, wash my eyes. Oh." A bare figure covered in fur squeezed out from the crowd, and Wally rushed out of the mixed martial arts club in despair. Asra glanced a couple of times before he could no longer bear the sight of such an embarrassing display of nudity. He returned to the changing room and changed out of his training clothes. After picking up his phone, the faint smile on his face vanished, replaced by a contemplative expression. The first phone he picked up was Jimmy's. During this time, Asra had to message Boyer every day, creating the illusion that Jimmy was still alive and surveilling him. It was not anything else that changed Asra's expression, but a text from Boyer. "Jimmy, why haven't I seen you around these past few days? Do you still have any drugs? What is that kid doing?" On the surface, it seemed like Boyer was concerned about his underling, but it revealed much more. A single misstep in Asra's response could potentially expose him. The drugs Boyer referred to could only have one answer: poison. Many gangs control their minions through enhancers, leaves, and poison. When Asra killed Jimmy, he caught a strong whiff of the odor of the leaves. Usually the source of drugs for these gang minions like Jimmy had to be purchased with their own money, as they did earn some income from being in the gang. Ultimately, this income would be bled back to gang leaders like Boyer through drugs and gambling. Thus, even if Jimmy had been in the gang for several years, he likely had saved not a single cent, and might even have maxed out his credit card with a significant loan unpaid. Jimmy had not been around Boyer for almost a week, nor had he bought any drugs from him, which might not yet raise Boyer's suspicions. However, if this continued, Boyer would surely begin to have suspicions. Asra pondered, knowing he had little time left. He needed to resolve this issue before Boyer became completely suspicious. After a moment of contemplation, he thought of a plan and quickly texted back, "Boss, I've been busy with a girl these past 2 days using her drugs. They'll head back tomorrow, so please make sure to save some for me." That kid is still the same. He went to school today and should be making his move soon. He has already visited Quake several times. Not long after sending the message, Boyer replied, "Good, you really are lucky. Don't come back tomorrow. After that kid goes home tonight, just forget about him and come back. Everyone has agreed to gamble, and he'll save you some drugs for later." Seeing this message, Asra's eyes lit up. If Boyer got high tomorrow, it would certainly be an even better opportunity for him. A rational Boyer would be difficult to deal with, but a Boyer who was high, hallucinating and moving sluggishly would be much easier to handle. However, this change would alter Asra's plan. The original plan was for Asra to establish an alibi, then go to the building across from Boyer's house, set up the KR-13, and wait to take a shot at Boyer when he returned. Asra tightened his grip on the phone, murmuring to himself, although today is rushed, it is still a good opportunity. After school, Asra did not linger for long. He quickly returned home. Before taking action, he meditated, visualizing the sun during his stillness, absorbing spiritual energy, while also calming his mind. Once he had fully restored the spiritual energy he had expended during the day, Asra began to consider the details of today's plan. After killing Jimmy, he had already made considerable preparations using his car. He had tracked Boyer, discovering Boyer's residence, common hangouts, and his strongholds. Originally, he was determining how to approach Boyer based on these strongholds, residences, and frequented locations. Now Boyer had made the decision for him. Time quickly approached 9 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, Boyer sent a text to Jimmy asking why he hadn't arrived yet. Asra replied via text, "That kid hasn't returned home yet. He'll come right after he does." "Boss, where are you guys gambling?" "Old place," the Boyer replied. This response made Asra furrow his brow. The old place that Jimmy knew did not necessarily equate to what Asra knew. However, he soon relaxed his brow, knowing that Boyer only frequented a few places, and if he searched carefully he could find it. "Old place," the Boyer replied. This response made Asra furrow his brow. The old place that Jimmy knew did not necessarily equate to what. The first target was Boyer's stronghold, a small building. However, the lights there had dimmed, and no noises could be heard. It was clear that Boyer could not be here. As such, Asra quickly changed locations, heading towards the next possible place where Boyer might go. After 2 consecutive changes, Asra finally locked onto a location. This was a second-hand car dismantling factory in the southern district, also one of Boyer's enterprises. Boom. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the night, and thunder began to rumble within the clouds. Pitter-patter. Fine raindrops started to fall, leaving tiny ripples on the windshield. At this moment, his mood soured significantly. Rain was a severe drawback to his combat effectiveness, especially when dealing with a stronger adversary like Boyer. As a Sequence 8 blood donor of the blood pathway, Boyer's physical prowess was certainly superior to Asra's, and he would undoubtedly possess more abilities using spiritual energy. In close combat, even if Asra believed his fighting skills were formidable, he might not be able to stand against Boyer. The best way to kill Boyer was still through a long-range shot with the KR-13. Within 200 meters, Asra with his rifle could ensure a precise hit to Boyer's heart. But now it was raining with wind, and the rain would affect the bullet's accuracy. All of this posed significant challenges to Asra's plan to kill Boyer tonight. Asra rolled down the car window, extending his hand outside to feel the intensity of the rain. He took a deep breath, savoring the moist air as it filled his lungs. He murmured, "Boyer must die tonight." The rain intensified, gradually stirring restlessness within Asra. The vehicle arrived near the dismantling factory. Asra got off with his backpack, dressed in a short windbreaker with a hood, and wearing a mask that concealed his face. Rain poured down from above incessantly. He first felt his way to the corner of the wall, using his hands to grip the surrounding structure. He exerted force and pulled himself up. He crouched atop the wall, gazing towards the buildings in the opposite direction. On the north side of the factory area, a 2-story building emitted a dim yellow light from its windows and doors. From a distance, Asra could still see shadows moving within. The shouts of gamblers and vermin could not be drowned out even by the rain. This is the place. Asra knew he had found his destination. Boyer and his core subordinates should be inside this building. Asra did not rush to jump down from the wall, but instead began searching for a suitable position. The factory area was rectangular, with a residential zone on the north side, featuring a 2-story building and what seemed to be a cafeteria nearby. Along the eastern side, there was a semi-open workshop area covered by a metal shed with an iron roof. This was the main source of noise when it rained. On the western side, there were dismantled vehicles that had been crushed by large machinery, each reduced to thin metal sheets. Several metal sheets were bundled together, stacked high, reaching about 4 meters at the tallest point. Near the entrance, there were some old cars waiting to be dismantled, all of them in a dilapidated state. Important engines and similar components had already been removed, leaving only empty shells. The rain poured down, flowing along the steel plates of the car shells, pooling into murky puddles in the depressions on the ground. After surveying the area, Asra quickly found a suitable spot. With a gentle leap, he jumped down from the wall with his backpack, his figure resembling a nimble black panther, gliding stealthily between the car shells. Rainwater slid down his windbreaker, the cold gradually seeping in. Asra paid no mind to it, gripping the gaps between the stacked metal sheets with both hands. He climbed up like a gecko. Creak. Despite Asra's carefulness, the process still produced metallic friction sounds. This made each of Asra's movements more gentle. He looked up at the rain falling from above, thinking to himself, while this may reduce my shooting accuracy, in some ways it also enhances my chances of success. He finally climbed carefully to the top. Asra opened his backpack and took out the well-maintained KR-13. He unfolded the stock, meticulously assembled the silencer, and loaded a magazine, filled with 14 full-power bullets. He slowly loaded the pistol with bullets and the silencer, securing it at his waist, then cautiously lay down. Asra closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had activated his spiritual energy, employing the night vision ability of blood surge. In the dim night, the world brightened considerably in Asra's eyes. Although it couldn't compare to daylight, it was enough for him to see much more clearly. The position Asra chose was in a depression with the stacked metal sheets on either side slightly higher than his spot. This provided ample cover for him. He knew that Boyer was at Sequence 8, blood donor of the blood pathway, which meant that the ability Asra possessed as a blood servant was also available to Boyer. Night vision was also Boyer's specialty, perhaps even stronger. Asra placed his backpack underneath him, maintaining steady breaths, and fitted his eyes into the scope. The situation in the two-story building fell within Asra's view. Boyer had not been especially cautious today. The door of the building was left ajar, and the curtains were only half drawn. Through the scope, Asra could easily see the interior. The room was in disarray, with several gang members sprawled on a sofa in one corner, already slumped over. They appeared to be high, lying there with only faint movements of their chests to prove they were still alive. Two others were currently shedding their upper garments, a cigarette dangling from their mouths, while they hugged and danced in the empty space of the room, holding a bottle of liquor. The scene was quite eye-watering, as they were even engaging in a French kiss. The two burly men, under the influence of drugs and alcohol, had completely let themselves go. Asra continually adjusted his scope, but still did not glimpse Boyer's face. He continued to search, and in the corner of the window, he spotted the poker table. Playing cards were moving in their hands, but Asra still could not see Boyer. He was perfectly obstructed by the wall. The cacophony of music, the excited howls of vermin and gang members echoed from 70 or 80 meters away. At this distance, Asra was already close enough. He adjusted the zeroing distance of his scope. Now, as soon as Boyer showed his head, it would be his demise. Asra lay on the cold metal sheets. Rainwater dripped down from the edge of his hood, splashing tiny droplets on the lens of the scope. This forced him to wipe it down periodically. Inside the room, Boyer lit a cigarette, watching his subordinates, who had already succumbed to the haze of drugs, smiling silently. As a gang leader, he never indulged in those neurotoxins himself. Even if he wanted to feel a stronger sensation, he would at most smoke leaves. Like the one he was currently smoking. Hiss! Boyer took a deep breath, feeling the smoke enter his lungs, bringing a tingling pleasure that made him shudder slightly. He exhaled a puff of white smoke, adding a layer of mist to the already smoke-filled room. The poker table was now piled high with gold pounds on Boyer's side, while his opponent's tables appeared empty. Pour the drinks, Boyer shouted. A relatively sober subordinate immediately stepped forward, filling the glasses of the few people at the poker table. Boyer shook his head, the recent pleasure causing him to feel slightly lightheaded. He shook his sleeves, revealing his wrist. Bring me the cups, Boyer said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the three people at the poker table suddenly breathed more heavily and hurriedly brought their cups forward. A hint of sickly madness appeared on Boyer's face as he lightly traced his fingertip across his wrist, creating a wound. Drip, drip, drip. Blood fell from Boyer's wrist into the cups below. Soon the cups were stained red with blood. Drink up, my servants. Boyer waved his hand, laughing maniacally. His wounded wrist quickly stopped bleeding, as if small flesh buds emerged rapidly, writhing to heal the wound. Meanwhile, his subordinates eagerly lifted their cups and drank the blood wine in one gulp. Their eyes also turned slightly red, their gazes towards Boyer, now filled with fervor. Veins bulged on their faces, resembling wriggling earthworms, their muscles subtly shifting, becoming stronger. At this moment, Boyer pulled out his phone. He was staring at the message interface from Jimmy. Boyer's eyes narrowed slightly. Jimmy. What's going on? He hasn't returned for so many days. Is he trying to break free from my control? If he doesn't show up now, when he returns, I must teach him a lesson. And that brat Asra, having taken my potion, still hasn't done any work. It seems I need to be a bit harsher with him. Catch him tomorrow. Tear off his jaw and hang his head at the corridor entrance, damn it. Boyer took another deep drag, the murky smoke, making his gaze somewhat dreamy. He pressed on his phone, dialing Jimmy's number. Beep beep. The call did not connect. This only fueled Boyer's anger, as the leaves he smoked had already made his spirit exuberant. He dialed the number again. Beep beep. Dingling. The harsh ringtone echoed from within the dismantling factory, cutting through the rain. Boyer frowned, muttering to himself, Jimmy has already arrived. This fool dares not to answer my call. He stood up, slightly staggering, walking towards the door, one hand holding the phone to his ear, the other gripping the door frame, as if he might topple over. Asra, on the other hand, at the moment Boyer first dialed Jimmy's number, kept his phone on silent, but after a moment's thought, he turned on the ringtone. The ringtone was piercing. Sure enough, the sound attracted Boyer's attention. When the staggering figure finally appeared, Asra's heart raced. Concerned that the rain might affect his accuracy, Asra aimed not for Boy's head this time, but for his heart. In the scope, Boyer's heart was right in the center of his crosshairs. Asra's finger gently moved down, resting on the trigger, ready to pull. Boom. A muffled thunder sounded. Lightning erupted in the sky, jagged electric arcs slicing through the night, briefly illuminating the area ahead. The muffled gunfire tore through the not sibilant night sky. A 300 caliber bullet sliced through the air, the rain failing to interfere within 100 meters. Puff. Blood erupted from the chest of Boyer. In a last-ditch effort, Boyer unleashed unprecedented strength, twisting his body as much as he could. But he was still a moment too late. The bullet pierced his chest, entering his torso where it began to tumble, causing greater harm amidst the resistance of flesh and bone. Bayou. Puff. Another full-power bullet was fired, but at this point Boyer's body had already begun to fall backward. This bullet did not hit his chest, but struck his abdomen instead. Instantly the bullet churned in his belly, tearing apart his intestines. Yet even so, Boyer did not perish. He rolled, suddenly taking cover behind the wall, his pierced body and shattered insides sapping his strength. Kill him. Get rid of him. Inside the two-story building, Boyer's roar echoed like that of an injured wolf king. A sense of warning flashed in Asra's heart, stemming from the ominous signs of the sacrifice. In the next moment, 3 strong figures burst out from the second floor. One jumped directly through the window while the other 2 charged out the door, seemingly intent on leaping from the second floor. After firing his second shot, Asra no longer remained prone. He quickly shifted his gun-holding posture to kneeling, his eyes still glued to the sight. A gang member with a fierce expression and dark red veins writhing on his face landed squarely in Asra's aim. Aim. Shoot. Bayou. A soft sound of bullet was fired, precisely hitting the head of this gang member. Snap. The bullet instantly struck its target. The opponent's head burst like a watermelon hit by a baseball, splattering white and red all around. The headless corpse continued its momentum, tumbling off the second-floor balcony and crashing to the ground. The other 2 gang members rushed toward Asra, one of them drawing a handgun. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid fire of the handgun flames and thunderous sounds shattered the night. The distance between the 2 sides was still 70 to 80 meters. This shooting evidently had no real effect. Asra knelt in place, not moving an inch, the crosshair already fixed on the second person. This individual was charging too quickly, covering the distance of several dozen meters in mere seconds. Bayou. The likelihood of hitting the head of a moving target diminished. Asra aimed for the chest. Puff. A dull sound, a spray of blood erupted. But this gang member seemed untouched, continuing to sprint forward. Bayou. Another shot hit. The bullet tore through his insides, yet he kept running, still advancing. Crash. The first guy had already charged up close, completely disregarding his injuries, frantically climbing up. He'll kill you. Pain seemed irrelevant to him, his muscles bulging, blood spurting from his wounds. Finally, he climbed atop a stack of metal blocks, his head peeking out. But a dark barrel was already aimed at his head. Bayou. Snap. His head exploded, the headless corpse collapsing helplessly down. Inside the second-floor, Boyer was not yet dead, blood gushing from 2 wounds on his chest and abdomen. Ugh. Not only was he bleeding from his body, but he was also continuously vomiting, even expelling chunks of his insides. He trembled, pulling out a strengthening agent from his body, plunging it into himself. Then he summoned his spiritual essence, frantically repairing his body. Streams of blood, seemingly hidden in the void, continuously flowed into Boyer's body. He utilized this blood to mend his shattered insides and blood vessels. But this time, even his heart had been pierced. Now, he could only rely on his spiritual essence and the special ability of the blood donor to maintain its beating. Yet if this continued, death would inevitably come for him. Boyer struggled to rise, grabbing the ankle of a small brother who lay unconscious on the ground, dragging him over. His hands, like sharp daggers, sliced open the brother's neck, blood gushing out like a fountain under the beating of his heart. Boyer's eyes turned red, crazily devouring this blood. Not enough. Still not enough. He growled like a demon from hell. This time his injuries were too severe. The blood of an ordinary person was of no use to him. It could only delay his death, not change the final outcome. Boyer, his face covered in blood, lifted his head to stare at Asra, who was 70 to 80 meters away. The blood of the sequencer. It will definitely let me live. He randomly grabbed a long knife, disregarding his wounds, and charged toward Asra's direction. On the other side, the last of Boyer's little brothers also came over. The distance between them was still too close. Even if these little brothers were shot through by bullets, they would not fall down directly. Asra aimed for his head, and from more than 20 meters away, he accurately fired. Snap! The brain exploded, and even the most resilient body ultimately succumbed in that moment. He'll kill you. Crack, crack, crack. This gang member roared, his gun long empty, yet he continued to shoot, hammering away with empty clicks. Asra aimed for his head, and from more than 20 meters away, he accurately fired. Snap! The brain exploded, and even the most resilient body ultimately succumbed in that moment. But at that moment, Boyer burst forth like a ghostly shadow from the second floor. Boyer's speed was rapid, far surpassing that of his 3 elite little brothers. Even heavily injured Boyer's movements did not slow down. Bayu, bayu, bayu. Asra fired continuously, the sound of the bullets muffled by the suppressor. Bang, bang, bang. Boyer also pulled out his handgun, returning fire, the gunfire tearing through the night sky. Boyer's intimidation far exceeded that of his little brothers. As the bullets whizzed past Asra's ears, he had no choice but to start evading. While dodging, he also shot at Boyer. The distance between them was close. A Boyer, like a demon, was hit once again by Asra. He leaped, charging up the metal blocks. Die! A roar erupted as if it came from hell, disturbing Asra's eardrums. Boyer discarded his empty handgun, the long knife cutting through the air like lightning, slashing down from above. Crack! Asra raised his KR-13 with both hands, using the metal body to block. The clash between the knife and the gun erupted in a thunderous sound, breaking the gun in half. However, Boyer's strength was not as great as Asra had imagined, perhaps due to his severe injuries. Asra took the opportunity to drop the gun and rolled backward to evade. Kill! Boyer drew the knife again. Asra, while rolling backward, pulled out the Defender D7 from his waist. Bayu, bayu, bayu. Within a few meters, Asra fired all the bullets in just 2 seconds. The chest, abdomen, neck, and the final 2 shots hit Boyer's head. Puff! The kinetic energy of the bullet pierced through his forehead, blowing off the entire back of his head, revealing a pale brain. Asra slowly rose, saying, Boyer dared to come out with just a long knife. Times have changed. Found collapsing unconsciously. Asra slowly rose, saying, Boyer dared to come out with just a long knife. Times have changed. Boyer died with his eyes wide open. He never imagined that the Asra whom he thought he could easily crush would end up killing him tonight. Only after Boyer's body collapsed did Asra truly breathe a sigh of relief. The rain continued to pour, growing heavier with large droplets splashing onto Asra's face. He tilted his head back, feeling the rainwater wash over him. The pressure that had long lingered in his heart suddenly eased. He exhaled deeply, released a breath of turbid air, changed the magazine of his handgun, and then turned his gaze toward the 2-story building. Asra used his spiritual essence to activate the ability Sacrificial Vision. Under his focused gaze, he perceived strands of spiritual light emanating from Boyer's body. This indicated that within Boyer's corpse there was spiritual essence worthy of sacrifice. The source of this essence was intricately linked to the dark potion he had consumed and the essence he had accumulated over time. After inspecting Boyer's body, Asra leaped down towards the 2-story building. Moments ago, Boyer and his minions had fired wildly, and the gunfire likely wouldn't carry far in the pouring rain. But for Asra, the sooner he left the better. He cautiously approached the bottom of the 2nd floor, using heat source perception. The few remaining individuals upstairs emitted heat, clearly revealing their positions. These individuals were either drunk or high, and were now in a state of stupor. Asra entered, and what he saw made him catch his breath. On the table lay a large pile of neatly bundled pounds. A corpse with a bluish-gray face lay on the ground, its throat bearing a torn wound, yet not a drop of blood flowed from it. Recalling Boyer's bloodied and ferocious visage, the fate of this corpse became all too clear. Asra wasted no time, aiming his Defender D7 at the heads of the remaining individuals. Bayu. After a few faint gunshots, Asra gifted each of them a peanut. Blood gushed forth, but Asra no longer paid them any mind. He quickly scanned the room's environment, found a money box, and stuffed all the pounds from the table into it. While packing the money, his hands even trembled. Once everything settled, a wave of fear washed over Asra, especially the overwhelming pressure and threat that Boyer had just imparted on him. To endure 2 shots of 300 full-power rounds and still charge after Asra for 70 to 80 meters was remarkable. If this was merely sequence 8, what would a higher sequence even be? Having secured the money, Asra chose a relatively intact handgun from one of the minions and then approached Boyer's corpse. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting all the shell casings he had fired, and also packed the broken KR-13 into his backpack. Now came the main event. He set the money box aside and was too lazy to drag the other corpses aside from Boyer. He only pulled over the body of the one he had killed. He summoned his spiritual essence and first used the ability Sacrificial Enhancement. This time he dared not leave his own blood, fearing it would leave traces. He then utilized Spiritual Sense and Minor Effect Prayer. He whispered the secret incantation of a certain blood path from the spirit realm, and strange murmurs echoed in Asra's ears. Gurgle. Boyer's blood, which had already flowed out, began to reverse, even seemingly disappearing into thin air. The 2 corpses were becoming shriveled and decayed, gradually transforming into a rotten gray. Asra, relying on his spiritual sense, discerned a faint joy from that powerful presence. Thus he activated Steel Servitude. Whoosh! A power from the blood path descended from the spirit realm, entering Asra's body. Hiss! He let out a shuddering gasp, his body tensed, muscles tearing and reforming as his physical capabilities further enhanced. The murmurs in his ears grew louder, not sharp, but like the vibrations of deep water, as if a colossal being was turning in his cochlea. It was as if a symphony orchestra was playing in reverse, the strings reversing, the wind instruments blowing back, with all notes twisted into impossible harmonies. It felt like a whole choir was singing, with eerie childlike voices flooding in from all directions. They chanted a hymn, not belonging to any known language, each syllable striking his brain like a nail. Asra opened his eyes. The world was melting, everything before him became blurry, and in the darkness, a terrifying presence seemed to be watching him. The twisted illusion filled Asra's heart with dread. In the surrounding night, it felt as though a ferocious beast lurked. Fear pierced through his neck to his tailbone like an ice pick. Asra's body trembled. He grabbed the money box and backpack from the ground and stumbled away. He climbed over the wall, continuously moving towards Jimmy's dilapidated car. The illusion before him grew deeper. A spinning sensation enveloped him as he stepped into nothingness, only to find himself treading in a non-existent pit. Bang! He yanked open the car door and tossed everything inside. Asra shook his head as if trying to shake off the illusions. He forced himself to start the engine and drove off the car, swerving haphazardly down the road. Screech! Accompanied by a harsh screech of brakes, Asra brought the car to a stop. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with veins, and the veins on his face bulged beneath the skin. He took a deep breath and summoned the nearly explosive spiritual essence within him, light of hope. A beam of light shone from his fingertips, which he pressed against his forehead. Hiss! Accompanied by Asra's long gasp, he felt as if he had come back to life from the brink of fainting, affected by the illusions and murmurs. Like the first rays of sunlight illuminating the fog of dawn, the cacophony of voices and terrifying illusions began to dissipate. This provided Asra with a moment to breathe. He crossed his hands over his chest, trying to stabilize his mental state as much as possible. With his eyes tightly closed, he felt as if he were continuously falling through the void, envisioning the sun. Brilliant light radiated from the sun, and under its rays, all the strange murmurs and illusions dissolved like bubbles. Gradually, the terrifying murmurs and illusions brought forth by the sacrificial act and the stolen servitude began to dissipate from Asra's body. The vast amount of stolen spiritual essence shrank and condensed under the sunlight. The feeling of being filled to the brink began to fade. The more concentrated spiritual essence remained within Asra's body, saving him a significant amount of cultivation time. Finally, Asra opened his eyes. A flash of crimson passed through his gaze, replaced by faint golden eyes. Like the dawn breaking. Opening his eyes and closing them in the briefest moment, the faint golden light also vanished from his gaze. Asra felt a pang of fear and mused to himself, this sacrifice was truly terrifying. Originally, the spirituality inherent in Boyer Sequence 8 was already abundant, yet I further enhanced the offering and extracted substantial resources from the servitude. These factors nearly cost me my life. However, he quickly thought, but the gains from this are equally substantial. He closed his eyes and began to meditate deeply. Through the extraction of servitude, he acquired greater abilities of the blood servant. The blood sense could keenly detect the scent of fresh blood nearby and assess its general condition. The blood taste allowed one to sense the emotions of others by licking a small amount of blood. Sharp recited scriptures, channeling spiritual energy as waves of platinum-colored runes drifted around. He extended his hand. The bloodlust impulse would trigger a powerful urge in the presence of blood, enhancing physical qualities, but if one could not control their instincts, it could lead to a brief period of madness. Asra closed his eyes, realizing that the abilities he had obtained through this extraction were likely all the powers of the Sequence 9 blood servant. While there were benefits, there were also flaws. For example, the last ability, Bloodlust Impulse, could be advantageous in combat, but if misused it could turn one into a madman. At the same time, through these abilities, Asra suddenly understood what had transpired with the 3 individuals who had rushed out from the room after hitting Boyer. It seems those 3 individuals were ordinary people enslaved by Boyer through long-term feeding of his own blood. Thinking of how they had still acted frantically even after being shot, Asra felt it was not so simple. Perhaps after Sequence 8 the effect of blood servitude was further enhanced, and these 3 must have consumed drugs or stimulants, which is why they were so resilient. At this moment, Asra was drastically different from an ordinary sequencer. He essentially possessed the powers of 3 Sequence 9s, simultaneously offering Light Chaser and Blood Servant. This meant he had access to a broader range of abilities, although most of them were not particularly strong at Sequence 9. However, having so many abilities meant that he had more options when facing certain challenges. For instance, the murmurs brought on by the recent extraction of servitude could have been a long-lasting disturbance without the aid of Light Chaser. If the severe murmurs could not be resolved properly, he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he fell into madness. Hiss! Asra inhaled a deep breath of humid air, pondering could it be that those sequencers who fell into madness and became psychopathic killers in the reports were due to this. Asra dared not delve deeper into the thought, instead hastily driving away from the crime scene. He returned to the vicinity of his residence, avoiding areas monitored by cameras as much as possible. Fortunately, in this city and era, the number of surveillance cameras was quite limited. Passing by a large bridge, he opened his backpack and disposed of the bullet casings, the broken rifle, and the fired handgun, dismantling them into parts and tossing them down. He transferred the gold pounds into a different bag and directly ripped apart the money box, discarding it into the river. This would significantly reduce the chances of being traced back to him through the bullets. Upon returning home, Asra shook off the rainwater and changed out of his nearly soaked clothes. Dryness and warmth returned to him. He poured out the gold pounds. The rolled stacks of gold pounds fell onto the bed, providing Asra with a sense of security. And this guy, judging by his attire, clearly had no protective gear on when he was blasted, relying only on thin clothing without any defensive capability. 21,500 gold pounds. This was a figure that surprised Asra. It wasn't too much, but not too little either. It seemed to be the payday for Boyer's gang members. As Boyer was a cadre of the Grey Alley gang, he wouldn't kindly distribute money to his subordinates. More often than not, after giving them the money, some of it would be reclaimed through various means, such as drugs, stimulants, and leaves. For example, gambling. Today, Boyer had already begun to reap from his underlings those who were high on drugs or booze, and those who lost money to him at the card table were all evidence. However, these more than 20,000 gold pounds were certainly not all the wealth of Boyer and his underlings. The underlings would surely keep a portion for living expenses, and Boyer's money was likely mostly in his lair. Now that Asra had killed Boyer, he dared not venture to Boyer's residence for the time being. His major troubles had mostly been resolved. There was no need to get into new trouble over a sum of dirty money. Whether it's the money in Boyer's home or the 20,000 gold pounds in Asra's hands, both belonged to the realm of dirty money. He couldn't even deposit it into a bank account since he couldn't prove where it came from. He could gradually spend this money in his daily life, but he needed to be careful about the frequency and the places of expenditure. He packed all the gold pounds into a shoebox, also tossing in the slightly newer handgun he had found on his underling. The shoebox was shoved under the bed, and Asra chuckled. If anyone enters my home and takes this shoebox, they would truly hit the jackpot. Returning to bed, Asra began to reflect on the events of the day, recalling his handling methods and contemplating if he had overlooked anything. Carefully reminiscing the details, he believed he had done his utmost under his capabilities. Wanting more was out of the question. The rest could only be left to fate. Even in the face of such severe murmurs and hallucinations, Asra did not use the ability of Light Chaser to alleviate the murmurs at the scene. It was quite similar to Asra's position from yesterday. After looking at it, Ma then shook his head and said, "It seems our luck is bad. A heavy rain washed." Among the various sequencers in America, there were certainly others with similar abilities. The FBI, State Police, and Explosives Management Bureau all potentially had individuals skilled in investigation and deduction capable of tracking through However, while they may exist, these personnel would not necessarily mobilize for a gangster like Boyer, nor would they go through great lengths to investigate him. Thinking of this, Asra smiled and lay back down, relaxing. In the early morning, last night's heavy rain washed away many traces, and the blood that flowed was diluted by the rain, spreading over a wider area. Creak. The gate of the dismantling yard opened, and a sleepy-eyed fellow walked in. He was an employee of the dismantling yard, and his corpulent figure made his belly look as if he had a truck tire wrapped around his waist. He walked forward, completely oblivious to the two decayed skeletons high above, nor did he notice the headless corpse with a shattered skull lying on the ground. It wasn't until he reached the small two-story building and was about to climb the stairs that he felt something in his peripheral vision. On the ground, a headless corpse lay sprawled. Up. The terrified scream shattered the morning calm. Soon the situation here attracted the attention of the Grey Alley Gang's cadre. This property belonged to the Grey Alley Gang, and Boyer was merely one of the managers. A battle had erupted here, and with so many of the Grey Alley Gang's underlings dead, the matter escalated in an instant. A bald cadre arrived at the dismantling yard with some men. His expression was cold, as if everyone owed him money. "Boss, it has been confirmed it's Boyer's men." A tattooed cadre walked out of the building to report. The bald man scanned the surroundings and approached the shattered skull on the ground, shot in the head with a rifle. The tattooed cadre said, "There are a few more inside, all shot in the head with handguns, showing no signs of resistance, seemingly high on something." The bald man frowned and asked, "Where's Boyer?" The tattooed cadre pointed to a pile of metal blocks across the way and said, "Up there." Upon hearing this, the bald man walked towards Boyer's corpse, jumping onto the several-meter-high pile of debris. The remains of Boyer appeared before him. Two corpses were stacked together, their skin and flesh shriveled, exuding a decayed smell, as if all nutrition had vanished. Boyer's skull was shattered, the entire back of his head blown off, and there were 2 bullet holes in his forehead. The tattooed cadre took a few steps forward, finding the position where Asra had crouched yesterday, and said, "The enemy set up a sniper position here and took out one of Bo-Ear's subordinates. Then Bo-Ear came to kill him, but was shot in the head and killed. But why did the corpse end up like this?" The bald man stared deeply at Bo-Ear's corpse, then went to examine Asra's shooting position, coldly saying, "Waste. This fool must have been shot before he made the attack." He approached the corpse intending to touch it, but ultimately refrained. After a moment of contemplation, the bald man said, "Call the police." The tattooed cadre looked somewhat bewildered. "Huh? Call the police?" The bald man had already jumped down from above, saying, "Call the police, this isn't a regular gang fight. Damn it, who is conducting a dark god sacrifice on my turf? Don't let me find him. If I do, it'll make him pay." The tattooed cadre hesitantly asked, "Boss, are we really calling the police?" The bald man glanced back at him angrily, saying, "Fool, call the police, and let them find him." "Yes." The police car flashing blue and red lights quickly arrived after receiving the call. Initially, patrolling officers arrived, followed by state police, and soon detectives arrived as well, but this was not yet over. Another car with flashing police lights stopped outside the cordon. Two plainclothes officers got out of the car and approached the cordon, showing their badges. The FBI had arrived. One of them said, "I'm Ma Nan from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and this is my colleague Xiao. We are here to take over this case." The state police officer guarding the cordon briefly checked their credentials before opening the line, allowing the two to enter. Upon entering the dismantling yard, the two casually scanned their surroundings and soon arrived in front of the small building. Ma Nan looked at the shattered skull on the ground and said, "Oh, a blood slave from the gang." A detective walked down from the building and, hearing the question, replied, "Indeed, it's from the gang. This person is from the local Gray Alley gang. All the dead here belong to the Gray Alley gang, totaling 9 corpses." Ma Nan put on gloves, approached the corpse, and without rushing to examine it, glanced at it a few times before saying, "All shot with high-powered rifle rounds. The time of death should be between 9 and 11 last night." After saying this, he looked up at the detective with an inquisitive gaze. The detective shrugged and nodded, saying, "You're correct, detective, it was shot with a rifle." The coroner determined the time of death to be around 10:30, and before death the victim had taken performance enhancers and narcotics, as well as blood from the donor. Besides this blood slave, there are 2 other blood slaves' corpses here, along with 5 ordinary people's corpses. Ma Nan stood up and said, "I guess the last corpse must belong to the donor." "Oh, my God, detective, you guessed right. The dead one is the donor." "Was that even a guess? My 5-year-old daughter could figure it out." Ma Nan was not at all bothered by this sarcastic comment. Instead, he smiled and pointed to the detective, revealing a smile. "I bet your daughter is very smart." The detective shrugged and said, "You guessed wrong. My daughter is as dumb as a pig and only knows how to snatch food." Ma Nan raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, how adorable. All right, Xiao, let's go take a look at the donor's corpse." The detective pointed to Bo-Ear's corpse and said, "Hurry up, I want to get off work early to buy pig feed. I don't understand what's worth investigating in this gang fight." Ma Nan led his colleague, climbing up the stacked metal blocks of the car, frames the sound of metal grinding loudly. Asra's shooting position had already been marked with white lines by the police. It was quite similar to Asra's position from yesterday. After looking at it, Ma Nan shook his head and said, "It seems our luck is bad. A heavy rain washed away most of the traces." "This is not a normal gang fight," Xiao said, looking at the 2 corpses ahead with a serious expression. He walked next to the corpses, squatting down, and gently poked the bodies while wearing gloves, saying, "The spiritual essence, blood, and vitality of the corpses are all gone." Ma Nan squatted beside him and asked, "Where did it go?" Xiao closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual essence to activate his ability, and soon opened his eyes, saying, "It went to the spirit realm. It was sacrificed." "Sacrificed to whom?" "Damn it, the case of the 33 people sacrificed in the mall a few days ago isn't even resolved, and now there's another sacrifice here." Ma Nan's expression was grave. Xiao kept his eyes closed and did not answer. Ma Nan asked again, "Sacrificed to whom?" Only then did Xiao open his eyes, his face serious, as he said, "I don't know. I didn't know you would take so long to respond." Ma Nan complained. Xiao said, "Let the church people come take a look. The corresponding spirit realm has been disturbed here." Asra was unaware of the traces left behind after his sacrifice of Bo-Ear, which had thrown the state police detectives and the FBI into a frenzy. Now it was even necessary to include the church. If he had known that so many people were investigating this matter, he would have been more meticulous in erasing the traces at the time. For instance, he could have disposed of Bo-Ear's and another bloodslave's corpses by wrapping them up and throwing them into the river. However, at that moment, Asra was merely trying to save himself, unable to think of so much. On a fresh morning, Asra awakened from his dreams. "Another beautiful day," he said, stretching his body, feeling the muscles flexing and the bones cracking. Clenching his fists slightly, Asra threw a few punches in the cramped bedroom. The sound of his fists cutting through the air echoed within. After just a brief bout of punching, Asra could feel an enhancement in his nerve reflexes along with the strength coursing through him. He raised his hand, gazing at his distinctly defined arm muscles. On the surface it seemed as though there was no difference from 2 days prior. However, Asra knew that the internal muscle fibers had likely undergone multiple ruptures and reconfigurations, resulting in the same muscle mass yielding greater strength. With no classes today, Asra temporarily had no intention of training. He changed his clothes and wandered around outside. Unknowingly, he meandered towards the southern district, not far from the dismantling yard. Asra wandered unconsciously, not noticing, until he found himself nearby, which caused him to tense up slightly. He thought to himself, what is this, a criminal returning to the scene of the crime? Since he was already in the vicinity, he continued to walk forward nonchalantly. Soon he came upon the dismantling yard. Across from it, several onlookers were present. Asra stood among the crowd, gazing towards the crime scene. The area was still cordoned off with more than 10 law enforcement vehicles parked on the road. At that moment, 2 vehicles adorned with the church's emblem approached. Asra watched as they came to a stop and several individuals clad in clerical attire disembarked. From the following vehicle emerged several individuals dressed in protective gear. Their armor was platinum-colored, unlike ancient armor, but similar to the protective gear used by military and police. Wearing protective gear and helmets, they also carried rifles. Asra's gaze sharpened as he noticed the long swords hanging at their waists. An onlooker next to him chuckled darkly, saying, "Crabs don't have meat. Why are there still guys with swords? Are they off to launch a crusade?" Another white man retorted, "Fool, those are the church's sequencers. They must be the Templar Knights." The onlooker shrugged dismissively, "Fine. These guys still think they live in the Middle Ages, noble knights." Asra suddenly felt that the situation was becoming serious. Shouldn't yesterday's crime scene have been regarded by the Grey Alley Gang as a gang conflict? Shouldn't they be looking for trouble with their old rivals, the Bloodhand Gang? Why did they call the police? It would have been one thing to call the police, but how did it draw in the church as well? Watching the group of clergy enter the dismantling yard, a sense of foreboding flashed in Asra's mind. Following them are the Templar Knights, thus the ones at the front must be extraordinary beings from the Holy Seat or pure flame pathways. Is this commotion due to my sacrifice? Asra's mind raced quickly, closing in on the truth of the matter. However, this truth made Asra feel uneasy. He quickly reassured himself, it's fine. I am a light chaser of the sun pathway. No one knows I am of the chaotic uncertainty pathway. As long as I don't admit it, no one will know. Currently, my identity and pathway, my sequence, are all positive figures, so there's nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the clergy had entered the dismantling yard. The leading cleric was Pastor Sharp, a middle-aged man. His expression was grave as he replied, "It's no trouble. Handling heresy is our responsibility." The leading cleric was Pastor Sharp, a middle-aged man. His expression was grave as he replied, "It's no trouble. Handling heresy is our responsibility. Take me to the scene." Manon nodded and led Pastor Sharp to a higher vantage point, arriving at Boyer's corpse. Upon seeing the body, Sharp and several nearby clerics and Templar Knights frowned. Manon was not surprised by this. In the church's 3 pathways, the sequencers of the blood pathway were considered heretics in ancient times. However, in modern times, the church's power had significantly waned, leading to a reduced rejection of this pathway, though they still wouldn't be treated kindly. Not to mention, even in modern times, most individuals following the blood pathway were gangsters and drug dealers. Very few reputable people would choose this pathway for consuming potions. One person behind Sharp coldly remarked, "A pup of the blood pathway." Sharp raised his hand and then asked, "Could you please explain the situation?" Manon briefly and quickly recounted the situation. After listening, Sharp nodded and gestured for everyone behind him to begin preparations. Soon 3 clerics surrounded Boyer's corpse on the ground, bringing out various church implements. Meanwhile, 3 Templar Knights stood guard around them. Sharp recited scriptures, channeling spiritual energy as waves of platinum-colored runes drifted around. He extended his hand, gently touching Boyer's corpse with his staff. Manon Xiao and the detectives watched this scene quietly from outside the protective circle formed by the Templar Knights. Just a few seconds later, Sharp opened his eyes again. His expression was serious as he said to Manon, "It is indeed a sacrifice. I detected the presence of the blood pathway in the spiritual realm, and its aura is incredibly strong." Manon asked anxiously, "Can we trace the aura of the sacrificial host?" Sharp shook his head and replied, "It's difficult. The aura of this powerful heretic in the spiritual realm almost overshadows that of the sacrificial host, but it can be confirmed that the host of this sacrifice, whether in method or target, is not the same as the 33 sacrificial case from a few days ago." Manon and Xiao exchanged a glance, completely stunned. Manon held his forehead, murmuring, "Not the same group. That's a big problem." Sharp reassured him, "These heretics are too rampant. I will request support from the diocese, and hopefully we can exchange information regarding this matter." Manon immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." As the priest communicated with the spirit realm through rituals, Asra, watching the commotion outside, sensed a surge of spiritual fluctuations. This made his heart tighten, But how could he leave at this moment? As a mere Sequence 9, if he were to be exposed, it would have been better to have gone in early to avoid a slew of problems while trying to escape. Resolving it all in one go would bring him peace of mind sooner. After all, he was only 17 and might still have a chance for transformation. But soon the internal fluctuations began to settle down. Asra leaned against a nearby lamppost, arms crossed, patiently waiting. Before long, he saw a group of people emerge from the dismantling factory. The priest, the temple knights, and the police who escorted them out. At the entrance, before getting into the car, the priest turned to Manon, who had followed them out, and said, "Mr. Man, in this case also needs special attention. The status of this guy's sacrifice target far exceeds that of the 33 people sacrificed a few days ago. If we can't find him this time, I worry he will continue committing crimes. This may just be the beginning, and his future targets will become even larger. We must be prepared." FBI's Manon nodded heavily. "Yes, Mr. Priest, I will definitely report to my superiors." After the priest nodded, he entered the car and left. Manon and the police watched as the church members departed. Manon lit a cigarette and saw the crowd gathering across the street. He said to the state police, "Get them to leave quickly, there's nothing to see here." The state police mumbled something, waddling across the street with their big bellies, shouting, "What are you looking at? Show me your social security card for inspection." As soon as the state police arrived, the crowd dispersed in an instant. Asra also turned to leave. "Inspection? Who the hell would check you?" This was exactly what the state police wanted to achieve. Simply dispersing the onlookers was enough. Other methods were not as effective as this. Asra walked forward without looking back. Ordinary people hadn't clearly heard what the priest and FBI's Tang Yuan had said, but Asra had caught a hint. This made him both anxious and relieved. The priest had come, but the priest had also left. "It seems they didn't find my trail. Otherwise, in this extraordinary world, I would be near the crime scene, and it wouldn't be so easy to catch me. The fact that they didn't catch me on the spot means they lack specific clues about me. A heavy rain is great. Whatever clues I may have left yesterday would have been washed away." Asra put on his hood and left the place. After walking for a while, he took a bus, thought for a moment, and headed towards Quake's clinic. Approaching Quake's clinic, Asra was stopped again. The reason was simple: Quake's small brothers had changed. Asra hurriedly shouted, "Quake." At the same time, he said to the several underlings of the Blood Hand Gang, "I know Quake. We are good buddies. I am familiar with those who used to protect him." One underling, spinning a knife in his hand, said, "Brother, don't get any closer. If you come near, my knife won't care about you." Asra had no choice but to take 2 steps back. But soon Quake came out, poking his head through a small door, waving at Asra. "Asra, come in. Let him in, he's my brother." Seeing this, the underlings at the door reluctantly stepped aside, allowing Asra to enter. Upon entering the clinic, a pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air, along with faint sounds of moaning. Asra covered his nose and quietly asked what's going on. Quake, looking exhausted, replied, "Today the Grey Alley Gang went crazy, and we had several clashes with the Bloodhand Gang. Several injured have been sent to me. Those with minor injuries were treated and sent away, but there are 2 seriously injured here." Asra's eyes flickered as he asked, "Serious? How serious?" Quake went to the sink to wash his hands, then opened a second-hand broken refrigerator, pulling out a bottle of liquor and some ice. As he opened the refrigerator, Asra also saw a pile of medications that required low-temperature storage. 2 ice glasses were placed on the table, ice balls were dropped in, and low-quality liquor was poured in. While Quake was busy, he said, "It's very serious. One person was stabbed several times in the chest. Fortunately, no bones or arteries were hit, but he had over 50 stitches and is still unconscious. The other one has a gunshot wound. His thigh was hit by a bullet shot by a shotgun. The entire thigh is filled with pellets, though it didn't hit an artery. The flesh is almost shredded, and it's full of small iron beads." Asra asked, "Have all the shotgun pellets been removed?" Quake looked at him, shrugged, and said, "Maybe. I don't have a CT machine here to see if there are still any inside. Oh, anyway, a bunch of iron beads have been taken out. As for whether there are more inside, let heaven bless him." Saying this, Quake mimicked a prayer gesture over his chest. Asra smirked, but said nothing further. Quake was a street doctor, not from a big hospital, and by all accounts being able to do this was impressive. He drank several large gulps of liquor, and the cold liquid flowed into him, allowing him to finally let out a relaxed sigh. Refreshing. Asra took a small sip, feeling the spiciness of the alcohol, and said, "You're so busy today, drink less. What if more injured come, and you end up drunk?" Quake shook his head, and said, "Let it be. If I get drunk, it's just their bad luck. This work isn't for humans. Whoever from the Bloodhand Gang shows up makes me their punching bag. It's really bullshit. I just want to pull out my gun and take them all down with a single shot." Quake gulped down another mouthful of liquor. Then he suddenly remembered something, looking at Asra as if he had an epiphany. Previously, he had given a rifle to Asra, and today the Grey Alley Gang had gone crazy, provoking the Bloodhand Gang and even erupting into gunfights. Quake raised his glass and called for Black Girl to go upstairs to get something. He then stood up, lifted the curtain, checked on the 2 injured to confirm they were still unconscious, and moved closer to Asra, asking Asra, "Does it have anything to do with that?" Asra took a sip of liquor. Since he got the gun from Quake, it wasn't too surprising that Quake guessed it. He thought for a moment, nodded gently, and said nothing. Seeing this, Quake remained silent, as well took a sip of liquor, and asked, "Have you cleaned it up?" Asra nodded. "It's all cleaned up. Ooh, I also disposed of the stuff. No one can find it." Upon hearing this, Quake let out a long sigh. Nice. Quake ceased his questioning, and Asra let out a sigh of relief. The two sat quietly, slowly sipping their drinks. However, before Quake could finish his second cup, the roar of an engine sounded from outside. Next came the noise of chaotic talking, roaring, and footsteps. Quake immediately tensed up, hastily setting down his cup. In the next moment, the clinic's roller shutter was pushed up. "Quick, where's the doctor? Come out and help." "Where's Quake? Damn it, where is he?" Accompanied by a flurry of noise, 7 or 8 people rushed into Quake's clinic. Among them were 2 individuals supporting an injured person, blood covering their bodies, leaving a trail of bloody footprints with every step they took. Quake hurriedly approached, saying, I'm here, what happened? Hurry, save him. If you can't, you won't live either." A bloodied man with a thick beard roared, holding a pistol aimed at Quake. Quake helplessly replied, "Even if you kill me, I need to see how the patient is doing." The bearded man seized Quake by the collar and dragged him to the injured person's side. Upon seeing the injuries, Quake gasped in shock. The injured individual before him was in very serious condition. It appeared as if he had been injured by some kind of explosive, with wounds all over his body and his face torn apart, blood and flesh a gruesome sight. Moreover, his clothing was shredded in various places, some even burned, sticking to his flesh. The bearded man shouted, "Save him, or you'll die with him." Quake's face turned pale, yet he said, "I'll do my best. Damn it, I don't want your best. Hurry and save him." Quake was released, and he quickly called for Black Girl to come help. When she arrived and saw the injured person and the state of the bloody hands of the gang members, she was instantly frightened, and her legs felt weak, her hands trembling. Furthermore, there were no available beds in the clinic. Pulling aside the curtain, the bearded man looked at the 2 injured persons on the beds. Quake quickly explained, "There are no beds left. These 2 are both severely injured." The bearded man roared, "Severely injured? How badly can they be injured? Get one of them out of here." Immediately, 2 of his henchmen rushed forward, assessed the situation briefly, and lifted the person whose thigh had been shot by a bullet off the bed, tossing him onto a nearby sofa. The injured person brought by the bearded man was then helped onto the bed. Quake's face was pale, still reeking of alcohol. The injured man was in extremely serious condition, barely breathing. One misstep could lead to death. His assistant Black Girl was also trembling from the overwhelming situation. "Hurry, what are you waiting for?" the bearded man shouted again. Quake nervously swallowed, looking around, and said, "What blood type does he have? We definitely need a blood transfusion right now. Type B." "Quick, don't just stand there." Quake urgently instructed Black Girl to bring blood plasma and hang it nearby to inject into the injured man. If they didn't replenish his blood soon, he would bleed out completely, making rescue impossible. Even now, for Quake, it felt like he was trying to save a corpse. He took out a scalpel, momentarily unsure where to begin. Mon, in put-on gloves, approached the corpse, and without rushing to examine it, glanced at it a few times before saying, "All shot with high-powered rifle rounds. The time of death should be between 9 and 11 laps." Hearing this, Quake's face turned even paler as he quickly opened the injured man's clothing. He then lifted the eyelid of the injured person. Indeed, just as he had guessed, the spiritual energy and magical drugs within the injured man were currently in a state of rampage. One misstep could lead to contamination and corruption. Quake hurriedly said, if the magical drugs inside him continue to rampage, it could very well turn into contamination, turning him into a monster. Do we still need to save him? With a click, the bearded man immediately raised his pistol, aiming it at Quake's forehead, growling, "Save him. Even if he becomes contaminated, you must save him. If you can't save him, you all will die." He looked around, his gaze sweeping from Quake to Black Girl and then to Asra. His eyes narrowed, and he menacingly asked, "Who is he?" Quake quickly replied, "He's my friend. It has nothing to do with him." But the bearded man snorted coldly, "I don't care about that. If you can't save him, you all will die. The boss Layton is coming. He won't save you." Quake's face turned pale as he said, "There are too many people here. Let the others go out. Otherwise, hell die faster." Black Girl's face was now ashen, devoid of color, as if all the blood in her body had been drained. She trembled, possibly unable to fulfill her duties as an assistant. Quake wore a bitter smile mixed with tension, struggling to steady the instruments in his hands. A gang member approached to push Asra, attempting to force him out. Quake looked at Asra with a hint of helplessness and apology. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way today. Asra took a deep breath filled with the scent of blood and disinfectant and said to the bearded man, "I won't go out. Let me assist Quake." The bearded man's eyes widened as he raised his gun. Quake quickly shouted, "Let him assist me. Black Girl can't do it as she's too nervous." Upon hearing this, the bearded man glared at Asra, saying, "Don't get any funny ideas." Asra nodded, saying, "Don't worry, my role is more significant than you think." He signaled for Black Girl to bring him a disposable gown, then put on gloves and approached the injured person. At this moment, the injured person had already fallen into a coma, but he still emitted unconscious groans. As a sequencer, Asra could sense the rampaging spiritual energy within this guy. He even saw some wriggling flesh buds proliferating on the man's body. This was clearly the power of the magical drugs and sequence currently out of control polluting the injured man's body. Asra exhaled a breath of stale air, pondering for a moment, then commanded Zero, search local data, and compile all medical-related experiences. Ding. Task in progress. Then Asra said to Queek, I want to try the ability of the Light Chaser to see if I can suppress his rampaging spiritual energy and contamination. Queek, taken aback, nodded, give it a try. Asra concentrated his spiritual energy, and a white light glimmered at his fingertips. The bearded man immediately became alert, pointing his gun at Asra and roaring, What the hell are you doing? Asra halted his movements and said, My sequencer ability can give the injured person hope and help him stabilize the rampaging spiritual energy. If you interrupt me, he truly will have no chance of being saved. The bearded man gritted his teeth. Hurry up, if you dare to trick me, you're finished. Asra silently turned back, placing the white light on the injured man's forehead. Light of hope. There's still one chapter that doesn't know how to pass review. I didn't drive either. A gentle light poured into the wounded man's forehead. His body, which had been trembling, was filled with chaotic spiritual energy on the verge of being tainted. However, upon encountering this light of hope, the turbulent spiritual energy was subdued. The violently shaking body stabilized, and the spiritual energy within no longer raged, though it was not completely soothed. Even the flesh granules that had been growing on the body stopped their proliferation at this moment. Kueku sighed with relief and said, Asra, well done. Even the anxious onlooker with the big beard could clearly sense the difference now. He put down his gun and took the opportunity to wipe the blood off his face. He stood behind Asra and said, Do your best. If you save him, you won't regret it. I will pay you a handsome sum in pounds. However, Asra and Kueku had no mind to pay attention to this. Kueku was already an experienced black medic, skillfully cleaning the wounds. Asra's father was also a doctor, and he had learned some experience from a young age. Although his knowledge was limited to recognizing simple instruments, here with Kueku there were only simple tools. Asra held a pair of tweezers, carefully cleaning the clothes that were stuck to the wounded man's skin. The sound of tearing echoed as skin and fabric fused by high heat bled in some places after being pulled apart. While cleaning the clothing and the wound, Asra even spotted small fragments embedded in the injury. Kueku asked, How did he get hurt? The big bearded man inhaled deeply and replied, He took a shrapnel grenade hidden. Asra couldn't help but gasp. Going that far? Asra asked, This is during the day. How could he take a grenade? The big bearded man initially didn't want to answer, but seeing Asra was busy, he still said, Damn Grey Alley gang, I don't know what they are crazy about. We were drinking in the venue when a scumbag tossed a grenade in. Damn it, once I get the chance, I will definitely kill the Grey Alley gang members. Asra raised an eyebrow and did not ask further. However, he was somewhat reassured about the wounded man's vitality. He noted this sequence, the Howler, which seemed to belong to the Beast Pathway. In Asra's memory, the Beast Pathway sequence 9 was Nightwalker. Most of the extraordinary individuals from this pathway were unofficial, often chosen by mercenaries and gang members. It appeared that the extraordinary individuals of the Beast Pathway had a significant enhancement in physical strength, even greater than that of the Blood Pathway. Taking a shrapnel grenade hidden, a normal person would be surely dead. If on the battlefield, wearing a bulletproof vest or other protective gear, survival might still be possible, but the injuries would be severe. And this guy, judging by his attire, clearly had no protective gear on when he was blasted, relying only on thin clothing without any defensive capability. Taking a shrapnel grenade at close range with arms and legs intact was indeed too incredible. After cleaning the external wounds, he carefully extracted the shrapnel with tweezers. Asra viewed the wounded man through the lens of spiritual energy, noticing a glow emanating from his body. These areas were where the wounded man stored spiritual energy, with some also being tainted and spreading. The wounded man's constitution was strong when Asra used the light of hope to suppress the chaotic spiritual energy, dispelling the polluting trial he was facing. This guy's spiritual energy began to unconsciously heal his injuries. At the very least, it stopped the bleeding in some areas, preventing further blood loss. With the addition of plasma, the wounded man's condition stabilized considerably. After some operations, a significant amount of shrapnel was removed from the wounded man's body. However, soon his spiritual energy began to show signs of turbulence again. Kueku looked up at Asra. The big bearded man also said, Give him that light again. Asra shook his head, saying, That ability is only useful once in a while, like adrenaline, a more won't have much effect. He thought for a moment and said, Let me try another method. Saying this, he mobilized his spiritual energy and released the glimmering protection. As the spiritual energy was utilized, the surrounding light seemed to separate into twinkling sparks swirling around Asra. The glimmering protection allows those within a small area to feel at ease, providing slight resistance to the emotions of fear from vengeful spirits. actively enhancing the consumption of spiritual energy. This effect could be further strengthened. At this moment, Asra was actively amplifying the use of spiritual energy, causing the surrounding phosphorescence to gather more and more. Asra raised his hand, and these tiny lights, smaller than fireflies, approached the wounded man. Compared to the light of hope, the effect of glimmering protection seemed insufficiently professional. Asra raised his hand, and these tiny lights, smaller than fireflies, approached the wounded man. Compared to the light of hope, the effect of Asra quickly realized the reason. In the case of bodily injury, the consciousness falls into a coma. This would cause his soul to unconsciously feel fear, which might not greatly affect ordinary people. However, for extraordinary individuals, the influence of spiritual strength on the physical body is significant. His soul's fear and the controlled spiritual power would unconsciously affect his body. After glimmering protection reduced the wounded man's fear and unease, his spiritual strength gradually stabilized, passively aiding the Bodhi's recovery. Asra mused, becoming a light chaser. Aside from the future combat capabilities of this pathway, the initial supportive effects. Asra mused, becoming a light chaser. Aside from the future combat capabilities of this pathway, the initial supportive effects greatly assist many sequences. It can dispel fear and regulate turbulent spiritual energy, giving those in danger a renewed hope of survival. Iwis has grand ambitions. Nurturing Asra is not merely for the mixed martial arts competition, but also for its usefulness in university and even after graduation in the workplace. Asra nodded slightly, temporarily dispelling this thought. Being utilized and arranged was not a bad thing. Without sufficient power and status, some people don't even qualify to be used. If he didn't have the qualification to be utilized, how could Asra consume the potion for the light chaser? Ding. He used the tweezers to pick up the fragments and tossed them into the tray beside him. The fragments on the wounded man were almost completely cleared. Next was the suturing work with Kuei, who responsible for deep sutures, while Asra handled the flesh wounds. As the moon hung high, the wounds were finally treated. The big bearded man, seeing the wounded man's breathing stabilize, hurriedly instructed, "Push him outside, let the moonlight shine on him." Asra's gaze flickered, as if he understood some abilities related to the beast path. They pushed the operating table to the door, and the moonlight fell upon the injured. Asra's focus was fixed on this scene. Under the night sky, the soft moonlight cascaded down. Asra could sense that during the moonlight's descent upon him, the injured was absorbing part of the moonlight. It was as if he was drawing spiritual essence from the moonlight. The spiritual essence within him became more stable, even showing signs of recovery. Asra noted this scene, thinking that in the future, when dealing with enemies from the beast path, they should avoid fighting under the moonlight as much as possible. The operation had just concluded. Asra and Quake slumped in their chairs. On both sides of the street, members of the Bloodhand gang were on guard, which was also the reason why the big man dared to push this person out to bask in the moonlight. The big man had also been tense all day, and only now could he breathe a sigh of relief sitting back in his chair. He looked at the exhausted Asra and Quake and searched his pockets, but found nothing. He then shouted to his subordinate, "Bring me some enhancers." One of the nearby subordinates quickly rummaged through his pockets and handed a few enhancers to the big man. The big man approached Quake and Asra, handing them the enhancers. At the same time, he said, "Thank you both for saving my brother today. I was a bit irritable when I first arrived. I hope you can forgive me. You all look so tired. Use some enhancers." Asra looked at the enhancers in front of him, suddenly feeling a wave of absurdity wash over him. In that moment, he sensed that the big man's gratitude towards Asra and Quake was sincere. However, what he handed over was an addictive enhancer. This substance, when used, would quickly diminish physical fatigue in a short time, replacing it with abundant energy. At the same time, it had pain-relieving effects. If there was body pain, it would reduce it, or even make it unnoticeable. Additionally, it had certain hallucinogenic properties. It was highly addictive, but less so than drugs, which was why many people ultimately fell into the trap of enhancers. Sometimes those at the bottom have no choice. Without money, they must work, enduring bodily pain and discomfort. What they needed at that time were painkillers or enhancers. Yet both of these substances are addictive, with the latter also having hallucinogenic effects. Some people, even if they don't want to use drugs or leaf, may resort to enhancers once they fall to the bottom. This is because some might need to work 2 jobs, and with commuting time added, they might spend nearly 20 hours a day working. Their rest time is continuously compressed, and at this point enhancers are needed for assistance. This is also the reason many people become addicted to enhancers. The price of one enhancer ranges from a few gold pounds to tens, even dozens of gold pounds. This expenditure is not low, but sometimes without it one cannot even work. Asra thought to himself, this is truly hell. He certainly wouldn't use this substance. Even if he felt temporarily fatigued, he still didn't need to resort to it. However, he also had no need to refuse the big man, who knew if refusing might anger him. Asra took the enhancer, but did not use it. Quake also took one, but similarly did not use it. The two exchanged glances and remained silent. They stuffed the enhancers into their pockets, and the big man did not pay attention to them. The big man used one himself, and his eyes quickly became a bit dazed, but not long after he shuddered in comfort. Then he regained his vigor, full of energy. At that moment the sound of a car was heard outside. Soon about 10 members of the Bloodhand gang rushed over, and the one in front approached the big man, asking how is the person doing. Was he rescued? Is it serious? The big man quickly replied, Boss Layton, Eddie has been rescued. He should be fine now. Asra and Quake stood in the back, and Quake lit a cigarette. He quietly said to Asra, Boss Layton is a big shot in the Bloodhand gang, a very strong person. Asra also looked towards Layton through the crowd. Layton appeared to be a middle-aged man around 40. He wore a well-fitted suit, and his hair at the back was slightly gray. His serious face revealed a hint of concern as he walked over to check on the injured. Then Layton said to the big man, it's good that the person has been rescued. You don't need to worry about anything else. I will arrange for someone to get an explanation from the Grey Alley gang. The big man gratefully said, yes, Boss Layton, my brother, and I thank you. Asra silently stood outside the crowd, and he could roughly guess the reason for the Grey Alley gang's retaliation today. Cadre Boyer died on the territory of the Grey Alley gang. Moreover, many others died along with him, and Boyer was also sacrificed by him. The Grey Alley gang could not find the murderer, and the unknown threat brought by the sacrifice led them to choose to call the police. However, calling the police was a great humiliation for a gang. If a gang is insulted and does not retaliate, it signifies a loss of voice. More people would come to beat down the fallen dog. The cadres of the Grey Alley gang clearly thought of this. Who killed Boyer and sacrificed him is no longer important. What matters now is not to let others perceive the weakness of the Grey Alley gang. Thus they set their sights on the Bloodhand gang. The murderer who killed Boyer could not be found, but their old rival the Bloodhand gang must be involved. Just do it. This led to today's shootout. Moreover, these shootouts are likely just the beginning. Today is only the first day, and the intensity of the subsequent shootouts will definitely exceed that of the first day. Others may not know, but Asra certainly does. It was not the Bloodhand gang that targeted Boyer. For the members of the Bloodhand gang today is the Grey Alley gang provoking them and taking action against them. Tomorrow, and even in the following days, it would be the Bloodhand gang's retaliation. The conflict between both sides will surely be intense. Meanwhile, Layton checked the injured's body, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he said, I initially thought his spiritual essence would go berserk, but unexpectedly, he is recovering quite well. Quake's surgical skills have improved. The big man set aside Quake, brought a friend today. His friend helped a lot using his sequence ability to stabilize the berserk spiritual essence. Hearing this, Layton's eyes brightened as he looked towards Quake. The big man pointed towards Asra's position. Layton walked over, extending his hand, saying, I am Layton. Thank you for your help today. Asra promptly shook his hand and replied, no need to thank me. I couldn't just watch him die. This is a life. Layton nodded, saying, you are quite remarkable. I won't let your help go unrewarded. Saying this, he took out a checkbook, wrote a series of numbers on it, and handed it to Asra. Asra's gaze fell on the check, and he instantly couldn't take his eyes off it. 20,000 gold pounds. Layton extended his hand holding the check forward and said, this is a reward for someone who reached out to save my brother. Asra looked at the number on the check, but did not dare to reach out. Instead, he said, this amount is too much. I didn't really help much today. Layton chuckled and replied, too much. Not at all. You saved my good brother today. Without your help, he would surely have perished due to the surge of spiritual energy, something I did not want to see. A life cannot be measured by mere gold pounds. Consider this a gesture of friendship. Layton smiled earnestly at Asra. Beside them, Quake discreetly nudged Asra's heel and advised, Asra, just accept it. Layton is a good man. Hearing Quake's words, Asra felt a tinge of irony. However, upon glancing at Layton and the fierce-looking group around him, he still accepted the money. He said, thank you, Layton. Upon seeing Asra accepted, a smile finally appeared on Layton's face. He said with a grin, are you interested in rolling with me like Quake? Quake was taken aback. Asra's heart skipped a beat as he replied, thank you for your consideration, Layton, but I'm still in high school and can't just yet. Quake quickly added, yes, Layton, he's still a high school student and will soon be heading to college. Layton nodded slightly and said, a high school student, that's great. Focus on your studies. If you ever find yourself in trouble in the future, feel free to come to me. Then his gaze fell on the check, and he said, all right, you can use this check with peace of mind. I will inform the bank that this is a gift to you. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he reassured, rest assured this money is clean. If anyone asks you where the money came from, just say you helped Layton's laundry save a fire situation, and I gifted it to you. Hearing this, Asra hurriedly bowed and said, thank you very much. Layton nodded slightly, and then turned to Quake, saying, Quake, you've been doing great lately. After this matter settles, come find me, and I will make good arrangements for you. Compared to Asra, Quake seemed even more excited upon hearing this news. His face was filled with uncontrollable joy as he exclaimed, yes, Layton. Layton nodded, and then shifted his gaze away from the two of them. He looked at the injured and coldly stated, the Grey Alley gang has gone too far today, or it's time to show them a little color. Upon hearing this, Big Beard quickly asked, Layton, when do we start the revenge? Layton replied, Your task is not to seek revenge, but to protect your brother. I will arrange for someone else to handle the revenge, so you need not worry. Big Beard, although wanting to participate in the revenge, glanced at the injured, and could only nod. After arranging some matters, Leighton took his leave. At that moment Asra also bid farewell to Quake. Carrying a check worth 20,000 gold pounds made Asra feel quite insecure. Furthermore, the banks had already closed, leaving him with no place to cash it. Just as Asra was about to leave, Big Beard stopped him and said, "You saved my brother today, and I owe you this. It would be too dangerous for you to go back like this. Can you drive?" Asra nodded yes. Big Beard smiled and shouted to his little brother, "Bring a clean car over." He then told Asra, "I originally planned to arrange for someone to take you, but I think it's better for you to drive yourself back. Make sure to cash the check early tomorrow. You can drive the car for a while, and when you have time, just return it to Quake." Big Beard's arrangements were even more thoughtful than Asra had imagined. Asra said thank you. Big Beard raised his hand to stop him and replied, "No, I should be the one thanking you." Soon a car drove over. Big Beard leaned closer, opened the glove compartment of the passenger seat, took out his sidearm, and tossed it in, saying, "Take this gun. If you encounter danger, you know what to do. Do you know how to use it?" Asra nodded. Big Beard added, "Rest assured this gun is clean and has not been used to kill anyone." "Okay, I understand." Big Beard was even more considerate than Asra had imagined. With a car and a gun, even if Asra encountered danger on the way back, he would have a means to handle it. This was a stark contrast to the attitudes displayed during the day. During the day, Big Beard felt like he could kill at any moment, but after saving his brother at night, he began to consider Asra's situation. 20,000 gold pounds is a significant amount for gang members. Especially since this money is clean, it is even more valuable. This implies that the money may be earned from some legitimate businesses under the Bloodhand gang already taxed. As long as Asra cashes it, he can use it, and since it was a gift from Leighton, it means Asra won't have to pay tax on these 20,000 gold pounds. This is even better news. After getting in the car and briefly saying goodbye to them, Asra drove away. Under the night, the city revealed a completely different scene from during the day. Today his mood was completely different from usual. Normally, even if Asra took the bus after becoming a sequence, he wouldn't worry much. But today was different. He had a large sum of money in his hands, significantly impacting his mindset. He felt as though every approaching car had ulterior motives. Every vehicle could potentially belong to the Grey Alley gang or the Bloodhand gang, keeping an eye on him. At every stoplight, Asra remained vigilant, watching the surrounding vehicles, the homeless along the road, and so on, all seeming to harbor ill intentions. However, Asra quickly adjusted his mood, thinking to himself, "It's just 20,000 gold pounds. If someone really tries to rob me, then let them have it. If I can earn 20,000 gold pounds this time, it means I will have more opportunities to earn more money in the future. Staying alive is the most important thing." Maintaining this mindset, Asra finally drove the car near his residence. He did not drive into the community, but stopped a short distance away. He retrieved the handgun given by Big Beard from the glove compartment and wrapped his coat tightly around himself as he walked toward his home. The moment he stepped inside, he finally felt a sense of relief. He pulled out the check worth 20,000 gold pounds and held it up to his eyes. At such a close distance, he could still smell the ink's fragrance. He gently flicked the check with his finger and sighed. It's so good to have money. Early the next morning, Asra went to the bank to cash the check. The gaze of the bank staff behind the counter was somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, Asra was quite good-looking. If it had been a young black man cashing it, the look might not have been so curious. The bank staff called Leighton and received a definitive response from him, allowing them to proceed with cashing the check for Asra. 20,000 pounds were deposited into Asra's account tax-free and fully accessible. Now Asra had over 40,000 pounds in total, with 20,000 being clean money and the other 20 being untaxed black money. Stepping out of the bank's sunlight bathed him in warmth. This comfortable temperature accelerated the digestion of the potion of the Lightbringer within him. Now that I have money, the next thing to consider is improving my own life. The only limitation left for me is the situation with my grandmother. Without a guardian and with fraud against the welfare agency, that's not good news. Starting this month, I can no longer draw money from the welfare agency. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the more I take, the bigger the problem will be. I also can't change my residence for now, nor can I let that old landlord know I have money. Otherwise, he'll definitely take advantage of my grandmother's situation. At that point, I might have to resort to murder to silence anyone. No killing would only complicate matters further. Damn it, cursed America. With clean money, Asra could purchase some supplements and nutritional products to enhance his physical condition. Although relying on the seer's clarity and absorption of spiritual essence could also improve his physique. However, with the aid of supplements and medicines, the results could be even better. Asra calculated in his mind, finding a new purpose for his money. Monday. A new week began, and Asra returned to campus. Feeling the stable atmosphere of the school, he suddenly felt as if he were in a different world. On Friday night, Asra had killed 9 people, including the Sequence 8 Boyer with a semi-automatic rifle. On Saturday, he assisted Quake in his Black Clinic rescuing a Sequence 8 cadre of the Bloodhand Gang. By Sunday, he had acquired an additional 20,000 pounds of clean money. The events of these 3 days surpassed anything Asra's original self had accomplished in the past 3 years. The original self had worked illegally for about 2 years and had never earned this much money combined. Upon entering the campus, Asra was no longer the invisible figure he once was. From a distance, people began greeting Asra. Many girls were throwing flirtatious glances his way. As he entered the classroom, he immediately felt the drawer beneath the desk stuffed full. Looking down, he found a drawer filled with various love letters. There were even some scattered on the floor. Evidently, the drawer alone could no longer contain all the love letters, and some people had carelessly taken out others' letters to throw them on the ground, stuffing their own inside. Not only love letters, but he also spotted colorful lingerie among the contents. This made Asra raise an eyebrow. American high school girls were evidently more uninhibited than he had anticipated. He threw everything out of the drawer. These superficial and vulgar items might have already been passed around a few times, as Asra had no interest in them. His interests, like those of the original self, were currently centered on Ivy. Of course, Susan was also quite appealing. Thinking of Susan reminded Asra of the day she led him to Ivy's car. She wore a short skirt and a professional outfit. Susan was only 23 or 24 at the peak of her charm. In some aspects, her allure was even greater than Ivy's. Although Ivy was beautiful in certain respects, she seemed a bit too innocent. Asra's favor for Ivy was more of an inheritance from the original self. Additionally, there was the challenge that Ivy sparked in him. Just thinking about conquering this top hunter ignited a unique fire within Asra. The AP class in the morning quickly concluded. Asra packed up his gear and headed towards the Mixed Martial Arts Club. He arrived at the training ground relatively early. However, arriving even earlier was Mr. Carmen and 4 teaching assistants. When Carmen saw Asra, he nodded lightly, without saying much. Although he had promised to treat Asra normally, it was still somewhat difficult for him to completely change his attitude all at once. Finally, as time passed, all 5 official members of Ashford and 4 reserve members arrived. Compared to the previous selection's wildness and profanity, Mr. Carmen seemed significantly quieter this time. He walked around like a stone wall in front of everyone, and then said, "Students, we don't have much time. After the selection is completed, the Southern 12-State School Team Mixed Martial Arts League begins in February. As Ashford is a 5A school, we cannot underestimate our opponents. Many strong competitors exist among the high schools in the detenting district. To enter the playoffs and finals, we need to win at least 6 or 7 out of 10 consecutive regular season matches to qualify for the playoffs. The detenting district consists of top-ranking high schools, and we cannot underestimate any opponent. To achieve victory, we must exert more effort than others." The format of the Southern 12-State School Team Mixed Martial Arts League is similar to other sports events. There are nearly 8,000 high schools combined in the Southern 12 states, but not all of them will participate in this martial arts event. Among the participating schools, the number is still quite substantial, so the entire event has been divided into 5 levels from 1A to 5A. Each level will crown its respective champion, but the attention of all of America often focuses solely on the 5A School Team Mixed Martial Arts events. Only the 5A level represents the true champion, receiving the attention of not just the Southern 12 states, but all of America. Ashford High School is a 5A institution, and in previous years its ranking has been merely in the mid to lower tier among all 5A high schools. Though it is a private high school, there are certainly better schools within the 12 states. The School Team Mixed Martial Arts League is a brutal and thrilling competition. It is a crucial opportunity for many to step into the spotlight, especially the championship position, which draws the most attention. The format of the school's mixed martial arts competition involves both unknown duels and team battles. A team consists of 5 official competitors, each taking turns to face their opponents. After defeating an opponent, one can either remain on the stage to defend or step down. It is not impossible to defeat all 5 members of the opposing school single-handedly, if they are particularly powerful. While strong student-athletes are crucial, not every competitor from a single school is exceptionally strong. There may also be a hierarchy of strengths. It is not easy for one person to dominate the entire competition, and the more information that gets exposed, the easier it becomes for subsequent matches to be targeted. For example, using weaker team members to exhaust the stamina of stronger opponents. Thus, the role of the coach is equally significant in mixed martial arts competitions. How to arrange the order of team members' appearances to defeat opponents with minimal force while not revealing too much information about oneself. Keep the trump cards within the team. At the same time, understand the opponent's information to make reasonable arrangements and tactical adjustments. Kamen ranked the 5 official members and said classmate Gray is number 1, classmate Ivis is number 2. Azura, you are number 5. This week is designated for your final intensive training. While striving to enhance your combat ability, you must also ensure that your body does not suffer any discomfort or injuries. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone replied. Asra was not particularly concerned about the ranking of the official members. Such rankings do not indicate much. It is only in battle against opponents that the value of the rankings becomes clear. Moreover, being ranked 5th can often yield unexpected advantages in combat. For instance, it can lead to opponents underestimating you. For Asra, defeating opponents is far more important than the ranking itself. Only by performing well can he gain the attention of prestigious schools and enter their ranks. After arranging everything, Cayman let everyone disperse to receive their training plans. He finally approached Asra and said, Asra, during the physical fitness test, I promised you that as long as your performance satisfies me, I will make you a formal member. He looked down at Asra and said, once you become a formal member, for your future and for the honor of Ashford, I hope you can make the most of this final time. I have formulated a specialized plan for you, focusing on strength, speed, and reaction capability with comprehensive training and enhancement. This also includes diet and supplementation. What kind of expression is that? Rest assured, the supplements are carefully selected by me, all with a higher cost-performance ratio. Are you really not going to take injections at this critical moment? Mr. Cayman, what if I have no money? Asra asked. Mr. Cayman snorted coldly and said, of course I know you have no money. So just sign this. What is this? This is a low-interest loan I secured for you from the school. This loan can only be used to purchase supplements, nutrients, and protective gear, allowing you to achieve better results in this competition. Asra glanced at it. It was a low-interest loan worth 30,000 gold pounds. The interest rate is only 3, which is quite reasonable compared to other loans. Moreover, the repayment date for this 30,000 gold pounds starts 1 year later. It is indeed a very considerate loan. Asra held the loan and sighed. Mr. Cayman, it would have been great if you had given me this loan earlier. Mr. Cayman snorted, give it to you earlier. Why should I give it to you earlier? You didn't show your worth, nor were you willing to sign a contract with the school. Why should the school's leadership help you? These supplements I selected for you are precisely within the limits of what this contract allows you to purchase. If you use all these supplements within a month and a half, your physical quality will see a significant enhancement. By then it will align perfectly with the playoffs. With this improved physical quality, you will be able to achieve better results on the field. Mr. Cayman spoke earnestly. I know my attitude towards you hasn't been good in the past, but I never lie. If you don't take the potion and injections, how can you stay here and become a formal member? The limit of pure natural body refinement has long been reached. Enduring further will only harm your body. If your body breaks down, you won't achieve good results, which would be worse than simply dropping out. But now it's different. Once you sign this loan, after taking the injections, your physical quality will improve and you will see clear returns. Originally, you might only be able to enter a school ranked in the top 50, but now you can aim for the top 20. This is a very worthwhile deal. How to choose is entirely up to you. Asra held onto the loan contract and the list of supplements. He looked at these 2 documents and then set them down. Seeing Asra put down the documents, a hint of disappointment flashed in Cayman's eyes, a different kind of disappointment than before. Previously, he was disappointed because Asra was unwilling to buy supplements from him, costing him potential. But this time it was because Asra chose not to buy the supplements and instead opted to pursue the unfeasible path of natural body refinement. He felt disappointed for Asra's future and potential. Mr. Cayman looked at Asra with some regret and said, if you are unwilling, then so be it. I will still arrange the most reasonable training plan for you to help you perform well in the competition as much as possible. Asra replied, Mr. Cayman, if these words do not come from the heart, when I lift the champion trophy, I will not say thanks to Coach Cayman or anything like that. Upon hearing this, Cayman was taken aback and laughed as if looking at a fool. Asra, you aren't high, are you? Asra shook his head and said, of course not, I am serious. I can sign this contract, but I cannot accept this list of supplements. Mr. Cayman was taken aback, then his expression darkened, and he said, what do you take me for? By the government. I do not profit from this supplement. The purchasing channel is also from the school, and it is already the most suitable. Asra smiled and said, it's not that I don't trust you, I just want better supplements. I noticed that some of the supplements you propose for the sake of effect choose to harm the body, which I do not like. Mr. Cayman frowned and said, but this loan can only be used for these. Asra said, I still have 20,000 gold pounds in savings. If I add this, we can create a new list of supplements that can reduce effects, but not harm the body. Great. If you add another 20,000 gold pounds, the effects of these supplements will definitely be even better. Carmen moved swiftly, and after Asra signed the loan contract, he quickly selected a new list of supplements. Compared to the previous one, this list was significantly better, featuring many renowned brands. The total quantity was somewhat less. Once used up, it would last for about a month. The enhancements for Asra were comprehensive, providing corresponding effects on strength, speed, endurance, and reaction time. Holding the new roster, Asra did not rush to agree, but asked Coach Carmen to wait. Instead, he headed towards Iva's private training room. Carmen stared at Asra's back, scratching his chin in confusion, muttering, what does this mean? Can Asra really have a relationship with classmate Ivy? Asra had no mood to ponder Carmen's thoughts. He gently knocked on the door outside Iva's training room. Inside, Ivy had her back to the outside, engaged in stretching exercises. Kneeling on the ground, she seemed to be performing an ancient yoga pose, her curves astonishingly beautiful with her hips raised like a ripe grape. Susan stood beside her, making minor adjustments and guiding her movements. When the knocking sound echoed, neither of them paused. Only after completing the pose did Ivy slightly turn her head to glance towards the door. Although the training room's curtain wall allowed visibility to the outside, the main door was closed. Ivy glanced at Susan, casting an inquisitive look. Susan turned back and calmly said, "It's Asra." Ivy frowned slightly, asking, "What does he want?" Susan shook her head slightly, and then asked, "Do you want to see him?" Ivy's brows relaxed, a mischievous smile appearing as she said, "Then let him in." After speaking, Ivy continued to bend down, repeating the previous pose. Susan raised an eyebrow at Ivy's movements. She approached the door, opened it, and said to Asra, "Asra, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Susan, Asra's eyes lit up. Today Susan wore a silk blouse, the neck not too deep, perfectly revealing her collarbone and the small indentation below. Her lower half was clad in a cream-colored pencil skirt, hugging her hips, the hem resting just above her knees. Her straight legs were adorned with light gray stockings, sheer enough to reveal the skin's texture beneath. On her feet were nude high-heeled shoes with at least a 6-centimeter heel. However, Susan's height was under 1.6 meters, and even with the heels she had to tilt her head slightly to face Asra. Unable to resist, Asra took another glance before picking up the supplement roster provided by Mr. Carmen, saying, "Ms. Susan, these are some supplements Coach Carmen selected for me. I'm not very knowledgeable about them, and would like your help." Susan accepted the roster, not rushing to look at it, but instead saying to Asra, "Ivy is still training, you come in and talk." As she spoke, she opened the door, gesturing for Asra to enter. Surprised by the invitation, Asra followed her into the training room. The sight before him momentarily captivated him. The training room was eerily quiet, with a beautiful figure kneeling in the center. Ivy had her back to the door, slowly folding her body as she completed an ancient yoga pose, light cascading down from above, outlining her graceful curves. As her body leaned forward, her hips elegantly lifted, round, soft, and perky. The stillness was filled with tension. Asra's gaze grew heated, his heart raced, blood surged through his body, almost threatening to rise toward his supreme bone. He quickly shifted his gaze, exhaling warm breaths, not daring to look any longer. If he did, his situation would become quite embarrassing. Especially since he was also wearing tight training clothes, any slight change in his body would be impossible to hide. Yet even so, that curve was deeply etched in Asra's mind, refusing to fade away. No matter how hard he tried to suppress it, his body reacted. He could only awkwardly turn away slightly while using his hand to cover himself. Susan noticed something was off, with Asra lifting the supplement roster in her hand to check. Halfway through, her peripheral vision couldn't help but sneak a glance outside, directing her gaze toward Asra's lower half. Just like unlocking a padlock, with just one glance, a look of clear shock appeared in Susan's eyes. This caused her to lose her composure for the first time. At that moment, Ivy completed the pose, rising gracefully. Dressed in gray training clothes, Ivy resembled a gray swan. At that moment, Ivy completed the pose, rising gracefully. Dressed in gray training clothes, Ivy resembled a gray swan. And sideways. This glance brought a trace of mischievous amusement to Ivy's eyes. She had seen Asra's awkwardness and inferiority most frequently, so this was nothing new. She had also witnessed the recent transformation where Asra appeared confident and sunny, including the moment he rejected her suggestion, which made her feel out of control. Now seeing Asra's stiffened body, Ivy felt a sense of relief. Her gaze dropped, and the sight instantly flushed her cheeks. The atmosphere between the two, especially on Ivy's side, turned somewhat flirtatious. Asra's voice felt somewhat stiff. He tried his best to control himself, suppressing the heat rising within, saying, "Yes, I came this time to ask Ms. Susan for a favor. Ivy, you don't mind, do you?" As a top hunter, Ivy quickly adjusted, chuckling lightly. "Given our relationship, I certainly don't mind. Please help Asra out, Susan's sister." Susan nodded slightly, took out a pen, and made a few notes on the supplement roster, then said to Asra, "This list of supplements is quite good, but there are a few that may have negative side effects on the body. However, Coach Carmen has done well. These negative effects are minimal, but I've made some adjustments. After you go back, let Coach Carmen purchase according to my latest modifications of the supplements." Asra took it and focused on it, indeed, noting the modifications made to several supplement names and dosages. He sincerely thanked Susan, saying, "Thank you, Miss Susan." Susan smiled slightly, saying, "Asra, no need to be so polite. Just call me Sister Susan from now on." Asra's eyes brightened. Sure. Azura took the modified roster from Susan and left. He closed the door. As Susan turned her head, she saw Ivy staring at her with a slight tilt of her head. Susan calmly asked, "What's wrong, Ivy? We should continue our training. We have already wasted some time." Ivy stared at Susan, a faint smile on her lips, but the smile seemed somewhat off. Ivy huffed, "Sister Susan. How intimate that sounds." Susan's expression remained calm as she replied, "I'm doing this for your sake. After all, the more progress Azura makes, the greater the benefit to you, isn't it?" What are you thinking? Ivis' expression showed slight annoyance as she said, "You do know he is the person I have my eye on, not your toy. Pay attention." Susan smiled slightly and said, "Toy? I certainly don't see him as a toy. Miss Ivy, you are the one treating him like a toy. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your little toy, you can rest assured. Now have you wasted enough time? Can we start training?" Susan walked to Iva's side and looked at her seriously. Ivy felt a bit irritated, but she had no chance to vent like a child whose toy had been taken away. She resumed her practice of the forms, quickly calming her emotions. Iva's gaze was profound as she thought, Asra is just a toy. How could he possibly be out of my control just because Susan said a few words? Humph. Asra walked outside. Mr. Kamen had been watching him, observing as he entered Iva's training room, led by Susan. Seeing this scene almost made him pop his eyes out. In Mr. Kamen's memory, Iva's training room had never had anyone else enter. In fact, Asra was the first to ever enter. By the time Asra came out, Mr. Kamen had already composed himself, but his gaze betrayed him. Mr. Kamen, take a look at this new roster and help me purchase the supplements according to it. Mr. Kamen took the roster but felt uneasy, saying in a deep voice, "Kid, what do you mean by this? Don't you trust me?" Asra shook his head, saying, "Mr. Kamen, I certainly trust you, but I believe that the combination of your views and those of Ms. Susan, who is around Ivy, would be better." Ms. Susan modified this. Mr. Kamen's eyes immediately cleared. Asra nodded. "Of course you wouldn't think I have the ability to modify your roster, would you?" Mr. Kamen ignored Asra and carefully examined the new roster, especially focusing on the names of the modified supplements. He observed the new combinations while mentally calculating. Finally, he said, "Ms. Susan indeed has substantial experience, but her philosophy differs from mine. I choose what is more beneficial to the body, while she opts for what causes less harm to the body. This is also my requirement of you, isn't it?" Asra replied. Mr. Kamen slightly shook his head, looking seriously at Asra, saying, "Asra, given your family circumstances, you should understand this. The most important choice for how you will navigate your life lies here. A stronger physical quality will allow you to perform better in mixed martial arts competitions, which means you can get into better universities, leading to higher income in the future. I have heard your family story. If you can get into a good university and work hard, you will gradually return to a middle-class lifestyle." Asra looked Mr. Kamen in the eye, saying, "Mr. Kamen, I do not want to trade my future for this fleeting brilliance." Mr. Kamen slightly shook his head, saying, "My supplements have already been adjusted, causing minimal harm to the body. Moreover, entering a better university would provide benefits that far outweigh the potential damage to your body. If you fail to get into a good university, do you think your future job won't harm your body? Same goes for you, kid. Compared to the future, I hope you can seize the present. Only by grasping better opportunities now can you secure a future." Asra could see that Mr. Kamen was sincere at this moment. It was based on Mr. Kamen's own life experiences. Although this guy's words were sharp-tongued and sycophantic towards the powerful, from Kamen's perspective, he had made no mistakes in his choices. However, Asra was different from Kamen. He had 0 and already possessed the ability of 3 pathways as long as he moved forward step by step. His future was not something Kamen's experiences could advise. Asra pondered for a moment, deciding to dismiss Kamen's concerns, and said, "Mr. Kamen, I can feel your sincerity, but you've forgotten that this roster of supplements was modified by Ms. Susan." Mr. Kamen's expression turned slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" He looked up towards Iva's private training room. In an instant, the clues he had not fully grasped suddenly connected in his mind. Asra, that poor kid, had never had money for potions or supplements before. Now, with mixed martial arts training approaching, he suddenly became a ranker with 20,000 pounds to spend on supplements. Where did his money come from? Today, being able to enter Iva's private training room means his relationship with Ivy is better than I imagined. Hiss. Could it be that the potions and those 20,000 pounds are all from Ivy? Mr. Kamen looked down at Asra. Just a glance made his thoughts even more resolute, almost roaring within. "Oh, damn it. This lucky kid, for crying out loud, being handsome really gets you somewhere. Crap. Ivy wouldn't have fallen for that poor kid Asra, would she? She gave him potions and money they couldn't have already." Just thinking of this point made Mr. Kamen hesitate to continue. However, the way he looked at Asra had already turned a bit envious. Asra sensed that Mr. Kamen might have misunderstood, so he said, "Mr. Kamen." But Kamen raised his hand and said, "No need to explain, you, I understand everything. You are a lucky kid. I was still giving you advice, but it turns out your choices are even better than my suggestions. However, I do have a piece of advice for you. Never forget to enhance your own abilities. Relying on your body and looks will not provide lasting stability. However, I do have a piece of advice for you. Never forget to enhance your own abilities. Relying on your body and looks will..." Sizzle. A supplement needle pierced Asra's shoulder as the syringe slowly pushed forward. The specially formulated supplement entered Asra's body. Not long after Mr. Carmen left, he brought back a portion of the supplements. Some needed to be swallowed while others required injection. Compared to the supplements of others, these were fewer in quantity and higher in price. For instance, the one Asra was currently receiving was worth 2,200 gold pounds per injection. Moreover, this supplement could only be administered once every 3 days. It was selected by Ms. Susan, who crossed out the names of other supplements to avoid overspending. The effect of this injection was an all-encompassing enhancement of training results without any detriment to the body or potential. One only needed to eat and replenish their spiritual essence to sustain the consumption. In addition to this injection, Asra also took 3 pills and applied 2 types of topical creams and oils today. After using these supplements and medications, Asra resumed training and immediately felt the difference. It was like an engine that had run out of oil being refueled. It was like stiff legs after a long day stepping into a foot bath for the first time. This delightful feeling during training was something Asra had never experienced before. In the same amount of time, the results of his training were greater, and he could endure for longer. Asra even felt his muscles and bones crying out, "Finally with you, Asra, I'm enjoying myself. I've never felt this good before." Before the light reaction, punching target, Asra's fists were as fast as lightning, his eyes sharp as a hawk, accurately locking onto each light target that was shot out. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch brought forth a gust of wind accompanied by the sound of breaking air. It was still a level 3A test, but compared to the last time, when he was almost on the verge of failure, this time Asra appeared somewhat more relaxed. He had lost 9 light targets last time, but this time he had only lost 1. He even felt confident that in 2 days he could test again and not miss a single light target. This was also because his physical quality had improved significantly after defeating Boyer, altering his striking habits. If he adapted for a few more days, he might directly challenge the next level 3S. Coach Carmen, observing Asra's training results, felt a twitch in his eyelids. So fast. So fast. How can Asra's improvement be so rapid? Could it really be his physique inherently capable of absorbing potions and supplements so effectively? What a pity. If I had discovered it back in 11th grade, I could have given him some supplements for testing. If that were the case, I would have already become a star coach, and my salary would have increased by at least 50%. Mr. Carmen's thoughts were complex. It's not too late. Even now, I just need to train him well. As long as his performance is good, I can still get a raise. He restarted the machine, allowing Asra to continue practicing. Meanwhile, he jotted down notes on a folder he was holding, modifying the previously established training plan for Asra. If one got close enough, they could even hear Carmen whispering, "This needs to be strengthened, this too, and he must be rigorously trained." The day's training came to an end. He could faintly sense that Mr. Carmen seemed to have further intensified his training plan. But this was good news for Asra. Zero now absorbed Carmen's training plan and made adjustments better suited for Asra. This allowed Asra to feel that each of his training sessions and every adjustment brought clear improvements. Leaving the school, just as Asra was about to move forward, a sudden unease arose in his heart. Before the school bus, he was about to take a jeep parked not far away. 2 men in casual suits leaned against the car smoking. These 2 men were none other than Manon and Xiao, the partners who had gone to investigate the Boyer case that day. Manon, with a cigarette in his mouth, kept glancing at the youthful and attractive figures of the high school girls. "Oh, damn, looking at a student, how does she have a football hanging on her chest? This is practically theft. I really want to go up and catch these 2 culprits." "Xiao, look." Xiao, appearing somewhat helpless, blew out a smoke ring and said, "Bullshit, listen to what you're saying. If someone else hears you, they'll accuse you of sexual harassment." Manon, however, was unconcerned, saying, "Who can hear me except you? Damn it, you're not going to report me, are you? Did you forget? We're the best partners, the best brothers, the best buddies, the champions of the hamburger eating contest." All right, don't worry, I won't report you. He's coming." Xiao, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the harassment, finally spotted his target. Manon immediately fell silent, following Xiao's line of sight. A tall figure was walking out from the mixed martial arts training ground, with high school girls whispering about him along the way. Seeing this, Manon, with a cigarette in his mouth, muttered, "Damn. Is that a high school student? If you told me he was a star or an actor, I wouldn't be surprised. To this day, I haven't discovered what flaws such a handsome guy could possibly have. If I were that handsome, I wouldn't be in the FBI or I'd be playing poker on a sunny beach with hot girls." Xiao silently dropped his cigarette, ignoring Manon's words, and walked straight up to Asra. Xiao pulled out his credentials from his suit pocket and showed them to Asra, saying, "Hello, student Asra. I am FBI agent Xiao." Asra recognized them the moment he saw these 2. A jolt of alarm shot through him, thinking, could something have happened? But then he thought, no, if they really had found something on me, these 2 FBI agents wouldn't be waiting for me by the school bus. They would have barged into the school with the church pastor and the temple knights to arrest me. With this thought, Asra felt much more at ease. He adjusted his posture and moved forward until Xiao blocked his path. Asra looked at the credentials in front of him, reached out to take them, and upon flipping them open, indeed, saw Xiao's photo and his title. Returning the credentials, Asra asked, "Sir, may I ask what you need from me?" Xiao replied, "I have some questions to ask you. If you don't mind, let's talk in the car." "I don't think you'd want to discuss this in the school, would you?" Asra hesitated for a moment. and said, "Can I wait for a lawyer to come?" A puzzled voice came from behind Xiao. "Asra, do you really have a lawyer?" Manon walked over, patted Xiao on the shoulder, and signaled him to step aside. Asra looked at the latter and said, "Of course I don't have the money to hire a lawyer, but according to the provisions of the Criminal Justice Act, I can request you to apply for a lawyer for me during the questioning." Manon, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, "But given your financial situation, you should be unable to afford a lawyer's fees. I can sign this contract, but I cannot accept this list of supplements." Mr. Kamen was taken aback, then his expression darkened, and he said, "What do you take me for? By the government?" Hearing this, Manon and Xiao exchanged glances. "Damn, I knew students from such private high schools are hard to deal with. Damn, each one of them is too troublesome." Manon couldn't help but vent. He then said to Asra, "Listen up, Asra, we don't need to be this complicated. I have many ways to avoid the hassle of a lawyer, and I believe you wouldn't want me to deal with you this way. Just relax, we're here to ask a small question, and once we're done we'll leave." Seeing the surrounding attention gathering, Manon said, "You wouldn't want to make a big deal out of this in school, would you? And you wouldn't want my colleagues and me to bother you every day, right? Especially since you're about to participate in the mixed martial arts tournament. You seem to be a formal member of the school team." Asra nodded. "Yes, I am a formal member. I believe the school also has lawyers who can help me. However, you're right. I think what you want to ask me is definitely a small matter. But I won't get into the car, and I don't want you to have any recording devices on you. Is that all right?" Asra had already realized that the two FBI agents were not here because he killed Boyer. Since it wasn't that there was much more room for maneuver. Of course, this was also related to Asra being a student of a private high school and his skin color. If he were a little black kid, these two wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Hearing Asra's words, Manon and Xiao exchanged glances. Xiao shrugged helplessly while Manon muttered a curse. Manon spread his hands and said, all right, troublesome Asra, we can meet your conditions." Asra led the two to a relatively quieter place, but did not stray far from the crowd's sight. "Damn it. This lucky kid, for crying out loud, being handsome really gets you somewhere. Crap. Ivy wouldn't have fallen for that poor kid Azura, would she?" Asra smiled and replied, "If you don't mind, I can search you." "Bullshit." Manon couldn't help but shout, then took a recording pen from his pocket and turned it off. "Look closely, kid, this thing is already off." Xiao also shrugged, took out a small recorder, and turned it off in front of Asra. But Asra still remained silent until Manon signaled him to conduct the search. Xiao admired, "Asra, you're really hard to deal with." Asra chuckled and said, "I'm just protecting my legal rights." Manon composed himself, looked deeply at Asra, and then asked, "All right, Asra, let's get to the point. I have a question for you this time." "Please go ahead, sir. If I encounter any inappropriate questions, I will refuse to answer," Asra replied. Manon said, "According to your bank account records, you received 20,000 pounds this week. Is there such a matter?" Asra's heart sank. He hadn't expected Manon's inquiry to be about this. Leighton had said that this money was clean, so if that was the case, Asra could only go down that path. So he said, "Yes, this matter exists, but shouldn't be under the jurisdiction of the FBI, right? Even if it were to be investigated, it should be the IRS agents asking me, right?" Manon nodded and said, "Usually this matter is not under our jurisdiction, but we investigated this transaction, and your pounds originated from Leighton." "You know who Leighton is, right, Asra?" Asra shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just helped at Leighton's laundry, and a gentleman rewarded me with this money." Hearing this, Manon couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I want to know what kind of help is worth 20,000 pounds. Asra shrugged and said, "At that time the laundry was about to catch fire, and I helped put out the fire, so that gentleman rewarded me with a check." Manon couldn't help but retort, "I want to know, why would you need to help with a fire at a laundry? With so much water, why would they need you? What kind of help could be worth 20,000 pounds? Asra shook his head. "I don't know, a small fire, maybe the clothes that were almost ignited were very expensive. Anyway, he gave me this money. Should I still ask why he gave me the money? Sir, you investigated me, and should know I am very short on money. How can I refuse?" Manon glared at Asra and said, "Let me tell you, the one who gave you money is Leighton, a big shot from the Bloodhands gang, just a few blocks away from your residence. Their gang has been involved in many violent incidents. Now you should tell us how this money came about." Asra still shook his head. "Sir, that's really how it came about. I truly don't know his identity." Manon was seething with anger and could not help but turn away, saying to his colleague, you come and worry that if I ask further, I won't be able to help but resort to violence." Xiao approached Asra and said, "Asra, I hope you can honestly tell us the source of this money. You might not know, but in recent days the Bloodhands gang and the Grey Alley gang have had dozens of shootouts in the neighborhood, some involving more than 30 people. In just one weekend, at least 20 people died, and even there were some casualties. This is no ordinary incident." Asra asked, "What does that have to do with me? I am not a member of either gang." Xiao looked deeply at Asra and said, "Asra, we are inquiring privately, and we hope you can tell the truth. You are a high school student with a bright future. There's no need to conceal this. We just want to understand some clues that won't affect your life, and we won't ask you to appear in court later." Upon hearing this, Azura pondered for a moment, and said, "Alright, since you were so honest, I will be honest as well. I don't know Leighton, but I am a luminary. That day I helped to adjust the spiritual energy of an injured person. Beyond that I know nothing else. I will only say this once. If you ask me again in the future I won't admit it." Joe and Manon exchanged glances, and then Joe said, "Very well, Asra, thank you. We won't disturb you any longer." End of inquiry. The two FBI agents got into the car with Joe driving, while Manon lit a cigarette. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Manon said, "What a troublesome guy. Damn, why wasn't it this difficult when I was in high school?" "Do you think what he said was true?" Joe, keeping his eyes on the road, replied, "I just quietly used my ability, and he didn't lie in the end, or at least his lies were few. Moreover, according to the data, he is indeed a luminary. The ability of luminaries, the light of hope, can clear away distractions and inspire a person's hope, which is indeed helpful in adjusting the spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Manon nodded slightly, "So the clue has come to an end. This part of the lead has not progressed in the case." Joe then said, "We already knew this before we came, didn't we? I suspect he treated that injured person in a black clinic run by the Bloodhand Gang. According to my informant, Leighton went to a black clinic in the neighborhood a few days ago. And the doctor at that black clinic is a friend of Asra. I think this money should be what Leighton gave to Asra at that time." Manon rolled down the window and threw the cigarette, but out, cursing, "Damn it, this Leighton must want to use Asra to divert some attention and energy. But why not use dirty money?" Joe chuckled and said, "Perhaps Leighton still wants to maintain a good relationship with Asra, to recruit him into his own gang rather than push him toward the opponent." Manon snorted, "These damn gangs. I should just take a machine gun and wipe them all out." After a turn, Joe asked, "It seems this child's grandmother has died. What should we do? Should we report this?" Manon snorted coldly, and after pondering for a moment, said, "Report it for what? You should just scam a bit more welfare money, damn it. This matter is not ours to manage. We'll pretend we didn't see anything. Although this kid is a bit troublesome, at least he spoke some truths in the end, otherwise I would have shown him some colors." Joe also nodded slightly and said no more. On his way back, Asra was also contemplating whether he had said something wrong. He had a lot of questions himself, otherwise he would have been firm today. But he had too many questions. His grandmother had died, and he was scamming welfare money. He had connections with the gang, killed Boyle, and even sacrificed that guy. Each of these matters, if exposed, would land him in prison for life. Fortunately, after mentioning some things, the two agents did not seem to wish to delve deeper. In the following days, Asra's life gradually calmed down, but the entire detaining city became lively, especially the neighborhood he lived in, where gang members were plentiful. Late at night, gang members would roam nearby, and the frequency of gunfights was also increasing. Sometimes Asra would fall asleep only to be awakened by gunfire in the middle of the night. But fortunately, Asra had become accustomed to such a life, in the South District gunfire was just too normal. Finally, the time came to the first week of February. The Regional Mixed Martial Arts League for the 12 southern states officially began. Now it had entered the regular season phase. The regular season of the Mixed Martial Arts League requires the longest duration, starting from February and lasting until early April. They are to compete in 10 matches against team members from 10 different high schools. If all goes well, with enough victories, they can enter the sub-regional playoffs. This is also an elimination round, ultimately determining the winners from each state to participate in the final championship for the 12 states. At this time, the students from Ashford High School had already set off for the venue. On the bus, there were all the participants and accompanying personnel, such as medical staff, security, and coaches. Mr. Carmen stood up in front. His loud voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Students, this is our first opponent of the season. Everyone give your strongest effort and defeat the opponent decisively. This time, although we are playing away, it is still good news for us. As for the opposing Northstone High School, their past performance has never matched ours, and in the southern rankings they are 42 places behind us. Everyone will definitely achieve a good start in this battle." Mr. Carmen continued to speak some morale-boosting words ahead. Asra looked at the materials distributed to him. Northstone High School, also located in Detaining State, but in the neighboring city. However, unlike Ashford Private High School, this is a large public high school. A large public high school means that the quality of education can vary significantly. But they also have their advantages, which is their large number of students. This school has nearly 5,000 12th grade students. A larger base means that there will be some exceptionally talented students. At Northstone High School, the majority of the students are black and most of their families are not well off. But they also have an advantage: they dare to fight and strive, and their characteristic is that they use medicines in ways that others wouldn't dare. In this city, there are several well-known pharmaceutical companies, and many students from Northstone High School have signed contracts with these companies. Not only do they receive training subsidies, but they also have dedicated coaches and brand new drugs. The materials indicate that this high school has changed more than 10 types of new supplements and drugs this year. It's as if they are using these high school students as test subjects for human experimentation. But such things are common in America, and the most important thing is, a large public high school collaborates with a pharmaceutical company to provide supplies and medications, clearly indicating to everyone our team members are all drugged. The data on the opponents includes their physical statistics and the sequences of the potions they consume. Among the formal members, the lowest deadlift is 360 kilograms, while the highest reaches 430 kilograms. The data from the light reaction punching targets is relatively confidential, and furthermore, Nostwan High School does not possess such sophisticated equipment. In the sequence of these 5 individuals, there is 1 Fighter, 2 Beasts at sequence 9 Night Stalker, 1 Raging Wave at sequence 9 Wave Rider, and 1 Oath at sequence 9 Exile. The captain among them should be the strongest with a strength data of 460 kilograms paired with the fighter sequence. This person's combat power is not to be underestimated. The students of Nostwan High School have such high strength data, which cannot be separated from their weight. Each of these individuals is a massive muscle-bound figure with the lightest weighing 130 kilograms. In a fight, without weight classes, a heavier weight can easily translate into a greater advantage. Soon the bus arrived at the competition venue. Asla also lifted his gaze from the data. This is within a fighting arena. In this era, mixed martial arts leagues are nearly a universally adored sporting event. Many sports stars have become household names because of such events. Thus, almost every city has a mixed martial arts arena for training and competitions. Generally speaking, the Interscholastic Mixed Martial Arts League in the 12 southern states can only be considered a high school level event. Only during the playoffs does it attract broader attention, such as more spectators and media coverage. This time, the fighting match between Asla's Ashford High School and Nostwan High School is merely the first match of the regular season, so the attention is not high. There are not many spectators in the fighting arena. Looking towards the stands, one can only see 700 to 800 people watching. Most of these spectators are parents of Nostwan students, with some just bored and coming to watch. Blacks and whites are evenly split. In addition, there is a group of spectators in the center of the stands whose attire is distinctly different from others. Asla couldn't help but gaze a little longer, and Coach Carmen, walking beside him, said, "Do you know who they are?" Asla shook his head. "Mr." Carmen looked in that direction and scoffed. "They are the local pharmaceutical company. The supplements you have been taking recently are required to have no harm to the body while providing some enhancement effects. On the contrary, the members of Nostwan High School are not afraid of the harm to their bodies. These pharmaceutical companies often choose various dosages to test the effects of their supplements. Some of the athletes up there may not live past 25 because of these harsh supplements. Because they are poor and can only fight like this. Compared to them, Asla, your situation is already much better." Asla retracted his gaze and said, "Everyone's choices are different." Carmen nodded and suddenly said, "Speaking of which, the most expensive supplement you have been taking is produced by that pharmaceutical company. Is it the 2,200 gold pound per injection one?" Carmen nodded and said, "That's right. So those guys may have taken the same kind of supplement as you. Of course there are differences. Their side effects and harm to the body are greater, but the effects may be stronger." This made Asla pay more attention to his opponents from Nostwan High School. He had also tried the effects of such supplements. These types of supplements almost all share a common trait. A less harm to the body means reduced effectiveness. Greater harm to the body results in stronger effects. These big black guys did not have the help of a zero like Asla. Asla, like them, had been poor to the bone, but the education they received was different. This is also the reason for their ultimately different choices. Entering the preparation room, Asla faced a rather awkward issue. The loan approved by the school, along with his own clean money, was all used to purchase supplements to enhance his physical capabilities. This meant he had no money to buy protective gear and weapons. The Interscholastic Mixed Martial Arts League differs from the battles within the school. In the Interscholastic Mixed Martial Arts League, better equipment can be used. In the preparation room, Gray and the others are already wearing their protective gear. Asla is putting on gear as well. However, there is a stark difference in their equipment. As extraordinary beings at sequence 9, they can wear extraordinary gear. This type of gear was called magical energy gear in ancient times. As times change, the names of such gear have been constantly evolving. The grades of gear range from 1st to 5th. Anything higher is beyond Asla's reach. The lowest known grade is 1st, while the highest is 5th. Within each grade there is also a division of strength. Grade gear is the most common, while grade gear is the strongest. The equipment standard for the Interscholastic League is limited to 1st grade gear. However, there is a significant difference between 1st grade and 1st grade gear. The performance and data of 1 grade gear and 1's grade gear are almost at 2 entirely different levels. In the preparation room, the gear and weapons used by Gray and Ivy are all 1's grade. This comes as no surprise given their family circumstances. For them, a 1's grade equipment is not considered any pressure at all. Apart from these two, the other 2 team members are equipped with 1 grade gear and weapons. The effects of 1 grade and 1's grade gear and weapons do not differ much in terms of data. The effect of 1's grade gear is about 10% stronger. However, the price difference between the two is enormous. Typically, 1's grade gear costs at least 3 times more than 1 grade. Perhaps for some, even a 1% increase in effectiveness is worth a hefty investment. In fact, a complete set of gear from protective gear to weapons, even if it is 1 grade gear, is not cheap. A relatively ordinary set costs around 120,000 gold pounds. Due to the special materials from Asra's perspective, he can clearly see the hidden spiritual essence within these gears. This implies one thing: the materials for these gears are extracted from living beings or minerals with spiritual attributes. Asra opened his gear and looked down at the identification 1C. The brand logo of this set of protective gear has been erased, but its design still reveals the company that produced it. This is a set of protective gear manufactured by Titan Sports Company, rated at level 1C. The complete set of protective gear possesses a spiritual defensive effect, including a helmet, chest armor, wrist guards, leg armor, and combat boots. Such a set of equipment should cost around 130 gold pounds, slightly more expensive than other 1C level gear due to brand influence. Asra is financially constrained, so this gear was not purchased by him, but was instead found by Mr. Carmen from the school's storeroom. As for the gear worn by the members of the mixed martial arts competition, Ashford High School had not actually prepared any. Typically, this type of equipment is the responsibility of the students. Everyone's physical conditions vary, and extraordinary gear is quite personal. In previous years, formal team members were at least from middle-class families, and a set of extraordinary gear was not considered a significant financial burden for them. Moreover, almost all participants in the school team's mixed martial arts fitness assessments had consumed potions. Such gear is not only useful for competitions, but may also be applicable in their future work and life. Therefore, each member, including substitutes, prepared their own gear. The school typically does not provide gear for them. When Asra reported this, Mr. Carmen was somewhat taken aback, because Ashford High School had not prepared gear for students for many years. Ultimately, after Mr. Carmen's efforts, a relatively fitting set of gear was found for Asra. However, the level is only a pitiful 1C. This means Asra's gear, like everyone else's, is at the limit. It's just that Gray, Avis, and the others' gear are capped at the upper limit, while Asra's is infinitely close to the lower limit. Seeing Asra putting on the protective gear, Wally among the substitutes let out a faint. It seemed he said nothing, yet it felt as if he said everything. However, Senna beside him did not give Wally a pleasant look, sneering at him and saying, "Wally, aren't you supposed to be quite wealthy? Why are you only wearing 1B level gear?" Wallace's expression stiffened, glaring at Senna and coldly snorting without answering. Wally was also troubled. Originally his gear should have been 1A level. However, a set of 1A level gear would mean a price of at least 250 gold pounds. If it were branded equipment, there would be an additional markup. In contrast, 1B level gear is significantly cheaper, usually ranging from 16000 to 18000 gold pounds. Normally, the support from his family would be enough to buy him one, but after provoking Asra and getting beaten up twice, especially the latter time, which was particularly harsh, his bones were broken, the infirmary cost a fortune, and later, due to the assessment, he donated a considerable amount in the church, asking the priest to use his abilities to heal. These two incidents cost a significant sum of gold pounds. Moreover, since Wally didn't even make the formal team and only became a substitute, his parents quickly dismissed the idea of buying him better gear. Their money doesn't come easy. With the big one out of commission, the family still has the small one to raise. Wally isn't even the first substitute. Whether he can participate is a question, so there's no need for a massive investment. Senna next to him, however, was wearing 1A level gear. There is still a significant difference in treatment. After everyone finished putting on their gear, they waited for Carmen's instructions. Mr. Carmen held a tactical board which recorded the strategies for today. His gaze swept over everyone, briefly lingering on Asra before moving on. He said, "You all should have reviewed the information on the members of Norston High School, right?" Everyone nodded. Carmen continued, "The combat team of Norston High School doesn't change much from year to year. Their members are all drug users, strong in strength and physique, but correspondingly lacking in stamina and agility. In today's battle, do not confront them heed-o, otherwise, even if you defeat them, your bodies may sustain injuries." Then Mr. Carmen picked up the tactical board and arranged the order of today's battles. He looked at the names of the 5 Norston competitors and their Then Mr. Carmen picked up the tactical board and arranged the order of today's battles. He looked at the names of the 5 Norston competitors and their basic physical data, starting to ponder. Corresponding to the enemy were the names and physical data of the 5 Ashford competitors. From the data, Gray was the strongest in strength and also had the highest combat ability. This is because Gray's classification is fighter. Carmen thought, as the strongest competitor, it's best to place Gray last, regardless of how the earlier fights go, as long as Gray enters, victory can be secured. Thus, Carmen placed Gray's name in the 5th position. Next, Carmen's gaze fell on Ava's classmate. Avis is also quite strong in combat. Her classification has never been disclosed, making her an unknown factor for the enemy. More agile, with considerable strength and an unknown classification, this is simply a nightmare for these Norston students. Next, Carmen's gaze fell on Ava's classmate. Avis is also quite strong in combat. Her classification has never been disclosed, making her an unknown factor for the enemy. When early, let's place classmate Avis in the 2nd position, avoiding the probing opponent from the enemy's 1st position and focusing on the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Then his gaze turned to the other two formal members. Their combat abilities are moderate, and their gear is also 1A level. They can be placed in any position. Thus Carmen's gaze skimmed over their names and landed on the fifth competitor, Asra. He raised his eyes and looked at Asra himself, pondering. Asra's strength is not weak. During the physical test, he lifted 300 kilograms, and that should not be the limit. His reaction speed on the punching target is 3A. His physique is well proportioned, and his agility is also high. If not for his emotional turmoil at the time, he would be better suited in the third position, but Asra does have a drawback. His physical enhancement has only occurred in the past month. Can he fully adapt to the changes in his body during combat? Moreover, his gear is at 1C level, which hasn't appeared in 5A level school team mixed martial arts competitions for many years. The 5 competitors from Norston should all have gear provided by pharmaceutical companies, which is probably not weak. Asra might suffer a disadvantage in terms of gear, since that's the case. I know where to place Asra appropriately. Asra will be placed in the first position as a probe. Regardless of victory or defeat, he can still play a significant role. After making this decision, Carmen placed Asla's name in the first position for battle. The other 2 team members were casually placed in the third and fourth positions. They were athletes with above-average physical fitness and combat skills. Relatively stable, they wouldn't easily be defeated, nor would they easily defeat their opponents. Placing them in the fourth and fifth positions also had its benefits. This battle roster was submitted to the referee. In Carmen's heart, there were only 2 ace players, Avis and Gray. Avis was guaranteed to defeat at least one opponent, and if the first opponent was weak, Carmen would have Avis face the second one. This way, regardless of whether Asla failed, Ashford could stabilize the situation. When Avis went down, the third and fourth athletes would conservatively defeat at least one opponent. Even if they were both defeated, it would exhaust 2 ordinary opponents or 1 strong opponent. Finally, the strongest fighter of Ashford, Gray, would take the stage to win against the last opponent. The school team league was not a best-of-5 format. Instead, it was based on the final victors system, where the high school athlete who stood on the stage last would be the true winner. After establishing the order of battle, Carmen looked at everyone and said, "The order for this battle will have Asla in the first position. I want you to showcase your strength and defeat your opponent." Asla's expression remained unchanged. "Yes, coach." Avis will be in the second position, aiming to consecutively defeat 2 opponents and secure our match point. Gray will fight last. Conserve your strength, and if the opponent isn't strong, hold back some of your abilities. Gray closed his eyes and nodded slightly. After finalizing the strategy, Avis turned to Asla and said, "Asla, I believe you can win this time. Fight beautifully and give us a good start." Her gaze was pure and her face was lit up with youthful smiles. Asla nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll do my best." Gray also opened his eyes and calmly said, "I've looked at the opponent's data. As long as you use the tactics well and don't clash Heaton, you have a great chance of winning in the first round. Don't tarnish Ashford's reputation." Asla looked at Gray. This was the first time Gray had spoken to him recently, and it wasn't in a mocking tone. Asla nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and then stood up. Coach Carmen walked alongside Asla, saying, "You've reviewed the opponent's data. They probably won't send their strongest fighter in the first round. Although your gear might be a bit inferior, they are all first-tier equipment, and the gap can be compensated by your skills. I believe in your 3A reaction ability." Asla nodded and said, "Don't worry, Coach Carmen." He picked up his helmet and walked out of the preparation room. Coach Carmen remained at the door, watching Asla head towards the arena. Asla wore a complete set of protective gear, wielding a great sword, which was also a level 1C weapon. It had a good extending effect for spiritual power. As Asla advanced, his spiritual energy gradually connected with the entire set of gear. Extraordinary gear had stronger defensive effects and greater attack power. Moreover, some brands and models of first-tier gear had decent bulletproof effects. Luxury brand gear at level 1B already had bulletproof effects, while ordinary civilian gear brands at level 1A could also offer bulletproof capabilities. If Boyer had a set of such gear at that time, it would have been even more difficult for Asla to kill him unless he possessed a magic energy gun. Asla didn't have a magic energy gun, but similarly Boyer also lacked extraordinary gear. Of course he might have it, but he wouldn't casually wear it, especially not while on his turf engaging in drug use or gambling. Magic energy guns and extraordinary gear combined with extraordinary paths set the tone for this world. In this extraordinary world, possessing extraordinary equipment was not limited to protective gear, but also included weapons for attack. In addition to various cold weapons, there were also magic energy guns. Throughout history, both spear and shield have continually evolved. Now, compared to the world 100 years ago, better protective gear and more powerful weapons have already been invented. Coupled with more scientific methods to enhance their sequences, this is the best of times. However, Asla's set of level 1C gear still fell a bit short. The mixed martial arts competition, as its name suggests, is closely related to gear. Theoretically, the combat between both sides is not a life-and-death battle of points are scored when weapons touch critical areas of the opponent's body. But relying on points to win is overly difficult. Weapons can't just stop after touching the opponent. If you stop, the opponent won't. A sword hitting the target's chest scores 5 points, but the opponent relying on their gear could directly swing their weapon at you in a flurry. That's not something 5 points can withstand. Thus, in most cases, battles result in knocking the enemy out of the arena, incapacitating them, or forcing them to concede. In this case, having protective gear with better defensive capabilities becomes particularly important. Furthermore, the effects of gear are never limited to simple defense. Some gear also possesses stronger effects. For example, some gear may have special abilities that enhance speed, strength, physique, and attack, etc. Asla filled the entire set of protective gear and weapon with spiritual energy, feeling the sword blade in his hand as if it were an extended limb. He walked forward slowly, exiting the entrance passage, and the bright light ahead appeared. Wow! Leaving the passage, the noisy sounds from the arena flooded into Asla's ears. Ahead was the arena. Cameras were focused on Asla, projecting his image onto the large screens above the arena. Oh! The moment his face appeared on the big screen, it elicited a chorus of gasps from many female spectators. What a handsome young man! A plump woman exclaimed. Pretty boy, what good is good looks here? This is a mixed martial arts competition. You need to be able to fight. Everyone make sure to smash his face. If you can do that, I'll take you to a party today. A nearby spectator shouted. On the opposite side, another contestant walked out of the passage. Compared to Asla, this guy was much larger, muscular, with arms nearly double the thickness of Asla's. He wore extraordinary gear, looking like a heavily armored tank, wielding a great sword in both hands. Listening to the cheers from the audience, this guy was incredibly excited, raising his great sword. Roar. Victory. This is the advantage of fighting on home turf. The audience here naturally supports the athletes from Nostong High School regardless of whether they are white spectators or black competitors. Tear his mouth apart. Scrape his face. A spectator stood up, cupping their hands like a trumpet and shouting at the black competitor. Ruthlessly torment this pretty boy. A female spectator, unable to bear it, said, look, this handsome young man, he seems so frail. Oh, I hope he doesn't get beaten too badly. Nearby, someone glanced at Asla's physique. He certainly couldn't be considered frail. But upon turning to look at the speaking woman, everything became clear. This woman weighed at least 350 pounds. Damn, in comparison, Asla appeared utterly weak. Asla walked forward, constantly bombarded by mocking voices. Under the home advantage, a competitor with a bad mindset could easily let the audience affect their emotions. For example, becoming overly emotional beforehand could lead to wasting more stamina during the fight, or anger clouding judgment might cause a competitor to make incorrect choices. But Asla was unaffected. In his past life, he was a master of insults. The mocking techniques he had encountered and employed were ones these American lowlifes had never even heard of. Some of his methods, if used, might even get him labeled as a heretic and sent to the church for purification. Asla remained undeterred while his opponent was already displaying considerable excitement. This was not surprising. For these black fellows, one could never overestimate their intelligence level. There was another reason. These black athletes from Nostong High School were practically human test subjects for the local pharmaceutical company. They had long been administered various strange and untested supplements and drugs. Some of these supplements even damaged their nerves. They appeared to be normal people, but in reality, they could no longer be understood as such. Impulsiveness and irritability were their labels. Even performing inhuman actions was not out of the question. The opposing competitor stepped onto the stage, twisted his thick neck, and flashed a fierce grin, filled with white teeth, staring menacingly at Asla. He said, pretty boy, it's bad luck for you to meet me. Did you hear what the audience said? They want me to tear your face apart. He. If you surrender early, you might save your face, otherwise you'll be crying as you go home to find your mommy. The black competitor skillfully employed some verbal tactics to target Asla's weaknesses. But after a round of verbal sparring, Asla's expression remained unchanged. He was not affected by the trash talk at all. Asla looked at his opponent and quickly recalled the relevant information in his mind. This guy was ranked 3rd at Nostong High School with deadlift and bench press stats reaching 385 kilograms and 390 kilograms. Standing at 2 meters tall, he was even taller than Asla by a head. With his height and build, he resembled a hulking bear. Asla's gaze fell on this guy's gear. One, a great equipment from the well-known Southern sports brand Titan Forge. This brand's gear and weapons have distinctive features. Their protective gear is made from thicker, heavier materials to achieve higher defense. While also one, a grade, this brand's defensive capabilities were stronger, but also reduced the athlete's mobility. As for why the black competitors from Nostong could wear one, a grade branded gear. Given that these guys were as broke as Asla, how could they possibly afford it? Yet they still wore it for a simple reason. This gear was passed down through generations. Not from the black competitors' families, but from Nostong High School itself. Carmen had mentioned this amusing story. Most of the students at Nostong were black, and all of them were broke, unable to afford gear. And the local pharmaceutical companies, to promote their brand and efficacy, needed their test subjects to achieve good results. So they procured a batch of Titan Forge gear and placed it at Nostong High School. When these black competitors participated in matches, they wore this protective gear, and after graduation the gear would remain at the school. After all, the physiques of the black competitors at Nostong were quite similar. This meant that the Titan Forge 1 grade gear had changed hands countless times at the school. The protective gear of the guy opposite was covered in scratches and even showed signs of repairs. Asla recalled Carmen's words, "I heard that Titan Forge group wants to sue Nostong High School. They should stop using their gear." Because these students from Nostong, using the same gear year after year in the mixed martial arts arena, have significantly impacted Titan Forge's sales. For others this was a joke. But for Asla, Titan Forge gear represented a considerable challenge in battle. The numerous scratches on this gear, still capable of enduring for so many years, proved that it could withstand the black competitors on the stage. This black competitor was already strong and tough, and now with the durable Titan Forge gear, they resembled walking tanks, making them difficult to deal with. Moreover, this guy had taken the potion of the Beast Pathway, the 9th sequence Night Stalker. Those from the Beast Pathway gained physical strength and recovery abilities. The black competitors using this potion also receive special bonuses. For instance, at night, as long as they don't show their teeth, they are virtually natural camouflage. Combined with the Night Stalker's abilities, the effects are even stronger. Asla remained indifferent to the taunts from the black competitors. However, fitting in with local customs, it was somewhat out of place not to make disruptive moves against his opponent before the match. Drawing from his vast experience as a master of insults, Asla quickly found a few less effective yet targeted remarks against the black competitors. He slowly fastened his helmet, looked at his opponent, and said, "I can go home to find my mommy. After I defeat you, remember to look for your daddy if you can find him." As he spoke, Asla wore a uniquely mocking smile. "Roar. Bullshit, fuck, what the hell are you saying?" The opposing black competitor instantly erupted in fury, his anger accumulating like a mountain of gunpowder ignited by a torch. Asla flexed his wrists and smiled slightly. "You won't have trouble finding your daddy, will you? Maybe your mommy and grandma don't love you. Oh, fuck. I'm going to kill you." In the preparation room, Carmen and the team members were watching the internal screens. The cameras surrounding the arena captured the situation on the stage completely. As the opponent stepped onto the stage, Carmen stood at the entrance with his arms crossed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his arm. "It's this guy, the third-ranked Nightwalker. It seems the opponent's coach has similar thoughts to mine. Let's test our strength with the third-ranked fighter. This guy's physical fitness and equipment are superior to Asra's. Can Asra handle him?" At this moment, Carmen felt a twinge of worry. Asra's opponent resembled a wall of muscle clad in heavy armor from the Titan Forge. With such a physique and wearing heavy armor, it seems quite difficult for Asra's sword to break through. It looks like we'll have to rely on scoring techniques to win. I hope Asra doesn't act impulsively. In the mixed martial arts competition, victory can generally be achieved by scoring points, knocking the opponent out of the ring or incapacitating them. However, in most battles, the fight only ends when the opponent is rendered unable to continue. The probability of winning by points is too low. After all, this is an arena, not a true battlefield. The confined space means limited room for evasion, and depending on points requires constant dodging to prevent being heavily injured and losing the ability to resist. On the other side, several other competitors from Ashford High were also focused on the situation on the screen. Ivy sat to the side, accompanied by the largest group, almost like a small team. Susan, 3 medical staff, and 2 assistants were with her. One of the female medical staff was massaging Ivy's muscles to relax them, allowing her to maintain optimal fighting condition once she stepped onto the stage. Ivy looked at the screen and casually asked Susan beside her, "Who do you think will win?" Susan, holding a folder, replied, "Without looking up, Asra will win. But Asra's equipment level is too low and the opponent isn't weak. Can he really win?" Ivy frowned at the bulky opponent across from her. Susan then looked up and said, "Asra's physical fitness has improved rapidly, especially after he started using various supplements, which has narrowed the gap in their physical abilities. Equipment is just one part of combat. The impact of first-tier equipment on victory isn't absolute." She lowered her head to look at Ivy and asked, "With such poor equipment, why didn't you choose to support him with a set?" "I feel like Asra is somewhat out of control. Let's wait and see. There are many strong opponents in the mixed martial arts competition. He will fail, and after I feel like Asra is somewhat out of control. Let's wait and see. There are many strong opponents in the mixed martial arts competition. He will fail, and after he does, he'll make my move. Otherwise, this guy will only become harder to manage." The others beside her remained expressionless, as if they hadn't heard anything. They were all loyal members dispatched by Iva's family. Senna and Wally sat in the waiting area. Seeing the opponent, Senna frowned. "Is this the third-ranked fighter from Northstone? Can Asra really defeat him?" The bulky opponent looked almost bigger than Coach Carmen. Wally beside him grinned, mocking Senna, 3rd against 5th. "I suspect these guys from Northstone will beat Asra so badly that he won't know what hit him. Asra, he won't lose in the first round, right? If he does, that would be quite embarrassing." Senna glared at Wally, muttering, "Idiot." Wally snorted coldly, "Waste." At that moment, the screen displayed trash talk from both competitors. Carmen heard Asra's words and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a bold statement from Asra." Ivy couldn't help but open her eyes. Susan laughed. Asra's way of provoking his opponent is truly unique. In the audience outside the arena, when Asra's voice came through the speakers, it immediately stirred a commotion. Most of the white audience laughed, while many of the black audience had displeased expressions, with quite a few looking angry. A few young black individuals stood up shouting at Asra, "FK, pretty boy." Some also yelled at the opponent, "Smash his face, break his bones." The black audience was particularly furious, and on the arena Asra's opponent was equally enraged. That guy wielded a large sword, appearing as if he wanted to charge directly at Asra. Beep. However, a stern whistle forced him to halt. The official battle had yet to begin. The coach stood by, thoroughly explaining the rules of the match to both competitors. Both fighters had long memorized these common rules, and this was merely a formality. During this process, the opponent kept glaring at Asra with big eyes fixated on him, as if he wanted to swallow Asra whole. Asra remained calm. Even before the fight began, he had already gained a slight advantage. The intense anger of the black opponent would prematurely deplete his stamina. The common weakness of Northstone High competitors was limited endurance. Finally, after the explanation of the rules, the referee glanced at both fighters and swung his hand down. Fight. The opponent, Nightwalker, revealed a sinister grin, his teeth gleaming white. "You're dead." His voice was squeezed out from between his throat, filled with rage. His physique resembled a heavily armored tank as he charged towards Asra with his dual-handed sword. Yet his footsteps were eerily silent, with no sound of movement, even quieter than Asra's. Asra moved towards his opponent with small steps, sword in hand. Everyone thought the opponent's physical abilities would surpass Asra's, but Asra knew just how terrifying his own physical fitness was during this period. Roar. Nightwalker let out a low growl reminiscent of a predatory beast confronting a competitor, exuding intimidation. This deep, terrifying sound made Asra's head feel heavy, but possessing 3 pathways and a unique Series 9, Asra's agility allowed him to adjust almost instantaneously. Swish. The large sword swung down, slicing through the air with a fierce sound. Die. Nightwalker roared, his shout being one of his abilities. In such combat, even affecting the enemy for a moment was enough for his dual-handed sword to strike true. But Asra was far stronger than he had anticipated. His eyes cleared as he dodged at the critical moment. In one fluid motion, he gripped the sword with both hands and aimed for Nightwalker's left arm under his armpit. Crack. A clear sound of bone breaking echoed. Oh. The armor from the Titan Forge offers comprehensive protection. It includes a chest plate, arm guards, wrist guards, a helmet, and leg armor. There is also protection at the joints, which is the main reason why Asra chose not to attack the arm. However, the protection under the armpits is the hardest to achieve. It is even more challenging than the joints, as it only has a layer of anti-stab fabric. At the moment when Asra's sword strikes the targets, a tremendous force was transmitted along the blade. The Titan Forge's protective gear is indeed resilient, but that does not mean the Night Stalker inside is equally durable. The massive force directly fractured his shoulder. The Night Stalker cried out in pain, barely managing to grip his sword. Yet Asra's attack had only just begun. As he thrust upward into his opponent's armpit, he simultaneously extended his lower leg, kicking toward his opponent's calf like a steel pillar. Bang! The collision of their legs combined with the clash of armor produced a thunderous sound. The Night Stalker was charging forward, and it was as if a speeding car had its chassis lifted. He stumbled ahead, nearly falling to the ground. This was another flaw of the Northstone High School athletes. Their bodies were more rigid. Excessive injections of drugs and supplements had caused their muscles and joints to stiffen, and wearing the heavy armor from the Titan Forge exacerbated this flaw. Asra lowered his body and slipped past his opponent, leveraging his superior agility and reflexes to turn and face the side of the Night Stalker. His left leg shot out, kicking into the opponent's knee pit with such force that it brought the staggering Night Stalker to one knee. "Fall down for me," Asra growled, gripping his sword tightly, as if he were about to execute a beheading on the stage. The glimmering sword, infused with immense power, swung directly at the back of his opponent's neck. Crack. Boom. The Class 1C sword struggled to penetrate the Class 1A Titan Forge heavy armor plates. However, the neck guard of this armor was designed for agility, thus reducing its defense. With one strike, the neck guard caved in. Even the harder metal neck guard dented, and the opponent was knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. On one knee, the body of the Night Stalker was slumped over, his head bowed in unconsciousness. Asra stood beside him, leaning on the sword's hilt. The entire arena now resembled a significant and poignant painting. A painting of execution and decapitation. The crowd erupted in chaos. "Waste! What is that fool doing kneeling before others, eh?" Someone in the audience watching the Night Stalker kneel let out an angry roar. But soon after they realized something was wrong, as the Night Stalker remained motionless. He lost. A discerning spectator had already figured it out. The Night Stalker had fainted. That was too fast. Wow, Asra is amazing. He was fortunate, merely unconscious. This was also due to Asra holding back at the last moment, using only a little over 200 kilograms of force. If he had truly exerted his full strength, even with his opponent wearing a neck-guarded heavy armor, Asra could have directly broken the bones in the neck. At that point, it would not merely have been a simple fainting spell. Asra, leaning on his sword, tilted his face toward the referee and said, "I won." The referee, as if waking from a dream, quickly blew the whistle. Ashford contestant number 5 Asra wins. Too fast, it was truly too fast. From the moment the referee lowered his hand, the battle began. By the time Asra ended the fight and took down his opponent, the entire match had officially consumed barely 10 seconds. Moreover, in that scant under 10 seconds, a significant portion was wasted on the two fighters approaching each other. The actual combat between Asra and his opponent and the determination of victory lasted at most 2 seconds. For the referee, he had just gotten ready when the fight ended. The medical staff waiting nearby quickly rushed onto the stage with a stretcher. "Be careful. Watch out for his neck bones." The medical personnel who said this glanced cautiously at Asra nearby. So ruthless. Unconsciously, the medical personnel thought of this term. If the referee had continued to focus on the battle, he would have known what had occurred. The medical staff standing by seemed to have just arrived with their equipment and had barely settled when the battle ended with one contestant possibly having his neck broken. This is too ruthless. The Night Stalker was carefully relieved of his helmet and neck guard. After a simple touch by a doctor, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not broken. But his scapula should be fractured, at least cracked. The group lifted the injured onto the stretcher and quickly carried him away. Asra watched the medical personnel walk away, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. In the mixed martial arts competition, every contestant was covered by medical insurance. In the regular season, each contestant had a free medical allowance of £100,000. If it exceeded that, they would have to bear the cost themselves. Once the regular season ended and the playoffs began, this medical insurance limit would increase to £500,000. By the finals, it seemed that the medical insurance limit would be even higher. Having medical insurance allowed many contestants to feel more at ease, otherwise the poor would always fight with trepidation. After all, high medical expenses are not easy to earn. The injury to this round's opponent's scapula would require at least £30,000 to £40,000 of medical insurance to recover. If one wanted to recover without any side effects and be ready to fight again the following week, it would mean spending even more pounds. Thus, the importance of pounds in mixed martial arts competitions is self-evident. A contestant may be strong, but if he has no money, it means he cannot afford to be injured too much. Otherwise, injuries would continue to accumulate and worsen, and no matter how strong you are, you would eventually be replaced by a substitute. This starkly contrasted with the raucous crowd. In the Ashford preparation room, when the opponent knelt struck by a sword at the back of the neck, several contestants felt a chill at the nape. Coach Carmen stood at the door with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. At this moment, his eyes were vacant, his mouth unconsciously agape, and the cigarette fell to the ground. Did he just win? This can't be right. Is this possible? He won. Asra won. On the substitutes bench, Senna leapt up shouting in celebration. "Wow, Asra is truly fierce. Damn, how could he win so fast?" said Wally, his face pale as if he had eaten a dead rat, his gaze fixed on Asra, who leaned on his sword on the screen. Easily defeating the first opponent. The entire battle did not consume much of Asura's strength, as it was too short. The enemy was much weaker than he had imagined, even though his opponent was clad in great heavy armor. After the referee announced the victor and the opponent was carried away, Asra raised his sword and cast a glance at the audience members who had been insulting him from the stands. His gaze was calm, yet sharp, sweeping around half the arena before he turned and walked down the stage slowly. Every move he made was filled with a decisive aura. "What the hell? What kind of gaze does that kid have?" shouted a spectator. Another burly audience member stood up, pounding his chest like a gorilla, roaring in anger. Unfortunately, Asra paid them no mind. He walked slowly into the passage, heading towards the preparation room. Each match had a 15-minute interval, even for the defender. Having defeated the first opponent, Asra was still uncertain about Coach Carmen's arrangement, whether to have him defend or continue fighting. At the end of the passage, Mr. Carmen stood there with a tactical board. His expression was somewhat complex. Asra had won, but it had been too easy, completely beyond his expectations. Carmen opened the door. Clap, clap, clap. He slowly applauded, a look of approval on his face. "Asra, you did well. You've set a good precedent for us." Asra nodded slightly. Upon entering the preparation room, the other team members turned to look at him. Some applauded while others remained indifferent. Gray glanced at Asra, nodded slightly, and then ignored him. Ivy laughed lightly and clapped. "Asra, you won decisively." Senna clapped the loudest. "Well done, brother. Give them a hard hit." After nodding in acknowledgement, Asra turned to look at Carmen. Carmen was also hesitating, pondering how to arrange the next battle. Should Asra continue to defend, or should Ivy take the field? After some thought, Carmen said to Asra, "Based on their first contestant, their plan might be similar to ours. Their second position is likely the second-ranked contestant, although there's a certain chance it could be someone ranked 4th or 5th, but I think that probability is low." The intense anger of the black opponent would prematurely deplete his stamina. Asra pondered for a moment, then looked at Ivy with a hint of tenderness in his eyes, saying, "Let me have one more match. If I can't win, it's fine. Ew, I'll just help Ivy wear down the opponent's stamina. Ivy, upon hearing this, looked up and revealed a gentle smile. Azura, thank you. As a top hunter, Ivy understood best what to do at this moment. How can you make someone of the opposite sex develop deeper feelings for you? By making them pay a price, whether it be in resources, emotions, time, or money. The more one invests, the greater the sunk cost, and naturally the deeper the feelings will be. Azura's participation in the second battle would not just involve a time cost, he would face a problem. If the opponent is ranked second, he might be defeated or even injured. This represents a potential financial cost along with emotional costs. As for Ivy, she needed Azura to incur these costs to strengthen his feelings for her. Of course, maintaining a relationship is not solely about costs. There's also a need for certain contributions. For instance, Ivy provided a potion at a crucial moment and expressed some emotion. Azura, in turn, was reciprocating Ivy's contribution. Since he crossed over, the relationship between the two has undergone a certain reversal. The current Azura is not the same as before. Carmen nodded slightly upon hearing Azura's words. Although the original plan was for him to step down regardless of whether Azura won or lost. But this time, unexpectedly, Azura concluded the battle too quickly. There was no consumption of stamina or spiritual energy, which left Carmen hesitating. After pondering, Carmen said, since you are willing to continue, then go ahead. He took out the tactical board and said to Azura, now let's make some tactical arrangements. If the opponent is the second-ranked contestant, focus on delaying the battle and exhausting his stamina. If it is the fourth or fifth-ranked contestant, you can arrange it yourself, or defeating them would be the best. Azura nodded and replied, yes, I understand. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The break was over and Azura walked out of the passage, stepping onto the arena. He looked at the opponent's physique and then at the weapon in his hand. Azura shook his head slightly, thinking, should I change to another weapon, perhaps a piercing axe or hammer instead of a longsword? His opponent was another large, muscular man, even bigger than the last. Indeed, this was the second contestant from Nost 1. Information about the second contestant was already swirling in Azura's mind. The basic data of the second contestant indicated that he was from the Raging Wave sequence, number 9 Wave Rider. This was a path and sequence adept at water combat. Most abilities of this sequence would aid in combat on water. However, on land, many of the abilities of this sequence would seem somewhat weaker. In the nation of America, the extraordinary individuals from the Raging Waves path are mostly Navy personnel, Marines, shipping companies, fishermen, and explorers at sea. Especially among the Navy, those from the Raging Waves path are the most numerous. This Wave Rider at Nost 1 High School likely did not choose the Raging Waves path to become a naval officer. His choice of potion was probably influenced by the pharmaceutical company's requirements to test a certain supplement or drug for its assistance to extraordinary individuals from the Raging Waves path. However, even when all are at sequence 9 in this path, the Wave Rider's performance in mixed martial arts competitions is still formidable. Because this path is similar to the Crimson Heat path, providing significant enhancements to physical attributes at sequence 9. This might also be the reason why this Wave Rider could become the second-ranked contestant of Nost 1. He too wore heavy armor from the Titan Forge, but it was different from the previous one. This fellow's armor even enhanced the protection of his joints. Furthermore, this was not a temporary adjustment, but a modification made beforehand. This guy's weapon was a heavy spear. The presence of this weapon made Azura feel somewhat uncomfortable. An inch longer means an inch stronger. The attack range of the spear far exceeded that of the longsword Azura held. Although in a relatively small arena the heavy spear also faced some limitations, it still restrained Azura. The Wave Rider shook the heavy spear in his hand. Azura stared at him, secretly thinking, why is it not mentioned in the information that he is skilled with long weapons? According to the records, this Wave Rider is actually proficient in short weapons. However, the accuracy of such data is not very high. Generally speaking, it is the coaching team of Ashford that gathers the information before the official match begins. The methods used include, but are not limited to, various public data, as well as acquiring information by bribing other students of Noston. Especially the latter, which is particularly effective at Noston. Often one only needs to spend a couple of £100 to gather information about the members of Noston's school team and their combat techniques. The data on this Wave Rider indicates proficiency in short weapons, yet he chose to wield a long weapon upon stepping onto the stage. This leaves only two possibilities. Asra thought either the leaked information is incorrect, and he is also skilled in long weapons, or this fellow has temporarily changed his weapon choice to deal with me. After a brief contemplation, Asra felt that the latter possibility was more likely. This Wave Rider clearly believed he had a high probability of easily defeating Asra. However, due to his physique and preferred attack style, he needed to prevent Asra from wasting too much energy. Therefore, he chose a heavy spear as his weapon. The heavy spear has a large attack range and is considered a heavy weapon. Once it hits Asra, it will not only injure him, but also reduce his mobility. With a swing of the heavy spear, it can almost cover half of the arena. As long as this Wave Rider occupies the center of the stage, he can easily attack Asra. Conversely, Asra may waste more energy trying to evade. When under attack, he would be exhausted and waste even more strength. Meanwhile, the Wave Rider can maintain his position in the center of the arena, thereby reducing his energy consumption. As for the next opponent, he can simply change his weapon or combat style then. After both parties ascended the stage, the Wave Rider stared at Asra coldly, smiling. "You white rat, let's see how long you can withstand under my spear. And don't think you can provoke me like that foolish guy last time. My parents love me very much." Asra chuckled upon hearing this. To be honest, if it weren't for this guy's earlier words, he would still mercilessly strike at the weaknesses of the black fellow. Unfortunately, this guy's weakness was one less. But it's not a big deal. Asra knew far more trash talk than the black fellow anticipated. After preparing for battle, he looked up and down at his opponent, saying, "It seems you are quite clever. You want to use a spear to reduce your energy consumption. I must say you are much smarter than others. I should have changed to a weapon specifically designed to deal with you." The Wave Rider sneered. "Do you think just changing a weapon will allow you to defeat me? I am far stronger than you." Asra nodded lightly, and said, "Of course some weapons do have special advantages against you." The Wave Rider continued to sneer. Asra remarked, "I should switch to a whip. Seeing how smart you are, your ancestors must have picked cotton. With a whip, I might just awaken the memory of your ancestors." "What the hell are you talking about?" The Wave Rider, who had been sneering, now fixed his gaze firmly on Asra. Asra, seemingly unfazed, continued, "Looking at your muscles, it's clear you are quite skilled at picking cotton. Perhaps you really can carry more cotton." The Wave Rider's heavy breathing echoed across the arena as he held the spear in one hand, his fingers tightening around it. One could even hear the creaking sound of his palm rubbing against the spear shaft. The Wave Rider took a deep breath and coldly spat out, "Very well, you white-skinned rat, you have successfully provoked me. This time I will clear your medical insurance coverage completely. I hope you have purchased medical insurance separately." Asra chuckled lightly at this, completely unconcerned. In the Ashford High School preparation room, everyone was watching the situation in the arena. Avis was stunned, her mouth slightly agape, her gaze somewhat dazed. She turned to Susan beside her and said, "Asra, he really knows how to talk. How did I never notice this before? I never realized he could be so vicious in his speech." Susan chuckled softly, saying, "Maybe you should learn from him. It's quite a good strategy. Especially when dealing with black fellows, perhaps with just a few words you could incite their anger and save a lot of energy." Avis frowned and said softly, "But won't such words be considered racist?" Susan nodded slightly. "Of course, some people will definitely think you are being racist, which carries risks. But at the same time, there are also benefits. Some organizations' admission assessments are indeed related to racial discrimination." Avis shook her head and said, "Forget it. Compared to the benefits, I feel the risks are greater. I want to take a more approachable route." Susan nodded in agreement, choosing not to say more. Gray, upon hearing Asra's words, kept nodding, his chin slightly raised. Although Asra's combat power may be somewhat lacking, his philosophy is correct, and he is quite bold. If he can maintain this, I might secretly bring him under my wing. On the stage, as the referee finished stating the last rule, the Wave Rider, dragging his heavy spear, rushed straight to the center of the arena, intending to occupy it as his territory. Asra's words, although infuriating him greatly, did not affect his battle strategy. Only victory is what this Wave Rider needs. "Your mouth is quite nimble. Once I smash all your teeth out with my heavy spear, I hope you can still talk so sweetly." The Wave Rider successfully seized the center of the arena. He stood with his feet apart, holding the spear aloft, its tip pointed diagonally at Asra. The spear trembled slightly, not due to the Wave Rider's nervousness, but because he was adapting to the spear's balance. Seeing this scene, Asra understood. Indeed, this guy had temporarily changed his weapon. While he might also use a spear, he certainly wasn't proficient in it. With this thought in mind, Asra did not rush forward. He moved slowly around the edge of the arena like a predator testing the warning range of its prey. Meanwhile, the Wave Rider kept the spear pointed at him, his feet slowly pivoting in tandem with Asra's movements, ensuring he remained at the center of the arena. Asra understood that the opponent aimed to occupy this position, using the length of his spear to control the entire arena. The Wave Rider does not need to initiate an attack. He merely needs to wait for Asra to enter the attack range, using the simplest methods to exhaust or even defeat him. Asra halted his steps. His opponent stood sideways, holding a spear defensively. Asra pointed his sword at his opponent and said, "Your heavy spear isn't your usual weapon, is it? If you were using your preferred weapon, I might feel some pressure, but right now, you are nothing but a waste. Are you ready?" The Wave Rider did not respond, but the cold smile on his face seemed to answer for him. Asra advanced with his sword, his opponent's gaze vigilant. Taking another step forward, Asra entered the Wave Rider's attack range. The spear tip shot forward in an instant, as swift as a snake strike. Asra sidestepped to evade the heavy spear, grazing past his chest plate, stirring a chilling gust of wind. Asra did not retreat. Instead, he took 2 more steps forward. The Wave Rider's second attack followed closely, the heavy spear sweeping horizontally. Whoosh! The sharp whistle of the heavy spear slicing through the air was heard. The spear swung in a half circle, covering nearly half the arena, while Asra crouched down, allowing the spear to whiz over his head. He rolled forward, continuing to close the distance to the Wave Rider. However, the Wave Rider reacted swiftly, retracting his spear and striking down with the spear's tail. Asra swung his sword to block. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed across the arena. The Wave Rider's strength was immense, and the force of the heavy spear's strike left Asra's palms numb. The muscle-bound opponent's strength was greater than Asra had anticipated. Yet Asra did not retreat. Instead, he used the force of the blow to slide sideways, once again closing in. Now the Wave Rider frowned. The heavy spear had a greater attack range, but it was also heavier, limiting him in close combat. He had just executed 3 consecutive strikes, each using all his strength to try to force his opponent back or inflict serious damage. But Asra not only did not retreat, he was getting closer. If I let this guy enter my attack range, then. The Wave Rider took a deep breath, stepping back, his arms exerting force as he swung the heavy spear like a swimming dragon. He no longer pursued a single blow to defeat the enemy, but instead aimed to weave the spear tip into an impenetrable net in front of him with each of Asra's advances. Each thrust retained some power, and each sweep connected to the next transformation. He aimed to keep Asra at a safe distance. Asra began to move back and forth continuously, seemingly restricted by the Wave Rider's attacks. He retreated rhythmically and purposefully, keeping an eye on his opponent's footsteps and breathing. In his observation, the Wave Rider's endurance was far stronger than he had imagined. The reason for this was simple. In the information collected by Ashford, there were records of the Wave Rider's abilities from the Raging Waves Pathway Sequence 9. Although most of the Wave Rider's abilities, such as water flow, perception, tidal intuition, moist recovery, aquatic empathy, waterproof skin, and master of swimming, were best utilized in water or near water. They also possessed a core ability called enhanced lung capacity. This ability allowed the Wave Rider to hold their breath longer, enabling survival underwater without an oxygen tank for over half an hour by merely holding their breath. Thus, even under such attacks, this Wave Rider could maintain decent endurance because each breath he took absorbed more oxygen. However, at this moment, the Wave Rider felt a hint of regret. I shouldn't have chosen the heavy spear. He is intentionally exhausting my stamina. This guy is not trying to defeat me. He's creating opportunities for his teammates. Meanwhile, in the Northstone High School preparation room, his coach's expression was equally grim. He muttered softly, "Fool, why are you still defending? Attack proactively, compress his space, don't waste stamina here." Unfortunately, his voice could not reach the arena. Once the competitors took the stage, the coach could no longer provide guidance during the fight. Everything had to wait for the athlete's actions. The Wave Rider realized his decision was flawed and began to think and arrange the same way as his coach. He started to advance, no longer holding the center of the arena, beginning to compress Asra's movement space. Asra was not flustered. His movements remained swift as he continually retreated, preserving his evasion space. Just as he was about to be compressed to his limit, he rolled and evaded, quickly shifting to another area, a larger space for movement. He kept a keen eye on his opponent's footsteps and breathing. The stamina consumed by the opponent's heavy spear gradually accumulated, even though his endurance was higher than other Northstone High School members. But the weight of the heavy spear was also a significant drain. Strikes came one after another, 10 times, 20, 30, 50 times. Asra kept moving, wearing down his opponent's stamina. Finally, heaven did not disappoint the diligent. During a new shift, the Wave Rider's offensive showed a slight delay. This moment was extremely brief, so short that ordinary people could hardly perceive it, but Asra caught it. A change in expression appeared on his face for the first time since stepping onto the stage. The Wave Rider, who was always vigilant, thought not good. Indeed, Asra's movements changed. He did not charge directly at his opponent, but dashed sideways, then suddenly pivoted back. The Wave Rider focused intently on Asra and instinctively swung the spear to sweep, but this strike was a beat slower than before. Asra was quick. He crouched to evade and charged forward again, directly entering the blind spot of the heavy spear's attack. He was too close now, within 3 steps of his opponent. When the long sword faced the heavy spear at this distance, it was the Wave Rider holding the spear who was restricted. The Wave Rider attempted to retreat to create distance, but Asra gave him no opportunity. The long sword transformed into a beam of light, attacking the Wave Rider. Asra mobilized his spiritual energy, using the ability Source of Light Ignition. The venue was open air, and the sun was shining brightly. Whoosh! A flame ignited on the long sword, transforming it into a flaming sword. The flame's temperature wasn't too high, but it still distorted the surrounding air. The fire obstructed the Wave Rider's vision, and its properties made him detest it intensely. Kill! Asra growled, the flaming long sword leaving a trail of fire behind it. In the arena, the moment the flames ignited on Asra's long sword, it instantly erupted into chaos. What the hell? What the hell is this? Is this really a high school student? Someone shouted, "What sequence is this? This is so against the rules, report it. I want to report it. Refund, damn it, refund." Inside the preparation room, as both sides engaged in battle, the Ashford team members anxiously watched the unfolding situation. When the Zillang stepped onto the stage with a heavy spear, Coach Carmen's brow furrowed deeply. In an instant, he understood the opponent's intention. They aimed to minimize their stamina consumption by utilizing the attack range of the heavy spear. Carmen crossed his arms holding the tactical board to one side, and silently thought, I hope Asra doesn't act impulsively. After the battle commenced, Asra's 3 probing moves made Carmen break a sweat for him, due to their perilous nature. Senna clenched his fists, not daring to make a sound, as if afraid his voice would disrupt Asra. Beside him, Wally wore a cold smile, and whispered to Senna, Asra is finished, the opponent is ranked 2nd, and the heavy spear will restrain him. This time I feel he will definitely exhaust his medical insurance quota. Senna turned to Wally, snorted coldly, even if Asra can't win, he can just admit defeat. After all, he has already won 1 match. Wally sneered, I hope he manages to admit defeat in time. Soon the battle on the field began to change. Asra abandoned the idea of quickly defeating his opponent, and chose to wear down his opponent's stamina instead. Asra nodded slightly. Upon entering the preparation room, the other team members turned to look at him. Some applauded while others remained indifferent. Asra is smart, he wants to exhaust the opponent's stamina for— Asra nodded slightly. Upon entering the preparation room, the other team members turned to look at him. Some applauded while others remained. However, if he can exhaust the opponent's stamina, that would be a great choice. Ivy pondered for a moment, and said, it seems I need to express my gratitude to Asra later. Let me think about it. I'll chat with him in an appreciative tone. I believe he will be very happy. Susan raised her eyebrows and nodded slightly. Mr. Carmen also looked satisfied, his previously tense brow finally relaxed, and he sat down. He addressed everyone. Look at Asra's tactical choice, it's excellent. Once you realize you can't defeat your opponent, you should choose to exhaust their stamina, leaving the enemy for the next teammate. We are a team, only by defeating all opponents can we achieve victory. Yes, coach. Everyone responded in succession. On the field, Asra's flame longsword aimed straight for the Zolang's throat, who hurriedly raised his spear to block. Clang. With a crisp sound, the spear shaft intercepted the longsword, but Asra took the opportunity to fiercely slash down along the spear. Zolang's vision was obstructed by Asra's flames, and it was too late to let go. Oh! A scream of agony erupted, and despite the protection of his gloves, all 4 fingers of Zolang's were fractured. Had it not been for the protective guard, all 4 fingers might have been severed. But ignoring the pain, Zolang's released one hand from the spear and swung a punch toward Asra's face. Asra dodged by tilting his head, holding the longsword with both hands in reverse, and struck fiercely at Zolang's abdomen with the weighted end. Zolang's let out a muffled grunt and staggered back. Asra pressed the attack, his longsword relentlessly slashing at the weak points of the Titan Forge's armor, joints, throat, and even directly stabbing towards Zolang's face. This forced Zolang's to raise his hands to block, and while doing so, Asra swiftly adjusted the attack position, lifting up and then striking down decisively. The flames scorched the Titan Forge's armor, and Asra's attacks were as swift as lightning, continually unleashing powerful strikes, turning the tide of the battle. Moreover, he was still targeting Zolang's fractured hand with relentless attacks. With a powerful kick to the opponent's knee, he thrust his sword with all his might. This time he chose a gap in the chest armor of the Titan Forge. With a screech accompanied by a sound that made one cringe, the Class 1C longsword fiercely pierced through the Class 1A armor. The longsword penetrated the armor and stabbed into Zolang's abdomen. Asra extinguished the flames, but the sword's high temperature still elicited a scream from the opponent. As he withdrew the longsword, Zolang's collapsed, clutching his abdomen. He painfully gasped for air, panic in his eyes as he looked down at his wound. There was a torn wound in his protective gear, and he even suspected that some of his internal organs had been burned. Asra, holding the sword, stepped back. You lost. Call for medical assistance. You still have a chance. Zolang's covering his bleeding abdomen looked pale. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately lowered his head in despair. The referee, who had been closely watching the battlefield, immediately blew the whistle. Asra wins. The medical personnel nearby rushed over to carry Zolang's away. This guy was injured too severely. If it were merely a stab to the abdomen, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Asra's longsword had been heated to a high temperature. Now it's uncertain whether this kid's medical insurance quota will suffice. The previously noisy venue fell silent after Asra pierced through his opponent's armor. Many people were so shocked they instinctively covered their heads. Thick gift crab. Will his stomach be cooked directly? This kid is too ruthless. Motherfucker. Many spectators watched as Asra walked off the stage and back into the corridor. After 2 consecutive victories, Asra's stamina consumption wasn't particularly severe. However, his spiritual energy was over half consumed, and using the light source to ignite took a heavy toll on it, especially since he needed to maintain the flames. But that was enough. He had secured 2 victories for Ashford, and it seemed that even if he wanted to take the stage again, he wouldn't be allowed. Inside the preparation room, the reactions of everyone varied upon seeing Asra defeat his opponent once again. Senna jumped up excitedly. Well done, brother. Oh ho! He roared like a gorilla. Wally's face, however, looked exceptionally grim, as if he had eaten a dead rat. He snorted coldly, no longer watching Asra's actions. He was infuriated. If anyone wanted Asra to lose and get injured the most aside from the opposing high school team member from Northstone, it would have to be Wally. But the outcome was in stark contrast to his expectations. Mr. Carmen excitedly clenched his fist. Fantastic. This is how it should be, like Asra fiercely taking down the opponents and exhausting their medical insurance. This way their subsequent participants will become more cautious and timid when they realize they can't win. Ivy, who was receiving private medical care, had her mouth pouted, but quickly let it go. She huffed angrily. I thought he was helping me exhaust the opponent's stamina. I didn't expect it was for himself. I really misjudged him. When Asra returned to the preparation room, he was greeted warmly by Carmen. Carmen lightly punched Asra's chest and said, "Well done, Asra. You set a great precedent for us. After winning 2 consecutive matches, you don't need to participate in the third. Let the other classmates take over." Asra nodded. No problem. Senna approached and smiled at Asra, saying, "Brother, you were absolutely amazing, winning 2 matches in a row." Senna came forward and draped an arm around Asra's shoulder, only to be taken aback. "You haven't even broken a sweat." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the room changed. The previous battle wasn't too short. Combat and training consume physical stamina in very different ways. During a fight, the physical energy expenditure is significantly higher, especially in the arena where Asra and his opponent engaged in back-and-forth probing, attacking, and defending. In such circumstances, not only is there a significant physical drain, but the mental strain is also considerable. Yet after a round of fighting, to not have sweated at all is truly remarkable. Everyone understood what this meant. It indicated that Asra faced little pressure in this battle. Everything was within his control. Ivy stood up and approached Asra, smiling gently. "Asra, you were fantastic this time. You've made a significant contribution to Ashford. It seems your progress has been substantial recently." Asra replied, "It was all due to the opponent's poor decision-making. If he hadn't been a heavy spear user, I might not have been his match. Unfortunately, I can't exhaust the energy of your next opponent for you." Ivy said softly, "It's fine. You've already done well, defeating 2 opponents, one of whom was ranked 2nd. This means my upcoming enemies won't be strong either." She gently patted Asra's shoulder and asked, "Would you like my medical staff to help you with recovery?" Asra looked up at Ivy's medical staff, shook his head slightly, and said, "No need, I haven't sustained any injuries." Ivy did not press further. Coach Carmen approached and began to explain the upcoming tactical arrangements to Ivy. Currently, the 2nd and 3rd ranked competitors from Northstone High School had been defeated by Asra. Only the 1st, 4th, and 5th ranked competitors remained. Moreover, the 1st ranked competitor was likely to be the last one standing, which would leave Ivy's opponents with little resistance. Both Carmen and the other team members felt very relaxed about this battle. When Ivy took the stage, her opponent was indeed the 4th ranked competitor. This competitor was stronger than Ivy and larger in size, but his only advantage was that he lacked agility, was slow to react, and his gear was too heavy. Although his defense was high, it was of little use, rendering him merely a target. Ivy's equipment and weapons were of 1S grade, the limit for high school mixed martial arts competitions. She didn't engage in trash talk. Once the battle began, she took down her opponent in just 30. Her opponent didn't even touch the hem of her clothing. Ivy's 2nd match was against the 5th ranked competitor. This battle ended even more swiftly, lasting less than 20 seconds from start to finish. The final result was that the opponent's chest armor was directly torn apart by Ivy's weapon. This immediately darkened the coach's expression at Northstone High School. The 1A grade armor from the Ancestral Titan Forge was directly destroyed in this battle, with Asra breaking one and Ivy breaking another. This made the already limited resources of Northstone Public High School even more strained. In the final battle, their last competitor chose to forfeit without any suspense. Ashford High School only deployed 2 competitors and directly defeated 4 of their opponents. It was still uncertain whether Ivy would step down. If she doesn't step down, it would be 4 against 1. Even if she does step down, it would be 3 against 1. The other 2 competitors from Ashford, no matter how useless, would still drain the enemy's stamina. Rather than exposing their strongest competitors' information without achieving victory, it would be better to forfeit directly. After the referee announced Ashford High School's victory, the audience in the stands immediately erupted in a clamor. Many began to shout, "Useless, you bunch of useless fools, you're losing money. Cowards, why aren't you getting on the stage?" Clearly, these were people who had placed bets on the local gambling scene. Major betting companies obviously looked down on such regular matches and wouldn't set up betting for them. Typically, large betting companies only establish betting during the playoffs. However, there were still small betting games set up locally in this city. The strength gap between Ashford High School and Northstone High School wasn't large. There were quite a few spectators in the stands losing money. Apart from those who bet on the outcome, everyone else who bet on the score lost their stakes. Who would have guessed that Northstone High School's last competitor would forfeit? In a corner of the stands, the expressions of the local gambling company staff were completely different from those of the other spectators. "Well done, we made a fortune this time. Good job." Another person said, "These idiots actually dared to bet on the scores, haha, they all guessed wrong." Some who bet on the scores, even if they bet on Ashford winning, did not expect the match to end up as a 4-0. After the battle concluded, Asra and the others began to board the bus, leaving the city. 10 regular matches, one every week. After finishing with Norston High School, Asra and the others had a week to train and improve themselves. Upon returning to school, Mr. Carmen approached Asra with a training plan. He said, Asra, you surprised me greatly in this battle. In the coming week, I will adjust your training plan, increasing the intensity by 10. This will be tough, but I hope you can stick with it. Asra took the new training plan to review. This new plan was comprehensive, covering everything from neural response to basic physical training. If paired with the supplements Asra could currently use, the next week would still be a time for rapid improvement for him. After pondering for a moment, Asra said, 10 isn't suitable. Mr. Carmen frowned. If you can't endure just a 10 increase, how can you hope to attend a prestigious school? Asra replied calmly, 10 is too little, increase it to 25. Dedi City. FBI agents Ma Nan and Xiao are once again working late into the night inside the office. Ma Nan leaned back in his chair, his face full of fatigue. Days of overtime and sleepless nights had left him looking quite haggard. Even his beard, which he used to trim meticulously every day, had grown back, making him appear at least 5 years older. He grabbed the cigarette box lying on the table, opened it, and despondently tossed it aside. Fuck. Xiao, sitting not far away, saw the discarded box and shook his head slightly, tossing over his own cigarette. Smoke mine. Ma Nan pulled one out, lit it, and took a deep drag, savoring the taste of tobacco filling his lungs. He turned his chair to look at the map hanging nearby. Amidst the smoke, Ma Nan's gaze appeared somewhat lost as he said, damn, I have no clue at all. This was a large map, at least 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, depicting the urban area of Dedi City. On the map, there were various markers, some with photographs, others circled in red marker. In the upper right corner of the map, there was a particularly conspicuous mark. There were as many as 6 or 7 photographs here. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these photos were incredibly gruesome, chaotic, and filthy. For an ordinary person, just a glance would induce discomfort. There was a sense of special mental pollution present. The most prominent image in the center was taken from a slightly farther distance, capturing the entire scene. In the photo, one could see a gruesome sight. A gigantic totem composed of many bodies intertwined. The corpses were naked, their chests torn open, and all of their hearts were missing. Their hearts, however, were placed in the center of the totem, stacked to form a special altar. Moreover, each heart bore bite marks as if flesh had been gnawed away. Additionally, their necks were mutilated, their tracheas torn out and used as ropes. In addition to this most comprehensive photo, there were other detailed images. For instance, injuries on the corpses and the bite marks on the hearts. Details of the entire totem were also included. These individuals had no particular connections. There were men, women, and children. This presented a significant challenge for Ma Nan and Xiao in solving the case. In this room, there were over 20 FBI agents like Ma Nan and Xiao, each extraordinary in their own right. Under their command, the manpower mobilized could number in the hundreds. After a long period of searching and investigation, they had no leads whatsoever. The identities of all the victims had been uncovered during this time. The gathered information was enough to fill an entire room. During this time, Ma Nan and his fellow FBI agents had devoted themselves entirely to finding their commonalities. Ma Nan lit a cigarette and stood before the map, exhaling a plume of smoke. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. I know what their commonality is. As soon as Ma Nan spoke, he instantly drew the attention of others. A weary-looking officer in a white shirt approached, asking what do they have in common. They are all normal people. Ma Nan took a deep drag, tossing the cigarette, but aside, white smoke slowly billowing from his nostrils. What do you mean? The officer's brows furrowed. Ma Nan replied, look at their profiles. Most of these individuals are from the South District, with only 5 from the North District of Dedi City. We all know what the South District is like. There are many poor people there, meaning there are few normal individuals. But what do we see? All of these victims had no criminal records. They had expectations and plans for the future. They have families, their incomes, while lacking commonality, are stable enough. They are a group of normal people with families, loved ones, and dreams. As soon as Ma Nan finished speaking, the others quickly flipped through the materials, reviewing the reports on these individuals. The officer also grabbed a document, and after reading it, his expression gradually brightened. Indeed, this is their commonality. Ma Nan reignited a cigarette and said, we've been misled all along. He pointed to the locations on the map where the victims had gone missing, stating the time of the disappearances of these victims was almost within half a month, indicating they had been targeted long ago. Then the murderer in a short time kidnapped all these victims and hid them. We had not found any connections on the map before, but now we have. Several more people stood behind the officer, who asked, please continue. Ma Nan exhaled a puff of smoke, saying the South District. The candidates that fit his hunting targets are decreasing. He pointed to each victim, noting that their disappearance locations were gradually approaching the North District, especially among the 5 victims who were residents of the North District. He said in the murderer's initial choices the South District was his target, but there are too few normal people there. Clearly, with this, the quantity he needs is insufficient. So what can he do? He can only shift his targets to the North District. His hideout should be in a certain location in the South District where he kidnaps the victims, ultimately kills them, and performs sacrifices. This is a powerful, extraordinary individual, possibly serving a powerful evil entity, and these victims are his offerings. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room began to think quickly. Ma Nan extinguished his cigarette, saying meaningfully the information from the church mentioned that they sensed a powerful and evil aura, and they inferred that this ritual had not been completely finished. I find this point very convincing. The officer's expression changed instantly, becoming even more grim. He asked, "Do you mean he will continue to commit crimes in the future?" Ma Nan nodded heavily, saying, "We can make reasonable inferences. If his sacrificial ritual has not been wholly concluded, that means he will continue to start kidnapping victims in the near future. If I'm not mistaken, it could be 33 people." Hiss. As soon as Ma Nan's words were spoken, everyone in the room gasped in shock. They simultaneously felt as if their heads were about to explode. 33 people, missing 33 sacrifices. This was not a major problem for the FBI. In Dedi City, people die unexpectedly and go missing every day. But this time is different. The ones missing are all normal people. They all have families and stable jobs, meaning they can exert pressure on them. The reason they are working so intensely now is due to the pressure from the 5 families in the North District. Ma Nan said meaningfully the South District may not be able to find suitable offerings anymore. Ma Nan's words tightened the hearts of all the FBI agents in the room. If a sacrificial incident involving 33 people occurred again, it would be as if the sky had fallen for them. Not only them, but the state police would also feel the consequences. The pressure was not just on the FBI, the state police, where the missing persons had been reported, faced even more intense scrutiny. The reason they were so overwhelmed was not only because this case was significant and fraught with issues, but also due to the involvement of sacrifices and powerful entities. Another factor was the pressure from the families involved. The FBI was relatively better off, but the state police were worse off because their welfare was tied to donations from the surrounding communities. The community leaders of the families were urging the state police to handle the cases promptly. After analyzing Ma Nan's comments, the officer in a white shirt broke into a cold sweat. He leaned against the table and turned to his agents, saying, "Quick, inform the state police about this news, especially regarding the recent missing persons cases in the Northern District." The officer said solemnly, "Everyone keep your spirits up. We must catch the criminals as soon as possible, otherwise the congressman will come after us." For them, this sacrificial case, involving 33 people, mostly concerned individuals from the Southern District. The pressure was not too great for them yet, but if the killer continued to strike, the situation would worsen. Congressmen could strip them of their positions. Everyone's face turned pale as they envisioned this terrifying outcome. The agents hurriedly compiled various materials, some quickly downing strong coffee to stay alert. Everyone was busy, the conference room filled with smoke, almost as if they had entered a foggy dream. Working into the night, they finally found some clues among the documents. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed, shaking the very air and resonating throughout a large part of Deton City. Inside the conference room, all the agents turned their gazes toward the source of the explosion. Moments later, an invisible wave emanated from the explosion site. Wow! In the night, a ripple spread from the center of the explosion, filled with an aura of spirituality. The agents' faces changed dramatically upon encountering this ripple. "There! That's the church!" a panicked voice exclaimed. "Oak Church! No way, the church can't be in trouble. Calm down. Call and inquire immediately or find out exactly what happened." Although the officer's face was grim, he still forced himself to maintain control of the situation. An agent quickly dialed the nearest police station to the church. "What happened? Why was there an explosion?" On the other end of the line, a panicked voice responded, "The church, Oak Church, has exploded." Hiss! The sound of synchronized gasps filled the conference room. The church's explosion was not a trivial matter. The explosion of Oak Church was an even greater crisis. This was because Oak Church was a medium-sized church significant to the Deton City government, the church, and the public. The officer held his head in his hands. Damn. How could there be a problem at Oak Church? At this moment, panic and fear consumed the hearts of all the agents. In America, the role of a church goes beyond merely conveying faith. Many large churches often serve multiple functions. The church operates through 3 main avenues: the Holy See, the Purifying Flame, and the Temple Knights. Since the Middle Ages, they have not only been a simple faith institution, but a colossal entity above the nation. Beneath some large cathedrals, there are entrances to the underground world. Beneath Oak Church lies an entrance suppressing the underworld. And now at this moment, the Oak Cathedral has exploded. The FBI agents in the conference room felt as though the sky had fallen. At this moment, it was as if a disaster had struck. The original main church of Oak Church was a magnificent structure, standing 80 meters tall. The white main building, bathed in sunlight during the day, exuded a sacred aura. There were several auxiliary buildings surrounding it, but they were not open to ordinary worshippers. However, tonight, this magnificent church was ablaze. The main structure of the church had been blown down by half, and the remaining half was teetering on the brink of collapse. The other buildings suffered even more severe damage. Inside the church, the ruins were everywhere, engulfed in flames. Many parts still revealed scattered, exploded corpses. The closer one got to the center of the church, the smaller the bodies became. Outside, there were also corpses of priests and temple knights. Some bodies were relatively intact, but their lives had already slipped away. At the center of the explosion, a dangerous-looking area resembling a vortex could be seen. This was the entrance to the underground world suppressed by Oak Church. And now the seal here had been broken, like a constantly rippling water surface disturbed by mist and whirlpools. A ferocious figure leapt out from the whirlpool below. It was a demon wolf. Its massive body stood at least 3 meters tall, and beneath its fur large dark scales were visible. Owl! The demon wolf howled towards the sky, emitting a long wolf howl. It swiftly looked around and darted forward. From the whirlpool behind, more waves were continuously emerging. Swoosh! Several more demon wolves sprang out, some rushing straight out. Others stopped to gnaw on the surrounding dead bodies, particularly the corpses of the clergy, most of whom were sequences possessing spiritual material within them. Many corpses' entrails had already been devoured by the creatures that had surged from the underground world. Emerging from the underground were not only demon wolves, but also other monstrous beings. A ferocious wyvern flapped its wings as it burst forth from the whirlpool. Screech! A sharp cry echoed as the wyvern ascended into the sky. The power emanating from this wyvern surpassed that of many lower-tier sequences. It was at least comparable to a Sequence 7 being. Yet as soon as the wyvern took off, a brilliant flame shot from afar. Boom! The fireball that fell from the sky struck the wyvern, obliterating it. The remnants of the flames scattered, falling into the whirlpool, igniting several demon creatures that had just emerged, and causing them to emit piercings. In the air, a red-robed clergy member flew toward them. Wearing a crown and bearing an exceptionally furious expression, he gazed upon the explosion at the church and the whirlpool to the underground world. The Cardinal of Detin City had arrived. Damn it! He summoned his spiritual power, and in the next moment a dazzling platinum beam of light illuminated him. The beam reached hundreds of meters high, growing thicker as it ascended, resembling a massive golden funnel. A grand light figure with wings appeared, descending directly from above the beam. Boom! A silent wave came forth, and an immense pressure was released from this red-robed clergy member. Around him, large clusters of platinum divine runes gathered, while behind the red-robed clergy member a pair of immense, white shadowy wings suddenly unfurled. Especially the latter, which is particularly effective at no stun. Often one only needs to spend a couple of £100 to gather information about. As the sound of the explosion echoed, Asra was meditating at home, enhancing and training his spiritual essence. Suddenly the explosion jolted him out of his meditative state. With a look of confusion, Asra gazed in the direction of the explosion. In the next moment, a wave emanating from the center of the explosion surged toward him. Asra's eyes instantly became clear. What is happening? He could distinctly sense a faint spiritual energy from the wave. At the same time, a notification sound from Zero rang in his ears. Ding. Energy detected, slowly charging. Asra stared in astonishment at Zero's notification. This was the first time he had discovered that Zero could charge without consuming potions. However, after glancing at the charging progress, Asra expressionlessly turned it off. The charging speed was too slow, the progress bar completely stagnant. At this rate, it would take at least a week to accumulate enough energy for a network search. He no longer paid attention to it. At that moment, Asra felt somewhat perplexed. What has happened? What exploded? He stepped out of his room, climbed the stairs to the rooftop, and looked in the direction from which the explosion sound came. Although it was far away, he could still see parts of the awakening. The dark night seemed to be torn apart. In the distance, he could see a towering firelight. The sight in the sky made Asra's eyes widen. A platinum-colored inverted triangle of light descended from the sky. Within the light, a massive figure with wings fell from high above, its body continuously shrinking. Once it shrank to a certain size, Asra could no longer see anything with his eyes. However, this scene left his mind shaken. He had always thought that the sequences were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. But hearing that Sequence 8 and Sequence 7 could be killed by bullets, he assumed that the subsequent enhancements were probably average. With wings, could this be an angel? Should I frequently go to church to pray? In his past life, Asra as an atheist. With wings, could this be an angel? Should I frequently go to church to pray? In his past life, Asra as an atheist scoffed at faith and such things. At most, he believed in the god of wealth or something similar. But today, seeing the angelic light from the church made him wonder, can this still be explained by science? Asra's worldview was shaken, and he stared into the distance. But it was too far. After that light descended, he could see nothing. Even the firelight was rapidly diminishing. Asra thought, where was the explosion? It can't be the church, right? What happened? Why would there be a major explosion in the city? And it even gave Zero a chance to charge. Could it be that some hidden spiritual energy reservoir exploded? Asra pondered wildly, but found no answers. Eventually, he shook his head and stopped observing the situation in the distance. However, even after returning indoors, the events were far from over. The once peaceful night became exceptionally noisy. In the distance, the sounds of intense gunfire reverberated, and the booming of cannons echoed far into the night sky. That night, who knows how many people would suffer from insomnia. The next morning, Asra returned to school. He was simply too curious about what had happened the previous night. During the bus ride, the students were buzzing with excitement, discussing the events. Even upon entering the school, many continued to talk about it. Did you hear about the huge explosion last night? Could it be an explosion at some armory? I heard something happened over by the church. The discussions among these ordinary students did not help Asra understand the truth. During a break in the morning class, Asra chatted with Senna, asking, "Do you know what happened yesterday?" Senna shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I don't know either, but you must be careful, Asra. This explosion, along with the intense gunfire yesterday, might have involved the National Guard. This is definitely not a trivial matter." Asra nodded. He summarized all the clues: first the explosion, then the angel-like light he saw, and finally the fierce gunfire. Senna provided another clue indicating that the National Guard had been mobilized. This was no ordinary matter. It signified at least a large-scale violent conflict. He just didn't know whether it was a terrorist attack or something else. After the morning class, many students' curiosity remained unquenched. Senna provided another clue indicating that the National Guard had been mobilized. This was no ordinary matter. It signified at least a large... Coach Carmen came to arrange Asra's training. At this moment, Asra also asked, "Mr. Carmen, do you know what happened last night?" Carmen shook his head, but glanced around before saying, "I'm not sure about the specifics, but it's not good. You shouldn't wander around the city during this time. Aside from school and home, it's best not to go anywhere else, especially not to unfamiliar places." Asra furrowed his brow and asked, "Mr. Carmen, is it that dangerous?" Carmen sighed, wanting to say something, but held back, finally saying, "These things you can't understand yet. You'll know when you go to college. Knowing too much now won't benefit you. Just focus on your training. Preparing for the next match is what you should prioritize." Asra raised an eyebrow, but ultimately nodded. The afternoon training proceeded as usual, and discussions within the Mixed Martial Arts Club continued. Asra focused his attention on training. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed nearby. Susan had arrived. A thought flashed through Asra's mind. At least within the Mixed Martial Arts Club, the only one who frequently appeared wearing high heels was Susan. Susan's voice called out. After finishing a set of movements, Asra turned to look at her. Susan's expression was different from her usual calm. Today there was a hint of worry on her brow. This made Asra feel a sense of foreboding. Susan said, "Asra, recently Dedi City is not safe. Iris will not be coming to school for the next few days and will be studying at home. Iris asked me to inform you that if possible, you should also pay attention to your safety in the coming days." Asra, upon hearing this, asked in a deep voice, "Susan, what exactly happened? Is it related to yesterday's explosion?" Noticing Asra's confusion, Susan pondered for a moment and thought, "Since I've already shared part of it, I might as well explain a bit more. Of the underground world of Dedi City." Asra wore a bewildered expression. "The underground world? What on earth is that? Is this even still a planet? Extraordinary paths and the exceptional may have appeared, but now an underground world has emerged." Noticing Asra's confusion, Susan pondered for a moment and thought, "Since I've already shared part of it, I might as well explain a bit more." She then said to Asra, "Follow me." With that, she led Asra to Iris' training room. Inside the training room, there was currently no one present. Iris didn't come to school today, and not just her gray was also absent. Asra thought about this and felt that the problem this time seemed rather significant. Once inside the training room, Susan remarked, "Generally speaking, knowledge about the underground world is something you'll begin to encounter after you enter university. However, this is an unexpected event, and I think it's best to inform you about it so you take it seriously." Asra nodded and replied, "Thank you, Sister Susan, I will take it seriously." Susan then slowly explained, "The world we inhabit is not limited to just what is before our eyes. Ordinary people believe that this world consists only of what is in front of them, which we collectively refer to as the material realm. After consuming potions and becoming extraordinary, we gain access to the spiritual realm, the domain of spirits and souls. The underground world, however, is another layer of the material world, vast and still unexplored to its boundaries. Is it because the underground is too dark that no one has reached its boundary?" Asra furrowed his brow and asked. Susan smiled slightly and said, "Of course not, the underground is not dark. On the contrary, it is quite similar to the surface. The underground world has both day and night, yet differs from our surface world. During the daytime, the world is illuminated by a gray-white cold light, while the night brings absolute darkness. Even those with night vision abilities will find their sight severely impaired in such darkness. The underground world is immensely vast with its unique ecology, and it has a more apparent connection to the spiritual realm, which leads to a certain phenomenon. Creatures from the underground world generally possess extraordinary abilities, their bodies stronger, with some organs even transformed into spiritual organs. This makes some creatures from the underground world resemble terrifying weapons of war, even mythological beings." Asra asked a crucial question. Does this mean our paths are connected to the underground? Susan nodded meaningfully and replied, they are connected, yet also not. These creatures from the underground world are collectively referred to as demons. Since ancient times, there have been many passages connecting the underground world to the surface, making survival difficult for ancient humans. The original deities chose to assist humanity, known as God, who drove away some of the demons from the surface and fought many powerful beings akin to deities. His followers established churches to protect humanity, leading to significant advancements in human civilization. With the emergence of churches, kingdoms, and societies, people hunted demons to gain spiritual powers and organs. In ancient times, humanity boldly experimented, giving birth to the first extraordinary beings. However, many more perished due to spiritual or extraordinary organ chaos, pollution, and corruption. As time passed, more solutions were tested at the cost of lives. Asra asked, is this what the potions are? Susan nodded. Yes, these are the potions. The source of potions for extraordinary paths comes from these demons from the underground world, yet the surface world does not welcome their arrival. Since ancient times, people have been dedicated to sealing the passages to and from the underground world. This has led to countless wars, with the church being the main force in these conflicts. They have sealed many passages, and besides the church, several kingdoms have also sealed the pathways to the underground world. Upon hearing this, Asra understood. He asked, so the oak tree church that was bombed contained a passage to the underground world? Susan nodded. The passage at the oak tree church was discovered and sealed 150 years ago. 150 years ago? Asra questioned. Indeed, during the period of New World exploration, when detinning state was established, the American Federation and the church sealed this passage together. Furthermore, this passage has been under the church's jurisdiction ever since. Asra recalled the scene he witnessed yesterday and asked, last night, while watching the direction of the explosion from the rooftop, I saw a miraculous sight. A beam of light appeared in the direction of the church. Susan nodded and said, the Oak Tree Church is a very important church for the congregation, and at least one Sequence 6 bishop is stationed there. However, due to yesterday's explosion, this bishop was gravely injured. What you saw, I suspect, was the manifestation caused by the cardinal bishop. The church's cardinal bishops are usually Sequence 5 cardinals from the Holy Seat path, possessing immense power. They can unleash divine arts, such as the descent of the Holy Spirit, which is likely what you observed. A powerful presence. Yesterday, the cardinal bishop went to the Oak Tree Church and likely temporarily sealed this passage. Asra inquired, so, isn't it safe now? Susan shook her head. No, it is not safe. The passage to the underground world is not merely an underground cave, as one might expect. This passage is more akin to traversing a barrier crossing space, and sealing it is quite challenging. The underground passage is like a reservoir, while the seal of the Oak Tree Church acts as the dam of the reservoir. If the dam of the reservoir is long and a breach is blasted open, it signifies that a flood will pour forth, potentially destroying other dams in the process. Moreover, what the cardinal bishop sealed was only the original breach caused by the explosion. Other areas may still be prone to leakage. Asra clenched the muscles on his arm and asked, are you saying that in detinning city underground world demons will soon appear? Susan nodded. Exactly, and it may continue for a while. The combat strength of these demons should not be underestimated. Last night, the National Guard was already engaged with the demons that charged out. Some cunning demons have even slipped into the city, making their search much more difficult. Due to the dangers of the underground world, these demons possess high concealment skills and will hide in the shadows to hunt. Therefore, it would be best for you not to venture out at night for a while. Yes, thank you, Sister Susan. Asra felt a bit anxious at the moment. After finishing her talk with Asra, Susan left. Ivy did not come to school. Susan came specifically to remind Asra. Regardless of Ivy's intentions at this moment, Asra appreciated her feelings. After Asra came out, it wasn't long before Senna approached him asking, Asra, how did you get involved with Miss Susan? Could it be that? Asra shook his head and said, don't jump to conclusions. It's because of the explosion yesterday. Senna's expression changed and he whispered, what happened? Can you tell me? Asra thought for a moment and replied, I can't disclose the details, but you and your family should be careful. Don't go out at night and stay vigilant at home. It's related to the underground world. Senna's face changed drastically and he asked in confusion, the underground world. Seeing this, Asra realized that Senna probably didn't understand either, so he said, you can ask your parents when you go home. If they know, they will explain it to you. I don't know much myself. But you need to pay attention to safety from now on. Senna nodded repeatedly, diligently committing everything Asra said to memory. Asra also returned to the changing room and took out his phone to send a message to Quake reminding him to be cautious. In a dark corner, Quake received the message, his face filled with suspicion. But soon he lost the thought to continue pondering. Quake, it's time to head out, a voice called from outside. Upon hearing this, Quake quickly retrieved his weapon and replied, yes, I'm coming. Susan urged Asra to stay indoors as much as possible. Ivy hadn't even come to school, but for Asra, school felt like the safer place. He returned to his residence in the southern area where the safety level was even lower than at school. At least at school there were security personnel and many students. Even if he encountered danger, Asra could still escape. He might not outrun monsters, but he could definitely outrun other students. As for taking the initiative to confront monsters to buy time for others to escape, Asra was certainly not capable of that at the moment. It was already good enough that he could run fast. After a day of training, Asra took a car back to his residence. During the relatively safe day, he seemed to feel some danger lurking around. Asra thought to himself, this must be my illusion. After all, the National Guard must have killed most of the monsters last night. Even if there are still some left, they are probably hiding in the shadows, and they would be discovered as soon as they reveal themselves. Asra tried to calm himself down, but he also decided to prepare his handgun when he returned home, so that in the event of a confrontation, he would at least have a chance to fight back. As for that set of Class 1C gear and weapons, they belonged to the school, and he couldn't take them home. In a conference room of the FBI, Manon and his colleagues looked numb at that moment. Many of them reeked of gunpowder, and there were several fewer people than last time. After the explosion at Oak Church last night, almost all violent organizations in Deading City sprang into action. The State Police, FBI, Explosives Management Bureau, Tax Bureau, and Immigration Bureau agents and officers were all deployed. They encountered this vicious incident in the city, and the congressman quickly ordered them to mobilize. They arrived at the front lines of the battle faster than the National Guard. By the time the National Guard was deployed, it was already late at night. In the first half of the night, these law enforcement officers were the ones fighting against the monsters emerging from the underground world. These FBI agents had spent several days staying up late investigating cases. Just when they had some leads, an even bigger problem arose. Manon exhaled a puff of smoke and angrily cursed, fuck. Why does something like this happen at such a critical time? Unlike the angry Manon, his partner Joe showed a different reaction. He looked at the map and said, do you think this explosion at Oak Church could be related to that guy? Joe's words sent a chill down the spines of the others in the conference room. Joe continued, everything seems too coincidental. Previously, there was a case of 33 people being sacrificed. We just uncovered some leads and suspected that the enemy's target was some well-off normal people with hopes for the future. The criminal must have discovered our investigation and thought that there were no suitable targets left in the southern area, so he began to kidnap victims in the northern area. But the security in the northern area is better with stricter protections and more police presence. He must have felt that he didn't have a good way to bypass these forces and abduct enough victims. So, this guy bombed Oak Church, opening the seal of the underground world's passage and releasing the monsters. Once these monsters enter the city, coupled with the possibility of more monsters entering from other vulnerabilities in the future, it will surely cause chaos and disaster in the city. At that time, both our energies and those of the state police will be diverted by the events triggered by these monsters. This is when this guy will strike. I believe he will continue to take action soon. I suspect that this guy's sacrificial ritual must have a time limit, urging him to quickly gather enough suitable offerings. Thus, under our pressure, he made this decision to bomb Oak Church. This bold speculation turned everyone's faces pale. After listening, their superior futilely opened his mouth and asked, do you have any evidence proving the connection between these two? Joe pondered for a moment and said, Oak Church is a large cathedral, and a sequence 6 bishop should be present there. He should have survived the explosion yesterday. I suggest we ask him how the explosion happened. I suspect someone attacked this bishop first before blowing up Oak Church. Or perhaps he was detected by the bishop after setting up the explosives and before leaving. Regardless, I think this bishop should know something. Upon hearing this, the superior fell into silent contemplation until the cigarette burned down to the end, almost scorching his hand before he came back to his senses. Asra was momentarily at a loss for words, but he soon sighed. Today's encounter had truly deepened his understanding of the darkness in America. The Monday after the explosion. 2 days have passed since the explosion at the Oak Tree Church. Yet tranquility has not arrived, rather it seems to be moving further away. The current atmosphere feels like the calm before a storm. The National Guard moved into the downtown area of Deading City the day after the explosion, and soldiers have been patrolling for the past few days. There are even rumors that the lawmakers are preparing to request the federal government to mobilize some army troops. With rumors spreading, the flow of people on the streets has significantly decreased. Not only that, but the vehicles of the National Guard and the patrol cars are patrolling within the city. This display has caused the gangs in the area to quiet down. At this point, they dare not show any abnormal behavior, otherwise the soldiers of the National Guard would directly suppress them with force. Handguns and rifles seem like mere tickles in front of armored vehicles. However, the atmosphere in the city remains murky and fraught with undercurrents. At night, gunfire occasionally erupts in the downtown area. Sometimes the sound of rapid machine gun fire can even be heard from a distance. Recently, Asra even heard an armed helicopter fly overhead, with the machine gun fire occurring 2 to 3 kilometers away. The next day, as Asra passed by, he saw a row of collapsed townhouses surrounded by barricades. Among the ruins, there was a large object obscured from view. Asra, with the ability of a sacrifice, could see the vast spiritual light beneath that obstruction. At this time, to see such a large amount of spiritual light means that the creature underneath must be a monster from the underworld, right? Asra sat on the school bus, gazing at the ruins. Outside the isolation zone of the ruins, 2 infantry fighting vehicles, 4 military jeeps, and several police cars were parked. Asra pondered, are these the personnel and organizations that participated in the battle last night, or are they here to share the spoils today? It is known that monsters possess spiritual organs, which are materials used to create various magic. So when a monster with so many spiritual organs and reactions perishes, it can almost be said to be a considerable fortune. Typically, a bottle of Sequence 9 potion can range from several thousand to tens of thousands of gold pounds, depending on the quality of the materials used. Asra used his sacrifice vision to observe the spiritual brilliance on this monster, which was even stronger than that of the Sequence 8 Boyer or the Sequence 8 Howl of the Bloodhand Gang. Moreover, it was much stronger, suggesting that this monster's combat power might be at Sequence 7 or even higher. Thus, the value of its materials would be quite significant. The school bus had already passed, and Asra withdrew his gaze, but he still savored the scene he had just seen. In the sacrificed vision, aside from seeing the spiritual brilliance on the monster, Asra also noted the armored vehicles of the National Guard and the jeeps also emitted spiritual light, but in a different manner. This spiritual brilliance resembled that of the extraordinary equipment Asra had used. I guess these armored vehicles are also extraordinary equipment capable of resisting magical energy gun attacks, vastly superior in attributes compared to ordinary vehicles. These are military extraordinary vehicles. Oh, I wonder how much such a combat vehicle would be worth. Asra silently calculated in his mind, but he had no reference. The network in this era has not yet reached the level of the previous one. His understanding of the outside world relies mostly on television, newspapers, and radio. In an age when the internet is underdeveloped, other means of communication are more easily obscured by those with ulterior motives. Many things cannot simply be learned by wanting to understand them. The exploitation of the upper class over the lower class often begins with information disparity. Asra reminisced about the enormous monster and the spiritual brilliance within it. If I were to sacrifice this monster, what immense benefits would that bring me? Yet with that thought, he involuntarily shivered. He remembered the terrifying hallucinations and murmurs after sacrificing Boyer. To powerful beings, they may merely cast a sliver of their strength or a fleeting gaze. That alone could directly overwhelm Asra. The last time he sacrificed Boyer, it was just a bit more power, and he was almost sent away. And Boyer was merely a Sequence 8. With so much spiritual brilliance, if this monster were sacrificed, it could easily cause Asra to mutate. Moreover, the issues do not end there. Sacrifices leave traces, and the corpse is difficult to dispose of. Now Asra doesn't even have a car. He discarded Jimmy's black car to the vehicle given by the bearded man was also returned. The traces left by a monster's corpse are certainly much larger than those of a human body. In such a tense situation in the city, if traces of the sacrifice are left, it would attract the pursuit of the police, FBI, National Guard, and even the church. Now that Asra has a relatively bright future, he has no need to engage in such activities. Walking too much at night will always lead to encountering ghosts. Asra collected his thoughts and considered, if I could acquire this corpse to charge 0, it would be a good choice. Life Planning System 0. When powered, 0 is an artificial intelligence. Without power, although not quite an artificial idiot. Its effectiveness is also significantly reduced, relying solely on Asra's local data for assistance. To this day, Asra still reminisces about the powered 0. A day's classes quickly came to an end. Asra felt reluctant to leave school, but he had to depart from his favorite place. Compared to his residence, school is much safer and allows for training. Though the security at night is weak, it is still better than at home. However, this week Asra applied to Coach Carmen to bring back a clever longsword. Although he couldn't bring the protective gear, having a weapon is one of the good news. When he returned near his residence, Asra stopped in his tracks. This time he spotted 2 familiar faces. FBI agents Manon and Chow, accompanied by several state police officers. These guys looked utterly fatigued, their clothes even wrinkled. They were dressed in tactical gear, and Asra even saw the extraordinary equipment used by the military and police. They were almost fully armed. This is unimaginable in America, where appearances are considered important. In America, lacking a proper appearance leads to discrimination or even bullying from one's own class. Even temporary unkemptness leaves a bad impression. Now that Manon and his team look so disheveled, it is clear that the adverse effects of the current events have exceeded the impact of their appearance. Asra thought for a moment and decided to approach to understand the situation, so he moved closer and asked long-time no-see agents. Hearing Asra's words, Manon and Chow turned to look at the newcomer Asra, who was carrying a sword bag. The state trooper, initially wary of Asra because he was carrying a weapon bag, relaxed upon seeing that Manon and Chow clearly recognized him. Given Asra's appearance and demeanor, it was hard for them to feel threatened. If it had been someone with darker skin, it might have been a different story. They might have even drawn their guns. Manon glanced at Asra, but said nothing. Instead, his partner Xiao turned to greet Asra, saying, Asra, long time no see. What happened here? Why are you all here? Asra asked as he approached. Aren't we already close to the South District? You shouldn't be here, logically speaking. The police from America, FBI agents and IRS and immigration agents are completely different law enforcement agencies. IRS and immigration agents love to come to the South District because there are many tax evaders and quite a few illegal immigrants. Just catching one can yield a nice profit. However, state troopers and the FBI are different, so it's hard for them to find any gains in the South District. Much of the state troopers' funding comes from donations, with the rest from local government allocations, while the FBI also receives some donations, with the remainder coming from federal funding. Thus, the wealthy in the North District or middle-class families are the ones these guys need to protect. Even if there are serious cases in the South District, they are usually handled simply, as sometimes it's just about collecting a body and they won't even bother investigating further. So seeing these two agents alongside several state troopers in the South District is quite surprising. Xiao took out a cigarette case and offered it to Asra, but he declined with a raised hand. Seeing this, Xiao lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep puff, feeling slightly more awake, and then said, some unexpected situations have arisen here. Asra tilted his head to look at the house behind them, which showed clear signs of damage. It looked like it had been struck and torn apart by some kind of beast, or on the ground he even saw some broken black-brown fur. Asra asked, are these creatures from the underground world? Hearing this, Manon, who had been ignoring Asra, turned to him and said, you know about this too? Asra chuckled and replied, of course, this isn't exactly hidden information. Manon shrugged and said, well, I thought since you live in the South District you wouldn't know about these things. Asra nodded, saying, I do live in the South District, but I also study at Ashford in the North District, so I have my channels to stay informed. Exhausted, Manon leaned against the car and said, all right. Our well-connected Asra. Xiao added, you're right, these are traces left by a creature. Asra looked up, but he quickly frowned because he didn't sense any spiritual light in the area. This meant that either the creature's corpse had been moved or it hadn't died. Asra pondered for a moment and asked, was it killed? Xiao shook his head, saying, this guy is very cunning, it got away. Asra's eyes widened, it escaped. Asra glanced around the area. It was no more than 1,000 meters from his residence. Where could this damn creature hide? Xiao looked at Asra's expression and suddenly thought, Asra, do you live around here? Asra nodded slightly. It's less than 1,000 meters from here. Manon replied, then you should be careful. This creature is very cunning and has already lost its target. Asra asked, have you checked the sewers, abandoned warehouses, and various small places? Manon took a deep puff of his cigarette and exhaled before saying, have you checked? He directed this question at the state troopers. The state trooper shrugged and said, maybe. There are only a few of us. Do you expect us to go down into the sewers to investigate? If we go in, we might not come out again. Another officer added, come on, we hardly make any money in a month. You can't expect us to go down there. Manon raised an eyebrow and then looked at Asra. You see, that's the situation. If possible, you should stay at a friend's place for a few days. Asra sighed inwardly. Oh, where could he stay? His good friend Quake was nearby, but not too far. Senna was in the North District, but he wasn't a reliable option. His parents might not allow Asra to stay over. Besides, Asra himself wasn't too keen on staying at someone else's house. Asra sighed, gentlemen, can you find and kill it today? Manon shook his head. You don't know, we haven't had more than 3 hours of sleep in the last 4 or 5 days. Especially from Sunday to today, my partner and I have averaged only 1 hour of rest. Do you know what that means? I just hope we don't run into this creature, otherwise it won't be us killing it, but it eating us. Asra observed the expressions of Manon and Xiao. These two looked to be in their 30s. It is well known that a man over 25 is equivalent to 50. Now they couldn't compare to their younger selves, and after staying up late and worrying, their faces were pale with dark circles under their eyes resembling smoky makeup. Asra even had reason to suspect that they hadn't engaged in a proper meditation session to restore their spiritual energy for a long time. The other officers and state troopers were in slightly better condition, but they were not extraordinary. They were all ordinary people, and even if they encountered a creature, their effectiveness would be very limited. Xiao looked at Asra and suddenly asked, Asra, are you interested in earning some extra cash? Asra looked at him, puzzled. Me? Xiao nodded, saying, exactly, all law enforcement agencies in Dirting City are short-staffed, especially for extraordinary beings. Our FBI is currently also in need of temporary emergency responders. If you're willing to come, you could earn some extra cash. Hearing Xiao's suggestion, Manon also became interested. He knew of Asra's abilities, being a Sequence 9 light chaser from the Sun Pathway. This sequence's capabilities were decent in many aspects, enhancing combat power, aiding teammates, and providing psychological counseling. Having someone of this sequence as a companion would make things considerably easier. Manon added, Asra, you're about to enter college. If you're willing to come, I can ask the lieutenant to write you a recommendation letter. This way you could not only earn a salary, but also receive help for your college application. What do you think? However, Asra shook his head. No way. No. Why not? Manon looked shocked. Manon was somewhat perplexed in his view. He could find no reason for Asra to refuse. He asked Asra, why did you refuse? Perhaps you haven't heard our terms. If you are willing to accept our temporary recruitment and become an emergency responder under the FBI, you will receive a handsome salary equivalent to the GL7 level. Fearing that Asra would not consider this level of salary, Nan continued to explain the monthly salary at this level is usually around £5,000, and temporary emergency responders also receive local allowances, which would add an extra £1,000 to your monthly income. Considering you are still a student, the standby subsidy might not be applicable to you, but as long as you join my and Xiao's team, we will ensure better attendance for you. Even if you can't be fully present, you will receive at least £4,000 as a base salary, plus an additional £1,000 for local support. If you participate in combat with us and engage with the monsters, there will also be a combat bonus, typically around 25 of the base salary. Moreover, if we successfully slay a monster, you might not know this, but every monster's body possesses spiritual organs to some extent, which means that defeating a monster can yield an extra profit for us. This extra profit can range from several £1,000s to tens of thousands, depending on the materials harvested from the monster. After saying this, Nan looked at Asra and said, with such conditions, I think it's quite good. If I had such an opportunity in high school, I would have been thrilled to go to work immediately. Asra replied, indeed, these conditions are quite good. Not only is there a salary, but also a letter of recommendation, however, it's too dangerous. Asra sincerely looked at Nan and Xiao and said, I am very grateful to both of you for this opportunity, but the opening of the underground world and the invasion of monsters is far too dangerous. I am still just a high school student and have not undergone rigorous training. If I truly join your team, I might not only fail to assist you, but could also become a liability. Moreover, I need to prepare for college, I have competitions to attend once a week, and I also need to attend classes during the day. This clearly conflicts with your working hours. Therefore, I still have to refuse. What I should focus on now is training and studying. Upon hearing Asra say this, Nan sighed, knowing that Asra had a point. He waved his hand weakly and said, all right, you make a valid point, let's hurry up and go before it gets dark. Before leaving, Xiao left his phone number with Asra and said, call me if you change your mind. Asra nodded. After Asra left, Xiao remarked, what a pity, we were impulsive. He is still a high school student, and even if he came, he wouldn't be able to help much. Nan shot him a glance and said, who says he can't help? Even if we just have him drive us, he is far stronger than the average person and can save us a lot of energy. It's a pity that he is unwilling. If he doesn't want to, there's nothing we can do. He then turned his gaze toward the traces left by the monster and said to Xiao, use your abilities to search again and see if you can find any clues about the monster. Xiao silently nodded, and after resting for a moment, he turned and walked into the building. As an extraordinary being, Xiao's potion of choice was the Void Pathway, and he was now a Sequence 8 gap detective. Xiao silently nodded, and after resting for a moment, he turned and walked into the building. As an extraordinary being, Xiao silently nodded, and after resting for a moment, he turned and walked into the building. As an extraordinary being, Xiao's potion of choice was the Void Pathway. He saw that the traces left by the monster had jumped from the rooftop to another building. After a continuous pursuit, the monster's traces vanished into a sewer. When the two of them, along with the state police and patrol officers, arrived at the location, a hefty state officer looked at the sewer and quickly exclaimed, I absolutely will not go into such a place. Xiao's brow furrowed deeply. He sighed and said nothing more. Who would want to go into such a sewer? This sewer was established decades ago with only a few main roads being relatively spacious. The exit they saw now was less than 6 meters high and 4 meters wide. While monsters could squeeze through, it was not convenient for them. Even if they got in, they would have to hunch over. Under such circumstances, who would dare to track the monster? Even if they did manage to track it down, it would be like delivering food to the monster. The monster would not lose any combat capability in the sewer, but they would be at a disadvantage. Nan kicked the sewer entrance hard, cursing, fuck. How clever, knowing to crawl into the sewer. We won't go in to investigate. You all stay here and set up surveillance. He looked at the state officer beside him. However, the state officer looked troubled. He shook his head and said, this is in the South District. We don't have the budget for this, and how can we install it here? Nan wanted to say something more, but ultimately held his tongue. Installing surveillance here was indeed somewhat difficult, but it was not impossible. The state officer's excuse stemmed from their reluctance to install it. It was merely an excuse. The underlying reason was that the South District was filled with poor folks. If the surveillance caught a monster coming out at night, would they have to come out to support? This was not good news. Originally, the police in the South District did not want to come out at night, and now, with the added danger of monsters, who the hell would want to come? After a heavy snort, Nan felt he could not say much more. Xiao said, these monsters are very clever. We have left our scent here, and they will not come out from this exit again. I believe this monster has surely fled. It may have already left this area. Even if surveillance was installed, it would likely be of no use. Xiao's words made the police officers behind them nod repeatedly. Yes, I think so too. These damn creatures are too cunning. Nan and Xiao exchanged glances and could only shake their heads and leave. They were truly exhausted. Their long hours of investigative work had drained them. Now with the ceiling of the underground world broken and monsters entering the city, their physical condition was truly suffering further. Asra returned to his residence and put away his weapons. Recently his daily routine had become quite regular, spending most of his time in his room while trying to avoid going out at night. During the day he ate at school, while in the evening Asra opted for delicious food to fill his stomach. In his previous life, when he lived alone, he always enjoyed cooking for himself. When he first arrived in this world, the original owner had left him a pile of troublesome matters, and without money he had no choice but to eat junk food like before. But now he had some money on hand. Although it was illicit, spending a small amount of cash on food was not a problem. Asra cleaned the beef he bought, cutting it into cube-sized pieces. After soaking it to wash away the blood, he placed it in the pot to saute, cooking it over high heat to bring out the aroma. Next he added chili sauce, realizing that finding the same sauce from his previous life was impossible. He could only use whatever tasted somewhat similar. He sautéed the sauce, adding slices of ginger, garlic, scallions, and a series of spices, finally tossing in a few pieces of rock sugar and other seasonings. First he brought the water to a boil over high heat, then reduced it to a simmer. As time passed, the flavors of the beef and spices intertwined, filling the room with the aroma of braised beef. But that wasn't enough. Asra tossed in the diced potatoes and continued to simmer. Standing in the simple kitchen, Asra watched contentedly as the bubbling broth swirled around the beef. But that wasn't enough. Asra tossed in the diced potatoes and continued to simmer. Standing in the simple kitchen, Asra watched contentedly as the bubbling broth. Moreover, the abilities of these two sequences were rather dark and bloody, likely to affect Asra's image. Given the special circumstances, he cautiously chose to keep them hidden. The offering's minor effect prayer was something Asra used every day. A 1-minute prayer typically wouldn't expose any issues. After the simple minor effect prayer, Asra felt his spirit surge, and he heard almost no murmurs in his ears. This might be because he had become accustomed to this method. He then meditated by visualizing the sun, continuously refining this portion of his spirit. Unfortunately, today's meditation faced a significant test. He could constantly smell the aroma of the beef stew wafting through his nostrils. Finally, as the fragrance intensified, Asra leaped up. He could constantly smell the aroma of the beef stew wafting through his nostrils. Finally, as the fragrance intensified, Asra leaped up. Asra turned up the heat to reduce the broth further, sprinkling some chopped garlic to enhance the aroma. He took out a piece of bread. Unfortunately, he couldn't make rice at the moment, otherwise this thick broth over rice would be exquisite. He picked up a piece of beef still coated in broth and took a bite. Not only did he taste the beef's flavor, but also the essence of the potatoes. Tearing off a piece of bread to soak in the broth, Asra let out a long, satisfied sigh. This is truly delightful. This is what people should eat. What I ate before was absolute rubbish. Asra began to eat heartily. The previous meals he had were not necessarily terrible, but most were simply unappetizing. At first the food brought a sense of novelty, but as time went on, Asra began to feel a bit uncomfortable. Now tasting something normal brought him to the brink of tears. Night fell. In the southern district of Dati City, it felt as if the pause button had been pressed. In the northern district, there was still chatter and lights on with police cars patrolling. However, in the southern district, there was nothing. The lights were dim and no one dared to roam the streets in these days. Even the homeless avoided the southern district. The gangsters too were not engaged in any shootouts, having fallen into a state of tranquility. Many did not understand what was happening, but ordinary people could sense something was amiss. Thus they chose to hide in what they considered safe places. On the dimly lit street, a sound suddenly echoed from a sewer. Crack! A crisp sound, and the concrete grate of the sewer was torn apart, from which a black figure emerged. Its body struggled to crawl out of the sewer, for not reflecting any light in the darkness. First came its head, followed by its front limbs, body, hind limbs, and a long slender tail. It resembled a lynx, a large black cat. Its paws were equipped with thick pads, making no sound as it walked down the street. Passing under a dim streetlight, shadows illuminated its form, allowing it to be seen more clearly. This large cat stood about 1.2 meters tall and measured 2 meters in length, even longer when accounting for its tail. Its fur was black, providing excellent camouflage in the night. The light from the street lamp did not reflect off it at all. It walked leisurely close to the roadside, cautiously inspecting everything around. Everything here felt extremely unfamiliar, yet the level of danger was incomparable to the underground world. During the day it had encountered a dangerous chase, but had easily shaken it off. At night it ruled the domain. It lifted its front limb, licking its thick pads with a barbed tongue. It was relishing the memory of the large piece of fresh meat it devoured the previous night. Buzz! A sound suddenly came from not far away. This noise alerted the large cat, which crouched low, watching the direction from which the sound came. There the night seemed to distort, and everything around began to ripple. Crash! A sound erupted as another monstrous creature rushed out from the distorted passage. This was a wild boar-like monster with long, sharp tusks. When it first emerged, the creature seemed a bit dazed and disoriented. The large cat cautiously moved forward, having already regarded this monster as its prey. Lowering its body, it advanced cautiously before suddenly charging. However, it did not notice the cunning glint in the wild boar's eyes, which aimed directly at the large cat as it charged forward, tusks raised. This wild boar monster weighed at least 300 kilograms, with hard bristles growing along its back. Its tusks curled upward, the tips appearing extremely sharp. Under the dim streetlight, they even gleamed with a cold glint. As the wild boar monster charged, a yellowish light enveloped its body. This light carried a hint of spiritual energy, or perhaps the essence of demonic power. The wild boar monster activated its ability, making its body feel more stable and heavy, significantly enhancing its defense, almost like a heavily armored vehicle. Meanwhile, the black lynx moved with great agility, but this time it had clearly underestimated its opponent. Just before the two sides made contact, a wave of demonic energy surged from its body, enveloping the surroundings in a black light. But it was too slow, still too slow. Roar. At the moment of contact, the wild boar's tusks charged upward in a fierce thrust. Even though the black lynx tried its best to evade, it couldn't escape. Crash. While Asra was enjoying his beef stew, he suddenly heard the sound of glass shattering from nearby. In addition, there was a woman's terrified scream. Asra's body instantly stiffened, as an extraordinary being, his nerves and hearing were sharp enough. Living in this storage room, Asra often heard the sounds of couples next door. Previously, it had only been a minor disturbance for him. But today, Asra felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He heard the faint sound of tearing. After that scream, the room was silent. Now Asra felt a chill running down his spine. Is it a monster? He couldn't help but think of the creature that Manon and Xiao had been hunting during the day. That monster had escaped, and it was very likely that Manon and Xiao had not caught it. This meant that the monster should be hiding nearby. With the noisy day passing, night arrived, and without any threats the monsters would begin to move. Night was the hunting time for monsters. Asra's keen hearing and sense of smell made him feel a sense of foreboding. With his ability Blood Servant, he could sharply sense the scent of fresh blood around him. The smell of blood that Asra detected made his face turn pale. He sensed two distinctly different scents of blood. He slightly adjusted his spiritual energy, carefully assessing the condition of the source. One scent of blood was filled with the aura of death. It belonged to a woman around 30 years old. Clearly this was the victim. The other scent of blood, however, appeared murky, and a thought flashed through Asra's mind: this should be the blood of that monster. It was injured. How could it be injured? Asra's thoughts raced. It shouldn't be hurt while attacking this victim. It would have killed her in one strike. So its injury must have happened before this, caused by Manon and the others. But if it was them who caused it, how could a bleeding monster not be tracked down? This thought lingered in Asra's mind, but soon he decided not to dwell on it any longer. He pulled out a pistol from under his bed, the one belonging to the big, bearded man. As for the one he had taken from Boyer's younger brother, Asra had disassembled it and thrown it into the river. At the same time, he took out a Class 1C great sword from his backpack. Even if the monster was injured, Asra believed he might not be able to defeat it, especially in such a narrow corridor. He had a bright future ahead, with the need to participate in the next round of the mixed martial arts tournament in a few days. If he got injured, it would essentially mean he would have to withdraw from the competition, and his hopes for a good university would become a castle in the air. He slowly opened the door, trying not to make any noise with the somewhat dilapidated door. However, a faint sound still emerged. What was once inconsequential now felt particularly loud. Asra quietly moved back. This place isn't safe. I need to leave. Wait, no, I should run instead. Asra tiptoed outside, but there was a critical problem before him. To get downstairs, he had to pass by his neighbor's door. If it were ordinary people, it would be fine, and there shouldn't be any problems. But Asra was extraordinary. Just like the monsters, they both possessed spiritual power. The only difference was the amount of spiritual power. For a predator, this meant more nourishment. Asra moved cautiously, afraid that his actions would alert the other. He used his abilities heat source perception and blood sense to clearly feel that something was just a wall away from him. That monster was feeding. As Asra approached, preparing to pass by, the situation became quite delicate, as in his spiritual perception, the monster raised its head. When is a carnivorous animal the most dangerous? Of course, when it is injured. Asra tightened his grip on the sword while his left hand gripped the pistol. Inside the neighboring room, the monster was warily watching Asra's direction. It had sensed the threat, especially now that it was injured. It slightly crouched down, keeping a vigilant eye towards the door. The closer Asra got, the more ferocious the monster's gaze became. It had a torn wound on its abdomen left by a wild boar monster. Finally, when Asra's footsteps were about 3 meters away, the monster could no longer hold back. It let out a low roar and lunged towards the door. Crack! Asra, who had been watching the monster's position, turned back the moment it moved, leaping backward and retreating rapidly. The door was directly smashed open, and in the dim light of the corridor, a monster revealed itself. Its fur was pitch black, appearing satin-like under the light. But at that moment, Asra had no thoughts of appreciation, only a rush of tension. The monster crashed through the door, landing gracefully in the center of the corridor. Don't get me wrong, I'm leaving right now. Asra held up his sword, slowly backing away while muttering something. But the large cat was clearly enraged. It was highly alert, stalking closer to Asra. It emitted a low rumbling sound akin to distant thunder. This imposing presence made Asra's entire body tense. He even broke out in goosebumps. Asra slowly raised his gun, aiming at the monster. At this moment his pistol was a Defender D12, equipped with a magazine of 13 rounds, though it only had 12 9mm bullets loaded. Having reached this point, Asra could no longer care about anything else. He gripped the pistol tightly, aimed, and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. At this close distance, there was no possibility of missing. The bullets fired out and almost instantaneously hit the monster before him. The monster sensed the danger. As the bullets approached, a layer of dark light erupted from its body. Asra felt the aura of spiritual energy in that light. Close, too close. Asra's finger pulled the trigger so quickly that it nearly turned the semi-automatic pistol into a fully automatic one. 12 bullets were fired in just over a second. The large cat moved swiftly. At the moment of firing, it began to maneuver quickly, running forward while dodging the bullets. Puff, puff, puff. One by one the bullets hit. Even though it dodged in time, at least 10 out of the 12 bullets struck it. But it was still alive. The life force of this monster was far stronger than Asra had anticipated. The bullets did indeed hit the creature, yet they could not fully penetrate its skin, with some being blocked by its fur. A few shots did penetrate the fur, causing splashes of blood to bloom on its head and chest. The power of the handgun, however, was still somewhat lacking. Yet it also slowed the monster's charge slightly. The injuries it bore equally affected its strength. Crack. As the last bullet was fired and the sound of the empty chamber echoed, Asra swiftly threw the handgun at the monster. Bang. The monster reacted quickly, raising its hand to smash the weapon that had caused it pain into pieces. The handgun disintegrated midair, its parts scattering across the ground. Asra couldn't afford to feel regret, for the monster was roaring and pouncing towards him. The distance between them had almost become face-to-face in light of the monster's speed. In this critical moment, Asra felt no fear. Instead, his mind became even calmer. The dangerous alert ability of the sacrificial offering light chaser tightened Asra's heart, causing a surge of adrenaline. Instead of retreating, he advanced, swinging his longsword fiercely as he closed in. The monster lunged at Asra as if hunting its prey in the underworld. It always did this, using its sharp claws in front to pin down its enemies, then sinking its fangs into their throats. The remaining magical energy, or perhaps the spirit within it, erupted at this moment, enhancing its attack power. Asra's eyes glimmered with a golden-red hue, a manifestation of the spirit within him being summoned to its peak. The ability of the blood servant bloodthirsty impulse was a double-edged sword. It would amplify the frenzy and impulsiveness of the sequence holder, but if used well could enhance fighting power at this moment. The monster's claws ripped through the air, aiming for Asra's shoulders. If it managed to pin him down, the next strike would be aimed at his throat. The corridor was narrow with nowhere to hide. Asra called upon his spirit ablaze, suddenly igniting from the greatsword. Whoosh! The brilliant flames startled the monster, altering its movements slightly. As a creature accustomed to hunting at night, light did not enhance it, but rather weakened it. The monster lunged at Asra, but at that moment, he dropped down, sweeping the long sword horizontally to target the creature's hind limbs. As it pounced forward, its rear limbs revealed their weakness. The fire on the longsword surged, driven by Asra's spirit, scorching the monster. Meanwhile, the sword swept towards its lower body. This strike caused the monster to misjudge. It thought Asra's attack was aimed at its head. Its body twisted sharply, attempting to leap higher. Sizzle! The flames merely frightened it, but the attack of the long sword landed firmly on the monster's thigh. The sharp blade carved a wound, slicing through its fur. The monster shrieked in pain. The recent terror from the flames combined with this strike caused its trajectory to veer off. Its claws grazed Asra's scalp, carving deep grooves in the concrete wall, debris flying everywhere. Alt! Terrified screams echoed from the neighboring houses. The sounds of fear did not disturb Asra's focus. His movements did not falter. The frenzy brought on by bloodthirsty impulse boiled within his veins. He suppressed the urge to confront Hedon, rolling forward as he bent down, slipping beneath the monster. In that moment, he also caught a whiff of the blood emanating from the creature. A wound that had sliced through the monster's abdomen was yet to heal, possibly having been in the process of healing. However, with the battle against Asra erupting, the situation had worsened. Flesh rolled back, and one could faintly glimpse white bones, likely the monster's ribs. The monster reacted quickly, twisting its waist, its tail sweeping like an iron whip. Asra drew his sword to block. The immense force sent him crashing into the wall. Yet he managed to quickly adjust his stance. The monster turned around, its limbs slightly bent, blood still dripping from its wound. It no longer rushed to pounce, but fixed its crimson eyes on Asra, letting out a low growl from its throat. The sound echoed ominously in the corridor. The situation had reversed. Asra had become the barrier in the passage. He spread his legs, adopting a combat stance, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, adrenaline making time seem to slow. He could distinctly sense the movement of the monster's muscles. Within the sacrificial vision, he could clearly see the spirit flowing out of the monster's body. In this moment, neither the monster nor Asra dared to turn their backs on each other. Even with a window at the end of the corridor, the monster did not dare to leap away. For leaving its back exposed to the enemy was akin to courting death. Asra was not in a hurry. An intense firefight had erupted here with neighbors around. Asra could even hear the sound of a neighbor calling the police. Time was on his side. Although the southern district was not always monitored, the presence of a monster would surely attract attention. Within the sacrificial vision, the spirit of the monster was nearly bursting forth. Asra knew that the next strike would undoubtedly be an attack fueled by the monster's unleashed power. He remained cautiously vigilant. In a flash, he noticed the scattered parts of the handgun on the ground. The gunfire lay just at his feet. In that moment, he moved, kicking the gun's mechanism toward the monster. The monster instinctively swiped its claws to block. It still remembered the pain this weapon had inflicted upon it, with its head and chest still aching faintly. Its spiritual power surged, obscuring its vision. Asra pushed off with both feet, lunging at the monster. This was a prime opportunity. It was too late for the monster to react. Asra conjured flames, pushing his hand forward as the flames erupted, continuing to intimidate and obscure the monster's sight. Roar! The monster let out a low growl. But Asra's attack had already arrived, his long sword aimed directly at the monster's forelimbs. Crack! The blade sliced through skin, muscle, and bone. The immense force caused the monster to lose its balance and topple forward. Asra rolled with the momentum, not waiting for the monster to regain its stance. He gripped his sword with both hands, channeling all his strength into the blade, and aimed a fierce chop at its neck. Crack! The sound of a vertebra snapping echoed down the corridor. But that wasn't enough. Asra swiftly followed up with several strikes, ultimately severing its head. The massive body of the monster crashed to the ground, its limbs twitching feebly twice before finally ceasing to move. Asra, seeing that the monster was dead, let out a sigh of relief, leaning on his sword as he gasped for breath. Finally dead. It seems I am indeed the stronger one. At the moment the battle ended, Asura's tense mind felt as if a string had finally been released. The oppressive presence of the monster had been overwhelming. Fortunately, he emerged as the ultimate victor. He exhaled a breath of foul air, fixating on the corpse on the ground, a series of thoughts flashing through his mind. Having slain a monster that appeared to be injured, he felt an exhilarating sense of relief after such an intense battle. This made him feel that he could have more advantages in future confrontations with enemies. Asura mused, is this the difference between real combat and training, or even the battles in the arena? This is the true feeling of killing, completely different from sparring or training. Asura recalled the day he killed Boyer, feeling his combat power had significantly increased the following day. Initially, he thought it was solely due to the sacrificial offering, but now he realized it was equally linked to the enhancement after fierce combat. He stared at the corpse on the ground as the monster's blood spilled out, the scent of blood continuously stimulating him. Fortunately, the ability of the blood servant was stolen. Otherwise he might not have been able to resist the urge to kneel down and drink the monster's blood. Now how to deal with this corpse had become crucial. Asura had several methods for handling the corpse. The first was to offer the monster's body as a sacrifice to the powerful being of the spiritual realm associated with the blood pathway. The second method was to have Zero absorb the spiritual essence from the monster's corpse. However, both methods would trigger changes in the corpse. For instance, after the sacrifice, the corpse would turn into a pile of decayed remains. While giving it to Zero to absorb would manifest differently, it would similarly lead to the atrophy of the monster's spiritual organs. This would make it obvious to the discerning that Asura had issues. He exhaled deeply, suppressing that thought. He could not afford to take risks now. If he eliminated these two methods, there was only one path left for Asura to take. Having killed the monster, the only legitimate way to handle it was to report it to the authorities. But there were differences in how to report. A neighbor had already called the police, but when the police would arrive, and whether they dared to come, was still a question. Even if they came, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for Asura, who knew if any benefits would fall into his lap. After some thought, Asura returned home and took out his phone, searching for Xiao's number. After dialing, he waited silently. Just a few seconds later, the call was answered, and Xiao's voice came through. Hello, this is Xiao. Asura replied, hello, Agent Xiao, this is Asura. At that moment, Xiao and his partner Manon were in the car with Manon driving. Xiao, utterly exhausted, had been lying back in the car seat, but upon receiving the call, he sat up straight. Asura, is that you? Have you thought it over? Do you want to become an emergency responder for the FBI? What? No way. Xiao's voice was filled with confusion. Xiao's face was full of astonishment, his eyes wide as he looked at his partner, while still communicating with Asura. Tell me. Xiao's face was full of astonishment, his eyes wide as he looked at his partner, while still communicating with Asura. Tell me your address. We'll be there immediately. Be careful, there might be more than one monster. Xiao hung up the phone, momentarily speechless. Manon probed what happened. Asura called. Xiao put down his phone, paused in silence, then said he's encountered a monster. Manon furrowed his brow and asked how can he still be on the phone. Did he escape? Xiao shook his head, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke out of the window. Manon grew anxious. Come on, tell me what happened, and what's the address? Don't we need to go over? Xiao recited a string of addresses. Manon quickly slammed the accelerator down. Xiao continued, he didn't escape, he killed the monster. Screech. A loud screech of brakes echoed as both were thrown forward by inertia, but fortunately, they were both extraordinary individuals and managed to stop at the last moment. Fuck, what are you doing? Xiao cursed loudly. Manon's eyes widened in shock as he said, what did you just say? Xiao exhaled smoke and said Asra killed a monster at his residence. I suspect it's very likely the one we were tracking today. Manon processed this shocking news, muttering, thick crap. No way. What did he use to kill it? Xiao urged, hurry up and drive, we'll find out when we get there. Soon, accompanied by the sound of brakes, the two arrived at Asra's residence. At this moment, 2 police cars were already parked outside. Additionally, an officer was calling for backup, and more police cars might arrive. Manon and Xiao hurried upstairs. Upon reaching the top, they heard voices arguing, put down your weapons, hands on your head. Leave the corpse. Some officers had already arrived and were handling the situation. 2 officers were whispering at the staircase, a monster's corpse. Scare this kid a bit, and we'll take the body back, everyone profits. But we didn't kill it, what if this kid? Another officer said, don't worry, he lives in this dump. Even if he killed it, what can he do? Can he write a complaint and report us? Are we doing this or not? Suddenly, the 2 officers heard footsteps coming up the stairs, and the conversation halted as they raised their guns, shouting, who's there? Manon shouted, FBI, don't be impulsive. As he spoke, he slowly approached, showing his credentials. The 2 state troopers who were plotting turned pale. Manon and Xiao exchanged glances, accustomed to such situations. Xiao was initially ready to rush up and check the monster's corpse, but Manon grabbed him. Don't rush. Seeing his partner's expression, Xiao immediately realized and stopped his steps. Meanwhile, near the monster's corpse, several state troopers were gathered, and 2 were checking on Asra. One was patting down Asra. Stay still, kid. Tell me, where did this extraordinary weapon come from? And what about this handgun on the ground? We're taking this beast's corpse. You're coming with us to the police station. Asra explained, I'm a student at Ashford High. I borrowed this weapon from school. You, a poor kid from the South District, still in Ashford, borrowing extraordinary weapons. I seriously suspect you stole this. Don't move, come back with me to the police station. A surge of unexplainable anger welled up in Asra, wanting to vent, but finding no outlet. If he resisted, he might get shot. Moreover, he was now worried that these officers would search his room, where nearly 20,000 pounds of dirty money were hidden. Just then a familiar voice rang out, what are you doing to my colleague? Several state police officers quickly turned around to check, only to see 2 men in suits with FBI badges pinned to their chests, followed by the state police captain. At this moment, the expressions of the 2 captains were not pleasant, showing clear signs of frustration. Asra also turned around and saw Manon returning with a serious expression. A state police officer escorting Asra muttered softly, is this guy your colleague? Manon approached the state officer. His tall stature made him tower over the plump officer. He looked down at the state officer, their foreheads almost touching. Do you have a problem with me? He is our FBI's temporary emergency response officer, responsible for handling cases of monster invasions. Now, officer, please tell me why you are detaining my colleague. I have reason to suspect that you are trying to claim credit for this monster kill and want to take away evidence. The state officer who was being stared at also looked displeased. I don't understand what you're saying. We came here in response to a report about an emergency. The state officer who was being stared at also looked displeased. I don't understand what you're saying. We came here and how can you say we are trying to claim credit for killing the monster? This was originally. However, the state officer's words were cut off as Nen pulled out a voice recorder from his pocket and played a recording. Scare this kid a bit. Well, take the corpse back and everyone profits. As the recording played, the expressions of several state officers changed dramatically. Some looked towards the state police captain who had followed Nen into the room. They had not expected FBI personnel to arrive so quickly and moreover to be recording everything. The state officer facing Nen still wanted to say something. But Nen put away the recorder and said, it seems I will need to submit this recording to the Internal Affairs Department and the prosecutor. Let's see how they handle this matter after listening to the recording. As he spoke, the state officer's face turned crimson. He even felt a chill running down his spine. The state captain following behind wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly said, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Nen turned to the state captain, feigning confusion, and asked, misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The state captain approached Asra and discreetly removed his handcuffs, saying, it's all a misunderstanding. When we arrived, this student had already killed the monster. It was our colleague who failed to investigate properly and acted impulsively. Asra rubbed his wrist and snorted coldly. Nen looked around and said, you think you can just resolve the false accusations and robbery against a good citizen by calling it a misunderstanding? The state captain's face darkened momentarily, rendering him speechless. The officer following behind Xiao said, "All right, they are all colleagues. I believe they just misunderstood the situation." With Xiao's words, the tense atmosphere between the two parties eased slightly. Manan coldly snorted, "You're just going to let them off so easily." Xiao replied, "After all, if there is any compensation to be given, it should go to the affected party, our colleague Asra." At this point, the state captain understood. He looked at Asra, and then at the broken handgun on the ground, asking, "I heard you say you are a student at Ashford High School. Are you 18 yet?" Asra nodded and shook his head. "I am a student at Ashford, but I am still a few months short of 18. When we return to the police station, we will apply for a Star Roll award for you. It is a commendable honor." Manan interjected, "Just a star." He pondered for a moment and said, "So Asra, it was indeed a misunderstanding today, but we also acted improperly. When we return to the police station, we will apply for a Star Roll award for you. It is a commendable honor." Manan interjected, "Just a Star Roll award." The state officer gave Manan a helpless glance, thought for a moment, and then took out a pen and paper to write down his name, badge number, and the location of his police station. He handed the paper to Asra and continued, "Asra, you are not yet 18. There are many things I cannot compensate you for. Since I see you are also using a handgun, a concealed carry permit will definitely be necessary for you in the future. This is my contact information. If you encounter any trouble in the jurisdiction, you can mention my name. When you turn 18, if you need to apply for a concealed carry permit, you can also come to me, and I will help you get it processed quickly." The state officer offered Asra two good benefits. The Star Roll Award is an official honor typically given to recognize citizens who contribute to the community, featuring a gold-foiled police star on the certificate. Some implicit benefits, such as renting a house or finding a job, would provide an advantage. If you wanted to join the state police, it could even lower the entry threshold. The concealed carry permit is an even better item. According to American law, there are no restrictions on owning firearms, but generally firearms must be in plain sight and cannot be hidden under clothing. A concealed carry permit is required. Obtaining this permit is not particularly difficult, but it's not exactly simple either, as there are some bureaucratic hurdles. Having a state officer assist makes it the easiest. Listening to these two conditions, Asra looked at Manan and Xiao. He noticed Xiao subtly nodding. Thus Asra understood that it was time to accept the offer. He took the paper handed to him by the state captain and said, "I got it." The state officers breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this matter had been resolved. The state captain looked at the corpse of the monster on the ground. "The trouble all arose because of this creature," he said. "Since you have arrived, shall we take our leave?" With the monster dead, the credit was already gone, and they had nothing to gain by staying. Staying any longer would mean doing all the work without any benefit. Manan nodded, saying, "All right, we will handle the subsequent matters." The state officers silently gathered their team and informed others who were still rushing over that after the state officers had all left, Manan looked at Asra with the same expression one would give to a monster and asked Asra, "I can't imagine how you managed to take down this big guy." Asra replied, "Are you doubting me?" Manan shook his head. "Of course not, I am amazed." Xiao squatted down to inspect the wounds on the monster's body and praised, "That's impressive. Can you tell us what happened?" Asra nodded and briefly recounted what he had just experienced. After listening, Manan's eyes sparkled even more as he extended his hand to Asra. "Asra, you must join my team." Asra was momentarily at a loss for words, but he soon sighed. Today's encounter had truly deepened his understanding of the darkness in America. If it weren't for his cleverness in calling Xiao, he would have been in dire straits today. Unless he could adjust the order of the state police, he really couldn't handle today's matter. It was a small matter to dispose of the spoils from the monster's corpse, but searching the room and uncovering the dirty money inside would be a major issue. Moreover, it was also possible to uncover the news of Asra's grandmother's passing. With these factors combined, Asra could find himself thrown directly into prison. Hiring a lawyer wouldn't be of much use. Xiao noticed Asra's predicament and said, "Considering this monster, the fact that you were able to kill it is truly perilous." Asra looked at him in confusion. Xiao continued, "The levels of monsters are the same as our ranks. A level 9 monster corresponds to our sequence 9, though the expressions in combat differ between the two. This one should be a level 8 monster akin to our sequence 8. Moreover, unlike humans, monsters usually possess combat power equivalent to an extraordinary being equipped with corresponding gear. In other words, you would need to wear at least a 2th-level extraordinary gear and wield at least a 2th-level weapon to be on the same level as it. Typically, we use energy guns to kill monsters, though very few engage them in close combat, as that is too dangerous. But even if it is an injured level 8 monster, being able to kill it in this state is quite impressive." He added, "With your strength entering." Xiao nodded slightly and said, "I saw the wound on its abdomen. It appears the injury hasn't been present for long, likely sustained during the night. But even if it is an injured level 8 monster, being able to kill it in this state is quite impressive." He added, "With your strength entering the high school team level mixed martial arts league would be akin to bullying." Asra chuckled and replied, "There are still many people stronger than me in this match." Xiao examined the monster's corpse and asked, "You killed this monster. Have you thought about how to deal with it?" Asra pondered for a moment and then shook his head, saying, "No, I haven't figured out how to handle it. Maybe you'll call my classmates. They should have a way to deal with it." Xiao nodded slightly, and then said, "What do you think about hearing my suggestion?" Asra looked at him, and replied, "Please go ahead." Xiao said an 8-level monster, depending on its type and the condition of its energy organs, could be worth anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands of gold pounds. The quality of this monster is quite good. At first, its fur is valuable, but the gunshots and the wounds left by the weapon have reduced its value somewhat. The energy organs of a level 8 monster can yield a lot of spiritual energy, which can be used for potions or supplements for some sequences, so this could also fetch a decent price in gold pounds. Curiously, Asra asked, "So based on your experience, how much could this monster be worth?" Xiao glanced at the side where Ma Nan was. Ma Nan squatted down and said, "When it comes to this, I have the most experience. This monster appears to be a type of feline, and its fur is very valuable. If the pelt were intact, it would be worth at least 30,000 gold pounds, possibly more, but now with the bullet and scratch marks, it would probably lose at least half its value. Including the energy organs of the level 8 monster, it should sell for around 40 to 50,000 gold pounds. Of course, that's if we sell it. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to get that much. You might only get half, or even less. I think you understand the reasoning. You're just a poor kid from the southern district. Whoever you approach will want to take a cut from you. What do you think?" Asra nodded slightly. Xiao said to Asra, "Join our team. We can help you sell this monster for the best price. Recently, there have been many monsters in the city, and as long as you join our team and kill the monsters, we can distribute the spoils based on merit." Asra hesitated a bit. Ma Nan said from the side, "You don't need to worry about danger. We will attack from a distance, as much as possible." He looked Asra up and down, and said, "I feel like you must be in need of money right now. As far as I know, the school team's mixed martial arts league allows for extraordinary gear, and the strongest can even wear 1 level gear. The weapon you have, if I'm not mistaken, is just a 1-level longsword. Why don't you use better weapons, and why don't you wear gear when going into battle?" Asra raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't you know the reason?" Ma Nan said, "Recently, this is an opportunity. If you're willing to join us, you might quickly earn enough for a set of extraordinary gear. 1-level gear is too expensive, but I think you could afford 1-level gear before the playoffs." He pointed at the monster's corpse on the ground and said, "Look at this monster. If sold through our channels, it could legally earn you around 40 to 50,000 gold pounds. Just kill a few more, and then, hey, you'll become a wealthy person." Asra asked, "If it's so profitable, why do you still need manpower?" Ma Nan sighed and said, "What's so strange about that? Some people have better ways to make money, while others think it's too dangerous. We have no choice. If we weren't FBI, I wouldn't want to hunt monsters either." He looked at Asra and said, "See, you also have no choice, right?" Asra fell silent. Lies do not hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. He had already sensed this when battling against the opponent from Nostwan High School last time. Even the 1-level Titan Forge equipment had made him feel quite challenged. The opponents would only become more difficult as time went on, and his equipment would become his flaw. Asra sighed and said, "I'm still just a high school student. I have AP classes in the morning and training in the afternoon, and by the time training is over, I'm exhausted and need rest. I can't skip training to carry out missions with you. I still have competitions and college to consider." Asra had thoughts of joining Ma Nan and their team, but the issues he raised were indeed quite troublesome. In saying this, he was also hoping they could find a solution. Ma Nan and Xiao exchanged glances, and there was already a hint of joy in their eyes. Xiao chuckled and said, "If you are willing to join our team, all the issues you mentioned can be resolved." Asra looked at him with a probing gaze. Xiao continued, "You currently have 2 concerns. One is your training progress, and the other is your condition, but what you mentioned is not comprehensive enough. There's also your personal safety. If you join our team, I can guarantee you will have at least 3 hours of training time every day, and it's paid training time. At school, you are guided by the coaches within the institution, but if you join our team, both Manon and I can guide you, as well as instructors from the base. I can tell you that the instructor at the camp is a Sequence 7 weapon specialist from the Red Heat pathway, who participated in professional and mixed martial arts leagues in the past and achieved commendable results, ultimately finishing as the runner-up. Not only that, but he also served in the Marine Corps, and his combat experience is exceptionally rich." Xiao added, "He is definitely stronger than the coaches at your school. Having him design your training plan will not put you at a disadvantage." Asra nodded. Coach Kamen's background also included participation in professional leagues, but he had never revealed his exact ranking. The results were likely mediocre, perhaps just above average. Asra's training at school started at 1 o'clock and continued until 5 in the afternoon, usually only 4 hours. If he could switch to a better coach and shorten the duration by an hour, it would still be acceptable. Xiao continued, "Next is your condition after training. Most of the time we execute missions during the day, and at night, unless we receive a report, we mostly just patrol. Moreover, we will reserve time for you to rest and adjust your condition." He added, "Even in between work, you can still train. A training is not continuous for 3 hours, as that would be too much of a burden on the..." Upon hearing this, Asra curiously asked, "If that's the case, then you too should have adequate rest time, but why do you look so tired?" Both Manon and Xiao were Sequence users, yet they looked completely drained. Their faces were pale, and dark circles under their eyes resembled smoky makeup. If they could have rest time, how could these two be this exhausted? Xiao explained, "You're different from us. When you join our team, you will be a temporary member only responsible for patrolling with us. If there's a report of a magical creature, you will execute combat missions. However, we are different. In addition to handling magical creature incidents, we have other cases to track, so our rest time must also be used for investigations. So you understand my point, right? The reason we want you to join our team is to secure some rest time. If you can help us share even a portion of the work during missions, we can also have more time to rest. Handling magical creature incidents is very dangerous, which is why we can't take ordinary members along on missions." Upon hearing this explanation, Asra nodded thoughtfully. Then Xiao elaborated, "Finally, there is the issue of your personal safety." He looked Asra up and down and said, "First, the base can lend you tactical gear, at least grade A extraordinary equipment. This will ensure your personal safety during missions." He added, "Furthermore, the base will also purchase medical insurance for you with reimbursement coverage, at least 1 million gold pounds." Asra raised a crucial question. Will there be any issues with the insurance? In America, even if you purchase health insurance, it is still uncertain, as no one can guarantee that the insurance will cover you, and it might be denied or only partially reimbursed. Manon smiled upon hearing this and said, "Denied coverage? No, they wouldn't dare refuse an insurance claim from the FBI. Even if you are a temporary emergency responder, if you get injured and need medical insurance, they will reimburse you in full. Moreover, we have our own medical personnel at the base, and there are even pastors from the church. Even if you lose a limb, they can help get you back. For ordinary injuries you won't need to use insurance, so you can rest assured." Upon hearing this, Asra nodded slightly. Joining their team meant he would be executing combat missions, and his greatest concern was whether he would get injured and how it would affect his condition. Xiao said, "Considering you need to participate in competitions, you will not need to come to work during your matches. If we have the time, we will also come to cheer you on." Manon added, "Then there's the issue of your salary. If you join our team, the base salary will be according to GL7, at least 5,000 gold pounds a month. Although you can't be fully present, both Xiao and I will help you find a way. With magical creatures in the city, you could at least earn an additional 1,000 gold pounds in local allowances. I can also get you the recommendation letter I promised before. Finally, regarding the spoils, I can guarantee that as long as you participate in the battle, even if it's just firing a couple of shots from the car, you will receive at least 1/5 of the gains. If you can perform even more during the battle, we can also consider increasing your share. This is a lucrative opportunity. As long as you seize it before the playoffs, you will be able to purchase a suitable set of extraordinary equipment for yourself." Asra took a deep breath. These two FBI agents had clearly laid out the conditions and advantages. Ultimately, Asra nodded and said, "Thank you both for valuing me. I am willing to join your team." With this statement, smiles appeared on both Xiao and Manon's faces. Manon extended his hand, shaking Asra's firmly, saying, "Pleasure working together." Xiao then looked down at the body in the hallway and said, "Well then, let's deal with this corpse first. The FBI has partner companies that can dispose of this body for a reasonable price. Moreover, since you have now joined our team, if you are willing to wait for a bit, we can first return to the base to finalize your personnel documents and then report this magical creature. This way you can also earn an extra reward. This FBI reward won't be too much. It is divided into base and local subsidies, approximately 1,500 gold pounds, which is still a considerable income." Asra felt delighted upon hearing this. No one would turn down extra money, so he said, "I'll follow your lead." Dragging the corpse off the vehicle, Xiao then made a phone call reporting the address and saying to the person on the other end, "Come over to clean this up. There are traces of demonic blood here." Seeing Asura's puzzled expression, Xiao explained, "The blood left by these demons will have a negative impact here. We're too busy to handle such cleanup ourselves. So we usually hire a cleanup company to deal with these traces." Asura nodded in understanding. They then brought Asura back to the FBI base in Detenning City. This base was also located in the northern district along a main road. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary government building, but one could sense that this structure had a different aura from others. Manon explained, "This is our headquarters in Detenning City. Don't underestimate this base. Its defenses are complete, and some extraordinary beings' attacks can't even breach the outer defenses. First, we'll register you as a temporary emergency response personnel, then take you to handle the corpse of that demon. Xiao will issue your equipment. You can't take it home, but you can wear it while on missions." Asura nodded. He then began to follow the instructions of the two FBI agents. He first registered as a temporary emergency response personnel using his social security card. Under Ma Nan's guidance, the process went very quickly. As an experienced agent, Ma Nan was quite familiar with the procedures, and many people recognized him, making everything smooth. Even though it was nighttime, it took Asura less than an hour. Xiao's speed was even faster. After asking for Asura's physical data, he brought the fitting equipment in just half an hour. A set of level 1 armor, a level 1 longsword, and 2 guns. 2 magical energy guns. Soon after all of Asura's temporary onboarding procedures were completed, Ma Nin appeared extremely fatigued. But he still forced a smile, saying, "Not bad. Starting tomorrow things will get much easier for us." Asura then asked, "Aren't you off work yet?" Ma Nin shook his head, saying, "Off work? We've been working overtime almost every day lately. It takes 3 days to get 1 day off." Asura asked, "What about me?" Ma Nin smiled, saying, "You will have the same arrangement, but don't worry, most nights you'll wait at the base, giving you time to rest. Follow me. He'll first teach you a quick method to recover your stamina. This technique comes from the Marine Corps and is extremely effective for recovery. It allows you to use fragmented rest time to recover your body as much as possible." Asura was skeptical about the effectiveness of this method. After all, Ma Nan and Xiao in their current state seemed to suggest that this method was anything but useful. But soon Asura cast this thought aside. After Ma Nan taught the method to Asura, a prompt sounded, "Ding, you have acquired a stamina recovery method now named American Quick Rest Method 1.0. This night was when Ma Nan and Xiao stayed at the base. If it weren't for Asura's call, they might not even have been deployed. After teaching the method, Ma Nan took Asura to retrieve the demon's corpse. Ma Nan said, "You're lucky. Usually there are no organizations buying demon corpses at the base, but recently passages to the underground world have frequently opened, so some organizations and companies have sent people to set up simple offices. Let's go, we'll take you over to handle the corpse of this demon." They drove away from the base, stopping just a few hundred meters away. It looked like a temporary renovation with several shops appearing inside a building. Asura even recognized many well-known brands from their signs and logos. There were pharmaceutical companies, sports equipment, and military industrial groups. Clearly the prosperity of these enterprises was built upon the corpses of demons. In the car, Ma Nan said to Asura, "I've arranged for several purchasing agents from companies to meet with you. You can check the prices later to see if they are reasonable." Asura nodded as the car entered a passage. Soon several purchasing agents arrived. From the badges hanging on their chests, it was evident they came from the same company. They were from the luxury clothing brand Climbing. Ma Nan quietly introduced, "Many products from this brand are made of fur, and the fur from your demon is exactly what they are targeting." Ma Nan dragged the demon out and pointed at the blood-soaked creature, saying, "Look, this is a rather fine level 8 demon." The purchasing agent from Climbing, a middle-aged white woman, covered her nose as if unable to tolerate the stench of blood. The woman furrowed her brows tightly. Ma Nan hurriedly pulled Asura to her side, saying, "Madam, look at the fur of this demon. This hair is simply the best material for a fur coat. It will not only have great spiritual effects, but most importantly, it is very aesthetically pleasing. Just look at the color of this fur. I must say the fur of this demon is as smooth as satin. Even stained with blood mist, it does not lose this characteristic." The woman frowned and said, "Oh my God, the fur is indeed good, but the methods of processing are too brutal. Look, there are scars everywhere. Did such a waste, a terrible waste." At that moment, this woman was the most scrutinizing purchaser. However, Ma Nan remained unfazed and said, "The situation at that time was extremely urgent, and our team member was in a narrow corridor when he killed this demon. Look at him, he almost got eaten by this demon. Although the fur is a bit damaged, we really can't blame this young man." As he spoke, Ma Nan patted Asura on the back, pushing him a step forward. The purchasing agent from Climbing's eyes brightened as she looked at Asura and asked, "Did you kill it? Can you tell me the details of the process? You know, a good product often needs a good story to go with it." Ma Nan patted Asura's shoulder, saying, "He's still a high school student. This story will definitely attract buyers." As he spoke, he winked playfully at Asura. "For the sake of gold pounds, Asura has made significant sacrifices." He narrated the battle process, and as a poor man, he embellished some details of the story. "For the sake of gold pounds, Asura has made significant sacrifices." He narrated the battle process, and as a poor man, after hearing this story, the purchasing lady nodded repeatedly and said, "Can you take your weapon and stand next to the corpse of this monster for a photo?" Upon hearing this request, before Asura could respond, Ma Nan agreed for him, saying, "No problem, absolutely no problem. Should we add some artistic flair?" The purchasing lady raised her eyebrows. "Can there be artistic flair?" Ma Nan patted his chest. "Of course, we can definitely cooperate." So behind the pickup truck under the lattice direction, Asura posed for the photo. However, after looking around, the lady was still not satisfied. She looked at the almost congealed blood on the monster and grabbed some, smearing it on Asura's face and body. Finally, after her adjustments, Asura's image transformed dramatically. So behind the pickup truck under the lattice direction, Asura posed for the photo. However, after looking around, the lady was still not satisfied. With his tall stature and blood on his face, it did not detract from his attractiveness. In fact, each streak of blood was meticulously chosen by the lady. Applied in a way that did not disturb Asura's looks, it not only maintained his appeal, but also made him appear even more valiant. After everything was adjusted, the purchasing lady stood in front, nodding in admiration. Beautiful, so artistic. Just like this, don't move." She called for a photographer who took several shots of Asura. She even requested Asura to change his pose twice. Finally satisfied, she signaled for Asra and Manon to come over, and said, although this fur has some damage, I am very pleased with this young man's story and photos. I am willing to offer 3500 gold pounds for this fur, but I have one condition: these photos must be authorized for our use. Before Asra could speak, Manon shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 that won't do. The lady frowned. What's wrong with it? Manon pulled Asra aside and said, look at his appearance, his physique. He's still a high school student participating in the high school team's mixed martial arts tournament. With his skills, it would be easy for him to achieve good results in the tournament. You want to pay this amount and take the authorization for these photos along with his likeness rights. That's simply impossible. Look at him, he has the potential to become a star. How can his photos be so cheap? The purchasing lady scrutinized Asra and then looked at the photos, surprisingly not refuting Manon's statement. But she also said, indeed it is cheap, but there are many strong high school students in the mixed martial arts tournament, and many are good-looking. We can't be certain he will achieve good results or gain more popularity. The price cannot increase. Manon responded, then these photos cannot be authorized for commercial use. The purchasing lady's expression soured. After thinking for a moment, she still hesitated to give up the photos, and said, how about this? We won't conduct public promotions with these photos, but we will do a small-scale introduction when selling products. This. Manon hesitated upon hearing this. Noticing his hesitation, the lady said, there's no need to hesitate, it's still the price of 3500 gold pounds. You must understand I am giving you this price because of these photos, otherwise this fur would be worth at most 200 gold pounds. Noticing his hesitation, the lady said, there's no need to hesitate, it's still the price of 3500 gold pounds. You must understand I am giving you this price because of these photos, otherwise this fur would be worth at most 200 gold. If you can achieve good results in the tournament, I will apply to the headquarters for you to become our spokesperson, which could be a significant income. He should not give up immediate benefits for an uncertain future. He did not know whether he could become a star and get endorsements. For Asra, having 10 birds in the forest is not as good as having one in hand. The lady made a valid point. In America, there are many handsome and beautiful people, many who can fight, but not everyone has the opportunity to become a star. He should not give up immediate benefits for an uncertain future. He did not know whether he could become a star and get endorsements. But if he could get an additional 1500 now, he could buy a lot more supplements to enhance his physical quality and gain more opportunities. So he nodded and said, okay, I accept this condition. These photos cannot appear in large-scale promotions. That would be a different price. No problem, we can write that into the contract. We won't show it to more than 30 people. The lady smiled and reached out to shake Asra's hand. While communicating with the lady from Clementine, soon the staff from Clementine came out and removed the fur from the monster. Their technique was very skilled, leaving no excessive scars. At the same time, a check for 3500 gold pounds landed in Asra's hands. Next, Manon began contacting other companies, from sports equipment firms to some pharmaceutical companies. All parts of the monster were sold without waste. Even the least valuable flesh was sold to a restaurant's purchasing department for over 3000 gold pounds. After sending off the last buyer, a check for over 3000 gold pounds landed in Asra's hands. Manon lit a cigarette and said, once this flesh goes into that restaurant, the price will be something we can't afford. This was a 5-star high-end restaurant, and Asra recognized their logo. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, but I didn't expect that this somewhat damaged meat could still fetch a price. Manon took a puff from his cigarette and said, anyway, once cooked, no one would know what this meat looked like now. Asra nodded, counting the checks. He was surprised that the final selling price of this monster exceeded his expectations. Originally, he and Manon thought it would sell for at most 400 gold pounds, but it actually sold for nearly 600 gold pounds. The bulk came from that fur. However, Asra sighed, but once these checks were deposited into the bank, they would soon shrink significantly. Taxes were due. Federal income tax, state income tax, and additional self-employment taxes meant he would have to pay at least over 150 gold pounds in taxes. Damn, that's brutal. The goods have sold out and the cigarettes have been smoked, but it is still early. The purchasers here are all quite familiar with the process. Even the slowest buyer, Clementine, only took 15 minutes. From seeing the goods, posing for photos, to negotiating prices, everything was settled. The other purchasers were quicker, finalizing prices and taking what they needed in just a few minutes. Manon called out to Asra, all right, the goods are sold. Let's head back and rest. Do you have a car for school tomorrow morning? Asra shook his head. Do I look like someone who has a car? Manon sighed. How can a man not have a car? Tomorrow you can take my car to school, and in the afternoon it'll help you get a car. Asra's eyes lit up, and he said, thank you, that's quite generous. Manon laughed heartily. You'll have to pay for it yourself. Then forget it, I'll just buy a cheap second-hand car. You're too stingy. Didn't you just get a substantial sum of pounds? What's wrong with spending a bit on your own car? Asra shook his head. Save where I can, spend where I must. Do I still need to buy supplements? Manon said, supplements are great. In the FBI you can get various supplements with discounts. Really? Of course, we are the FBI, and we have special treatment with pharmaceutical companies, so it's at least 30% cheaper than market price. Is the price-performance ratio really that high? Asla asked, somewhat puzzled. Monin smiled, of course, but these supplements can only be used by yourself, not for others. These are for internal supply and won't circulate in the market. They'll send you a form later. You can check what kind of supplements you need or get your instructor to provide some for you. Asla nodded slightly. The two chatted casually as they returned to their temporary resting spot. Here they couldn't perform the minor effect prayer for the sacrificial offerings, but he still meditated for a while to fully restore his spiritual energy. For Asla, the process of meditation was also a form of rest. However, for lower-level sequence practitioners, meditation could not completely replace sleep, who prolonged wakefulness would still lead to considerable fatigue. So during his break, he tried the fast-rest method taught by Monin. Sure enough, he quickly fell asleep. Upon waking, he felt that the duration of sleep was sufficient and his physical fatigue had completely recovered. However, glancing at the time, it had barely been 4 hours. He calculated the efficiency in his mind and felt very satisfied. According to his previous routine, he would need at least 7 hours to achieve such a restful effect. This method effectively gave Asla an additional 3 hours each day to do anything, be it work, training, or battles. In the break room, there was no one left. Xiao had left a note informing Asla of his location. Asla thought for a moment and did not go looking for them. According to their statements, these two FBI agents should be executing other tasks such as investigating cases. These matters were beyond Asila's reach and understanding. So he followed Xiao's guidance from yesterday and arrived at the training ground within the base. The FBI headquarters base in Detian City has a total of 4 training grounds, 1 large and 3 small. The place he arrived at is one of the smaller training grounds. Even though it was smaller, it was still nearly 2,000 square meters, and the equipment available was far superior to that of Ashford School. Even the light-responsive punching targets were more advanced, featuring a fully surrounded 360-degree design. This was an improvement over Ashford's. Testing with a 360-degree light-responsive punching target required the tester to have stronger capabilities, as the targets could appear not only from the front, but also from behind and the sides. This setup mimics the battlefield environment. In fact, the design of the light-responsive punching target is aimed at being closer to actual combat. Asla activated the machine and first adjusted it to the standard of level 3. Unlike Ashford's model, this 360-degree light-responsive punching target had the targets scattered all around, but there were fewer targets. For the 180-degree setup, more targets were needed since the area covered was smaller. The punching targets flew out one by one, and Asla hit them. He adjusted his breathing and released his spiritual energy, bringing himself to peak condition. Utilizing his eyes, ears, and even spiritual energy, he tracked each punching target. His fist struck continuously, turning, jumping, and sidestepping. Beep, beep, beep. 10 punching targets were lost, and the level 3 test failed. However, he wasn't surprised by this. The machine he had tested previously was different from this one, and there was a significant difference in difficulty between the two. Failing the first time was not unusual. He took a brief rest for a few minutes before starting again. Compared to the first time, he gradually adapted to the rhythm of this machine. With each punch, he hit all the targets. As his instincts sharpened, he could hit every punching target at the fastest speed as they flew out. Ding! The surrounding light curtain paused, and the level 3 intensity test passed. Clap, clap. Applause came from the side. Well done. I didn't expect your performance on the light-responsive punching target to be so good. It was Xiao's voice. Asla turned to look at him and asked, "Are you done with your tasks?" Xiao still looked somewhat fatigued. He shook his head. "There's no such thing as being done recently. It's just a temporary lack of ideas, so I took a break." "Can you share what it is about?" Asla asked curiously. Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's nothing I can't disclose, although I can't tell you the clues you can still know about this matter. In addition to dealing with the current underground world monster invasion, we are also busy with an important case. Recently, a heinous case occurred in the Southern District involving a sacrifice of 33 people. The perpetrator is a very ruthless individual. We suspect that he is an extraordinary being from some evil path, conducting sacrifices to some entity in the spirit realm. Currently, we have pitifully few leads. The perpetrator is very cunning. We had tracked some clues, but now they are of no use." Upon hearing the word sacrifice, Asla clearly perked up his attention. He simply connected the recent 2 events in his mind and asked, "Is the explosion at the Oak Tree Church related to this?" Xiao's eyes lit up. He fully agreed with Asila's sharpness, saying, "We do have that suspicion." Xiao did not reveal too many details. After all, Asra was merely a temporary emergency responder. More clues could not be disclosed to him. Otherwise, if any clues or information were leaked, or if this matter were to be exposed, it could easily cause panic among the citizens. Xiao regained his composure and said to Asra, "Let's go. Since you've rested well, I'll take you to see the equipment you will be using next." Asra's face lit up with anticipation. The FBI's equipment is quite impressive. Xiao led Asra to the equipment room, where a set of extraordinary gear was already laid out. From armor to weapons. Xiao pointed to the battle armor and said, "This is your protective gear produced by FN Military Defense Group Model FN 106. a set of Class A extraordinary armor that includes a helmet, chest plate, shoulder guards, wrist guards, and combat boots. This is a relatively lightweight battle armor that only protects the main body of the wearer, similar to a bulletproof vest. There is little protection for the legs, but that is not surprising. It is not ancient times anymore. Military and police departments tend to prefer modern choices in protective gear. Although there are armors reminiscent of ancient armor, they are used less frequently. Many extraordinary beings opt for energy rifles in their weaponry, and while wearing full armor provides defensive benefits, it also means increased weight and reduced speed. Asra donned the armor, allowing spiritual energy to seep in, communicating and experiencing the armor. He was very satisfied. The gear was not heavy, well within his tolerance. The defense is very strong. Class A armor cannot be penetrated by ordinary bullets, requiring at least higher-grade energy rifles and energy bullets to have a chance of penetrating. Moreover, this armor is also helpful for close combat. If he had worn this protective gear today, when facing that magical creature, he would feel much safer and more at ease. Wearing this armor, he resembled a modern warrior. Then Xiao pointed to a longsword nearby and said, "This is your melee weapon, an A-class weapon from Fengyao Weapon Research Institute. It is much better than the one you used before, sharper and tougher with superior energy conduction. And the most crucial point is that you can use this weapon during work hours starting today." This is the energy rifle KR-18 from KR Firearms Group, a Class A energy rifle. But since you are not an adult and not a formal member of the FBI, this rifle does not have the full auto component installed and is still a semi-automatic. Asra's gaze was soon drawn to this energy rifle. The matte black gun body was equipped with some tactical accessories, such as a simple red dot sight, a lightweight grip, and tactical laser pointers. This weapon was entirely different from all the weapons Asra had used before. KR-18 is the flagship product of KR Firearms Group, which has been widely equipped in the American military and police systems since its development over 30 years ago. This firearm comes in standard and various energy models. The standard models are mostly used by state police, the National Guard, and the Army and Marine Corps. However, the officers and extraordinary beings mostly use the energy models, ranging from Class 1 energy models to higher grades. This Class A energy firearm is a new and exciting weapon for Asra. Xiao introduced it, saying, "You probably haven't fired an energy firearm before, right? This is quite different from ordinary firearms in terms of power. Here's a bullet for you." Asra felt the energy aura emanating from it. This is a Class 1C energy training bullet, caliber 5.56, but its power is quite impressive, almost comparable to that of a standard 30mm cannon shell. And this is just the lowest level energy ammunition that this gun can use. If you had the KR-18 today along with a magazine of Class A bullets, you would definitely not find it as difficult to battle even against an 8th level magical creature. You would only need to fire a dozen bullets to take it down. In most cases, we fire within visual range, accurately shooting down magical creatures. Unless the creatures are very fast, making it difficult for us to hit them accurately. What if we really encounter such a situation? Asra asked while inspecting the rifle. A peculiar smile appeared on Xiao's face as he replied, "If we really encounter such a situation, then of course we should quickly get in the car and leave first. Just remember to call for support. Remember, we only have one life." Asra nodded, completely unaware that Xiao was such a flexible person. But being flexible is good. If they encountered someone stubborn, then Asra would be in trouble. After changing into the gear, Asra checked the rifle. Xiao asked, "Have you ever fired a rifle?" Asra thought for a moment before replying, "I went to the shooting range with friends before, but I don't have much experience." Xiao nodded. "No problem, follow me. There's a shooting range in the base where you can practice whenever you have free time. You can shoot ordinary bullets freely, but energy ammunition requires an application. You can only use it during missions, or you can buy empty bullets to recharge them." "Recharge?" "Of course you heard me right, it's recharging. Energy bullets are empty and require you to infuse your own spiritual energy into them. You can also buy pre-charged bullets, but they are more expensive." Asra pondered and asked, "Are the energy bullets received during missions already charged, or do we have to charge them ourselves?" Xiao smiled. "The energy bullets received during missions are of course fully charged. Otherwise, if we received empty bullets, would we have to consume our spiritual energy to recharge them before a battle? That would greatly impact." Asra nodded in understanding. That indeed made sense. Xiao took Asra to the shooting range where it was still dark, giving Asra 2 hours of practice time. After providing Asra with 200 rounds of ammunition and explaining how to use the rifle, Xiao hurriedly left. Watching Xiao's departing figure, Asra felt the immense pressure on their temporary partnership. He took his stance, prepared to practice shooting, while still pondering, "Damn, when I sacrifice Boyer back, then I hope I won't be included in their clues." Bang, bang, bang. The KR-18 semi-automatic rifle fired with precision. This rifle has gained immense popularity in America, transitioning from an ordinary model to various versions of a magical energy rifle. Its exceptional performance is undoubtedly a key factor. Accurate and fair reaching, these are the advantages of this weapon. If it were modified to fully automatic, Asra would surely prefer it even more. However, the gun is merely a vessel. The real lethality lies within the bullets. A stronger bullet is necessary to inflict greater damage upon the enemy. Currently, Asra is using only ordinary armor-piercing rounds which are effective against lightly armored targets. Yet against those clad in extraordinary gear or against magical creatures, its effectiveness diminishes considerably. Nevertheless, it's a decent choice for practicing marksmanship. Bang! Bang! After yet another magazine is emptied, Ma Nan and Xiao, the two temporary partners, arrived at the shooting range. Ma Nan, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, leaned against a nearby table and said, "You shoot pretty accurately. Have you done this before?" Asra didn't even look back, reloading the magazine, while replying, "Not much, but how difficult can shooting be?" Ma Nan couldn't help but snort at this. "Don't tell me this is your first time shooting the KR-18 rifle." Asra filled the magazine and reloaded the rifle, saying, "Do you think I have the spare cash to play with guns often?" Ma Nan was momentarily speechless. Asra resumed firing. Bang! Bang! The bullets shot out, precisely hitting the target at a distance of 150 meters. Every bullet landed within the 9-ring. This was achieved using only a basic red dot sight. His shooting was very accurate and quick. Once he finished another magazine, Ma Nan picked up a telescope to observe the target. Seeing the score on the target, he couldn't help but turn to Asra. "Are you really not on the red heat pathway?" Asra understood what he meant by this question. The red heat pathway is favored by American military and police, exhibiting great strength even at lower ranks. At Sequence 9, the fighter enhances the physical control of extraordinary beings and their combat skills. At Sequence 8, one becomes a sergeant, a rank that begins to grant proficiency with firearms, allowing for adept use of various weapons. This pathway represents the most perfect fusion with modern technology. Originally, Asra believed that the gift from Avis would lead him to the red heat pathway, but unexpectedly it turned out to be the sun pathway. Asra replied, "Of course it's not the red heat pathway. Why is there any doubt about it? You think my accuracy implies I'm on the red heat pathway?" Ma Nan retained his cigarette and said, "Unless you've practiced a lot, otherwise how could that be the case? But you're right, being as poor as you are, you shouldn't have money to practice with such guns." Asra found it hard to refute Ma Nan's statement about his poverty, since it was indeed true. He smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I have a good talent." Ma Nan shook his head repeatedly. "No, I don't believe it. How about you try a different gun?" Asra asked, "What kind of gun?" Ma Nan thought for a moment and said, "Since you claim you have good talent, why not try a sniper rifle? Xiao, go fetch a bolt-action sniper rifle." Xiao interjected, "Stop playing around. Oh, let Asra practice properly." Ma Nan insisted, "How can this be considered playing? This is to assess Asra's talent, so we can coordinate better in the future." He looked at Asra and said, "Don't you think?" Asra responded, "What you're bringing me is a KR-18. Even if I practice with a bolt-action rifle, it won't be of any use. So let's skip it." Ma Nan laughed, saying, "I knew you were just bragging." Asra shook his head. "I'm not bragging. Everything I said is true." Ma Nan challenged, "Then why don't you try shooting with a sniper? Are you afraid?" Asra pondered for a moment and replied, "But why should I shoot? It doesn't benefit me at all." Upon hearing this, Ma Nan quickly said, "Want some benefits, huh? Let's make a bet. If you can adapt quickly and shoot accurately, I'll give you a little reward." Asra asked, "What kind of reward?" Ma Nan revealed his car key from under his clothing, saying, "Don't you have no car to get to school?" He continued, "And you don't want to spend your own money. This bet is quite simple. If I win, you must be at my beck and call, and you can't brag in front of me anymore. If you win, then my car will be lent to you for a month. What do you say?" Ma Nan wore a smile. Asra smiled faintly and responded, "No problem. What gun shall we shoot?" Ma Nan grinned mischievously, "I'll go get it for you, don't rush." Xiao shrugged and said to Asra, "Ma Nan is definitely up to no good, so be careful." Asra, while loading the bullets, casually said, "It's fine at worst, I just won't brag anymore." Xiao chuckled at this. Before long, Ma Nan returned excitedly, holding a long rifle. He exclaimed, "Asra, look at this wonderful thing I prepared for you." Asra looked at the weapon in his arms with a puzzled expression. The rifle was still wrapped in a gun case, but was noticeably longer than the KR-18. Xiao covered his forehead and exclaimed, "How did you manage to get this rifle?" Ma Nan laughed. "What's the point of playing with ordinary guns? To test Asra, it has to be something special." These words piqued Asra's curiosity. In the next moment, Ma Nan opened the gun case, revealing a rifle with a wooden handguard. "Fuck!" Even Asra couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Ma Nan pulled the bolt, producing a crisp sound, and cheerfully introduced, "Let me introduce this beauty, the A-29 bolt-action rifle." This was the most commonly equipped rifle by the Albion Empire's army during the Third Continental War. This is a magical energy rifle. In that era, firearms had not yet been finally categorized. If we were to classify it by today's standards, this rifle has performance equivalent to level 1S. The only pity is that this rifle is too old. In that time, it was not equipped with optical or mystical sights. To shoot, one had to rely solely on basic sights and the front sight. He handed the rifle to Asra, saying, "So what do you think?" It's still not too late to admit defeat. Asra took the rifle and inspected it. Although it was at least a 100-year-old rifle, it was well-maintained, showing no signs of wear in the barrel. Holding this rifle, he could even sense the taste of blood and fire. Click. Pulling the bolt back, Asra looked at Ma Nan and said, "Admit defeat. That word has never existed in my vocabulary." Hearing Asra's words, Ma Nan and Chow both laughed. Ma Nan said, "Is it easy to use this gun? It's quite simple, just 3 points in a line, nothing like the complicated scopes of modern firearms." Asra then asked, "What distance should I aim for?" Ma Nan smiled and replied, "This is a magic energy rifle different from an ordinary rifle. While the ordinary A29 has a kill range of 600 meters, this gun has a range of 4 kilometers. However, since you just started using this gun, let's aim for a target 400 meters away. No sights 400 meters. If you can hit the target, my car will be yours for this month." Asra nodded and asked, "How many shots can I fire?" Ma Nan confidently said, "You can shoot as many times as you want, but you probably only have a little over an hour before school starts. How about we finish our bet before then?" "All right, let's go with that timing." Ma Nan fetched the bullets, a sly smile on his face. Xiao, standing aside, said helplessly, "Isn't it a bit unfair to bully him like this? At least give him a normal gun." Ma Nan retorted, "What's wrong with this gun? Isn't it normal? A bolt-action rifle, plus it's a magic energy gun. It showcases his talent perfectly. There's no gun more suitable than this one." Look, Asra didn't refuse it himself. Xiao shook his head helplessly. Asra, on the other hand, began to inspect the rifle, not rushing to fire. Instead, he took out maintenance tools and spent nearly 10 minutes cleaning the gun. Then he started loading bullets. The rifle's magazine could hold 7 rounds. Fire 1 round, pull the bolt back once. At 400 meters, the half-body target appeared no larger than a fingertip. At this distance, using a scope wouldn't be too difficult. Someone with some practice could easily hit the target. But without a scope, relying solely on the iron sights, the difficulty increased. Asra had only shot a few times in his 2 lifetimes, making the challenge quite daunting. This time he opted for a prone position. Calming his mind and focusing, he lined the target up with the sights. Without a scope, he had to rely on his eyesight experience and spiritual power for assistance. Asra summoned his spiritual energy, causing his eyes to take on a light golden hue. Adjusting his state, he began to hold his breath. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out as the bullet flew, the recoil striking Asra's shoulder. This old-style rifle predominantly used full-power rounds, resulting in a greater recoil. The first shot clearly missed. Asra had underestimated the difficulty of using this gun. He merged his spiritual energy with the rifle, trying his best to control it. Bang, bang, bang. After firing several shots in succession, Xiao crouched beside him, using binoculars to observe the target 400 meters away, reporting on Asra's shooting performance. "No hits yet, but you're getting closer." Hearing this from Xiao, Asra did not respond, but instead closed his eyes, trying to feel the gun as much as possible. In a daze, he felt the glorious history of this rifle. The sound of intense gunfire echoed in his ears. The scent of gunpowder filled his nostrils, mingling with the bloody scent of fallen soldiers. He even felt as if he had transformed into a bullet, traversing vast distances to accurately pierce through the enemy's chest. Ma Nan, who was watching Asra, muttered with a cigarette in his mouth, "Bullshit." Xiao was equally astonished, never expecting Asra to connect so well with this gun. The difference between magic energy firearms and ordinary firearms lies in the fact that this gun can communicate with spiritual energy. The lethality and combat strength vary depending on the extraordinary user. When Asra opened his eyes again, the rifle in his arms seemed to awaken from its slumber. The gun's spiritual energy became active, providing a greater amplification. Ma Nan comforted himself, saying, it's fine. A more active spiritual energy doesn't significantly improve shooting accuracy." "He's not accurate." Asra paid no mind to Ma Nan's murmurs. He raised the gun again and aimed at the distant target. Bang! Another shot was fired, but he still missed the target. In the next moment, he even felt an angry emotion emanating from the gun in his hands. However, Asra was not deterred. He held his breath and continued to shoot. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. These 2 shots were gradually getting closer to the target. Xiao, excitedly holding the binoculars, shouted, "You're getting closer." Ma Nan clenched his fists for the first time, feeling that Xiao was somewhat unsuitable as a partner. Asra reloaded the bullets and aimed at the target once more. At this moment, his mind and spiritual energy seemed to merge seamlessly with the rifle in his hands. His gaze seemed to penetrate the hundreds of meters distance, clearly seeing the target. With 3 points aligned, a flash of insight crossed his mind. This shot is bound to hit. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the bullet, accompanied by flames and smoke, shot out from the muzzle. The projectile spun rapidly due to the rifling continuing to spin. Pop! The target 400 meters away emitted a faint sound, slightly swaying. A bullet hole quietly appeared at the center of the half-body target. Xiao, witnessing this scene through the binoculars, immediately clenched his fist and waved it vigorously. "Shit! You hit it." At this moment, Xiao was even happier than Asra. Contrary to his excitement, Ma Nen instantly held his head with both hands, his face filled with frustration. Oh, bullshit, how could this happen? I want to inspect the gun. This can't be right, how could he hit it? Xiao turned to look at Ma Nen, laughing. Ma Nen, you're not backing out, are you? Ma Nen immediately retorted. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? Asra did not get up, but instead pulled back the bolt again, simply aiming this time. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots in succession. Xiao quickly grabbed the binoculars to look at the distant target. Sure enough, 2 more bullet holes appeared on the target. Xiao exclaimed in shock, you hit again. Asra got up from the ground, handed the gun to Ma Nan, and said, want to inspect the gun? Ma Nan dazed took the gun, and then skeptically said, I don't believe it, can this gun be so easy to shoot? I want to try it too. He lay on the ground, loaded the bullets, and aimed at the target 400 meters away. Bang bang bang. After a series of shots, he looked up at Xiao, who was holding the binoculars. Xiao glanced at the target, and then at Ma Nan, unable to help but say, Ma Nan, you missed all your shots, you hit the other targets. Ma Nan was completely dumbfounded, the gun is fine. With a thunderous roar, Asla slammed the accelerator, and the engine answered with a deep growl. This car was powerful, not the same vehicle Ma Nan and his team used for their missions. Ma Nan, pressed against the passenger side glass, could not help but call out, be careful, oh, I only just bought this car, and it hasn't finished breaking in. Mind the throttle. Treat it well. Asla turned to Ma Nan and smiled, don't worry, he'll take good care of it. He'll bring it back when I'm done. No sooner had he spoken than the passenger window began to rise automatically, nudging Ma Nan out. Mr. Ma Nan, see you this afternoon, Asla called. The car eased out of the parking lot, while Ma Nan stood there like a forlorn statue, shouting, slow down, slow down. Don't floor it, do you even know how to drive? Xiao, standing nearby, could not contain himself and burst into delighted laughter when he saw Asla drive off. Tears of mirth even sprang to his eyes. Pointing at Ma Nan, he teased, for heaven's sake, you're killing me. Anyone who didn't know might think you handed your wife over to Asla to drive. Ma Nan stared after the retreating car and said dejectedly, might as well have let him take my wife. I just bought this new car and haven't even dared to floor the throttle myself. Xiao clutched his stomach and asked, aren't you single? Ma Nan spread his hands, yeah. Damn. Meanwhile, Asla drove along Linine Avenue. He opened the window, allowed his hand to hang out, and felt the wind pass over his skin. Asla patted the steering wheel and sighed, what a fine car. Only a little over 300,000. Imagine how thrilling and even better. The sports car belonged to Ma Nan. Its landed price was roughly £350,000, a stretch for an FBI agent's salary. Yet with loans and the lucrative rewards from hunting monsters, he enjoyed considerable income. In that light, buying the car made sense. He drove to school. Female underclassmen cast flirtatious looks as Asla stepped out. Since the explosion at Xianshu Church, everyone had been tense. Patrols and clashes by military and police in the city had kept people uneasy. The recent days had unnerved the townspeople, but life must go on, and ordinary people gradually returned to their normal routines. The city was dangerous. They might never encounter monsters and might not die, but without work they would surely suffer. Morning classes saw at least a quarter fewer students in attendance. Those absent were not necessarily victims of danger, but had chosen to study at home. Most came from reasonably comfortable families and preferred self-study or private tutors to risking the commute. After all the essential material had largely been covered, it was time to consolidate their AP coursework. With Lingha's assistance, Asila's grades had risen to the very top of his class and placed him among the top 10 in the entire school. Having completed another section of exam questions, Asla felt that such tests no longer posed the slightest pressure to him. Asla set down his test paper and thought, these courses have become optional for me, perhaps I should devote more time to training. Succeeding in AP exams alone will not secure me admission to a prestigious school, but earning good results in the Mixed Martial Arts League could. Having reached that conclusion, Asla went to the Mixed Martial Arts training arena after morning classes to see Coach Kamen. Kid, you're here, training as usual today. Coach Kamen sounded listless. Observing this, Asla asked, Mr. Kamen, why do you look so fatigued? Kamen waved his hand and said, there has been too much happening lately. I'm in charge of the school's security every day. Of course I'm exhausted. Because of the monsters. Kamen turned to him. You know about the monsters? Asla nodded. Of course I do, but it's hardly a secret. Kamen nodded in return. You're right, that's exactly why. I handle the school's security daily, and sometimes have to escort a board member. It's draining work. After reflecting for a moment, Asla said plainly, Mr. Kamen, I need to request leave starting today. I will return on the day of the competition. Kamen turned, brow furrowed. You're requesting leave too. Why? Are you abandoning your training? Asla replied, of course I will keep training, but I have found a new place. Kamen shook his head. No, I cannot approve that. You are still a student, and given your family's situation, I cannot imagine you have a suitable place to train. For the sake of your grades and the school's reputation, you must train here. I will not grant the leave. Kid, are you afraid of the monsters? Do you intend to cower in your kennel like a coward? Hearing this, Asla realized that unless he offered a convincing explanation, Kamen would never authorize his leave. So he said, Mr. Cayman, you misunderstand. Ooh, I truly have a better place to train. Cayman glared with bulging eyes, and a wall of muscle strode up to Asla. Tell me, what better place could you possibly have to train? Asla confessed plainly, I am going to train at the FBI base. What? Where? Cayman's eyes widened in disbelief. The FBI base, Asla said flatly. Cayman exploded. For heaven's sake, have you committed a crime? How are you even allowed to visit me then? Cayman was aghast. He grabbed Asla and glanced behind him, declaring, I'm merely your coach. I haven't participated in any of your wrongdoing. Asla answered with a helpless shrug, it's not a crime. I met 2 FBI agents who asked me to serve as their temporary assistant, so I can train at the FBI base during my downtime. Cayman fell silent for a moment, studying Asla from head to toe, incredulous. You. The FBI wants you as a temporary assistant, and lets you train on their base. Aren't you only 17? Asla nodded yes, which is why it is temporary. The world must be mad if you can go to the FBI. Cayman exclaimed. Asla spread his hands and remarked, perhaps because I killed a monster. What? Cayman shouted, his voice rising sharply. Asla motioned for him to calm down. Cayman demanded, tell me exactly what happened. Asla recounted the events of the previous day in broad strokes and produced his phone to show Cayman the photo taken by the woman from Kalamanting. Cayman examined the photo, then looked at Asla in astonishment. Good heavens, you actually look like a model, he exclaimed, followed by an exasperated damn. After successfully obtaining leave from Mr. Cayman, Asra also took leave from his morning classes. Starting from Wednesday, he would no longer need to attend school. He only needed to report his physical condition to Coach Cayman every day and come to school on Saturday morning. For over a month, Asra had to come to school every Saturday to participate in a regular mixed martial arts competition. After his leave ended, Asra drove back to his residence. He decided not to return to his residence for the time being. After paying sufficient rent, the landlord wouldn't bother him. However, a room left unoccupied for a long time could attract thieves. Thus, the 20,000 pounds of illicit money hidden under the bed needed to be dealt with. Asra took the money, sealed it in an iron box, and buried it in a remote area. This money would serve as his emergency fund in case of danger. For instance, if he needed to flee when things went awry, he would need to access this money. Until then, it would be left outside. After handling these matters, Asra drove back to the FBI base. Inside the FBI base, the training facilities were much more complete and superior to those at school. Moreover, Manon wasn't exaggerating. He truly invited an FBI agent coach who spent several hours redesigning training plans for Asra. The coach first tapped Asra's body to sense his physical condition, and then exclaimed in surprise, damn, I really didn't expect such strength to be contained within your body. This upcoming mixed martial arts competition is going to be exciting. Ashford High School, right? He'll remember to come watch your matches when I have time. Manon chuckled from the side. You can also place some bets. This kid is hiding quite a bit, and his opponents might not even notice it. Hearing this, the coach laughed heartily. Damn it, you're a genius. I must say this coach is quite skilled. No wonder he could become a trainer at the FBI headquarters in D10. With the equipment available at the base, the training plan devised by the coach required Asra to train for at least 3 hours a day. However, the effectiveness of this training was not inferior to the 4.5 hours of training planned by Mr. Cayman. It doesn't necessarily mean that Cayman's training methods were flawed. Some aspects were due to Ashford's training equipment being far inferior to that of the FBI base. Furthermore, the pounds of gold Asra obtained from hunting that monster had already been redeemed, allowing him to purchase more supplements at the FBI. These supplements, when combined with those he purchased at school, yielded better results. Asra even sensed the spiritual energy within certain supplements. Clearly, the production materials or processes of these supplements must have involved some spiritual components. During the investigation, Manon and Xiao did not disturb Asra. After finishing a day of training, he even lay down for a quick rest, seizing the time to recover his body. However, as he received his salary, there would always be times when Asra needed to put in effort. Inside the break room, Asra lay down and rested for over an hour. Xiao hurried in and nodded slightly upon seeing Asra resting. Their time was tight, and the recent rest periods had been fragmented. As Asra was their temporary emergency responder and assistant, he had to remain alert during work hours. Earlier, Asra had agreed that daytime would be his training time, but after school hours he needed to be ready to follow their orders at any time. This is why Asra would quickly enter sleep and rest immediately after training. As Xiao arrived, Asra awakened. Seeing Asra open his eyes, Xiao felt more satisfied, pleased with Asra's vigilance. Asra, put on your gear. It's our turn to patrol today. Yes, I'm coming right away. Asra leaped up, went to the equipment room, donned his protective gear, and picked up the KR-18 magical energy rifle. Xiao had also changed into his equipment. From Asra's sacrificial vision, Xiao's gear appeared to be second tier, but it's uncertain which level it falls under SABC. After changing, Xiao led Asra forward while explaining, I'm taking you to receive magical energy ammunition. For this mission, you can collect 60 rounds of magical energy ammunition, as well as some blank bullets to charge yourself when you have time. Every round of the 60 rounds you collect must be documented, and you must submit them upon returning to the base. However, the bullets you charge yourself do not need to be submitted upon returning to the base, but you must also document the ones you fire. Understood. Asra nodded. I understand. Xiao brought Asra to the logistics department, where the logistics officer was a stout black female agent. Xiao handed over a form, give him 60 rounds of ammunition for the KR-18, 50 rounds of 1B grade, 10 rounds of 1A grade, 60 blank bullets, and 150 ordinary bullets. The black logistics officer glanced at the form, then at Asra, said nothing, and turned to waddle away with her heavy backside. Before long she returned with a tray full of bullets. On the tray the 4 types of bullets were distinctly separated. On the far right were 10 rounds of 1A grade magical energy bullets, followed by 50 rounds of 1B grade magical energy bullets, then 60 blank bullets waiting to be charged, and finally 150 ordinary bullets. They're all here, you can verify them. Xiao tilted his head towards Asra, signaling him to check. Asra stepped forward to inspect the bullets with great care. He first touched the 2 types of magical energy bullets, and could sense the existence of spiritual energy within them. However, it was difficult to identify what kind of spiritual energy it was. The 2 types of bullets had no external differences. The distinction between 1B and 1A grade magical energy bullets primarily lay in the amount of spiritual energy infused within. Asra then picked up a blank bullet for inspection, which was the same. This indicated that the performance of these magical energy bullets largely depended on the amount of spiritual energy infused. The more spiritual energy infused, the greater the bullet's power. After checking the quality and quantity, Asra nodded at Xiao. Xiao smiled. If everything is fine, let's set off to carry out the mission. Yes. Leaving the FBI base, the 3 of them got into the same vehicle to start their patrol. The driver was Asra, with Xiao in the passenger seat, while Manon lay in the back seat resting. This guy seized every fragmented moment to rest. Xiao did not rest, but he was not fatigued. He merely guided Asra on the patrol route, while keeping an eye on the surrounding environment. This was the reason they brought Asra into the team. In the past, when the 2 patrolled, they could not rest. One person had to drive, while the other had to stay alert. Now at least one person could sleep and rest. With a rotation every 2 hours, both Manon and Xiao had ample time to rest, ultimately taking turns meditating to restore their spiritual energy. Along the way, Xiao guided Asra on the route and highlighted points of caution. Xiao spoke sparingly, only opening his mouth when necessary. At other times, he was also seizing the opportunity to rest. After an hour of patrolling, Xiao said it's time to take a break. After half an hour, we will continue the patrol. If we receive a distress call during this time, we will need to respond immediately. Asra nodded. The vehicle immediately fell silent, and when Asra glanced over, he saw that Xiao had also leaned back and fallen asleep. In the back seat, Manon was sound asleep, showing no signs of waking. They turned off the lights and quietly waited for time to pass. Half an hour passed in a blink, and he restarted the engine, resuming the patrol. At this time, Xiao also woke up, appropriately continuing to serve as Asra's assistant. Their weapons were all placed in easily accessible positions. This vehicle had been modified with a weapon rack installed between the 2 rows of seats, holding rifles and Asra's longsword. There was also Xiao's weapon, a rifle which appeared to be an automatic version. Xiao's cold weapon was a military dagger, a remarkable piece of equipment, though it measured only about 30 centimeters in length, a rather short weapon. Manon's weapon was a long knife, placed behind the seat. After another round of patrolling, Manon took over the passenger seat. Having enjoyed 2 hours of effective sleep, his physical condition had improved significantly. At least his complexion looked a bit better. Xiao then went to the back seat to catch up on sleep. Xiao and Manon had completely different personalities. Xiao was taciturn, speaking only when it was important. Manon, on the other hand, was somewhat talkative. Once he sat in the passenger seat beside Asra, he began chatting about everything. Half an hour later, Manon had not stopped talking, which prompted Asra to curiously ask Xiao, is sleeping in the back seat. Won't our chatting disturb his rest? Manon laughed and said, what disturbance? Even if a gunfight broke out now, he wouldn't wake up unless we called him. That's professionalism, you know, kid. Asra asked, is it always this exhausting in the FBI? It shouldn't be, theoretically. This remark made Manon pause for a moment before replying, damn, it wasn't this exhausting before. Now a pile of complex problems has piled up, making it seem so tiring. In the past, we only needed to work half a day. We could go wherever we wanted for the other half. Now we have to work 3 days worth in 1 day, damn. If I find that troublemaker, it'll fill his body with bullets. Manon was furious, but soon he calmed himself down. Asra tentatively asked, can you tell me about that case? Manon turned to look at Asra, thought for a moment, and said, the one about the sacrifices. Asra nodded while looking ahead. Manon hesitated for a moment before saying, there's nothing I can't say about this case. Since you are now our partner, I can tell you. Just be careful not to disclose it, understood? Asra nodded and said, don't worry, I will keep it confidential and definitely won't leak it. Manon began to explain the basic situation of the case to Asra, especially the clues and judgments he and Xiao had discovered. He emphasized their contributions. After hearing some clues and analyses about the case, Asra pondered and asked what methods could possibly lead to such sacrifices. Manon shook his head and said it's hard to say. Among the known methods, there's no indication that any extraordinary being has the motive to do this. Unless it's some extraordinary beings who believe in evil gods, they might be capable of such acts. Evil gods? Asra asked, are there many evil gods? Manon snorted, are there many evil gods? Even having one evil god is a significant matter. Aside from the church, there are many cults and churches hiding in the shadows in America. Their distorted doctrines, inexplicable worship, and beliefs are all very dangerous existences. Asra asked, what level are evil gods? Manon shook his head and said it's hard to say. Many evil gods are powerful entities from the spirit world. You know that from sequence 4 onwards they are angels or demigods. Extraordinary beings at this level possess great power in both the material and spiritual realms. Many cults worship beings that are powerful life forms above this level. Some are sequence 4, some are sequence 3, and there are even more powerful ones. Asra muttered to himself, what I know is that I don't know anything at all. If sequence 4 can be called a demigod or angel, then what is the true nature of higher sequences? Are they real deities? What about the God of the church? Real existing true gods, righteous gods. After all, there are already evil gods. Manon narrated 2 years ago the FBI in detenting state destroyed a cult's gathering. This was a blood worship cult gathering. They worshipped the powerful being from the spirit world. Among the believers, the vast majority were brainwashed ordinary people, but there were also some extraordinary beings. Asra asked in confusion, blood worship? Yes, that's right, blood worship. They believe that blood is the source of everything. It is life, it is the end, it is evil, and it is perfect. This gathering also had many extraordinary beings, most of whom were extraordinary beings of the blood path. Of course, there were also some from other paths such as mystery and moon, but the majority were still from blood. Asra asked, what is the name of the evil god they worship? Manon scratched his head and said, I think that name cannot be mentioned. For powerful beings, names themselves hold power. In the future, if you learn the names of powerful evil beings, you must not disclose them. But I remember these blood worship cultists referred to this being as the Crimson Feast. I won't recite the full title. Upon hearing that name, Asra felt a stirring in his heart. He had obtained a secret from Boyer, a phrase associated with a powerful being of the blood path, known as the Lord of the Crimson Feast. Asra had even made sacrifices to this fellow 3 times. Manon continued, this gathering is quite extraordinary, held in the wilderness, and it attracted at least 10,000 participants. There were over 400 extraordinary individuals alone, and the most powerful among them was even of sequence 6. This guy was incredibly fierce. It took a lot of effort to finally kill him. Asra curiously asked, what is the name of this sequence 6? Manon thought for a moment and replied, I believe he is called the Bloodcaster from the blood path. Asra nodded, secretly pondering, I've learned another name of a sequence. The Bloodcaster should be proficient in spiritual spells based on his name. Manon recalled, during the battle we requested support from the National Guard and the church, and there were even armed helicopters in the air. At that time I wasn't as strong as I am now, and was responsible for dealing with the minions. When the fight broke out, a bishop from the church, a knight from the temple, and this Bloodcaster engaged in battle, creating a scene that was nothing short of a bloody hell. Asra's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, please tell me more in detail. Manon, accustomed to sharing stories, said, I heard after the battle that the Bloodcaster's fighting style leaned more towards stealth. Open confrontations were not his forte. Yet even so, the battle was still incredibly bloody, with many ordinary people present at the gathering. With a single word from the Bloodcaster, at least hundreds of people slashed their wrists or cut their throats, their blood spraying forth like a fountain. This blood transformed into various weapons, stabbing swords, daggers, and flying needles, attacking the assailants. At least dozens of extraordinary individuals from the National Guard were killed. Had it not been for the timely support of the bishop and the temple knight, the casualties would have been even greater. Moreover, this fellow was quite adept at casting spells. The various blood-related spells he used caused us significant trouble. Just as Asra was listening intently, Manon smiled and said, but we weren't pushovers either. Aside from a bishop and a knight from the church, we also had an FBI sequence 6, the Scales, and a National Guard sequence 6, the Battlemaster. The specifics of the battle were too intense. I didn't see clearly at the time, but I knew the Battlemaster used a 4-level heavy sniper rifle to blow the Bloodcaster's head clean off. Asra curiously asked, it ended that simply? Manon smiled smugly, saying, ended? No, far from it. The Bloodcaster whose head was blown off did not die. I've heard that this sequence possesses a special ability to create a substitute using blood, allowing him to evade death. Thus the Bloodcaster that had his head blown off did not truly perish, but was reborn at a distance. However, the Scales found his rebirth location, and these sequence 6 individuals flew over in armed helicopters, killing this Bloodcaster while he was still weak from just having been reborn. That was when he was finally dealt with. Asra, astonished, asked, has sequence 6 become this powerful? Manon retorted, what do you mean sequence 6 has become this powerful? In all paths, once you reach sequence 7, you're already considered a mid-tier extraordinary individual. Mid-tier extraordinary individuals are already quite strong. Ordinary firearms can no longer harm them. Only fellow extraordinary beings can track and capture them. If you can become a mid-tier extraordinary individual, you would already be living a life of luxury and detaining state. Asra, curious, asked, "What about you now?" Manon's demeanor dropped, and he muttered, "I'm still far off, still at sequence 8. Asra praised him, saying, "It's all right, you're already quite strong." Manon looked at Asra's expression. "You bastard." When they paused to rest again, Manon closed his eyes and fell asleep. Asra also closed his eyes to ponder. He had gained a lot today, learning much knowledge from Manon. For instance, among the mid-tier extraordinary individuals, he now knew the names of at least 4 sequence 6 from different paths. From the blood path, the bloodcaster. From the seat of holiness, the bishop. From the temple knight path, the temple knight. From the red heat path, the battlemaster. The strength of extraordinary individuals surpassed Asra's original expectations. Initially based on the knowledge of the original host, Asra thought this was merely a low magic world. However, as time passed, and he learned more, he felt that the power of this world far exceeded his expectations. If sequence 6 can use blood to be reborn, then what about higher sequences? Wouldn't they be able to take off immediately? This also deepened Asra's anticipation regarding the blood path he had stolen through offerings. He mused, so what I've sacrificed has been given to this powerful being of the blood path. At least a sequence 4 or higher blood path individual, this fellow is in the spirit realm. If my primary path, the uncertain chaos path, continues to grow stronger, will I be able to steal more power from the blood path until I become sequence 6 and also possess the ability to use blood to be reborn? How wonderful that would be. Compared to others, I would have an extra life. Although rebirth would surely come at a cost and might weaken me, at least I would have an extra life. A significant cost is normal. If it weren't for this ability, dying would simply mean death. Yet soon Asra drove this thought away. Stealing power is fraught with danger. If the one from whom Asra is stealing power is compared to a billionaire, then stealing a few dozen dollars would go unnoticed by that billionaire. Stealing a few hundred would also go unnoticed, but as the stolen amount increases, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, the presence associated with the blood path in the spirit realm, even if foolish, would surely sense something amiss. If he gets caught, then it would be a significant problem. Names themselves carry power, not to mention what would happen if this being truly discovered Asra. Thinking of this, Asra shook his head, secretly vowing, in that case, I must be careful not to let this fellow discover me. Beep beep. Calling for support. It was now the late hours of the night, and the driver had changed to Xiao. Asra was resting in the back seat, while Manon sat in the passenger seat. A report came through. A magical creature has appeared in Block 7, requesting the nearest law enforcement personnel to provide support. Asra and his team were currently parked in Block 8, which was very close. Xiao immediately grabbed the microphone, saying, FBI agent Xiao, Manon's team is in Block 8, now heading for support. What is the current situation? A female voice came through the microphone, originating from the FBI base's call center. A magical creature has appeared in Block 7. Its level is currently uncertain, estimated to be between level 8 and... This request for assistance was initiated by the state police, and the magical creature has entered a supermarket. The voice on the microphone explained some basic details. Although FBI agents were also patrolling, their methods differed from those of the state police. FBI agents had a smaller patrol area, acting more as a support force. In contrast, state police had a broader patrol range and longer patrol hours. Typically, after discovering a magical creature, they would notify the state police call center, and the request for assistance would be forwarded to the FBI or the National Guard. Asra immediately woke up upon hearing the voice from the microphone. He listened intently to the task briefing, furrowing his brows. Xiao put down the microphone and saw that Asra was already awake, nodding slightly. The vehicle then drove directly towards the mission location. Manon muttered under his breath, "These useless fools, they haven't figured anything out." Xiao's expression remained relatively calm as he replied, "That's normal. Well, most state police are just ordinary people. You can't expect them to confront a magical creature, can you?" Manon nodded and then turned to Asra, saying, "Get your gear ready, don't be nervous. We have magical energy guns. This creature is no match for us." Asra nodded. He was actually quite calm and not particularly nervous. This was a completely different concept from the magical creatures he had encountered in his residence that day. Now equipped with gear and weapons, he was almost fully armed and felt no fear. He grabbed the rifle from the rack and took a magazine from his tactical vest. He slung the rifle across his chest and picked up the long sword, resting it across his legs. At this point, he was ready to engage as soon as they arrived at the target location. With his eyes closed, he adjusted his spiritual energy, activating it. The distance between the two blocks was not far. It took less than 15 minutes from departure to arrival. Accompanied by a screeching sound of brakes, Xiao stopped the vehicle. Ahead, 2 police cars flashed red and blue lights. Behind the cars, several state police officers were nervously watching the supermarket across from them. They were all on guard holding rifles and handguns, and even shotguns. Asra quickly scanned them. These state police seemed somewhat professional, but they were still ordinary people. There were a total of 5 state police officers. 2 of them had bellies like tires. The other 3 had relatively proportionate figures, but they were also clearly tense. "Get out of the car. Be careful, don't act impulsively," Monan whispered, then opened the car door and stepped out. Damage on magical. However, this was limited to penetrating their hides. The power of these police weapons was still lacking. Only the rifles had some effectiveness while the handguns were practically useless. "Get out of the car. Be careful, don't act impulsively," Monan whispered, then opened the car door and stepped out. "Who is in charge of the scene? Brief me on the current situation," the state police officer said, visibly relieved upon seeing 3 individuals in tactical gear arrive. Asra proactively approached one of the police cars and rested his magical energy rifle on it. The rifle was equipped with level 1B ammunition. Although Asra's rifle was not modified for fully automatic fire, he was confident that his agile fingers could emulate the effect. He brought the sight into his line of vision, assessing the target building. This was a community-level supermarket approximately 800 square meters in size. Inside it was pitch black, but the glass was shattered and the doors were wide open, revealing indentations from impacts. The surrounding glass appeared to have been shattered by bullets. Meanwhile, Monan was also gathering more specific information. The reporting sheriff nervously explained, "Initially, it was the patrol officer who discovered this magical creature. It resembles a wild boar standing between 1.5 to 1.8 meters tall." Monan asked, "Where is the first scene?" The sheriff replied, "Right here. When we discovered it, the creature had already charged into the supermarket, seemingly searching for food. We fired a few shots afterwards but received no feedback, and we didn't dare to go inside to check, so we called for support." After saying this, the sheriff nervously looked at Monan. Monan nodded and said, "All right, take your people to secure the perimeter. If anyone else comes to support, make sure to clarify the situation." "Understood." The sheriff sighed in relief and hurriedly led his team away to set up a perimeter. Monan then approached Xiao and Asra, stating, "We didn't gather much intelligence. We can't even confirm the creature's level inside. What do you think?" Xiao asked as he picked up the microphone. "How long until the nearest support arrives?" The base responded, "About 25 minutes more for the nearest support." "How is the situation on your end?" Xiao reported the circumstances they were facing. The personnel at the base immediately became busy. A commander in a white shirt commanded, "Quickly pull up data matching the characteristics of this magical creature." Before long, someone stood up and shouted, "Found it. This wild boar-type magical creature is likely a level 8, with a small probability of being level 9. Thus the base immediately relayed this information to Asra's team. Upon hearing this intel, Xiao and Monan's expressions relaxed slightly. Putting down the microphone, Xiao looked at Monan and asked, "What do you think?" Monan pondered and said, "If it's just a level 8 creature, I believe our team can handle it directly." He then turned to Asra, saying, "If we kill this creature, while the price may not compare to what you earn from the links, it should still fetch over 15,000 gold pounds. If our team takes it down, the creature will be ours. Should we take action? 15,000 gold pounds is no small sum. Even if they only receive 1/5 of it, that amounts to 3,000 gold pounds. This is already the monthly income of many ordinary people, while Asra might earn it in just one night. However, this requires fighting." Xiao turned his gaze to Asra and said, "I can go in and scout first. If it turns out to be an 8th level monster, we can kill it. What do you think?" It was clear that both of them had their own thoughts. Monan said, "I just got a new car and the loan hasn't been paid off yet. With this money, I can finally breathe easy." "Asra, you can buy more supplies as well, right?" Asra nodded slowly at this, saying, "I have no problem with that." Hearing him say this, smiles immediately appeared on the faces of Monan and Xiao. Monan looked at the time and said, "We need to hurry. There's at most 15 minutes before the next wave of support arrives. By then, this money will be shared by even more people." Xiao nodded and said, "In that case, he'll scout ahead. If possible, he'll lure it out." Both Monan and Asra nodded. They then began to set up their positions for the operation. Asra and Monan stood on either side, with Asra's side having cover the vehicle blocking in front of him. Monan on the other side had no cover at all. Asra took position behind the vehicle, aiming his weapon at the supermarket ahead. Xiao cautiously entered the supermarket through the front door, holding a military dagger in one hand and a magical energy rifle in the other. Asra meanwhile mobilized his spiritual energy to sense the situation inside the supermarket. He used thermal sensing to detect the conditions within the supermarket. As the spiritual energy spread, he first sensed Xiao's heat source, indicating that Xiao was cautiously moving forward. Asra also utilized blood sensing from his blood servant. However, it was ineffective this time. The monster seemed uninjured, and he couldn't detect the scent of blood inside the supermarket. But as the thermal sensing continued to extend, Asra finally detected a second abnormal heat source inside the supermarket. This heat source was larger and showed slight movement. It was the monster. A flash of understanding crossed Asra's mind as he spoke into the earpiece. Xiao, the monster is to your right front, be careful. Xiao, who had been cautiously searching inside the supermarket, felt a slight stir at the voice from the earpiece. He did not respond, but began to feel his way towards that direction, activating his abilities silent listening and clue tracking. These two abilities were special to his sequence, allowing him to analyze more information through clues and intuition. Silent listening enabled him to hear distant heartbeats and whispers in quiet surroundings. Indeed, in the direction Asra pointed out, a steady heartbeat gradually reached him. This made Xiao even more cautious. He carefully moved his feet closer, and finally, after rounding a shelf, he saw the target. A massive monster was in front of the freezer, devouring the food inside. It was a robust wild boar-type monster covered in thick skin that provided excellent defensive capability. Its tusks glimmered with a sharp light in the dim glow of the freezer. Xiao slowly raised his rifle, aiming at the monster's heart, but then reconsidered, thinking it might not kill the monster directly. Thus he changed his target to the monster's eye. The monster emitted grunting sounds, suddenly seeming to sense danger, lifting its head sharply. Its gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness, locking onto Xiao's position. Bang, bang, bang. Fuck. Xiao pulled the trigger, firing continuously as magical energy bullets shot out. Boom. The monster's spiritual energy erupted violently, instantly forming a thick layer of earthen protection around it. One bullet struck the monster's left eye, instantly exploding it. However, this injury was not fatal. Instead, it drove the monster into a frenzy, charging at Xiao like a heavy assault vehicle, exuding terrifying momentum. The distance between them was not far. After firing, Xiao immediately turned and ran outside. The shooting visibility here was not good, and he was alone. He would not engage the monster here. Boom. The supermarket shook with a thunderous sound. Simultaneously, within Asra's spiritual sensing, two heat sources were rapidly rushing out. He also caught the scent of blood. The monster had been injured, and through this blood Asra could temporarily sense its condition. Anger, brutality, and a thirst for blood filled the air. It seemed this wound was not fatal to it. It's coming. Xiao's voice came through the earpiece. Asra prepared himself. In the next moment, Xiao's figure appeared in his sight. He was agile, weaving through the supermarket, choosing not to go through the front door, but heading straight for the shattered window. Is he going to break the window? Isn't he afraid of getting caught? This thought flashed through Asra's mind. The window had been shattered by the state police's bullets, but was not completely broken. Asra's gaze fell on Xiao. As he ran quickly, the moment he approached the window's gap, his figure vanished. Asra widened his eyes. When Xiao reappeared, he was already across the street, having almost instantaneously crossed a distance of over 20 meters. Holy shit! Asra exclaimed. Xiao, however, did not stop his steps, continuing to change position while preparing to shoot. Boom. With a dull roar, the monster crashed through the wall, where Xiao had disappeared, shattering the window. Crash! Glass and brick fragments flew, creating a chaotic noise. Fire! Fire hard! Manon shouted, pulling the trigger of his rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Asra also aimed at the monster, his finger pulling the trigger so quickly it seemed almost automatic. Oh! The monster let out a tragic howl. Attacks from 3 directions left it momentarily unable to find a counterattack. Especially with one eye shot out, its vision blurred by blood, it was even more incapable of locking onto a target. Asra accurately identified the monster's weakness and fired at its other eye. Bang! Oh! The monster was completely blinded. Asra simultaneously mobilized his spiritual energy, a burst of flames erupting before the monster. Boom! The flames ignited the nearby trash can. The fire, heat, and spiritual energy combined made the already panicked monster, sensing the flames and heat, charge like a heavy tank towards it. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, it crashed into the wall. The immense force collapsed the wall and sent it reeling. Asra and the others would not miss this opportunity, unleashing a torrent of magical energy bullets to successfully take it down. Click, click, click. As the bullets ran out, Asla's finger continued to pull the trigger rapidly. The speed at which he pulled the trigger was astonishing. He quickly replaced the magazine, but Asla did not rush forward. Instead, he held his gun and stood guard outside. Through the sensations of blood and heat sources, Asla could feel that the life of this monster was nearing its end. Within the blood, the life of the monster had already ceased, and from the heat source, its body heat was slowly dissipating. Manon approached with his gun, checked it, and finally stood up with a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, both Asla and Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao remarked, "This monster is stronger than we expected. It's likely close to a 7th level monster, at least the limit of an 8th level. When I first saw it, I even thought about retreating, but unfortunately it noticed me too." Manon frowned, then checked again, and said, "Not yet at 7th level, a bit of a pity." Xiao shook his head, and said, "We should be glad it hasn't reached 7th level, otherwise we would be in big trouble. The threat level between 7th and 8th level monsters is vastly different for us." Xiao walked aside to report the news of the monster's defeat. There was no need for further support to rush here. Asla moved closer to the monster, which had taken many shots near its head. The majority of the bullets were aimed at the head, though some had missed. Some energy bullets had hit the road, leaving a large crater. If Asla hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was caused by a machine gun. Yet bullets of such power only pierced a small hole in the monster's body. In comparison, they caused less damage than ordinary bullets to a common wild boar. Asla squatted beside the monster and said, "I thought a few energy bullets would easily take down a monster." Manon laughed from the side, saying, "How could that be? You have to consider how much spiritual power is contained in a single energy bullet. Unless it's some specially made bullets like those for sniper rifles, regular rifle bullets usually cannot kill a monster of the same level in one shot. Monsters not only have tough skin and flesh, but most importantly their vitality is resilient." This monster's head was shot at least 20 times with many shots piercing through the flesh, but it was still blocked by the skull. Asla used his spiritual sense to view this monster through sacrificial vision. The spiritual brilliance on this monster was at least 50% stronger than the lynx he had killed before. Asla asked, "Why is this monster being of the same 8th level so much stronger than the one I killed?" Manon explained, "This isn't surprising. The power of monsters can vary greatly even among the same level. It's like in a mixed martial arts league. Both you and your opponent may be ranked 9, yet you can win while your opponent loses. It's the same principle. However, in addition to differences in skills, there are also greater disparities in physical qualities, not to mention you already had injured the lynx when you killed it, and it was inherently weaker than this monster. This monster was almost ready to advance. If it became a 7th level monster, we wouldn't be able to handle it, and we would have to flee for our lives." Asla nodded. "So will it be more expensive?" Manon laughed and said, "Of course it will be somewhat more expensive, but not by much. This monster can't be compared to your lynx. Their prices aren't on the same scale, even if it is stronger. I initially estimated around 15,000 pounds, but now it may be worth about 20,000 pounds. Asla looked at the spiritual brilliance of the monster, suppressing the urge to sacrifice it and extract its vitality for 0. They loaded the monster into the vehicle arranged for the state police to control the scene, and the 3 drove. After the patrol mission ended, the monster was sent off to be sold. Indeed, the final selling price was not too different from Manon's estimate. After everything was sold, they received 22,000 pounds. The 3 leaned against the car and began to divide the money. Manon, holding the check, said, "I previously told Asla that as long as you participated in the battle, you would at least receive 1/5 of the income, and if you contributed more, the distribution ratio would be adjusted." Today, Xiao lured the enemy and shot out one of the monster's eyes, and of course Asla's assistance was significant, as he informed Xiao of the monster's position in advance. "For this distribution, how about Xiao takes 40, and you and I each take 30? Is that fair enough?" Manon looked at Asla and asked. Asla nodded. "No problem, I actually benefit more from you guys." Xiao and Manon chuckled upon hearing this. Xiao said, "There's no question of benefiting, we are a team." With the distribution of the spoils completed, Asla felt great. Receiving 30, he would get over 7,000 pounds, and even after taxes he could still buy a good amount of supplements. Upon returning to the base, they began the tedious work. Manon walked and said, "We need to make a record sheet, including how many energy bullets you fired, and record it all. Then submit the remaining energy bullets. Not a single one can be missing. Energy bullets may not be very effective against monsters, but they are very useful for killing people." Asla nodded in agreement. The vitality and defense of extraordinary individuals are in no way comparable to that of monsters. Back then, Boyer, as a sequence 8 of the blood path, was still shot dead by Asla using ordinary full-power bullets. If Asla had energy bullets at that time, he could have probably sent Boyer away with the first 2 shots, preventing the later danger. Returning to the logistics department, he sent the bullets back, and then began the lengthy process of writing reports. Asla still didn't know how to write, so he could only refer to Xiao's report. The time spent writing the report was even longer than the time spent in battle. Finally, after more than 40 minutes, he completed the report and sighed, "This salary is really hard to earn." Xiao picked up Asla's report to submit it, saying, "Don't worry, we want to encounter these monsters every day. You won't need to write reports often." Asla stretched and said, "Let's hope so, but if we can kill some monsters, at least we can save some money." Manon, dreaming on the side, said, "If only we could encounter an 8th level or 9th level monster every day, just not any stronger ones. That way I could pay off the car loan in no time." Time passed swiftly. 2 weeks flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the situation in Dedi City continued to worsen. Ashford High School played another match. This time they were competing on their home turf and easily secured a victory. Last year's opponents ranked higher than Ashford, but this year's Ashford High School team possessed a combat strength far superior to previous years. Having easily defeated this high school, Ashford had achieved 2 consecutive victories. Today marked their 3rd match, also held at home against East Bay High School. This high school was also a private institution with students coming from affluent families. Last year, this school ranked 15 places higher than Ashford, and crucially, they were one of the top 4 in Dedi province. On the bus, Coach Carmen held a tactical board explaining the strategy to the players. "Have you all watched the combat scenarios of the East Bay High School players this year?" "Yes, we have," the players replied. In the school's comprehensive combat league, every match and battle was recorded. These recordings were also one of the revenue streams of the event. Typically, these videos were purchased by combat enthusiasts. When the playoffs arrived, spectators usually gathered in front of their televisions to watch. Coach Carmen procured 2 battle videos from East Bay High School. Although several players had not trained at school, Coach Carmen was still quite thorough in considering the pre-battle factors. Carmen said, "It's good that you all have watched the videos. From them you can see that East Bay High School's combat strength should not be underestimated. These players excel at using aggressive tactics to pressure their opponents into making mistakes. Only their captain does not follow the red-hot path. The others are all ranked as fighters at Sequence 9. Therefore, during combat, you must be careful not to be restricted by the opponent's offensive tactics." Coach Carmen scanned the room and said, "If necessary, we can forfeit this round." Hearing this, Gray raised his gaze and asked, "What do you mean, Coach Carmen? East Bay High School is a formidable opponent. Even if you win against them, you will expose more intelligence about our team. This would not be beneficial for our subsequent matches. East Bay High School will definitely make it to the playoffs this year, so we can afford to be flexible with our tactics. If we cannot defeat them, we should conserve our strength and intelligence. We still have 7 matches left, and we can definitely qualify this year. This would not be beneficial for our subsequent matches. East Bay High School will definitely make it to the playoffs this year, so we can afford to be flexible with our... This is not unusual in various competitions. One can lose a match to avoid facing a particularly strong school. As long as one can qualify for the playoffs, that is all that matters." However, Carmen's words drew objections from both Gray and Avis. Gray sat up straight, looking at Carmen seriously, and said, "Coach Carmen, this year's competition is different from previous years. I do not allow the execution of such a tactical plan. Unless the opponent is last year's champion high school, I do not permit us to forfeit." Avis also spoke up. Her tone was less aggressive and more gentle, but her words conveyed the same sentiment. "Coach Carmen, this year's competition is very important. Although this tactic is sound, its impact on us far outweighs the hidden intelligence. Today's event has attracted too many viewers. If possible, we should aim to win all 10 matches to qualify for the playoffs. Moreover, several enterprises from Dedi Province are here today, which relates to our future development. We cannot afford to lose today. Please, Coach Carmen and fellow teammates." As she finished speaking, Avis' beautiful eyes swept over the other players, pausing briefly on Asra's face. Her eyes seemed to speak. Just a glance made Asra feel that Avis was seeking his help. After hearing their words, Coach Carmen tightened his grip on the tactical board. This differed from his original plan, but he had no grounds to refute. The gap between his status and that of Gray and Avis was too vast. He had no right to refuse their requests. Coach Carmen took a deep breath and said, "If we want to defeat the opponent, we need to make certain tactical arrangements. East Bay High School strategy is quite straightforward. Their players are arranged in order, with the number 5 player entering first and the strongest number 1 player coming out last. This is the simplest arrangement, but given their strength, it is also the best arrangement." Everyone nodded. This type of match is different from a scoring system. To defeat all the players from East Bay High School, how to reasonably match and allocate stamina is the key. In the previous match, Asra was assigned to go second while Avis was 4th and Gray was 5th. This combat arrangement allowed Gray to not even fight in the second match. This allowed him to conserve more combat intelligence. Similarly, East Bay High School's strongest player also did not participate in the first 2 matches. Neither team's strongest player had entered the fray, and the intelligence leaked was minimal. Coach Carmen's usual methods of gathering intelligence were ineffective in a private high school like East Bay. Avis looked at Asra, got up, and moved to sit beside him, tilting her head and softly asking Asra, "I have prepared a new set of protective gear and equipment for you. It will help you achieve better results. Please try it on later." Asra replied, "Thank you, Avis, but I don't need it right now. I recently found a job and will gradually save money to buy extraordinary gear. You've already helped me a lot. I can't take your things anymore." Avis looked up at Asra and said, "Can't you consider it as a loan from me?" Her persuasive tone carried more weight. "With this set of gear and weapons, you'll be able to perform better on the field, get into a better university, and..." Asra listened to her words, feeling his resolve wavering. Ultimately, he shook his head and said, "While this gear may be slightly inferior, the difference between level 1 gear is not that significant. I am already accustomed to this set of gear. Changing equipment and weapons at such a crucial moment in today's match would be unwise. I will remember your kindness, Avis, but I truly cannot accept it." Gray, watching the closeness between the two, felt a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. He viewed Avis as prey, and seeing her interacting with someone else made him uncomfortable. Gray said to Avis, "Avis, we are almost at the venue. Please pay attention to Coach Carmen's tactical arrangements." Asra's mood was calm, and Avis equipped him possibly out of goodwill. But this was different from when he accepted Avis potions in the past. Back then, refusing the potion would have led to total defeat for Asra. A careless mistake would have forced him to flee and become a vagabond. But now was not that time. Accepting kindness from others, taking more from Avis. What would he offer in return? In America, free lunches only exist in shelters. What Avis provided was honey, but it might turn into poison in the future. It wasn't like in his past life where he could simply default as a deadbeat if he didn't want to repay. This world had the extraordinary with remarkable paths, hierarchies, and even deities. Even now Asra still did not understand Avis' hierarchy. What path did she follow, and what extraordinary abilities did she possess? Would taking benefits from Avis come with some invisible drawbacks? This made Asra cautious. This was different from the last potion. He had signed a loan agreement for that. Recently, he had been saving money to repay it. A better set of extraordinary gear would come at a steep price. Even if Asra could earn money now, he wouldn't be able to repay it in a short time. If anything unexpected happened midway, Asra would truly have to sell himself to Avis. Avis, sitting back down, maintained a gentle smile on her face. She even returned a apologetic expression to Gray, nurturing their relationship. However, in her heart, Avis berated Gray profusely. Fool, nonsense. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would certainly deal with you. At the same time, she felt a deep unease about Asra's performance. Something is off. Oh, why is Asra still rejecting me? I clearly sensed his hesitation. Damn, Gray, can't you keep quiet? A few more words from you, and Asra would have accepted it. Avis' expression remained unchanged, but her inner turmoil was tumultuous. After Avis returned, Carmen said, since we can't afford to lose this round, how we deal with the enemy is crucial. We need to adjust our tactics. I overlooked this issue. Today's battle with East Bay will indeed draw attention from local businesses, which might affect your future sponsorships. Mr. Carmen apologized. Senna, standing next to Asra, raised his hand and asked Mr. Carmen, which businesses have sent representatives today? How could anyone come to a regular match? Senna had temporarily become a formal member because a teammate was injured in the last round, and a week was not enough for recovery. Upon hearing this question, Carmen replied, East Bay was a top 4 team in D10ing state last year. It's normal for them to receive attention this year. The companies present today include Titan Forge, Vale, Nix Sports, and AMB Lab. These are all local businesses from D10ing state. The representatives attending today are not executives, but after observing the matches, they will report back on the combat situation, which could benefit your future sponsorships. Of course, this relies on your capability to perform well. Sponsorships are an essential part of the income for Combat League athletes. Although there are bonuses for matches, the amounts are relatively small. However, school-level MMA leagues attract far fewer viewers than college or professional leagues. Generally, the sponsorship fees for such levels of competition are also relatively low. But this low is in comparison to professional leagues. Even if it's low, it's still a substantial amount for these students. Even Gray and Avis are no exception. Avis quickly adjusted her mood, her voice gentle, as she said, typically local businesses in D10ing state will select some high school representatives from the events. Although limited by policy, the sponsorship fees aren't very high. However, there are still sponsorship fees of hundreds of thousands, even millions of gold pounds. If you are fortunate enough to be selected as representatives, it will at least allow everyone to have an easier time in college. Moreover, your growth in the hierarchy will proceed smoothly, and you will receive invitations from better universities. So everyone must perform well today, or not every regular match will have these businesses coming to observe. This is a great opportunity. This statement stirred excitement and anticipation among the other 3 team members, including Asra. Seeing the team's morale boosted, Mr. Carmen nodded slightly. But this did not prevent him from feeling a hint of bitterness. You all know these businesses are here, morale will soar, and everyone wants to deliver a better performance today. The opposing team from East Bay feels the same, and they might even be more pumped. Carmen organized his thoughts and said the opponent's tactical arrangement is straightforward. The weakest go first, and the strongest go last. In this case, our tactical arrangement can only be passively adjusted. Number 3, you go out first. You must defeat the opponent's number 5 and try to exhaust their number 4 stamina as much as possible. Understood, coach. Next, Carmen looked at Senna and said, Senna, you will go out second. As a substitute, you need to fight fiercely. The opposing number 4 will have some of their stamina depleted. If you fight hard, try to defeat them. Even if you can't win, you need to exhaust their stamina. Senna nodded heavily. Carmen continued, don't worry about getting hurt or not performing well. The opponent's stamina will be depleted. If you fight hard enough, those businesses will notice. Yes, Coach Carmen. Senna understood his responsibilities. Then Carmen looked at Asra, feeling confident in Asra's strength. He had already demonstrated his dominance on the battlefield in the previous 2 rounds. He had defeated 2 opponents each match before being scheduled to leave the ring. Now Asra appeared to be the apparent 3rd strongest in the team, but Carmen could not be sure of his exact rank. Carmen said, Asra, you will go out 3rd. I believe in your strength. You can defeat the opponent's number 3. If possible, try to exhaust the stamina of the next opponent as well. Asra nodded. Avis softly said, Asra, I believe you will leave me with an opponent whose stamina is severely depleted. Asra turned back to glance at her, returning a gentle look. I will. Now Asra's gaze was even more profound than mere affection. This gave Avis a misperception. What is Asra really thinking? Could it be his pitiful male pride is at play? Iwis made her entrance in position 4, while Glay took the stage in position 5. To secure the last combat position, Glay and Iwis engaged in a fierce competition. In the end, Glay had to make numerous concessions to obtain the qualification to continue fighting in position 5. Thus, the tactical arrangement was finalized. Deep down, Carmen was reluctant to make such arrangements. Compared to the ease of entering the playoffs, revealing too much strength now would be detrimental to future battles. Carmen believed that just because some companies sent representatives to observe it did not mean they would choose to select endorsers. Generally, companies wait until the playoffs begin to make their selections. Selecting too early could backfire if the team were targeted and failed to even make it to the playoffs, resulting in a significant loss of face. Unfortunately for Glay and Iwis, this was a contest they had to engage in. In contrast, Asra did not have high hopes. Brand endorsement was a significant and tedious matter. Not only must one be capable, but they also need to be visually appealing. As he thought of this, his movements paused, and he mused, in that case, wouldn't I be a perfect fit? However, this thought was quickly suppressed, as besides the first two requirements, a certain family background was also needed, ideally with the endorser bringing their own following. He thought to himself, if I perform well today, I might have a chance in the playoffs, and see if anyone values me. He organized his gear. The level 1C weapons and gear were significantly inferior compared to others. However, in a sequence 9 battle, the equipment's effectiveness was far overshadowed by the prowess of the wearer. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, thinking, if I have no money, then I'll earn it myself. Wow. Inside the venue, the audience erupted in cheers. As the capital of Detenning State, Detenning City had a substantial audience. Moreover, both high schools participating in the competition were from Detenning City, making it even more intriguing. It could almost be termed an internal war of Detenning City. At least 5,000 spectators arrived at the venue today. Even though the city was currently unsafe, these restless viewers remained unafraid. Among the audience, some were parents of students from Ashford and East Bay high schools. Some were even younger students from both schools. With each contestant's entrance, cheers erupted from one side or another. Asra and his team stepped out of the vehicle and entered the venue, hearing the cheers and greetings around them. With each contestant's entrance, cheers erupted from one side or another. Asra and his team stepped out of the vehicle and entered. The supporters of Ashford High School shouted back, "Ashford sissies, don't go home in tears today." The noise, waving flags, and cheers echoed throughout the venue. Some were also venting their anxiety over the recent monster invasions in the city. Even now, more spectators continued to enter, and the numbers kept growing. However, the venue had not yet reached its maximum capacity. From the other side, cheers arose as Asra looked over to see the East Bay High School contestants beginning their entry. Their school had performed better last year, which attracted more supporters. Outside the stands, all sizes of betting houses had opened up. Bets were placed on which high school, Ashford or East Bay, would claim victory today. In the preparation room, everyone was making their final pre-battle preparations. Number 3 had already changed into his gear and taken out his weapon, receiving Carmen's pre-battle encouragement. "Kid, you have already proven yourself in the first 2 matches. Today your opponent is the number 5 from the opposite side. I believe you can do well. Go show them how strong Ashford is." Number 3 let out a low growl. "Don't worry, it'll bring back the victory. Go, you awesome kid." Carmen patted his back and pushed him out. The number 3 contestant walked down the long corridor, and as he stepped out, he was met with the gaze of the audience in the stands. The audience cheered and shouted. Number 3 wielded a 2-handed axe, and his strength was considerable, making this weapon a perfect match. He raised his battle axe roar. Number 3 roared loudly, reveling in the attention of the crowd. But in the next moment, the cheers from the opposing side drowned his out. Number 3 furrowed his brows, deeply cursing under his breath. "What's going on? Once I send you off the stage, let's see if those cheers can still be heard." He strode onto the stage, and upon seeing his opponent, a chill swept through his heart. He couldn't help but turn to look towards the preparation room, seeking Carmen's tactical guidance. But at that moment in the preparation room, Carmen's heart tightened as well. He quickly glanced at Iwis and Glay, wanting to gauge their expressions. However, they both wore the same expression of shock, because the contestant stepping onto the stage was not the number 5 from East Bay they had expected. Instead, it was the number 1 contestant they had never seen battle, Celafina Dreiser. Iwis' eyes flashed with surprise as she murmured, how could she be the first to fight? Asra, watching the figure on the screen, also found it puzzling. He flipped through the recorded data. Celafina Dreiser, from the aristocratic family of Detenning State, the Dreiser family. This was a family well known in Detenning, with numerous and diverse enterprises. From farms outside the city to various factories within the city, and even commercial buildings in the city center, one could see the family's influence. The family was large with many descendants. According to the data, Celafina held the inheritance rights of the family. Although she was far down the line of succession, it still marked her as someone of great status. The family was large with many descendants. According to the data, Celafina held the inheritance rights of the family. Although she was far down the line, they had served the church for at least 1,000 years, enduring numerous significant setbacks, yet ultimately rising again. The Dreiser family is a true blue-blood family in the nation of America, one of the true rulers of America. In comparison, the Hill family to which Iwis belonged was significantly inferior. Although it was also a blue-blood family, it was not of the same caliber. The intelligence also contained speculations about Selefina's sequence. This was not sensitive information, as many extraordinary individuals from this family followed this path. They had served the church for thousands of years, and the path of inheritance within the family was the Temple Knight path. Therefore, Selefina's sequence was likely sequence 9 apprentice squire. No one dared to underestimate Serafina, be it Carmen Avis or Gray. Both Gray and Avis planned to enter the fight last, hoping that the other would first wear down Serafina's stamina. Carmen had arranged it this way too. To win, at least Gray and Avis needed to team up against her. Thus, Asra's position was crucial. He needed to defeat the two opponents as quickly as possible, leaving the final battle with Serafina to Avis and Gray. This was due to Serafina's family background and her extraordinary lineage. Although Serafina had never fought before, her fundamental information was not hidden. The information regarding the apprentice squire was not secretive either. The Temple Knight route didn't possess any special abilities. Starting from sequence 9, each sequence only had one capability. That ability was simply to fight, and fight very well. As an ancient path of the church, this route had far more advantages in mixed martial arts competitions than the Crimson Heat path. However, participants with this path were quite rare. Most extraordinary individuals who took such potions were under the church's banner and wouldn't participate in these events. Except for the Dreiser family. Every extraordinary ability of the apprentice squire was born for combat: swordsmanship, instinct, armor, affinity, alertness, physical outburst, weapon maintenance, standing vigil, loyalty, mark, and basic resistance. Each of these abilities aided in battle. Their swordsmanship was impressive, enhancing their skills during both combat and training. The armor they wore didn't feel cumbersome. In fact, the weight of the armor was converted into additional strength. They could momentarily burst forth with physical prowess, achieving faster speeds and greater power. Their resistance increased, surpassing ordinary individuals against cold, fatigue, hunger, and high temperatures. This meant that apprentice squires could wear heavy armor, wield weapons skillfully, and endure while having high speed. This was simply superhuman. Asra closed the data file, gazing at the heavily armored tank in the arena, his eyelids twitching. Serafina truly resembled a tank. She donned heavy armor, which was not mere protective gear or the modern armor commonly used by military and police. Rather, it was a set of ancient-style armor. It seemed to originate from the Titan Forge. This armor was classified as 1S level, offering superior defense without significantly increasing weight. In fact, this armor appeared no heavier compared to Avis and Gray's 1S armor. Instead, it possessed a certain retro aesthetic. Carmen said solemnly in front of the television, She intends to take on all 5 of us from our school. What? Avis couldn't help but exclaim. Carmen pointed at Serafina on the television with a finger as thick as a carrot, saying, although her armor lacks markings, it likely comes from the Titan Forge. The weight of this armor is far less than other categories from this brand. You must know that the weight of the armor in the apprentice squire's abilities does not become a flaw, rather it enhances their strength. And now, Serafina is deliberately foregoing this enhanced strength, clearly with one purpose in mind: to conserve more stamina to face more opponents. She aims to take on 5 at once. Hearing Carmen say this, Gray's expression turned grim. Avis clenched her silver teeth, losing control of her usual emotional restraint. How dare she? How can she? Gray's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. His anger stemmed not only from Serafina's arrogance, but also from her desire to take on 5 opponents. Moreover, if Serafina succeeded in her endeavor, all the advantages Gray had just ceded to Avis would be rendered pointless. If Serafina truly was strong enough to take on 5, both Gray and Avis would become laughingstock. If Serafina proved not to be that strong and was defeated by Gray, the outcome would still yield minimal gain for him. After all, Serafina had already taken down 4 opponents before reaching Gray, making any victory feel somewhat. Moreover, if Serafina were to be defeated by Avis due to stamina issues, Gray would suffer even greater losses. Carmen took a deep breath, encouraging the others in the preparation room. Don't be nervous. No matter how strong she is, she's just a high school student, merely a sequence 9. Her stamina is limited. Since she is the first to appear, it actually works to our advantage. We can wear her down, and after defeating her, your fame will soar, and these enterprises will regard you more highly. We have a greater chance of winning this match. Everyone nodded, yet their thoughts varied. On the stage, number 3 looked at Serafina across from him, a wave of anxiety rising within him. He was no fool. Having studied at Ashford High, he had some perspective. He knew exactly who stood before him, Lady Serafina of the Dreiser family. He lowered his battle axe, slightly bowing his head, and said with a hint of respect, Miss Serafina, it is an honor to battle with you. Serafina, holding her sword in one hand, nodded slightly. No need to hold back. Let me see your strength. Yes. Number 3 nodded heavily in response. This match was entirely different from others. The trash-talking segment was completely omitted by number 3. His heart was bitter. What a waste of my time consulting Asra on how to provoke an opponent. There was absolutely no room for it. If he dared to utter the pre-match trash talk taught by Asra to Serafina, he wouldn't need anyone else. His parents would throw him into the river and make him start over. The referee stepped onto the stage and began explaining the rules of the match. After briefly going over the rules, he waved his hand. The battle begins. At the moment the hand fell, number 3's entire being erupted with spiritual energy, every muscle bursting forth with power. Kill! He roared, charging towards Serafina. With the momentum of his charge, the battle axe in his hand swung down forcefully. Whoosh! The tremendous force made it seem as if the axe could cleave through anything before him. However, Serafina proved to be far more agile than he had anticipated. She swiftly dodged the heavy blow of the axe. Holding her sword in one hand, she traced a trajectory with her long sword, directly striking number 3's arm. Boom! A dull thud echoed as number 3's armor and his own body both emitted a cry of pain, the excruciating agony, causing him to drop his battle axe. In the next moment, a brilliant flash of sword light swept upwards, directly striking his jaw. Crack! Boom! After a sharp sound, number 3 fell unconscious on the spot, his heavy body collapsing like a wall, his knees buckling as he knelt to the ground. In just 2 sword strikes, number 3 from Ashford was defeated. Serafina tilted her head to look at the referee, who finally came to his senses and announced Serafina wins. Inside the Ashford war room, the atmosphere is somewhat cold and everyone's expression is not pleasant. However, this guy was defeated in just a few seconds without any flourish. Waste! Gray muttered under his breath as he watched the medical staff rush in to carry number 3 away. Everyone knew number 3 would lose against Serafina, but even Coach Carmen felt that number 3 could at least hold off Serafina for a while. But he was defeated too quickly without even exhausting a bit of Serafina's stamina. The first match ended with number 3 knocked out. 15 minutes later, the second match began. At this moment, Senna was already extremely nervous. Number 3 was different from him. Not only were all the stats stronger, but the combat ability was also greater. Yet seeing how badly number 3 had been beaten, Senna had no idea how badly he would fare. He turned to Asra. Sitting in the stands, Wally also wore an astonished expression, but when he saw Senna's face, he couldn't help but snort. Luckily, I'm not being sent into actual combat this time. Being a substitute is much better. Senna looked eagerly at Coach Carmen. Carmen was silent for a while before saying, Senna, don't feel pressured. This time don't try to fight like number 3, you definitely won't win against her. But you can exhaust her stamina. Avoid direct confrontation, you just entangle with her in the ring and evade. As long as you don't get simply defeated by her, you'll have won. Senna looked at Coach Carmen with a bitter expression. Is that really called winning? Coach Carmen patted his shoulder like a giant fan, saying, everyone thinks you'll be defeated as soon as you enter the ring, but you held on for a long time. How can't that be considered a victory? Senna appeared somewhat comforted, yet his tightly clenched hands betrayed his emotions. Anyone would feel nervous in this situation. Asra patted Senna's shoulder, comforting him. Don't be afraid, just show your own strength. Don't fear losing, but protect yourself. I think Serafina won't cause you too much harm, so relax a bit and perform to your full potential. Everyone will see it. Senna nodded but still seemed somewhat silent. Asra thought for a moment and then said, don't let others' words affect you, exhaust her stamina a bit more. When I go up after you, I'll have a better advantage and I can perform better. Brother, just consider this as preparation for our future college entrance exams. Hearing this, Senna's morale finally lifted a lot. He nodded emphatically. Brother, don't worry, even if I get knocked down, I'll cling to her leg and waste as much of her energy as possible. Alright. Finally, the 15 minutes passed. It was time for the second match to take the stage. Senna gathered himself, donned his helmet, and took his weapon to the ring. Seeing the figure in protective gear across from him, Senna couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Even someone like Senna, who usually had a silver tongue, appeared exceptionally docile in the presence of a lady from the Dreiser family. He didn't dare to say a word. After the referee briefly announced the rules, the battle officially began. Senna, having learned from number 3's lesson, did not charge at Serafina. Only a fool would charge at a stronger opponent. Senna took small steps, maintaining some space, but not getting too close to Serafina. Serafina tilted her head. She understood Senna's motive. After a moment of thought, she said, are you a coward? Senna's expression stiffened, but quickly adjusted. The audience from East Bay High School was loudly chanting, coward, coward. Fool, hurry up and fight. Let my goddess defeat you. This is your glory. These shouts embarrassed Senna, but thinking of Asra's words, he decided to ignore the rabble. Seeing that Senna did not respond, Serafina frowned slightly behind her visor and said, are you even a man? Senna tightened his grip on his weapon, deciding to continue ignoring her words. A thought flashed through his mind. Compared to Asra's trash talk, Serafina's words are utterly powerless. Serafina might have the advantage in combat power, but in the realm of trash talk, she was a complete novice. Senna filtered out Serafina's soft verbal attacks. Senna tightened his grip on his weapon, deciding to continue ignoring her words. A thought flashed through his mind. Compared to Asra's trash talk, Serafina's words are utterly powerful. Serafina, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall with long legs and clad in ancient armor, appeared even more imposing without seeming bulky. Senna was still evading, but the ring was only so large. Serafina showed no intention of chasing quickly. She advanced slowly, her gaze fixed on Senna, continually compressing his movement space through her positioning. With each step, Senna's space for movement grew smaller. Realizing he was about to be cornered by Serafina, Senna knew he had to do something. So he suddenly let out a roar battle. In the next moment, he charged forward like a raging bull, his entire body bursting with spiritual energy. Serafina immediately went on guard, preparing for his attack. Senna ran charged, and then at the last moment lowered his body and rolled out of the way of his opponent's attack. This maneuver gave Senna a vast area to move. Serafina was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected her opponent to employ such a tactic. "What about my face? Don't you care?" Senna, on the other hand, appeared very excited. He jumped up and stood back up. He had completely let go. After all, he couldn't win. Even wasting Serafina's time for a second could exhaust her a bit. Inside the war room, Coach Carmen clapped his hands together. "Beautiful. That little guy Senna is clever. Just keep fighting like this. Exhaust her stamina. Don't let her win easily." In the war room, several faces broke into smiles. Ivy glanced at Asra. She remembered how Asra had leaned in to say something to Senna earlier, after which Senna's mood changed significantly. "Asra truly put in effort to give me a chance to win against Serafina. It seems I misjudged him before. He didn't lose control, but was merely suffering from a man's pathetic pride." On the ring, Senna was still doing his utmost to run, dodge, and even roll like an agile bull. But the space on the ring was still limited. When he was completely blocked by Serafina, combat became unavoidable. The final result was, of course, as everyone had predicted. Senna was easily defeated, yet he was also a victor, for he had at least wasted nearly 10 minutes of Serafina's time. As he was carried off the stage, Senna shouted, "I did it, I did it." In a row of VIP rooms above the stands, not every room is occupied. The leaders of a few companies are scattered among several VIP rooms. They are focused on this match, or rather they are focused on Serafina's battle. For Gray and Avis, this is an opportunity that requires hard work to seize. However, for Serafina, these opportunities come easily. Inside the VIP room of the Titan Forge, 3 individuals hold wine glasses, watching the farce below. One of them, hearing Senna's shouts, couldn't help but laugh. "This little guy is quite interesting. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Senna is no match. His role is merely to exhaust Serafina's energy." Sitting in the center is Lamb, the head of this event and the brand director of Titan Forge. Lamb said, "In recent years, our reputation has been tarnished by some worthless schools. Northstone High is simply a malignant tumor. Titan Forge urgently needs a better opportunity to return to the public eye. This year, a lady from the Dreiser family is participating in the school team's comprehensive fighting league, which is a divine opportunity bestowed upon us. The Northstone team has severely affected our reputation. Since they purchased our gear as protective equipment for the school team league, our gear sales have dropped by at least 2% each year. But this year, I believe things will be completely different. Look at this set of armor. It's simply a work of art." His gaze falls upon Serafina's ancient-style armor. This match marks Serafina's debut on stage, and our Titan Forge's return to the public eye in a better light. The person on the left said, "Will the strategy of exhausting Serafina's energy through the Ashford contestants and arrangements be a bit excessive?" Lamb chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, Serafina is a trainee squire. This armor, specially designed for her, will not be a burden. This armor is custom-made by the lab, already at the limit of first-tier extraordinary gear. With her extraordinary abilities, let alone one person exhausting her energy, even if the 3 contestants behind her adopt the same avoidance strategy, it won't affect the outcome." Lamb looked towards the Ashford preparation room and smiled. "Moreover, Ashford won't choose avoidance strategies for all their contestants. Some of them cannot afford to lose this match." As these words fell, the other 2 laughed. Indeed, the profiles of the 5 contestants from Ashford High were already laid out on their table. Avis hails from the Hill family, while Gray hails from the Rupert family. Both are from prominent families. The battle strategies available to Senna are an utter humiliation for them, lacking any dignity. And in terms of dignity, it is akin to murder for these 2 young men. Inside the Ashford preparation room, as everyone watched Senna being carried off, while still shouting energetically, the previously tense atmosphere loosened slightly. Coach Carmen said, "Senna is quite clever. He did well. Almost 10 minutes of time, must have exhausted Serafina's energy." Everyone nodded. However, Susan, sitting next to Avis, said, "Not necessarily. Serafina has not made any significant movements throughout. She is still maintaining her tactics. Although time has been consumed, her energy may not have been depleted significantly." Coach Carmen frowned, "But the armor she wears is so heavy. Even if she does nothing, it's like carrying a weight during aerobic exercise." Susan slightly nodded, then shook her head. "Trainee squires are not that weak, so the contestants coming up still need to be cautious. Perhaps we should attempt to engage Serafina in an explosive battle, otherwise I'm worried that the energy she consumes will recover significantly within these 15 minutes. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression turned serious. Several gazes fell upon Asra. Avis was the first to take action as she approached Asra and said, "Asra, it's your turn to compete. Do you have any thoughts?" Asra withdrew his gaze from the arena. What thoughts could he have? He only felt that Selefina was quite troublesome. But he is not weak either. Compared to others, his physical quality growth after the school's physical tests has not been significant. However, for Asra this time has been a period of rapid growth. He possesses 3 pathways of sequence 9, with more spiritual essence, meaning that each of his workouts has more spiritual essence involved. Additionally, having been taking and injecting supplements recently, although his head hasn't become sharper after temporarily joining the FBI, the coaches here recommend recommended some new supplements, some even having spiritual effects. This has made Asra's physical ability growth even more remarkable. Now his physical quality has improved by nearly double since the selection process. Although he is still the same person, his combat ability is already entirely different. Even so, he can still feel that Selefina is a formidable opponent, and he is uncertain whether he can withstand her. Avis and Susan's eyes are on Asra. Carmen and Gray's gazes also turned over. Seeing Avis approach Asra again, Gray felt a bit green in the forehead, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. He closed his eyes. It's fine, but it's just talking. Let Avis do her thing. Asra still has some fighting strength. As long as Asra can be stirred to have the desire to fight and exhaust more of Selefina's energy, it's worth it. Asra felt the gazes of everyone upon him, and he couldn't help but wish to connect to Zero and download a book on self-cultivation from his past life. After pondering for a moment and organizing his thoughts, he then looked at Avis with deep affection and said, "Selefina is very strong. I haven't discovered any weaknesses in her yet. However, it will be somewhat difficult for her to defeat me quickly. I will try my best to force her to expend more energy and reveal more of her skills." Avis gently said, "You need to pay attention to your safety and not hurt yourself." Asra nodded. "Don't worry, I will be careful and exhaust more of her energy without getting hurt." 15 minutes of rest passed in the blink of an eye. Asra could still hear the echo of Avis' last words in his ears, "Thank you." He walked through the long hallway, his gaze fixed on the square arena ahead. "Thank me. There's no need to thank me. I'm fighting for myself." With this thought in mind, his steps gradually became more steady. Whoosh. Upon exiting the passage, the sounds that had been isolated came crashing in. Whistles, cheers, and shouts of encouragement filled the air. He lifted his gaze to the large screen above the arena where the photos and basic information of the 2 contestants appeared. Both Asra and Serafina's photos were displayed. His face was resolute, standing with his sword in hand. Meanwhile, Serafina's photo bore an uncanny resemblance to Asra's, except she wielded a sword and shield. Dressed in her armor for the day, she rested her left hand on a shield, while her right hand grasped the hilt of her sword. Serafina's features were exquisite, her golden hair seemingly radiating a sacred glow. Similar to Asra's expression, her eyes were a light golden hue, exuding the aura of ancient knights from sacred monasteries. Asra slightly raised his head to gaze at the audience behind him. These fans, originally supporters of Ashford, had been somewhat swayed by Serafina after the consecutive 2 battles. A beautiful woman radiating a divine aura was evidently more attractive to the majority of the American populace, who were largely church followers, than the contestants from Ashford. This was also due to the lackluster performances of Ashford's contestants in the previous 2 rounds. One contestant had been defeated right at the start, while Senna had been exhausted on the arena for quite some time. This left a poor impression on the audience. His gaze swept across the stands, but he said nothing. People are fickle. Their attraction to Serafina was undeniable, and mere words could not change that. Only facts could rebut. He stepped onto the arena, and the audience behind him erupted into a cacophony. "Go Ashford's boy!" A loud cheer resonated from behind. "Go Asra! Regardless of win or lose, you can still join our party." A group of girls shouted in unison. Asra didn't even need to turn around to know it was Ashford's cheerleaders. If it were an away game, the cheerleaders wouldn't have shown up. However, since it was a home game, they had arrived early, even though they weren't required to dance. Yet cheering from the stands, or simply coming to watch their favorite boy fight, was often a delightful experience. Can this pretty boy hold his own? That opponent is too strong. A look at him, his gear is no match at all. Some audience members voiced their doubts. Their doubts were unfiltered and highlighted certain issues. Asra's gear and weapons were indeed significantly inferior. Serafina possessed at least level top-tier equipment, while his was merely rated level. The 2 stood apart on the arena. Serafina did not carry a shield, only a one-handed sword, which was related to her tactical arrangement. The sword and shield stance was her strongest, but carrying a shield meant consuming stamina. Before encountering a stronger opponent such as Avis or Gray, she did not plan to wield a shield. Looking at Asra across the arena, Serafina recalled the information she had on him. Asra would review his opponent's data, and her opponent would certainly scrutinize his as well. Gray had not yet appeared, but Asra had participated in both of his previous matches, exposing certain aspects. Recalling the information about Asra, Serafina watched him for a few moments before suddenly interrupting, saying, "My weapon isn't ready. Oh, I request a pause." The referee, who had just been about to step onto the stage, was taken aback, and then gestured, "I have not yet taken the stage, if feel free." Serafina acknowledged this. She turned and stepped down from the arena, returning to the passage leading to the preparation room of Easter Bay High School. This scene left many stunned. What happened? She turned and stepped down from the arena, returning to the passage leading to the preparation room of Easter Bay High School. This scene left many stunned. When Serafina returned to the preparation room, her coach and assistant were already waiting with her shield in hand. The coach nervously asked, "Serafina, what happened? Wasn't it agreed to add the shield in the 4th round?" Serafina succinctly replied, "Your tactical analysis was incorrect. Asra's combat strength is stronger than expected. Without a shield, I worry about expending more stamina." The coach's expression stiffened. Serafina's words were a slap in the face. Yet he dared not say more, and instead stated, "Yes, we will immediately review this. They'll have the team reanalyze Asra's intelligence." Serafina nodded noncommittally, then took the shield and walked out. As she proceeded to the arena, Serafina's lips were pressed tightly beneath her helmet, her mind recalling the rough footage of Asra's battles she had glanced at. He is much stronger than the intelligence analysis suggests. Asra is hiding his true combat power. His strength is greater, his speed faster, and his stamina is decent. Originally, Serafina had not paid much attention to Asra. Even his battle videos had been shown alongside those of the other 2 contestants. Only Ava's video had been shown to Serafina alone. Now Serafina furrowed her brow, regretting why she hadn't taken it seriously back then. Before stepping onto the arena, Serafina silently vowed, "I was too complacent. Such a situation cannot occur again in the future." She ascended the stage slowly, her demeanor now completely different from how she had faced the first 2 Ashford opponents. Sword and shield, a full set of armor, an opponent armed to the teeth. Even Asra felt a bit intimidated. A foe with strong physical attributes, high combat skills, and superior weaponry. Initially, he could rely on the opponent's lack of knowledge about his intelligence to let them underestimate him, thus reducing the difficulty. However, it now seemed that Serafina had no intention of underestimating him at all, even placing more importance. The 2 stood firmly. Asra contemplated that this battle was for him the greatest diminishment. It was almost like silencing him, robbing him of a significant move. In the past, he could weaken his opponent's combat effectiveness by taunting them before a fight. But today, facing Serafina, such taunts were hard to choose. If he said something wrong and ended up winning the match but got tossed into the sea on the way back, that would be a big problem. Asra pondered and said to Serafina, "Is it fitting for a knight to don this perfect gear to defeat me, a devoted yet impoverished and feeble believer? What about your honor and virtue as a knight?" Hearing this, Serafina looked at Asra in shock, her mouth agape beneath her helmet. In the preparation room, Carmen suddenly cradled his head in both hands, exclaiming, "Thick gift crab." To others, this statement's impact is virtually non-existent. However, for the Dreiser family, the effect varies from person to person. Yet at present, it is the most fitting piece of trash talk that Asra can employ. Involving the Dreiser family carries too great a risk. If the insult is too harsh, there will be repercussions afterwards. Thus, the first 2 competitors from Ashford kept their mouths shut, fearing that trouble might arise from their words. But Asra's mind whirled, and he found a clever way. After speaking, Asra pretended to pray, tapping his chest a few times, seemingly proving that he was a devout believer. Serafina's eyes locked onto Asra, who was clad in Class 1C protective gear and wielding a weapon of the same level. Asra's background flashed through her mind. Orphaned at a young age, he had relied solely on his grandmother. Coming from a poor family, he relied on scholarships to cover his tuition. Now it seemed he was still a devout believer, perfectly fitting the church's need to protect its followers. Yet now she had to take action against such a devout believer. In an instant, her ideals clashed violently with reality. She opened her mouth in vain, but no words escaped, frozen in place. The referee was equally startled by Asra's words, his heart racing. However, he pretended not to notice and finished reading the rules. Fight begins. The referee swung his hand sharply. Serafina instantly adjusted her stance, recovering from her previous rigidity, her body bending slightly, preparing for battle. Seeing this, Asra felt the situation becoming tricky. This woman was proving to be quite a handful, unaffected by the tension. But Asra had one last trick up his sleeve. He said, "Lady Knight, are you really going to strike at a devout follower of the Lord?" Serafina stiffened again but gritted her teeth and said, I can help you after the match, but this is a competition." Serafina was indeed influenced. After speaking those words, she launched herself at Asra without hesitation. Originally, this was not part of her battle plan. As a sword and shield knight, she excelled at defensive counterattacks. Yet she altered her battle strategy, eager to defeat Asra quickly, not wanting to hear him speak any longer. Asra felt a hint of regret, but adjusted his own stance. "Lord, bless your follower," Asra shouted. He charged at Serafina, his speed astonishingly quick, surprising everyone. His battle boots struck the arena floor 3 times, each step covering the same distance, like a battle bow released after being fully drawn. As his third step landed, flames akin to sunlight erupted from Asura's longsword. Whoosh! The flames roared to life. On the fourth step, Asura reached his opponent, slashing his longsword diagonally from the upper right to the lower left. This was a typical jumping strike, starting high to maximize explosive power. Selefina's shield moved, her combat experience was vast, and she did not block, but instead charged. She pushed her entire left arm forward, the convex surface of her kite shield crashing against the midsection of the longsword. The sound of metal clashing and the hissing of the flames echoed like a heavy hammer falling on a forged iron block in a smithy. Asura felt a tremendous force travel back from the sword into his palm, his hands going numb. But he did not retreat, instead relying on the shield's counterforce, he twisted his waist, spinning halfway around. By the time his right foot hit the ground, he had already moved to Selefina's left side. The longsword swept upward from a low position, aimed straight for Selefina's armpit. This was a weak point in her armor. Fast, truly fast. This was the only thought that crossed everyone's mind upon witnessing Asura's actions. Selefina thought so, her coach thought so, and even Coach Carmen and Avis felt the same. Carmen unconsciously gripped the armrest of his seat tightly. Avis widened her eyes, feeling once again that she had lost control over Asura. Whoosh! Asura's spiritual energy unfurled wildly like a dam bursting. What had merely been flames burning on the longsword instantly enveloped his surroundings. With every movement and attack, a howling flame erupted, as if the fire was his second body accompanying his strikes towards Selefina. In the audience, many gasped in shock. Hiss! What the hell is this? Is he still a high school student? What's with these flames? Did this kid bring a bottle of gasoline onto the stage? If others were merely surprised, Selefina found the situation somewhat troublesome. Her combat experience was rich, but Asura's combat power far exceeded her expectations. He was fast, strong, and accompanied by fiery attacks that greatly disrupted her fighting. But her combat experience was extensive. The shield in her hand acted as her other hand, appearing just at the right moment to block Asura's attacks. Her one-handed sword remained hidden behind the shield, ready to strike back while blocking Asura's attacks. Clash! The sound of their weapons colliding echoed as Asura applied force with both hands, pressing down on Selefina's one-handed sword. The flames burned behind him, beside him, and on the edge. The sound of their weapons colliding echoed as Asura applied force with both hands, pressing down on Selefina's one-handed sword. The flames burned behind him, beside him, and on. Beneath their visors their eyes appeared strikingly similar. Asura's gaze shone like sunlight, while Selefina's was filled with a sacred light of soft gold. Huh! Selefina let out a low growl as the spiritual energy within her surged uncontrollably, unleashing even more power. The tremendous force allowed Selefina to regain control of the battlefield. Her one-handed sword pushed back Asura's longsword, while her kite shield slammed fiercely towards Asura's upper body. Crack! The friction of the two swords was unbearably piercing, causing discomfort in the ears. Bang! The kite shield struck Asura, producing a dull thud. Selefina's eyes flashed with surprise. Why don't you dodge? Asura's eyes seemed to burn with flames because I'm not afraid. His spiritual energy surged once more, as if he were pouring all of it into this moment. Every muscle in his body tensed up, straining with effort. A tremendous force surged from his feet, climbing all the way to his arms. Kill! Crack! The sound of swords clashing rang out again. Selefina's explosive physical strength seemed insufficient before Asura. Boom! The flames on Asura erupted, soaring several meters high, enveloping both combatants within. Amidst the roaring flames, a thunderous voice rang out. You want to defeat me? You cannot. Whoosh! Flames consumed the air, stirring everything on the arena and emitting a howling sound. Asura gripped his sword with both hands, completely abandoning defense, focusing solely on a frenzied offense. His assault resembled a torrential storm. Each swing, each thrust was ferocious, with immense power and rapid speed. Selefina felt as if she were a small boat on a tumultuous sea. With each wave that struck, her little boat was relentlessly battered. Selefina's shield acted like a constantly shifting opening and closing door. Every attack from Asura was precisely blocked by her, and her one-handed sword occasionally darted out from the edges of her shield, delivering lightning-fast thrusts and slashes. However, Asura's reactions seemed to be even quicker, timely, using his longsword to parry each blow. At times, he even exerted greater strength, driving Selefina's sword downward. Selefina's gaze sharpened. She was expending considerable energy, and if she couldn't match Asura at this stage, continuing would pose even greater problems. She adjusted her breathing each inhale, allowing her to feel the scorching heat of the flames around her. No longer merely on the defensive, she began to launch active attacks in the gaps of Asura's rhythm. Clang! Clang! The arena resonated with the sounds of iron striking iron, the clash of longsword and shield, the roaring of flames. Selefina's spiritual energy was also being violently depleted. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, You liar. She attempted to affect Asra, but her words lacked any real impact. Asra, however, bellowed, Lord, grant your devoted follower more strength. His voice was powerful, and after uttering these words his strength seemed to increase slightly. With active spiritual energy and 3 paths, 3 sequences, he gained enhanced endurance and greater spiritual essence. At that moment he wielded his great sword as if it were a mere iron bar. Unable to break through Selefina's shield or penetrate her armor, he decided to unleash pure primal strength to determine who would be victorious. The surrounding heat caused beads of sweat to form on Selefina's body, her face drenched beneath her visor. The apprentice knights had higher endurance against heat and cold. But it was not inhuman. Selefina's response was equally fiery. She could no longer conserve her strength. She knew that her hope of defeating 5 opponents in this round had vanished. A surge of spiritual energy erupted within her. The apprentice knight's signature skill, Physical Burst, was activated. In an instant Selefina's strength soared. Selefina let out a low cry as a more powerful force began to manifest. Each block and attack with her shield and one-handed sword became increasingly forceful. She shifted from being relentlessly pressured by Asra to both sides exchanging blows. The coordination of sword and shield made her defense nearly perfect. Asra took a deep breath, unleashing his full power at that moment, while Selefina also erupted with strength. He too was unwilling to back down. He had not used all his strength until now, but now it was time to unleash it all. From 80 to 100%. The speed of his long sword escalated to a new level, the blade's wind transforming from a soft whisper to a sharp hiss. The sword sliced through the air, its sound akin to ripping silk. With a powerful strike faster than lightning, he aimed for Selefina. Her pale golden pupils constricted behind her visor. He is still conserving his strength. This thought quickly occupied Selefina's mind. At the same time she reacted swiftly, moving with agility that belied her heavy armor. She took half a step back. Raising her shield was too late, so she used her one-handed sword to block, attempting to intercept Asra's attack. But Asra's sword speed exceeded her expectations. His long sword grazed the spine of her one-handed sword, producing a sharp metallic screech. Then, crack! The long sword, imbued with immense power, and a wave of searing flames struck down towards Selefina's head like a fire dragon. Boom! The flames erupted immense in force. At the last moment Selefina sidestepped, but the attack still landed upon her shoulder armor. Crack! A crisp sound resonated in both their ears. The thoughts of both parties hearing that sound were entirely different. Selefina's heart raced. The shoulder armor has been torn apart. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot from her shoulder. Asra's Class 1C longsword had already become serrated from the previous battle. Now as it cleaved through Selefina's shoulder armor, injuring her shoulder, it felt like a heated saw ripping through flesh. Asra too was startled. Will the longsword break? But he could not afford to think of such things now. The longsword continued to bear down. Yet Selefina ducked, evading beneath Asra's sword. She rolled to avoid Asra's follow-up attack, then immediately got up, shield raised, and sword in hand poised, and staring at Asra. The fierce battle thrilled all the spectators. Strike hard. Hit him hard. Go, don't give that pretty boy a chance. Burn, make the fire even larger. The audience shouted in frenzy. At this moment, no matter which school they supported, they all fervently hoped for a more intense and fierce battle. As for who would be the final victor, no one cared at this moment. As long as the fight was fierce enough, brutal enough, and visually captivating, that was enough. In Ashford's preparation room, silence reigned. It felt as if all sound was drawn from this room at that moment. It was not just the beginning, it was from the moment the intense flames ignited around Asra as he stepped out of the flames and launched his assault. His mouth opened wide and did not close. On the other side, Avis was sitting still, her expression dazed. She had never imagined that Asra, whom she regarded, his mouth opened wide and did not close. On the other side, Avis was sitting still, her expression dazed. She had never imagined that Asra, whom she regarded as a plaything, would be so Even Susan, holding a document, unconsciously tightened her grip. She had always been the one analyzing Asra, believing she had done her utmost to evaluate his combat strength. But she never expected to underestimate him. Asra was even stronger than she had predicted. Avis turned to Susan, her gaze vacant. Is the Lightbringer really this powerful? In the spectator stands. Inside the VIP lounge. Within the Titan Forge chamber, Lamb along with his 2 companions had earlier sat at ease sipping fine wine. Now, however, their relaxed composure had vanished. Lamb had risen to his feet and stood before a telescope mounted against the glass wall, his eyes locked intently through its lens upon the fierce duel unfolding on the arena floor. Fuck! Fuck! An involuntary cry escaped him. So overwhelming was the spectacle that this brand director could barely contain his emotions. It was as though in that moment it was not Serafina being struck down by Asra on the arena floor, but Lamb himself. Who the hell is this kid? Where did he come from? What in blazes is happening? Lamb roared, utterly bewildered. His assistant scrambled frantically to pull up data, reporting breathlessly, "He's Asra, the No. 5 competitor from Ashford High. His dossier." Lamb's voice pierced the air sharp with disbelief. "What? No. 5. This is No. 5. Ashford's coach played dirtier than a sewer rat. I'm filing an appeal. Fuck. That raw power, that explosive speed, that incandescent flame. Damn it, I'd swear he's a collegiate league contender." "What path and sequence is he?" The assistant hurriedly replied, "The Sun Path, Sequence 9, the Light Seeker. Intelligence indicates he consumed his first dose of the elixir less than 2 months ago." Lamb whirled toward his assistant, incredulous. Less than 2 months. With combat prowess like this, with spiritual resonance so refined, does he even breathe like a human? Is the Light Seeker sequence really this formidable? Why have I never heard such a thing? The assistant, equally stunned, stammered, "Sequence 9 of the Sun Path has never been regarded as particularly powerful. Its true ascendancy begins only at the mid-tier." The battle raged on below. Lamb no longer registered his assistant's words. A single shattering impact, the sound of Asra piercing Seraphina's armor, was captured by the arena's audio system and echoed sharply into Lamb's ears. Instantly his face paled. Through the telescope, and enhanced by his own spiritual sight, he saw with chilling clarity Seraphina's shoulder pauldron splintering amid the swirling flames of the arena. Fuck! How did a Class 1C weapon breach that armor? Lamb bellowed, venting his terror at the unfolding catastrophe. Panic etched itself across the assistant's face. He knew precisely why they had come. To secure a deeper partnership with Seraphina, and to redeem Titan Forge's tarnished reputation among spectators at this year's Interschool Combat League. In past years, students from impoverished public schools like Northton had worn Titan Forge gear, dragging the brand's prestige into the mud. Their strategy had been clear: begin with Seraphina, then launch a full-scale brand resurgence. Instead, the campaign collapsed before it even began. First match, first round, sudden death. Seraphina was meant to rise triumphant, trampling Ashford beneath her boots, then sweeping through 5 consecutive victories. Now her ascent looked perilous, and Titan Forge risked being dragged down with her. A single loss for Seraphina was tolerable. For Titan Forge, it was a humiliating public disgrace. Dazed, Lamb tore his gaze from Seraphina and snapped at his assistant, "Quick! Pull all press releases. Is there any Titan Forge insignia visible on Seraphina's armor?" One assistant snatched up his phone and began urgently relaying orders to subordinates, canceling every planned announcement. The other assistant reported, "No insignia. This set was merely loaned to Seraphina for trial use." Lamb exhaled deeply. "Good. Very good." Yet the assistant's expression remained grim. "But the armor's silhouette is unmistakable. I fear." Lamb loosened his tie and wiped sweat from his brow. "It's fine. It'll be fine. This level of competition draws few eyes. So long as we avoid amplifying the incident, and so long as no sensational narrative emerges, it will fade unnoticed. There are only 5,000 spectators in the arena. Beyond them, perhaps a handful of high schools purchase fight recordings. Impact remains contained." At those words, the other two sighed in relief. One wiped his brow and chuckled weakly. Surely no fluke underdog could possibly defeat Eastburg next, let alone sweep all 5. Silence fell instantly, absolute, suffocating silence. Lamb turned stiffly toward the assistant who had spoken. His lips parted in a low, guttural curse. "Fuck." Then he seized the telescope again, gripping it, as if his life depended on it, eyes riveted once more upon Asra and Seraphina's clash. He needed to gauge Asra's true strength. If victory came, would he possess the stamina to continue? Seraphina's prowess ranked unchallenged, even among Eastburg High's elite. As Lamb and Seraphina's parents had originally planned, she was to win 5 straight. If she fell now, her conqueror would likely overwhelm Eastburg's remaining 4 champions as well. The sole uncertainty lay in whether Asra would defeat Seraphina, and whether, having done so, he would retain enough strength to fight on. On the arena floor, the battle raged fiercer still. Striking Seraphina's shoulder had raised the stakes, and the ferocity, to new heights. In the maelstrom of combat, Asra's long sword had been hacked into a jagged, serrated blade. Clang! Another violent parry, and the sword snapped cleanly in half, leaving only a fractured remnant of its blade. His weapon was inadequate. A jolt surged through Asra's mind. Danger! Yet even as the blade shattered, he did not halt his assault, swinging the broken hilt like a club toward Seraphina. Seraphina seized the opening. Pain coursed through her, but it was endurable. As Asra launched his next strike, she lunged forward with a thunderous shield bash, slamming its reinforced edge into his upper torso. Thud! A sickening bone-deep impact reverberated, so visceral it made teeth ache. Asra grunted in pain, but he had achieved exactly what he sought. He seized Seraphina's shield with one hand, while deflecting her counterstrike with the broken sword. Crack, crack, crack. With brutal, focused might, he wrenched the shield aside, and twisted her one-handed blade outward. Both fighters stood exposed, centerline wide open. Their eyes locked, flames blazing within each gaze. Asra's helmet offered little concealment, his face unguarded and fierce bore every flicker of resolve. He grinned, a feral, fearless baring of teeth, then discarded all weapons and lunged, locking Seraphina in a crushing embrace. Clatter! Shield and armor flew in all directions as they crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The blistering exchange of bladed combat had transformed in an instant into a savage, grinding struggle on the blood-slicked floor. Asra straddled Seraphina's abdomen, pinning her sword arm with one hand, hammering relentless blows with the other, each fist striking like a piledriver. Seraphina thrashed and returned punches, but her position crippled her leverage, her strikes clumsy and ineffective compared to Asra's precision. "Let me go," she screamed. Asra reached up and ripped off her visor. To do so, he absorbed 3 brutal punches, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Yet as the visor clattered away, his grin, exposed, radiant, terrifying, filled Seraphina's vision. Thwack! His fist crashed down, shattering her composure with a single, devastating blow to the face. As a punch landed, darkness enveloped Seraphina's vision. She let out a low growl, attempting to roll over and push Asra away. Yet Asra remained unmoved. She fixed her gaze on Asra. At that moment, he seemed as if he had emerged from flames. The fire ignited by spiritual energy was gradually extinguishing. However, the lingering heat from the recently extinguished flames still left its mark. The air around him was distorted by the high-temperature wisps of smoke emanating from his body. Seraphina, still reeling from the punch, seemed to glimpse some terrifying figure. "You?" As she opened her mouth, her voice was abruptly interrupted. Asra's next punch struck her other eye. Bang! Hiss! Seraphina gritted her teeth in pain, lifting her head to glare at Asra. But Asra appeared oblivious, landing 2 more punches. Bang! With a dull thud, Seraphina was thoroughly knocked out, her head tilting as she lay on the ground. Seeing this, Asra finally let out a breath, relaxing his body and settling down on Seraphina's abdomen. Ugh! This caused a sound to escape from the unconscious Seraphina. The referee, watching the fight, hurriedly shouted, "Get up, she lost, don't just sit there." Upon hearing this, Asra slowly stood up. He removed his helmet, shook his head, and with one hand grasping the helmet, he slightly turned his gaze to scan the stands on either side. Roar! He raised his helmet high and let out a roar. At that moment, the referee announced, "Asra wins." Wow! The venue erupted in cheers. "Well done! Woo!" Many spectators in the Ashford stands cried out, cheering. On the big screen above the ring, Asra stood out clearly. His armor was thin, and the intense battle had severely damaged the protective gear. With his helmet removed, his already handsome features appeared even more resolute after the battle. The cheerleaders from Ashford were now completely captivated. As Asra turned his gaze towards them, the young girls immediately began to cheer and jump. "Asra, look here. I love you, Asra." However, when they looked towards the East Bay stands, it seemed somewhat subdued. After all, their representative Seraphina had been defeated. Just as the treatment Ivy received at Ashford High, Seraphina's status as a goddess was even more solidified and sacred at East Bay High. "Ing!" A voice behind indicated Seraphina was waking up. Asra turned to look at her, while reaching out his hand, wanting to help her up. But upon seeing Seraphina's face, he felt an impulse to laugh. Her face was exquisite, truly palm-sized with fair skin. Now, after being struck by Asra's punches, both her eyes had darkened, even showing signs of turning black. Looking at Asra's outstretched hand, Seraphina gritted her teeth in anger. Asra said, "Lady Knight, please forgive a devout believer of the Master." Seraphina, furious, grabbed Asra's hand and stood up angrily, saying, "Where's my faceplate?" Asra, displaying gentlemanly manners, handed the faceplate to Seraphina. With her head lowered, she didn't dare to look up, the pain around her eyes constantly reminding her. She must look utterly hideous right now. She couldn't even begin to imagine how ugly she appeared with the pain on her face, the tearing ache in her shoulder, and the humiliation of losing the match. In that moment, multiple emotions surged, and Seraphina's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She summoned her last bit of will to keep the tears from falling, preserving her dignity. Receiving the faceplate, she clamped it onto her helmet and finally looked up at Asra. As the tears streamed out at that moment, her throat tightened, leaving her speechless. Watching Asra struggle to find the right words, she finally managed to say, "You won." After saying this, she turned and walked away, fearing she might break down and cry if she stayed any longer. Asra noticed something off in her tone, seemingly laced with tears. He raised an eyebrow but didn't dwell on it. He looked for his weapon, the broken sword, realizing only then how troublesome the situation was. After the match with Seraphina, his extraordinary gear was deformed and his weapon was completely broken. This loss was too significant. The most crucial question was, how would he continue fighting in the subsequent matches? He couldn't possibly go on stage empty-handed. The combat effectiveness with or without a weapon was entirely different. Descending from the stage, feeling a wave of frustration, he finally exhaled a deep breath. If all else fails, I'll just live off someone else's wealth. Didn't Ivy prepare extraordinary gear and weapons for me? With this thought, he walked into the passageway amidst the cheers of the audience. At the end of the passage, the door to the preparation room was already open. Coach Carmen stood there, his expression excited. Behind him were other assistants, school staff, and Senna. "Oh wow," Senna shouted directly. "Asra, you were amazing. Great job." Asra nodded slightly. Coach Carmen applauded in awe, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Incredible. I didn't expect you, Asra, to actually defeat her." "Good lad, I truly didn't see this coming." Coach Carmen gently patted Asra's shoulder, clearing the way for him to enter the room. "Let us welcome the victor back," Coach Carmen shouted loudly. Claps echoed as Coach's assistant staff and several team members applauded. Even Gray clapped reluctantly. He glared at Asra, feeling disgruntled. This should have been his moment to enjoy. Now everything had changed, becoming Asra's moment of glory, while he could only sit in his seat, clapping unwillingly. Over by Ivy, her mood was exceptionally irritable, feeling as though everything had spiraled out of control. Though she clapped, her mind was elsewhere. Until Susan gently tapped her shoulder, signaling her to look at the corner of Asra's mouth. The battle with Serafina had not left him unscathed. At the very least, a few shield strikes from Serafina, along with punches to his body, had inflicted some damage. Blood trickled from the corner of Asra's mouth, now dried under the intense heat. Ivy hurriedly fetched a damp towel and approached Asra, saying, "Asra, you fought brilliantly in this match." She reached out to wipe the blood crust at the corner of Asra's mouth, her eyes filled with concern. "But you mustn't do this next time. Your health is more important." At that moment, Gray felt his teeth grind in frustration. Like Gray, the three individuals in the VIP room of the Titan Forge were on the verge of grinding their teeth to pieces as Asra threw Serafina aside and began to strike her. Lamb seemed as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing directly onto the sofa. He no longer wished to watch the ensuing battle. At this point, this debut match of Serafina clad in the armor of the Titan Forge was utterly quashed by Asra. Even if Serafina had ultimately won against Asra, this match held no promotional significance. It had devolved into a messy brawl, and any promotion would only serve to embarrass the Titan Forge. Lamb slumped on the sofa, one hand pressed against his forehead, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. His assistant had now taken over his previous task, fixated on the arena. Though it was stated that even if Serafina won there would be no promotional value, at least this would not become an issue for their publicity. But as Asra knocked off Serafina's faceplate with a few punches, every strike elicited a sharp intake of breath from the attentive assistant. It felt as though those blows were not striking Serafina's face, but rather his own. With that, Serafina finally lost consciousness. The assistant also clasped his head with both hands, finally averting his gaze from the arena. "Thick crab. Serafina loses?" These words finally extinguished the last flicker of hope in Lamb, who lay on the sofa. He closed his eyes, rubbing his face with both hands. Fuck. Where did this kid come from? Fuck, if I had another chance I definitely wouldn't choose this match as Serafina's debut. The expressions of the three people in the room turned grim. One assistant nervously said, "The problem now is that kid won't continue to fight, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly stiffened. Yes, now there are 4 contestants from East Bay High. If Asra steps down now, then Ashford would only have 2 participants left. Lamb let out a painful groan. "Shit. If I were the coach of Ashford, I would definitely have him continue fighting, even if it was just to wear down the opponent's stamina. This kid defeated Serafina. He can't really take on 5 opponents by himself, right?" His assistant also found the situation somewhat tricky and said he probably won't, right? His weapon is destroyed. And after fighting Serafina, he must have exhausted both his spirit and physical energy. After hearing this analysis, Lamb also felt there was some truth to it and nodded, "I hope so." Meanwhile, inside the Ashford High preparation room, the enchanting atmosphere between Asra and Ivy quickly dissipated as Ivy returned to her seat. It was now time to make a choice. Carmen approached Asra somewhat awkwardly, asking, "Asra, how are you feeling?" Asra moved his shoulders and replied, "I'm fine. Though you have defeated Serafina, the opponent still has 4 players left, while we only have 2 remaining besides you. What I mean is, if you still have stamina, get back in the ring for at least a round to wear down the opposing player's stamina and spirit." Asra nodded in understanding, but the next moment he raised the broken sword in his hand. "But coach, look at my..." Carmen felt the weight of the situation as he looked at Asra's weapon and gear. It would have been one thing if the weapon and armor were just subpar. Now they were gone altogether, and they couldn't possibly send Asra into battle empty-handed. At this moment, however, Ivy chuckled softly. "Mr. Carmen, Asra, don't worry, I've made preparations." Saying this, Susan arrived in front of Asra carrying a box and a... Ivy warmly said to Asra, "Asra, this is what I prepared for you before the match. I know you don't want to always use my things, but this time just think of it as helping me wear down some of the opponent's stamina. Put on this set of armor and weapons." Carmen's face lit up with joy and he urged Asra, "Yes, this is Ivy's goodwill. Just borrow it for now. The match is important." Asra sighed slightly in his heart. He had originally not wanted to borrow it, but now he had no choice. Unless he didn't participate in any further matches, he wouldn't be able to afford to buy new gear with his current savings. So he reached out to take the 2 boxes and said to Ivy, Thank you, Ivy. Ooh, I will remember this kindness. Ivy's face was filled with a happy smile. Asra took off his original gear, but did not rush to put on the new set. With 15 minutes gone, less than 10 minutes remained. During this time, Asra immediately began to recover his body. Ivy even dispatched her medical team to urgently assist Asra in recovering. Before the new round of battles, Asra began to change his gear and weapons. Opening the box, Senna helped Asra quickly put on the gear. This was a set of 1 level armor from Nick Sports, far better than his original. The weapons were also of 1 level. Had he accepted this armor and weapon before fighting Seraphina, the battle would have undoubtedly been much easier. After changing his weapons and armor, Ivy, watching from a distance, felt her eyes brighten. Asra's previous gear was so poor that it even lowered his attractiveness. However, donning this set from Nick Sports made Ivy momentarily mesmerized. Until Susan cleared her throat, she finally came back to her senses and quickly averted her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Asra, now clad in new gear and weapons, stepped out of the corridor. The audience in the venue cheered loudly at the sight of Asra emerging again. Roar, roar, roar. Crush them, crush the East Bay High. A loud-voiced spectator shouted from behind. Asra waved his hand without looking back and slowly ascended the arena. Meanwhile, the contestants from East Bay High also sluggishly approached. As soon as he saw the opposing contestant, Asra's face broke into a smile. The opponent was their number 5 player, the weakest in both theory and practice. Indeed, within East Bay's strategy, the original plan was for Seraphina to take on 5 opponents. But if that failed, they would use a weaker contestant to exhaust Seraphina's stamina. Then the number 2 contestant would come out last to clean up the mess. Fight begins. Whoosh. A sharp gust of sword wind howled, and the opponent was directly knocked down by Asra. Simultaneously, the brand director of Titan Forge, Lamb, who had collapsed on the sofa, stared blankly. It's over. The thing that worried Ram the most had indeed happened. When he saw Asra emerge in brand new armor wielding a brand new weapon, Ram still held onto a glimmer of hope. At the same time, he felt puzzled. With such high-level armor and weapons, why not use them earlier? What does it mean to wear them now? He was also looking forward to Asra exhausting his physical and spiritual energy. But the reality was that Asra easily defeated his opponent. Ram clutched his forehead in pain. Is the contestant from East Bay High a waste? Can't even exhaust his stamina. The assistant chimed in. Now this guy has an additional 15 minutes of rest. Ram and the assistant exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. Asra had already won 2 consecutive matches. If he really did defeat 5 in a row, without even needing to defeat 5, just defeating one more opponent after Seraphina would increase his chances of fame. One assistant said, "Director, maybe we shouldn't worry too much. This is just a regular match." Ram sighed. It's not up to us now. I'm worried that competitors will target our mistake and continuously publicize it. That would be troublesome. Ram stood up, looking at the empty arena, his mind racing. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The new round of matches began. This time the contestant was the number 4 competitor from East Bay High. As soon as the contestants took the stage, the disparity in their fighting abilities was palpable. If Asra was compared to a ferocious beast, then the opponent was like a little lamb. At most, a well-fed little lamb. Ram leaned against the glass wall, watching Asra shake his head repeatedly. How can such a contestant appear in this level of competition? I would believe he was a college student. He could easily turn pro. In the VIP room, Ram and his assistant stared at the stage, hoping to see Asra defeated. But the outcome left them extremely disappointed. This contestant, once on stage, was still no match for Asra. The only purpose of this match was to let Asra unleash 3 strikes. After 3 strikes, this guy was swiftly taken down by Asra. Phew. In the VIP room, the faces of the 3 were terrifyingly gloomy. Ram sighed. No, we can't let it continue like this. We need to find a way to resolve this matter, or our reputation will suffer even more. The assistant suggested, why don't we pressure East Bay to show their true skills? If Asra really defeats 5 opponents, that would be a big problem. Ram pondered for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed a number. In no time, the other end picked up. Seraphina, this is Ram. I have a crucial question to ask you. In East Bay's preparation room, Seraphina sat in the corner, her eyes darkened as she stared at the big screen, showing Asra, her face filled with resentment. The others in the preparation room dared not utter a word. Seraphina answered the phone, her voice low. Uncle Ram, I messed up this time. Ram quickly reassured her. It's okay, Seraphina. This was an accident. We'll definitely succeed next time. What I want to ask you now is whether you think your number 3 teammate can defeat the already severely exhausted Asra. Upon hearing this, Seraphina's resentment grew. She thought for a moment, it's a bit difficult. Although his stamina and spiritual energy have been depleted, the intervals between these matches allow him at least 45 minutes to rest. While his spiritual energy may not recover much, his physical stamina will. Asra is a bit too strong, much stronger than me. Number 3 is unlikely to defeat him, but number 2 might have a chance if Asra's stamina is severely depleted. Seraphina spoke softly, analyzing based on her battle experience with Asra. Before the battle began, she felt something was off about Asra. He was stronger than the intel suggested. After completing one match, this only confirmed her suspicions. Serafina told Ram on the phone, if he had better equipment and weapons, our fight wouldn't have lasted this long. Her words were unguarded, though they were the truth. They cut deep. The expressions of the number 3 and number 2 contestants who had yet to compete were grim. No one likes to hear a goddess say someone else is better than them, especially when they were about to take the stage to compete. While number 2's fighting ability wasn't as strong as Serafina's, it wasn't significantly inferior either. East Bay High was also a top 4 contender in last year's finals. The members were all quite skilled, they just happened to face Asra. Their number 5 contestant could be a seed player in other schools, but Asra was simply stronger than them, and by a considerable margin. Serafina's assistant gently tapped her shoulder, signaling her to be cautious with her words. Serafina finally snapped back to reality and told Ram on the phone, especially since Asra has switched to new equipment which can offset his depleted stamina. It's not that our teammates aren't strong. It's that Asra is just too strong. I always feel like he isn't an ordinary high school student. Ram on the other end replied, okay, thank you, Serafina. Make sure to rest well and adjust your mood. We'll win back next time. After saying this, Ram hung up the phone. The sound wasn't loud, but in this room full of competitors, it was still quite clear. They had not faced Asra, so they could only trust Serafina's judgment. Ram put down his phone, his expression returning to calm. His mind raced. We can't let Asra continue competing. East Bay High can lose and Serafina can lose, but we can't let them lose so badly. The assistant asked, what do you mean? Ram adjusted his tie and calmly said, contact Asra's coach, I need to speak with him. He raised his wristwatch to check the time and said, we have 10 minutes left. We can't let Asra take the stage again. The assistant immediately understood Ram's intention. He quickly retrieved the information sheet for Ashford High and scanned the top until he found Carmen's phone number. The assistant made the call and waited quietly. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is Carmen. The assistant handed the phone to Ram. Ram's calm voice came through. Hello, Coach Carmen. This is Ram, the brand director of Titan Forge. Let's discuss the cooperation with Asra. Inside the preparation room, the joy on Carmen's face was hard to hide. After Asra's 3 consecutive victories, this match against East Bay High School had almost been completely secured. Initially, Carmen even considered losing this match to retain more of his trump cards. He never expected it to go so smoothly. Originally, he only had Gray and Avis in hand, but now they seemed insignificant. Asra was the true trump card. No, not anymore. Because all his trump cards had been exposed in the battle against Serafina. Now the only uncertainty for others was how strong Asra's endurance and stamina truly were. Asra lay there resting while Avis sent over her medical assistant to help Asra recover his strength. Even Susan was standing beside Asra, her hand placed gently on him. Spiritual energy flowed through her massage, penetrating Asra's body and relaxing his muscles. This comfortable sensation nearly made Asra cry out. It felt like lying on a cloud bed with countless soft sensations massaging and relaxing his body. Asra's physique feels really interesting. With his eyes closed, Asra curiously asked Sister Susan, what sequence are you in? And what is this skill? Susan, calmly relaxing Asra's body, let her hand glide over his defined muscles. Hearing the question, Susan chuckled lightly. It's not polite to inquire about someone else's sequence, you know. But since you asked, Asra, I can tell you. She leaned slightly closer to Asra's ear and whispered softly, I am in sequence 7, the dispatcher of the psychopath. But don't let this out. The warm breath tickled Asra's ear. After saying this, she stood up and continued to help Asra relax. Asra nodded silently without saying a word while mentally noting down the name of this path and sequence. The psychopath also emerged in modern times. The sequence 9 of this path is the cleaner, while Asra didn't know sequence 8. He at least learned about sequence 7, the dispatcher. Ding, ding, ding. Kemen's phone rang. Frowning, he answered it, and as soon as he heard the first sentence, his eyes widened instantly. He turned to look in Asra's direction. This isn't appropriate. On the other end of the line, Lamb's voice was calm as he said, there's nothing inappropriate about it. This is a good deal for you, and for Asra, isn't it? You've already won this match against East Bay, now it's just a matter of how you win. Asra, as your seed player, I think retaining more trump cards is a good idea. You don't have much time left, so why not bring Asra in to discuss this? Kamen opened his mouth looking towards Asra. Lamb continued, we could select Asra as the spokesperson for our Titan Forge, including you in the deal, and you would also receive a small gift from Titan Forge. And all this just requires Asra to take a break and recuperate for the upcoming matches. Kamen swallowed hard. His unusual reaction drew the attention of others, especially Avis. She was the first to stand up and ask Kamen, Mr. Kamen, whose call is it, and what do they want? Kamen candidly replied, it's a call from Titan Forge. They want Asra to rest and not participate in the next 2 matches. Upon hearing this, Asra sat up and looked at Kamen curiously. Why? Kamen hesitated and said to Lamb on the other end, please hold on, let me discuss this with Asra. After hanging up, Lamb's expression remained calm. He first turned to his assistant and said, bring me the contract meant for Serafina. You go print another one for her. The assistant quickly took out a document and handed it over. Then Lamb fastened his suit jacket and left the VIP room. His steps appeared slow, but he moved quickly. In a daze, he had already appeared several dozen meters away. The direction he headed was precisely towards the preparation room where Asra and the others were. Inside the preparation room, Cayman related the recent situation. Senna expressed excitement. Sponsorship. Titan Forge can sponsor Asra. Cayman nodded slightly, still a bit dazed. It seems that's the case. Avis suddenly felt uneasy. She looked at Asra, a sense of losing control washing over her. Although the sponsorship for the school team league didn't offer much money, it signified recognition and came with many benefits. If Asra really secured a sponsorship, his development would be unstoppable. Susan then said, I think I can guess the reason behind this. The protective gear Serafina wore was likely a product of Titan Forge. Now that she has been defeated by Asra, if Asra indeed wins 5 consecutive matches, they would lose face. So they want to stop Asra before he continues to fight. The others finally understood. Cayman took a deep breath and asked, do you think we should agree? To be honest, he was somewhat interested in the small gift from Titan Forge. Could it be a check? Avis finally spoke up. If it's just a small benefit, then we don't need to agree. But if there's a possibility of signing a sponsorship, then we can consider it. Call the people at Titan Forge and ask what conditions they are willing to offer. If the conditions are right, Asra can sit out. This battle can still be won with me and Gray. Asra looked at Avis in surprise. He didn't expect her to say this. Cayman checked the time and asked, should I call him back then? Just as Cayman's voice fell, there was a knock on the back door of the preparation room. Everyone's gaze turned towards the back door where the phone was still ringing. Beep beep. This is Lamb. I have arrived outside your preparation room. Open the door and let's have a good chat. The group exchanged glances. Cayman hurried over to open the back door, asking in confusion, isn't there security outside? How did you get in? At the back door stood 2 men in suits. Lamb put down his phone and said, it's just a routine match that isn't too important. I made friends with the security and they easily let me through. He put down his phone, looked at Asra, and smiled politely. Asra, let's chat. The people at the Titan Forge placed a level of importance on this matter that far exceeded everyone's expectations. They directly found their way to the war room without finishing the conversation on the phone. Asra, Carmen, Susan along with Lamb and his assistant arrived at the war room. Susan was invited by Asra considering her professionalism. Lamb was a well-dressed middle-aged man. He was about 35 years old, wearing an expensive custom suit with every strand of hair meticulously arranged. His physique was well-proportioned and his skin was well-maintained to the point that one could sense the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him. In Asra's sacrificial vision, Lamb was radiating with a brilliance of spirituality. This indicated that he and his suit were both extraordinary equipment. Lamb looked at Asra and extended his hand, saying, Asra, nice to meet you. I am the brand director of Titan Forge. Asra shook his hand in return and said, I am also very pleased to meet you, Mr. Lamb. Lamb nodded and said to Asra, I watched your match today. You performed quite well. You are indeed a strong young contender. Time is tight, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope you won't continue to fight today. You have already won 3 consecutive matches, which is enough to prove your capability. In exchange, I am willing to include you in our Titan Forge ambassador assessment. Asra's brow furrowed. Lamb continued, you may not understand the significance of our Titan Forge ambassador assessment. As long as you do not make any serious mistakes in the upcoming matches, you will receive a sponsorship contract from Titan Forge during the playoffs. We will seriously evaluate your strength, your ambassadorial effectiveness, and provide you with a substantial sponsorship contract. Lamb wore a smug smile as he said, the amount of this contract will vary based on your subsequent performance, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of gold pounds. One of the conditions is that you do not need to participate in the subsequent matches today. What do you think? Asra, upon hearing this, did not rush to speak, but first looked at Susan beside him. Susan said to Lamb, this condition does not compel Asra to forego the subsequent matches today. Lamb turned his gaze to Susan and asked, Miss, who are you? Asra replied, she is my sister. Lamb said, I remember you don't seem to have a sister. Susan said, that's not important. Asra has already defeated 3 opponents consecutively and needs to win just 2 more to achieve a 5-0 victory. Not to mention, among these 5 opponents, the first one is Miss Serafina from the Dreiser family. I believe today's battle will surely make it to the D10 newspaper. This presents a great opportunity for Asra. After this match, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of many brands. Your Titan Forge ambassador assessment seems rather superfluous. At the same time, Susan pointed at Asra and said, his physique, appearance, and combat prowess are all like business cards that many will see after today. His options are not limited to Titan Forge. What do you think? Lamb wore a calm smile and said, it cannot be denied that Asra is indeed impressive. Susan said, moreover, I noticed that Miss Serafina is wearing your Titan Forge protective gear today. This is not good news. She was defeated by an unknown individual wearing Class 1C protective gear. If this news spreads, makes it to the newspapers on television, this would not bode well for Titan Forge. Lamb raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "All right, miss, we are here to discuss cooperation, and time is limited." He looked at Asra and said, "You did win, and what she said is also true. That is why I came to find you. We indeed do not want you to continue fighting to increase the notoriety of today's match. Let's have a serious discussion." Asra nodded. "So, Mr. Lamb, how do we discuss this?" Lamb checked the time and said, "We have 4 minutes left. In the regular season of the Mixed Martial Arts League, all contestants cannot sign endorsement contracts, but sponsorship contracts can be signed during the playoffs. We are willing to sign a letter of intent with you, and after you enter the playoffs, we will sign a formal sponsorship contract with you. The specific sponsorship standards will be based on your subsequent performance." Asra said, "If I sign this contract, but your sponsorship standards are very low, or I am not satisfied, what then?" Lamb replied, "This agreement will state that if you find better sponsorship conditions, you can choose to abandon our letter of intent without any penalties. Trust me, this is a very favorable condition." Carmen at this moment felt like an outsider. His mouth was shut tight, but his eyes had betrayed him. He was too shocked. He had never seen such conditions. But Susan beside him said, "But this condition is not enough." Lamb looked at her asking, "Not enough?" "Of course it is not enough. With Asra's strength, there is no need for a letter of intent. After the playoffs, he can still obtain a sponsorship contract. So what does it matter whether he chooses you or not? We want more such as what you offer to Miss Serafina." Lamb calmly glanced at this difficult woman. He said, "Miss Serafina is a dreiser, and Asra is not." Susan did not back down, saying, "But Asra has defeated a dreiser in front of thousands." She immediately added, "A direct defeat." Lamb looked at the time, 2.5 minutes left. He took a deep breath and said, "Asra, let me test your strength." He extended his hand once more, saying, "With all your might." Carmen finally spoke up, "Asra, give it your all, leave no reservations." Asra nodded at his words, reached out, and shook hands with Lamb. Both of their strengths began to gradually increase, trying to press the opponent's hand down. Lamb did not take on an offensive stance, but with every bit of strength Asra exerted, he responded with the same. Asra understood his intention, so he took a deep breath, and every muscle in his body, every ounce of spiritual energy erupted at that moment. The power continued to strengthen, and Lamb's expression changed from calm to slight surprise, then to greater astonishment, until he even looked down at his own hand. He couldn't believe that Asra still hadn't pressed down his hand, but the strength was overwhelming. Is this really a high school student? Wrestling. Power is merely one of the important aspects of mixed martial arts. Speed, reaction ability, and fighting techniques, even spirituality, are equally vital. However, from certain perspectives, greater strength provides a more significant advantage in the arena. An opponent will not increase their vigilance simply because of your spirituality or quick reflexes. If it is said that you possess great strength, then they will certainly heighten their alertness and make more contingency plans. A single force can overcome 10 skills. With great strength, many disadvantages can be erased. Ram tested Asra's strength. Ram's power was undoubtedly greater than Asra's, yet throughout this test, he continuously revised his predictions about Asra. The strength was overwhelming. Ram gazed at Asra's hands, observing his physique. Asra was tall and well-proportioned with no excess fat or bulk anywhere on his body. This implied that Asra's speed would not be hindered by a heavy or bulky frame and would therefore remain swift. Asra's fighting skills were commendable, which was key to his victory over Serafina. A thought flashed through Ram's mind: a versatile competitor. Once this thought emerged, it swiftly occupied his entire brain. He had to reassess the young man before him. Finally, Asra's strength ceased to increase, and Ram released his grip. He fell silent for a few seconds, then said with a complex expression, "Asra, you are quite impressive. I underestimated you before. Let's get straight to the point. Time is limited, and I don't wish to engage in pointless discussions. I have a letter of intent here. As long as you sign it, Titan Forge will sign a sponsorship contract with you once your team progresses to the playoffs. Moreover, before that, prior to the next match, Titan Forge will provide you with a set of Class 1S extraordinary gear and weapons. We will arrange a personal team for you, including a coach and assistants. What you need to give in return is to refrain from participating in the remaining matches today and to wear the protective gear provided by Titan Forge in future competitions. Of course, before we sign the sponsorship contract, you do not have to say anything. This protective gear will not bear any Titan Forge insignia. This is a very sincere letter of intent. I believe at this stage no other company would offer you such terms." At this moment, Ram appeared very professional, sincere, and confident. He believed that no one could possibly refuse such excellent conditions. However, as a brand executive, he still needed to ensure he was in a winning position. So he glanced at Carmen and gave him a look. Carmen immediately recalled the small gift Ram mentioned over the phone. Honestly, after hearing Ram's offer to Asra, Carmen's eyes widened and remained that way. He was so astounded that his eyes became fatigued. The conditions were too generous, especially given that this was during the regular season where sponsorships were not allowed and only letters of intent could be signed. Extraordinary protective gear and a professional team. Was this really prepared for a high school student? While Avis had such advantages, she came from a prominent family with wealth. He noticed that Gray was also a scion of a large family, one of the blue blood families, but his conditions were nowhere near as favorable as Avis. Participating in the competition was just a solitary endeavor for him. In contrast, Avis had brought assistants and medical personnel. The disparity in treatment was significant. And now, as long as Asra nodded, this poor boy could enjoy the same conditions as Avis. This was something Carmen had never witnessed in all his years teaching at Ashford and participating in so many competitions. He nervously swallowed and said to Asra, "To be honest, this offer is quite good, and I think it is acceptable." Asra did not rush to respond, but looked at Susan, who subtly nodded. Thus Asra understood that this offer was indeed excellent. Yet he still asked, "So what level will my sponsorship contract be after entering the playoffs?" A smile appeared on Ram's face. He knew it was secured. Asking this question meant that Asra at least had no intention of rejecting. Now, it was merely a negotiation over some simple terms. He knew it was secured. Asking this question meant that Asra at least had no intention of rejecting. Now, rather, it is brand cultivation. The commercial value of high school students is not very high, and the event system has strict regulations that sponsorship contracts will not bring you much money. However, we will provide you with corresponding compensation in other areas, such as better coaching teams, better accommodations, superior extraordinary gear, weapons, and better medicine supplements, and even potions. In the Titan Forge brand cultivation contract, the level of the gear is equivalent. The specific contract level will depend on your performance in the upcoming regular season matches. Perform well, and you can secure the best contract. Perform poorly, and the contract level will be downgraded. But one thing I can assure you is that your brand cultivation contract level will not be lower than Class A. No joke. Ram was not sure about others, but he did not believe that Asra would perform poorly in the regular season. Just the strength he displayed earlier and his performance in the battle with Celafina made Ram even consider directly offering his class contract. However, Titan Forge was not solely his decision. He had superiors above him. Class A was already a conservative promise. Upon hearing this, Asra did not have a clear concept of what a Class A contract entailed. But Susan beside him understood more as she looked at Asra with a complex expression and said, "Asra, this condition is quite good." Upon hearing this, Asra once again extended his hand to Ram and said, "Then Mr. Ram, let's sign the contract." Carmen was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "We have a printer here, let's print the contract right away." He was eager to finalize this matter. However, Ram waved his hand and said no need to print it. Carmen was taken aback, not printing. Ram snapped his fingers, and an assistant waiting outside hurried in handing over 2 documents. With a determined smile, Ram said, "I had the contract prepared before I arrived. Take a look, my name is already signed now, it just needs yours." As he spoke, he handed the contract to Asra. Asra gave 1 copy to Susan. He simultaneously asked, "Mr. Ram, are you so sure that I will agree?" Ram smiled modestly, saying, "Of course. No one can refuse the conditions offered by Titan Forge."